101st chapter. Afraid of what it used to what? Dear Governor, congratulations on your wise decision, Ziming said to Edward. Mr. Ziming, but I think this matter is very important. I think it's not enough just to talk between us. Since both the Lovell and Lawrence families have agreed, then the four of us sit down and discuss carefully together. Planning is the most important thing, isn't it? Make no mistakes and skip words, Edward said. Ziming smiled slightly. I know what you are worried about, Mr. Governor, but I can't provide proof for this kind of thing. I can only promise you that I will arrange a face-to-face meeting with everyone. Of course it won't be like today. Edward raised his eyebrows. I'm waiting for your good news. Ziming ended the conversation with Edward, and then left the villa with and as Ziming walked out of the door of the villa and returned to the car, Ziming finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ziming suddenly felt something shaking around his waist. Ziming immediately thought of something, so he took out his own pager, and it really was this thing. Ziming opened it and saw that it had received countless messages. Because the pager at this time was not a cell phone of later generations, the information storage function was not so powerful, so that the previous messages were all topped out, and these messages were not. One exception is Lin Muking. Because he was going to the governor's holiday villa, Ziming turned off his mobile phone. Lin Muking knew what she was going to do today, and knew that her mobile phone would not be able to get through when she was doing something, but she wanted to know the result for the first time. Call yourself over and over again. If you can make a mature strong woman become so uncomfortable, then you can imagine the weight of herself in her heart. After instructing to drive, Ziming took out his mobile phone and dialed Lin Muking's number, and Ziming was connected without hearing a busy tone. Ziming, you turned on the phone now. You must have come out of Governor Edward's villa. What happened with the correct words? Did he agree to you? Lin Muking asked in a row of words, her tone full of words. Concern. Sister Muking, don't worry, everything is going well. I have now come out of the governor's holiday villa, Ziming said, and I'm just like this in a dignified governor, the famous Kennedy family. It's really exciting to run after putting B in front of people. Of course, more importantly, our governor has nothing to do with me who pretends to be. Lin Muking doesn't understand the internet culture of later generations, but she noticed another important point. Ziming, if you just persuade the governor like this, will he help you? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course it's not that simple, Ziming replied. Finally, the governor said that he would sit down with the two families of Lowell and Lawrence to discuss the plan. I think he obviously expressed great doubts about what I said. This is also normal. The second child and the third and fourth want to get rid of such an important thing as the boss. He can't just come to him and he will believe it with just a few BB sentences. That's too brainless. But Ziming, you are not at all. I haven't searched for the two families of Lovell and Lawrence. Your words will be revealed soon, right? There are many words without errors, Lin Muking asked nervously. So this is what I'm going to do next. I'm in the car now. I'm going back to Harvard University. If I remember correctly, the president of Harvard University, his last name is Lawrence, Ziming said. Lin Muking froze for a while and said, it seems that Harvard is indeed the sphere of influence of the Lawrence family, but Ziming, you only went to discuss with Lawrence after you met with Governor Edward. This is a bit of a cart before the horse. Can this work? Do not skip words. Put the cart before the horse. I don't think so, and after having Mr. Governor's promise, I will be more confident to persuade Lawrence, Ziming said. Lin Muking was very puzzled by Ziming's words, and Ziming went on to say, Sister Muking, in fact, I am treating her in a human way. You know I went to Governor Edward just now. I also know that he is an important figure in the Candini family, but do you know the growth history of the Candini family? Speaking of the Candini family can develop, the most important thing is the second generation of Candini. Because of that Candini the husband married the daughter of a congressman and became the manager of the bank. He was the most important figure in the fortune of the Candini family. Lin Muking not understand Ziming why would suddenly say this, but she did not interrupt Ziming. It's real time of Mr. Candini just an ordinary tavern owner. There are a lot of savings, but he knew it. He was like that. I'm afraid study his life can only be a bigger pub, but he is not satisfied. He wants more room for development. He wants to be in politics. He wants to be in business. He wants to marry the daughter of a congressman, and he wants to get an important position in the bank. But he is just a wharf porter, never went to college, is a social bottom. Little people, these are just wishful thinking, Ziming said. Most people are afraid to give up. But Kendini did not want to give up. He knew that this world is not impossible things, only do not want to open a mobile brain, so he thought of a way. He first went to a well-known congressman in Brighton, told him that he wanted to marry his daughter because he was the manager of the Bank of Massachusetts. Then he went to the Bank of Massachusetts and said that he wanted to be the manager of the bank because he was senator's son-in-law. Listen to Ziming said that. Lin Muking immediately understand, she said. Ziming, you mean to say you have to do that? You have joined the Governor Edward Lowell and Lawrence family, and then they say you? Has the Kennedy family been united? Right? Nothing is wrong, no words. For Lin Muking, Ziming had no need to conceal anything. He nodded and said yes. Lin Muking said, but is this possible? The Kendini family was because of the information inconvenience 100 years ago, plus the councillors and the bank chairman. They didn't know each other, so they gave him a chance to take advantage of it, but it's different now. As far as I know, the families within the Brighton Consortium are intermarried with each other. How can these news not be passed on to each other? Muking's sister and I both know, the reality is precisely because of intermarriage between them. I dare to do so, Ziming said, because as they will worry the news reached the Adams family to go. It will not just nonsense. What about the phone call? How can I solve the phone call? As long as Governor Edward calls Lowell and Lawrence any patriarch of the family, everything will be exposed. Nothing is wrong or skipping. Lin Muking said again. This is indeed a problem. Ziming said, do not override a sleight of hand tricks. How could not bear that risk? Lin Muclear what would like to say. But here first said Ziming said, Muking's sister, do not worry. Since the consulate have been shot, and it proves that the consortium Brighton certainly got the message, they certainly would not put me out as long as life is guaranteed. What else are you afraid of? Lin Muking this convinced. Ziming, I see, I'll pray for you. After hanging up the phone, Ziming's expression became serious, and there was no more relaxed look when talking to Lin Muking on the phone. Because Lin Muking reminded herself that in case Edward called before he could convince Lovell and the Lawrence family, then all of my own plans have been ruined. Although I said that I hadn't thought of this before, but now that Lin Muking raised it, Ziming became more and more worried. In this idea, Ziming turned to driving, said, can a little faster as you. No mistake, not jump word. As the king soldiers, is very clever. He can Ziming mood, nodded and said, Ziming, do not worry, I'll guarantee you absolute security under the premise of improving the speed as much as possible. After all he said and done, he drove the car to the Harvard campus in just 40 minutes, and finally stopped in front of the principal building. It was a 4-story red brick building. The principal and other senior management staff of the school were all concentrated here for accommodation and office work. It is for this reason that this building has its own security system. Ziming and the police are passing by. Entry was only after the inspection. One wearing professional dress of the woman and Ziming to the principal's office door, which is the principal assistant. She helped Ziming sounded the office door, and after the approval of the principal consent fishes, Ziming said, Ziming students, principals are in the office waiting for you. Ziming and pushed into the room. The assistant principal, who is very active, and Ziming brews 2 cups of coffee. School long Lawrence Chunky. He sat in his chair. Principal's still face serious stereotype. Ziming students, you know Harvard's aim has always been to convey the social elite of society, but now, thanks to you, the relationship with your company has turned some people into street hooligans. I think you are fully responsible for this. Ziming smiled bitterly in his heart. It was not the first time he came to the principal's office after the dormitory convenience store happened, but every time the principal made such an opening statement, it was also very helpless. Sitting in front of Lawrence, Ziming said, Mr. Principal, I think I have explained it many times. This is not my responsibility. But I have not evaded it. After clarifying his position, Ziming said, I know this is not the first time I have said this. Mr. Principal, you always say that I can only say but there is no actual action. So today I am bringing you actual action. What reality? Action? Lawrence asked curiously. Ziming first glanced at Lawrence's secretary, and did not answer immediately. Although Lawrence was an old scholar from the Department of History, he was usually serious and rigid, but he was not stupid. He immediately understood Ziming's meaning when he saw Ziming's action, and immediately let his assistant go out. Ziming said, Mr. President, we are all sensible people, so I won't be in circles with you. I think you also know that my current situation and the situation on the Harvard campus are all behind the Adams family. As a result of the manipulation, if you want to settle these things, you must deal with the Adams family first. So I hope that Principal Lawrence can help me. Lawrence froze there immediately. He stared at Ziming for a while and then suddenly laughed. Are you joking with me? There are a lot of words that you made out of the school. If you want the school to help you settle things, your face is a bit too big. Ziming shook his head and said, Mr. Lawrence, to think you are misunderstood. I am not saying that the school will help me settle the matter, but the family behind you, Mr. Principal. The Lawrence family will help me deal with the Adams family. Hearing Ziming's words, Lawrence's face immediately sank. How do you know? Ziming smiled and said, Mr. Principal, I don't think this news is confidential. You can find out if you ask it. There are no mistakes and many words. Lawrence's eyes narrowed, but did not speak. So Ziming continued, Mr. Lawrence, I know Lawrence is also a very old family, but it has always been pressed by the Adams family. I know that this is definitely not a taste. It feels good. I think the Lawrence family must also want to change everything. Now is the best opportunity. I just came from Governor Edward. Ziming said, I think President Lawrence, you must know, Governor Edwards. Kendini's last name, right? There are many words without mistakes. So I want to say that I have reached a cooperative alliance with Kendini and Lowell, which is to fight the Adams family together. But only me and the Kendini family and the Lovell family is still not enough. So I need the power of the last Lawrence family. Lawrence sat in his chair, he tilted his head and looked at Ziming, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Ziming, you would say that? I feel very surprised. And at the same time I understand that you must not know what Governor Edward called me just now. What? Ziming was shocked. The damned Murphy's theorem was really what he was most afraid of. Where is the focus of chapter 102? Just a few minutes ago, I received a call from Governor Edward. He told me something very interesting on the phone. He said that someone had broken into his holiday villa. He also asked him to help deal with the Adams family. At the same time, the man said that he had united the Lowell and the Lawrence family. The three families will sit down together to discuss the problem of dealing with the Adams family. Who do you think is so bold? Lawrence sitting in his chair, he looked at Ziming meaningfully and said, although Lawrence's tone was very calm, but in Ziming's ears, it was tantamount to a blockbuster, and his heart was grabbed. Woke up, talking to the legislator that he is a bank manager, and the bank that he is the son-in-law of the legislator. There is one biggest loophole in this inspirational story, that is the asymmetry of information, because what the legislator needs is a son-in-law of a bank manager. And the bank is also a congressman's son-in-law manager is needed. If the congressman and the bank talked to each other on the phone, then the conditions of the story would not exist, just like Ziming is now. Ziming's thinking turned sharply, but before he had time to figure out a solution, Lawrence continued. In front of Governor Edward, he said that you have united the Lowell and the Lawrence family, so now you come to me and want to say that you are united. After Kendini and the Lovell family, finally go to Lovell and say that you united me and the Kendini family, right? Ziming looked at Lauren but still did not speak. Lawrence smiled. Not to mention that your three-headed deception idea is very bold, but you also think that we are a little too mentally retarded? Don't you know that in the Brighton Consortium, Our families are intermarried with each other. What news? Do we know all of them easily? Of course I know, and it is precisely because I know that I will do it. Lawrence was stunned for a moment. Ziming's reaction was obviously out of line to his surprise. He originally thought that after debunking his clever tricks, he would be at a loss to deny and explain it. How could he be so calm? Does he really know? In Lawrence's gaze next, Ziming was actually very nervous. His hands and feet were cold and stiff, and his heartbeat was very fast. But at the same time, Ziming also knew very well that he must not show his timidity even in this situation. Facing Lawrence's stunnedness, Ziming knew that he had a chance to gamble. So he took a breath and said, "I know, Mr. President, you don't believe it, but to be reasonable, I don't mean to ask you to believe it." Lawrence sneered, "I hope you will stop playing these clever things in front of me, because it's useless at all." "Are you clever?" "In fact, I don't think this is the point. If you, Mr. Principal, have been clinging to cleverness, it will cause a very large deviation," Ziming said. "Really?" Lawrence said to Ziming, seemingly sitting leisurely in his chair. "Please go on. I would like to hear what music you can spit out from this mouth." "I'm sorry, Mr. Principal, I am not Beethoven, so I am afraid I will disappoint you." Ziming first threw out such a sentence, then picked up his mobile phone and put it on the table. "Compared with the Lawrence family that controls Harvard University, I am not rich, but I still have a mobile phone, or even people like me have a mobile phone. Then, Mr. Principal, you must also have a mobile phone. Through the mobile phone, what I said to Governor Edward can be transmitted to you by just pressing a few number keys." Lawrence shrugged. "It is true. So your bet is easily lost." "I think I need to reiterate, I didn't make any bets, and I didn't intend to use lies to do anything. Since I thought that Governor Edward would call you, then it certainly will pin their hopes on the possibility that the illusory," Ziming said, "if you continue, Mr. Chancellor Tangle on this issue, is a huge bias, totally did not find a focus." "That's what the focus were?" Lawrence asked. "Of course it is on the issue of alliance and confrontation with the Adams family," Ziming said. "As the center of the Brighton Consortium, the Adams family has controlled the consortium for more than 300 years. This is very unfair to your three families, but Adams the family is deeply entrenched, and no one of your three families can stand alone with it. Even if Kennedy becomes the President of the United States and takes the family to the top, he still cannot shake it." Ziming paused before saying, "The tragedy of the Kennedy family shows that Adams does not allow anyone to challenge his authority. How can Sanson avoid the challenge? So there is the current result. The Lowell and the Lawrence family can't shrink. The Kennedy family plummeted. But you are also a member of the Brighton Consortium. Why do you have to be crushed by the Adams family under your body? There is no such reason. Now that you need to challenge the Adams family, you also need to unite to fight. Is the reason for this unity still so important?" Ziming asked. On the internet, Lawrence was stunned again. He stared at Ziming blankly, and his heart was set off by stormy waves. Ziming stretched his hand out the window. "There is the Charles River, the mother river of Brighton. Cambridge is upstream of the river, and Brighton is downstream of the river. Why is it easy to transport things from Cambridge to Brighton? Due to the river is to flow to Brighton from Cambridge." Lawrence Ziming, then down the answer. "That is so. We Chinese have an old saying, things along, which means along the direction of water flow to push the boat. It's easy to push the move, Mr. President. You know what I mean?" Ziming asked. Regarding Ziming's question, Lawrence first nodded and then immediately shook his head. Ziming smiled, then said, "It's really easy to understand. First you need to fight three family Adams family, but for some reason you are not mutual suspicion results of the joint up, and now have my appearance. My family is doomed and Adams standing on the opposite side. Then I can act as the middleman and unite you. If I were a school, Mr. Long Yu, I certainly would not expose all of this, but pretend to know what contributed to this alliance, and finally deal with the Adams family, because in this story and in the water, to deal with this Adams family thing itself is a boat, and you will need from behind because of snobbish leader push on it," Ziming said. "Shooting the boat along the way?" Lawrence muttered the word. "But I did it after you said that." "Isn't that too trivial?" Ziming chuckled, then reluctantly said, "I'm really hard to understand, Mr. Lawrence. Exactly how you became president of Harvard is to rely on family blessings, or why I said so much emphasis, or catch it? Question mark. Key point. Lawrence looked up at Ziming blankly. Tell me, Mr. Chancellor, you hate Adam's family. Do you want him to turn dry, then lead his family to glory?" Ziming suddenly asked. Ziming's words seemed Lawrence touched a nerve-root fragile heart. He immediately replied, "Of course I wanted to turn Adam's family, that damn family, always a lofty heirs like to know where we consortium the bank we hold is Brighton, not Adams. I really hope that Lawrence is the number one, that it is the school. Mr. Long, you are in doubt about your abilities, and you promised that you think has been my deception, after which I will be at the mercy of the right?" Ziming asked. "I don't think so. I admit that you have a lot of courage. But there is no necessary connection between courage and ability, and you don't have the ability to push me around," Lawrence said confidently. "So, there's Ziming made a little school. Mr. Long, what are you waiting face on this issue?" Lawrence suddenly fell silent. Ziming, know he was doing fierce ideological struggle, this time also did not disturb him, just quietly waiting for the results. At this moment, Ziming felt that the air in the entire office was almost stagnant. Ziming also held his breath, and his heart was almost lifted into his throat. As time passed by, Ziming couldn't perceive how long it had passed. When he finally felt that he was about to forget his breath, Lawrence on the opposite side finally nodded. "I think I understand. What can I do?" "No matter what happened, as long as you can persuade the Lovell family and the Alliance to deal with the Adams family together, it is not impossible." Get this answer. Ziming, hearts of an ecstasy, was immediately wanted to howl out loud. "What's special? This be all. Let me finish the United States to Bahrain," and was so witty, so exciting. Ziming cannot ecstasy, because he had really intended to follow the story to the interpretation, but later Lin Muking remind yourself just have to worry about, but absolutely no preparation, until the front of Lawrence, and he really heard Edward after the governor got through the phone. He wanted to say something in a hurry, but he didn't really want to convince him. If at the moment Ziming is nobody in a room, he must be crazy swing of it, but because Lawrence is still in front, this B is to be installed last. So Ziming said, "But there is a problem there. Is Mr. Edward president and governor of the phone?" "Worried since I have been governor and Edward through the phone. He would not believe me things were union, did not you?" Lawrence asked Ziming. Ziming this nodded yes. Lawrence laughed. In fact, you don't have to worry about this, because I didn't say much to Governor Edward on the phone, so your worry doesn't exist." This answer surprised Ziming, but thinking about it, even two ordinary businessmen would not talk too much, and would always leave room for himself, let alone these two big families. People who can become the president of Harvard and the governor of Massachusetts can never be the general generation. They must all have their own philosophy of dealing with things and will not talk like children, so even if they get something that is beyond their expectations for foreign matters, he would not directly veto, but always habitually leave some room for himself to be able to change. Of course, there is also another possibility, that is, they had originally planned to unite, and they just appeared at this moment. In that case, I'm relieved, Ziming said and stood up. "I will go to the Lowell family immediately, with Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Edwards, meaning, I hope you don't mind." Lawrence smiled and shook his head. "Since I've decided, I'm sure I won't mind anymore. But Lowell's house is different from me and Kennedy. You need to go to Lowell to see the real person in charge. The one at MIT is just a funny comparison." "I understand, Mr. Lawrence, thank you very much." After thanking Lawrence, Ziming left the office, and Lawrence sat in his chair and watched Ziming leave until the door was closed again, and Lawrence murmured, "What he said is right. But why do I feel like I have been deceived?" What medicine is sold in the Gordon Chapter 103? After coming out of Harvard University, Ziming did not go to Lowell City for the first time. Instead, he went back to the dormitory to take a shower and changed into clean clothes. Since all the students in the finance class moved out, those people who had no interest in continuing to surround themselves left one after another. However, although the time of being surrounded was not long, the dormitory had become dilapidated. There are many burnt marks. Shocking. Facing this dilapidated dormitory, Ziming reminded himself that he was still in crisis at all times. Before the enemy fell, he must not relax in the slightest. In any case, he must persist until the end, because no one knows that it will happen. What kind of accident? As before in Lawrence's office. Maybe the whole process of Ziming's installation was very successful, but in fact Ziming was still under a lot of psychological pressure. After all, Edward's phone call not only disrupted all Ziming's deployment, but even forced him into it. After the desperate situation, Ziming couldn't say a word wrong in that situation. This pressure can be imagined, so much so that he dared not gasp when speaking. He could only speak with his breath held. Ziming still remembered that his hands and feet were shaking unnaturally when he was speaking. He couldn't breathe a sigh of relief when he finally got Lawrence's promise. Therefore, when he finally walked out of Lawrence's office, he could feel the cold behind his back. Obviously, has been soaked in cold sweat. If you have time to think carefully and ponder every minute and every second, maybe everyone can become a millionaire. But more often, people usually don't have this opportunity. So what is needed is that kind of instant reaction ability. Ziming couldn't remember where he read this sentence, but now Ziming believes it very much. After changing clothes, Ziming got in the car and went to Lowell. On the way, Ziming took time to call Lin Muking and told her about the affairs in Lawrence's office. When Lin Muking heard the news that Edward had called Lawrence, she was frightened at the time. Later, when she heard Ziming perfectly convinced Lawrence, she was relieved. Along the way, Ziming kept thinking about the news about Lowell in his mind. This Lowell city is in the northwest of Brighton. It is a very distinctive city. He is the base camp of the Lowell family and also the city named by the Lowell family. More than 100 years ago, this was the textile industry and other light industrial centers of Massachusetts. Later, due to the development of the times, the Brighton Consortium gradually became a financial-centric chaebol, and Lowell, who lost its competitiveness, gradually declined. However, the Lowell family is an important member of the Brighton Consortium. Although the city of Lowell has fallen, the Lowell family has used the strength of the family to contact many universities and set up many university branches here. The more famous ones are the branches of Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Harvard University here. In addition, Lowell has also introduced many technical training schools based on abandoned factories in the past. So speaking of it, Lowell City as a whole looks like a university town. After more than 2 hours' drive, Ziming and the others finally arrived in Lowell, and it was already late in the evening. As it was very late, plus the daytime from Governor Edwards' holiday villa to Harvard University President Lawrence's, Ziming also spent too much energy in the office. So Ziming said that Lowell City did not plan to directly find the Lowell family, but directly went to the hotel to sleep overnight. Ziming did not expect the what was that the just his idea was an idea. His car because the when entered at the downtown area of Lowell, it was immediately stopped by someone. It was a few policemen who stopped Ziming. When Ziming asked the police to park the car on the side of the road, the policeman stepped forward and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Ziming from Harvard, right? Mr. Louis is at Auburn Castle. You have arranged a dinner party, and I hope you can come over to attend. If you are not familiar with the streets of Lowell to the end of this chapter, please turn the page. My brothers and I can send you there." "No thanks." "To bought a map of Lowell City before coming. I think there is nothing wrong with a place as famous as Auburn Castle." Ziming declined. After getting Ziming's answer, the police didn't say much. They left soon. Ziming looked at the back of them leaving, and suddenly felt that this trip to Lowell was not as simple as he had imagined. Let him take care of him. Let the soldiers come to cover the water and the earth. Even Lawrence has passed the level. What else to be afraid of? Do it. With this thought, Ziming asked the police to drive directly to Auburn Castle. He knew that Mr. Louis, whom the police said was the current patriarch of the Lovell family, looking at the trees on the side of the road that were retreating outside the window, Ziming was constantly thinking. Judging from the fact that the police gave him news when he entered the city, it was obvious that they also knew that they had come, and it was more likely that Lawrence had called here. After all, as the controlling families of Harvard and MIT, the relationship between them is the closest to the Brighton Consortium. Another point is that Ziming saw what a city controlled by a big family. This is not to say that the Lovell family is the absolute king of the city of Lovell. How can I say that the United States has been running into a modern society a long time ago? As a beacon of freedom, they must have a political system. But no matter how good it is, there are always loopholes in the system. As a large family, Lowell undoubtedly has a high prestige in this area. At the same time, it is the richest group of people with the help of the Brighton Consortium, then through elections to control the parliament, and then let the descendants enter the executive and judicial organs. Even the city, the chairperson and the speaker cannot belong to the Lovell family. But at least it is okay to say that the Lovell family can control most of the city of Lovell. It is for this reason that the Lovell family can dispatch the police to inform themselves. Ziming knows very well that the Lovell family did this to convince himself, because if a few people run out randomly, he may not really believe it. But for the police, the most basic trust is there. But this kind of private family mobilization of federal police sounds like an overstatement. But it couldn't be more normal in Lowell. The city of Lowell is not big, and Auburn Castle is also very conspicuous as the first symbol of Lowell, so Ziming arrived soon. As before, at the gate of Auburn Castle, there are also several policemen waiting here, and there is also a sheriff. When Ziming got out of the car, the sheriff walked up to shake hands with Ziming and said, "Hello Mr. Ziming. I am Sheriff Charles, and I am also a member of the Lowell family. My uncle is already here. We have been waiting in the castle for a long time." Ziming thanked him, and then, together with the police, followed the Shire sheriff to the main hall of the castle. Pushing open the door of the main hall of the castle, melodious music immediately rushed to his face. Ziming walked into the main hall, and then was surprised. He felt like he had come to a noble castle in medieval Europe. The carpet is covered with a thick red carpet, on which there are several large round tables, covered with white tablecloths, and candles are lit on the table. There is an empty stage right in front of the table, and a whole band sits beside the stage. The melodious music is undoubtedly coming from here. At this time, several round tables were already full of people. Only one round table in the middle had 2 empty seats. "That's the position that Uncle prepared for you, Mr. Ziming. Due to your identity, I can only send you here. Goodbye." Sheriff Shire left these words to Ziming and left. Ziming also left. I didn't have time to worry about him, because when Ziming walked into the main hall, a short middle-aged man sitting in the middle stood up and said, "Our distinguished guests are here." Everyone applauds and welcomes. Following these words, the whole "This chapter is not over, please turn the page." Applause suddenly sounded in the main hall. Ziming walked over there to the applause. The short middle-aged man came over and shook hands with Ziming and said, "Mr. Ziming, you are very welcome. I am Louis of the Lovell family. I think you should have heard my name. Our Lovell family is very hospitable, so I specially prepared a dinner for you." Ziming knows that this is the Lovell family, the patriarch of. It seems that this family has a consistent French tradition, that is, the height is generally crippled. "Thank you very much, Mr. Louis, you are too polite. It was originally my uninvited one. You even set up a dinner reception specially for me, which made me a little flattered," Ziming said. After some courtesy, Ziming and Louis sat down in the upper seat, and as they took their seats, it seemed like a juggling. A lot of servants came out from the side. They first served all the guests with good tableware. The people here today are in the city of Lowell, who are very close to our Lowell family. Although our Lowell family is an old family, we are not conservative. On the contrary, we still pay attention to it. Absorb fresh blood. because we know very well that only families that can keep active can continue to prosper. When setting up the tableware, Louis introduced to Ziming. As the tableware was set up, someone pushed the cart up again. The servants brought up the plates covered with the plate lids, placed them in front of everyone in order, and then uncovered them in a unified manner. This is the French cuisine that we are famous all over the world. Today, what we prepare for you is the lobster air-flighted from Australia, as well as tender steak and foie gras caviar. These are the most nutritious and exquisite dishes. Louis introduced Ziming one by one, and then he suddenly remembered something and said to Ziming, "By the way, there are also the best wines from Lafayette Chateau. The grapes used to make wine have been at least 40 years old. The grapes picked from the old vines of China, because only such grapes can make the most outstanding wine. But it is a pity that most of the vines do not live for 35 years, so they are very precious." As he said, Louis, while letting his own servant open a bottle of wine, he personally poured a glass for Ziming. "This cup is for you and my guests. Let's clink the glasses and make the most beautiful sound for tonight's feast," Louis said, and raised his own glass. Ziming and toasted with him, and then they took a small sip, and while they were drinking, the servant serving by the side consciously cut the foie gras and served them with caviar, drinking a sip of red wine, eating a piece of foie gras, and topping it with the finest caviar. "It's an incredible treat," Louis said to Ziming. And as Louis and Ziming clinked their glasses, the people on the other tables also toasted and drank. At this time, Louis began to tell Ziming about the history of the prosperity of the Lovell family. "Mr. Ziming, our ancestors of the Lovell family came from France a long time ago, although we have left France for more than 300 years. But we have retained the oldest French customs. Mr. Ziming, you may not know that in our Lowell family, there are actually many very interesting customs. That is, when we eat, we will be very happy dance." As if to prove, when Louis had finished speaking, someone at the table got up and danced on the stage, also to cooperate with them, and the band next to him also played more suitable music. With the first table, there will be a second table immediately. Louis also sent an invitation to Ziming. "Mr. Ziming, do you want to go and have a look? My servant will teach you." Ziming shook his head and declined. But he looked at the people dancing on the stage, and all the things that Louis had arranged for him. He was welcoming and preparing the dinner. What kind of medicine did he sell in this court? End of this chapter. Everyone at the scene of chapter 104 is waste. A limited edition blue Cadillac car crossed the streets of Brighton and finally came to the silver seaside at the mouth of the Charles River. There is a group of famous villas. This car finally drove into the governor's exclusive holiday villa. There, Governor of Massachusetts, Edward, was lying on the beach chair on the shore, staring at the sunset on the sea. At this moment, he heard the sound of someone coming, but he didn't turn his head and knew who it was. Lawrence's University, you are finally here. The university in Edward's mouth is Harvard University. President Lawrence. He was accustomed to Edward's greetings, so he just smiled and sat next to Edward, not taking it. The outsider picked up the coconut on the small table and took a sip. "You still like to drink coconut milk, but I prefer to eat coconut meat than this kind of juice that is not sweet or light enough." So this is our philosophy. Divergence, otherwise we would not quarrel every time we meet, Edward said. "But fortunately, not all of our ideas have differences, otherwise I won't come over today." Lawrence put down the coconut and lay on the beach chair. "To be honest, I didn't really have any ideas when you called me today. I thought that someone wanted to challenge the Addams family, or tried to deceive each other, pulling our three families together." "That's a courageous bad boy," Edward said with a smile. But then he turned his head, said to Lawrence, "But I'm very curious that since you know all this, how can you still be persuaded by him?" Edward's question made Lawrence feel a little embarrassed, but he immediately found a breakthrough and pointed to Edward and said, "Of course this is your responsibility. If you were not deceived by him, why would he come to me?" Unreasonable accusation that this facing, Edward felt a little helpless. but not of he did explain anything. Of course the Lawrence on other mean side not to entangle to did the end, and down soon died. The to read book Edward leaned back on his chair and said, from the time point of view, Ziming should have been in Lowell, a college student from the Lawrence family. Do you think that Chinese kid can convince that timid boy? Garlic chicken? Lawrence shook his head. I do not know. Not that I could know. Louis would certainly put that guy to a sumptuous dinner reception. Let me think. Must have his most proud of this wine and foie gras caviar dinner. Then after matter what it is you can roll to one side. Yes, 300 years this kind of thing is not the first time, Edward murmured. But in the end he suddenly turned to Lawrence says, not me have a feeling that the Chinese boy band will give us. It's a miracle. Is it? If so that would be really a miracle, because if just one person Louis, it is a good solution, but that it is a family, that is why we have a dinner party. Lawrence said, so, for the University of Lawrence, shall we make a bet, which is only $100? Edward said and took out $100 bill. Lawrence smiled at it, and then patted Edward's hand outstretched. Let my eyes go back to Auburn Castle. The Lowell family's dinner is underway. Ziming sat in his seat. He listened to Lawrence constantly introducing some ancient French customs, as well as the family's information about these dishes. Interesting fact, on the stage not far away, a dozen or so dressed-up men and women of the Lovell family were dancing happily, and the band nearby was also playing hard to see book. All this seemed so harmonious and joyous, but in Ziming's eyes, he always felt very strange. No mistake, this feeling is strange. Ziming did not understand the significance of what this dinner, because it just warm it. Isn't that a bit too enthusiastic? Ziming, Lawrence and Edward do not know whether there is a call to the Lowell family, according to the current situation should be played, because if did not play, Louis could not have known he would be, not the way meet at the door, but if he made a phone call, he would definitely know why he was here. But why did he organize such a dinner party, and only care about other things at the dinner party, without mentioning the main point at all? Is he going to fool himself with this dinner until he leaves? This idea is ridiculous, but the situation now seems to be the same. Ziming thought of what Lawrence said to him last time before leaving. He said that the Lovell family, Kennedy, and the Lawrence family were not the same. Not the same. He also said that as long as he can convince the Lovell family, then it is not impossible for them to join the alliance against the Adams family. It seems that the Lovell family is the key. Since Mr. Louis does not intend to stir up the topic, he can only come by himself. With this thought, Ziming interrupted Louis and asked him, Mr. Louis, first I am very grateful for your hospitality. Your profound knowledge has also benefited me a lot, but from these aspects, I think you know the news that I'm coming, right? It also includes the purpose of my coming, to see. Originally, Louis planned to respect Ziming again, but he put it down after hearing Ziming's words. He ordered the wine glass, but instead of answering Ziming's question, he asked Ziming, what do you think of the dinner I prepared for you? Isn't it luxurious enough, or the dishes don't suit your appetite? Or the music is still dancing? A problem that makes you unsatisfied? Ziming shook his head and said none of them. Louis continued, isn't that? Since you are all satisfied, let's continue with this grand dinner. Don't let other things affect ours. Beautiful mood. Ziming frowned. Sure enough, this guy didn't plan to talk about business at all. Louis saw Ziming's expression and he said again, Mr. Ziming, look at this luxurious main hall. Maybe you don't know that this castle has been erected here for 600 years. It is from the Indian period. Ziming was not interested in the history of Auburn Castle. He immediately interrupted Louis' words. Mr. Louis, are you planning to talk about things after the dinner? Are you about the crowds here? It can be the same. Louis say, today we will eat first. And then tomorrow I will ask my butler to take you around this city of Lowell. Although it is not as good as Brighton, it is still a very important historical and cultural city in Massachusetts. So, Mr. Louis, you didn't plan to tell me about the Adams family, right? Ziming asked. I want to read a book. Surface of the Ziming asked again. Louis silent for a while and then said, I do not understand how those two guys Lawrence and Edward is saying to you, or they did not and you said, they are just using deception ways to get you over. Louis stopped here and continued, you know, young Chinese, if I were you, I would be very happy to attend this dinner, and then visit the city of Lowell tomorrow, without thinking about it at all. What alliance? What Adams family? So not me, Ziming said, stressing each syllable carefully. Jean-Louis understood. You with me is Kendini and Lawrence beat out two family spokesperson it. That you are a big mistake, especially wrong. In fact, proposed coalition deal with the Adams family, who is my. Ziming said. It seems that you really don't know anything. Louis shook his head helplessly. Ziming shrugged. Or the promise of it. I really do not know anything, but I can be clear is that it is a matter of the future of the rise and fall of the Lowell family. Do you really think Mr. Louis has been the Adams family rides on the head? Don't you want to take the Lovell family to another new height? Louis was stunned. He looked at Ziming in a daze, as if petrified, but after a while, Louis laughed again. Louis' laughter attracted the attention of others. Louis then stood up and said, Members Low Soul Home of Brothers and Gentlemen, I would like everyone in here through know one thing, that is, who come from China. Mr. Ziming, he said that he brought us an important news concerning the future prosperity and decline of the family, that is, the news about our alliance with Kendini and the Lawrence family to fight the Adams family together. What Louis said was tantamount to dropping a blockbuster on the scene, blowing everyone up. Everyone looked at Ziming in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief, and the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. It's actually kinda Ziming did not think Louis can be so direct this message to say it, he wants to fly it, not over after the shock. All who live Lowell family again, and the same Louis laughed together, laughed while their side of Ziming said, you, the Chinese people can really say this is a joke from the East. Is this mystery humor? If it is, then you won because I was amused by you. This is the funniest joke I have heard this week and this month. It's just a pity that today is not April Fool's Day. Face laughter around us. Ziming frowned deeper, and he followed a look at the Louis stood up and said, I am not in a joke, I was very serious. And now I have convinced Kendini family Governor Edward of the United States and the Harvard president of the Lawrence family, just the last Lowell family, can form an alliance to deal with the Adams family together. Ziming's explanation did not stop weak around laughter, but let the laughter grew worse. Ziming looked at Louis, he just shrugged unnecessary. That's why I said you don't understand anything. Louis said. Compared with the Kennedy family's thirst for power, the Lawrence family wants to regain their own bank shares. We, the Lovell family, don't have any needs. Although we owned the Bank of Massachusetts with the Lawrence family in the past, we have merged with the Brighton Bank, right? We are now also the most famous large family in Massachusetts. Following Louis's words, others followed one by one. Louis is right. We are not the Kennedy family nor the Lawrence family. We are the Lovell family. We do not want to be kings with swords, nor do we want to be grand covered with the stink of money. We think we have now. Our state is very good. We have one of their own cities, we have a wealthy wealth. We can enjoy the splurge to enjoy. Why go to a struggle for power it? Have you heard all the friends from China? Louis asked Ziming. This is our Lowell family. I can assume that you didn't say anything. Ziming, out of breath, shaking his head, said, I did not expect it. Low Soul family actually saw a group of drunk students in dreams of waste. Ziming did not deliberately hide the sound, so Louis heard. He fiercely pounded his desk, staring eyes asked Ziming said, you? What say you Mashui waste? Louis, this sentence raged at the scene. Everyone have accused Ziming said, really ungrateful Chinese people. I have such a passion to be you. You actually curse. You are a son of a bitch. What makes you qualified scolding? There is no one here you can scold. I think you are a waste. Apologies, no matter how we deal with you in the end, and no matter who you are scolding, you must apologize to us. As a focus for all, Ziming said with a smile, I'm sorry you, I just made of waste did not mean for anyone. I just want to say now speak of you, all waste. Speaking of that annual vote, did anyone vote for the small square film and the business tycoon? Article 5 chapters you have with it? Everyone who is talking now is a waste. To see book. If Ziming's previous words were already a blockbuster, then Ziming's words at this time undoubtedly detonated a nuclear bomb, but it was also because Ziming's words were too arrogant and irritable, which made the Lovell family, the people from were stunned on the spot for the first time, because no one would have thought that Ziming would say such a sentence in Lowell's family castle. At this moment, it seemed that even the accompaniment band had forgotten their work and was stunned for a while. Even the body is also the patriarch. Louis Leng asked one, Zuxianqing Ming, saying I have other family here. Lowell man. Ziming laughed. Is Mr. Louis, should I repeat it? Ziming did not answer, but in fact he does not need any answer. Whether it is the sight of Louis Lowell family or other people, they all react. You yellow skin. What are you so special that you dare to call us rubbish? Sure enough, the Chinese are the most unqualified. We entertain you with delicious food, and you still scold us. The cheap dog. We really should be prepared for the lowliest chop suey dog. Food, rather than phalanxy best food, is really a wonderful thing. The biggest waste. Anti-be over Lowell family began Ziming abuse directed at them. Of course, there are many more words in addition to driving diatribe. Chinese people get out of Auburn castle we never welcome. Not only the quality, no the bastard who swears. As for all the abuse centers, Ziming but he is not panic, but laugh more happy. He asked Louis, Low family soul Mr. Long, is this what you as a family 300 years old in Brighton? The bottom line, you keep accusing me of lacking quality, but do you hear who is cursing now? Or do you think that words like bastard and mean dog are not cursing? Face of Ziming. Then, Louis has not had time to say anything. Other people on the first, said, you fart your prime. How quality can be compared, and we have the fact that we did not call you, because you have always been yellow bastard cheap dog. We just told the truth. The original, is that right? Ziming said, pretending to be understood why, but then he cried. I same kind of just told the truth, because you are also just a bunch of waste. Ziming, then undoubtedly poured a bucket of gasoline on the fire. Immediately contribute to the fire some more vigorous. It depends on the book. K and S who You are waste. All of you Chinese are waste. You yellow-skinned little bitch. I must tell you today what is waste. In the louder and more intense verbal abuse, the members of the Lovell family came to Ziming one by one. Judging from their posture, it is obvious that these self-proclaimed civilized people feel that they don't have any words. After it's cheap, it starts to be rough. Depends book. 1K equals UNSU . This scene made the also frowned. Although he consciously reached out and did not lose to anyone here, including their bodyguards. His fists were hard to beat for hands, especially these people were members of the Lovell family, and he did not lose to anyone here, including their bodyguards. It's not easy to put a heavy hand on them, but it would be almost impossible to protect Ziming from injury in such a chaotic scene without putting a heavy hand. When Ziming said earlier that if there are those who are near Lowell family of rogue attitude, reason to believe that these guys really do it, say that, even regardless of whether they also might put Ziming killed. Do you really have to do it? Thinking like this in his heart, but he felt a headache. But it didn't mean Ziming couldn't help it. Facing the countless members of the Lovell family who were coming to him in all directions, Ziming didn't panic. Instead, he sneered and lifted the round table with both hands violently and overturned the round table in front of them. Amidst the exclamation, it crashed and fell to the ground. But this is not done yet. And then Ziming quickly snatched the wine bottle in the hands of a servant next to him, and regardless of the value of the bottle of wine, he smashed it directly on his chair, facing the sharp glass tip. The everyone have said coldly outwards. The I see the WHO would dare to come up and the try at the knife. Want to the read book equals 1 equals the NSHU. Ziming's words seemed to be warm. Let everyone shuddered unconsciously and took a step back. Ziming's method shook the scene in an instant. which made the gangsters also have to be convinced. Perhaps this is just the usual fighting method used by street hooligans, but it is very effective. It's like a gang fight. Basically, as long as the police come and fire warning shots, the gang will immediately stop, either break up or squat on the ground with their hands on their heads. The reason is simple: they are scared, even though they are not sure whether the police will not can shoot. But no one wants to be the first to try a gun. Now these members of the Lovell family are even more so. They are almost all born with a golden spoon. Who would want to go up and get a knife for no reason? After shaking everyone up, Ziming kicked the chair in front of him and stepped onto the stage. Ziming just walked step by step. All the people in front of Ziming voluntarily gave way to Ziming. And finally Ziming stepped onto the stage and picked up the microphone. Ziming first stopped the noisy band, and then after looking around the scene, he said, "Hello friends of the Lovell family, first I am sorry to make this dinner like this, but this I don't blame me, because I also want to have a good for really time eating and dancing with the everyone. But you forced me to do it. The to the read book equals 1k middle. Ziming regrets the tone of the scene made everyone on the scene so angry that they scolded their mother. Who really forced you to lift the table? Didn't you just eat and dance well? You did it yourself to become the way it is now. Everyone thought so, but they could only think about it in their hearts. No one said it, but even if they said it, Ziming would never listen. I know you resent me for cursing you for trash. My insults hurt your fragile self-esteem, but I don't intend to take back my words. On the contrary, I think this trash curse is lighter. Ziming saw the audience. His emotions were about to rise again, and he immediately continued. I know you are very dissatisfied, but you might as well listen to me first. I went to Mr. Governor's holiday villa early today, and I convinced Kendi, governor of the Ni family. Then I went to Harvard and convinced the principal of the Lawrence family. Finally, I came to the Lowell family. I thought you would be the same as Candini and the Lawrence family, but your performance was too lethargic. I'm disappointed. Ziming said, could it be that you can insult us just because our ideas are not consistent with yours? In this way, you are just an idiot who has no abilities and can only rely on insulting. Someone below shouted loudly. Ziming smiled. What you said is correct, but you also said that it is if, but in fact, it doesn't matter whether your thoughts are the same as mine. What disappoints me the most is your self-motivatedness, your courageous vigor. Motivated, courageous vigor? Everyone was muttering these two sentences. At this time, Ziming continued to say, you are all descendants of the Lovell family. Do you know how the Lovell family was established? Years ago, a Frenchman named Lowell committed the felony of murdering aristocrats in the country, but he did not want to bury the aristocrats, so he went to Brighton incognito and mixed on a Puritan ship, and finally relied on his own efforts to create the Lovell family. Perhaps this is just a familiar legend to you today. But have you ever thought about the pioneering spirit of your ancestors? Have you ever wondered how he would be willing to leave my country, in this completely unfamiliar land, relying on its own diligence and wisdom, finally became a rich man? Ziming said, that was more than 300 years ago. At that time, there were no luxury cruise ships, no navigators, satellite positioning systems, and weather forecasts. Some were just the simplest compass, and some were their own courage. Speaking of this, Ziming paused deliberately, seeming to recall something. Perhaps at that time, Lowell's ship encountered a storm at sea. In the raging waves, Lowell's ship swayed to the left. Shaking right, it seemed that it might be overthrown at any time. Everyone was desperate, but at this time Lovell stood up and said to everyone that people can overcome everything, as long as they don't give up hope. So Lovell became the leader of the boat. Under his leadership, everyone reefed their sails and controlled their oars. The old and weak women and children were praying silently. Although their boats nearly capsized several times, they managed to survive the storm and reached the American University 6. When Ziming said this, many people below were also substituted, and some even subconsciously shouted, "It's really great." At this time, Ziming's words changed sharply. and he said, "This is really great. But now look at you. What are you doing again? You have been oppressed by the Addams family for a lifetime, but as descendants of Lovell, you can only nest in the small place of Lovell, in Addams, where the family can't take care of. Where is your courage? Where is your self-motivated? Are you still worthy of the surname Lowell? If you are on that ship, facing the upcoming storm, you have the courage to stand up, is it?" Facing Ziming's question after question, everyone bowed their heads this time, and no one stood up to refute it, because they really didn't know how to refute it. But even so, Ziming didn't plan to retreat. He continued, "Not only did you not have the courage to stand up, you were even afraid that someone else would stand up, because that would prove how weak and incompetent you are. That's why you insult me in every possible way. By you of think it's self-esteem, but in fact, it's in your heart at the humbleness that is causing trouble." Ziming paused and finally said, "Since you are all no longer worthy of your surname, Lowell, then you say you are not rubbish. What else can it be?" Chapter 106 Fights for Lowell's Dignity. Bow thanks to Onchire for the support and monthly ticket support. Ziming once again scolded all the people of the Lovell family for trash, but compared to before, this time they did not receive consistent condemnation, only scattered. Several of the people are still using abuse to save their faces, but at this time their words can only prove that they are indeed very lacking in quality. V to read a book (1 KNSHU C). But there are so many people in the lobby of Auburn Castle, it does not mean that they are all tansy. Some people tried to refute Ziming from another angle. "You Chinese, I know that you provoke the Addams family. It is obviously your own personal grievance. But you dare to speak out here. We don't have any obligation to accompany you against the Addams family." This idea suddenly reminded. Others immediately agreed, "Yes, you selfish Chinese, you are so righteous. In fact, you are a dirty and despicable bastard. You say we are cowardly and incompetent, but we have no conflict with the Addams family. Why are we helping you? Do you really treat us as stupid? Selfish Chinese. Get me out of Auburn Castle." Facing the roaring Lowell family below, Ziming looked calm, and muttered silently in his heart, "It seems that things are not so easy." From the threat of throwing the table and smashing the bottle to telling the history of the Lovell family, although the people of the Lovell family at the scene have been shocked, they still have not given up. "It seems that I am not so overbearing." Shake. Let the brother kneel at the little down automatically. To read book. 1 KNS C but it does not matter, so let yourself work harder. Is it the two of Edward and Lawrence Guan himself broke through? Will he still fall here? Ziming thought so in his heart. He picked up the microphone and asked calmly, "Have you finished talking?" Ziming's rhetorical question was very calm, but it quieted the scene for a while. Everyone looked at Ziming in a daze, and didn't understand why Ziming said such a rhetorical question at this time, because logically speaking, shouldn't you try to explain or change the subject when people are questioned like this? Why is he asking so calmly, as if everything is under control? Is this too unreasonable? Ziming looked around, and he could see the big question marks on everyone's heads. This was the effect he wanted. "Since you're all finished, then it's my turn next," Ziming said. "I want to apologize to all of you first, because I really want to use the Lovell family, and Kennedy and the Lawrence family. I want you to go with me to deal with the Addams family, but unfortunately, I am not a sinister and ruthless person, so I can't do things that are manipulated behind my back. Originally, I came here today. I also thought about whether to use deception, but in the end I gave up because I understand that people should help each other instead of betraying my love and crying after learning the truth." Ziming let out a sigh of relief, deliberately showing a very reluctant smile. "I am very happy to stand here today and receive your warm hospitality." V reading V middle. 1 KNSHU middle. C. So where am I now? It's in the Auburn Castle of the Lovell family. Seeing you, I seem to have seen the Lovell 300 years ago. My husband's passion and lofty ambitions from France to here are even more surprising. At this point, Ziming suddenly turned to the front, but at the same time, I also saw that you are already in front of me. No longer the proud and noble Lowell family, but a family moaning in humiliation. Once you controlled the Massachusetts Bank. Once you were the overlord of Brighton and the entire Massachusetts textile industry. You have the best university, MIT. Everyone would give a thumbs up when mentioning the Lovell family, but now, your Massachusetts Bank has been merged into the Brighton Bank, and your textile industry has become a training school. Even in Brighton there are many people who don't even know your names. Ziming deliberately paused, then stared at everyone asks, "You, who can tell me who this is?" Why? Face of this unexpected problems, Ziming, Lowell family, all those who are unconscious of his head. No one knows how to answer Ziming. Not to Ziming does not need someone to answer. He went on to say, is the result for the Adams family. They took control of Brighton Consortium. They are riding on your neck, domineering. They took you everything I'm proud of. There is also the Candini family. Compared to you, they may be up and coming stars, but they dare to fight for everything they need, so people are convinced. So when people think of Brighton, they think about it first. Adams, Kindy and Nepal, two families, rather than lying ancestors of the wealth of sleeping in Lowell family. Ziming said, of course, I know you would say that you have such a good life. Why do you have to follow people I do not know to deal with this Adams family? Yes, I admit that your idea is right. You really do not have any obligation to follow me. You want to read C, but what I want to tell you here today is that you are not going to follow me, but to save your own dignity. In this world, no one cares about their dignity. Even a 3-year-old child will be angry enough to resist when being teased by others, even biting each other. This is defending their dignity. So what about you? Is the dignity? Ziming, to improve the tone of a connection with, said, I curse you, waste. You would think I trampled on your dignity, but when the bank is incorporated in Brighton, Massachusetts Bank, when you were controlling stake was taken away, where is your dignity? When the Adams family drove your power out of Brighton and you can only live in this small city of Lowell, where is your dignity? When every Adams is talking about Lowell, where is your dignity? When the Aaron always have expressions of contempt and disdain. I know you are now dreaming of life is how many people want to get, your inexhaustible wealth. But you have not thought about a problem that your wealth is. How come? Are you relying on did you earn it with your own hands? Ziming replied for everyone, I hope it is, but unfortunately it is not. Your wealth is given to you by the Adams family from the annual profit of the consortium, just like begging beggars. To see? Book middle.1k answer middle.c. You said I was dealing with the Adams family, and I can tell you clearly now that yes. Because the jerks of the Adams family locked up my funds, it broke my business, so I want them to take revenge, and I want them to pay for their actions. Ziming raised his arms and shouted, and then he stared at everyone on the scene and said, so what about you guys? Are you willing to continue to live and die as their dog under the arms of the Adams family? Or join me, uphold the unyielding spirit of Mr. Lowell, and fight for the dignity of the Lowell family? Ziming's question seemed to be. It touched everyone's deepest nerves, and everyone shouted in unison, we must fight for Lovell's dignity. Then Ziming turned his gaze at the patriarch of the Lovell family and stretched out to him. Hand, Mr. Louis invites you to the stage. Louis did not expect Ziming to call him suddenly. He was taken aback. He took a step back subconsciously, and then suddenly reacted when he felt the gaze around him. Louis walked up to the stage next to Ziming. Ziming first asked him, Mr. Louis, I believe you will do everything for the dignity of the Lovell family, right? Louis answered of course, and Ziming smiled and said, I am very happy, because I seem to see the shadow of Mr. Lovell's struggle in your body and others. I am also willing to believe that this is the soul of the Lovell family, and he is engraved on each of you. In the depths, now and in the future, I am willing to believe that you will make him bloom brilliantly. I have always believed that there is one thing in this world that can unite people who have never met before, and that is common enemy. At this point, Ziming suddenly turned his head and asked Louis, "Then Mr. Louis, you are willing to fight against our common enemy Adam's family on behalf of the Lovell family and kick him off the Brighton throne? Are you willing to fight with me to restore the former glory of the Lovell family?" Perhaps when Ziming was invited to the stage, Louis was a little confused. After all, Ziming's bloody speech just brought the atmosphere to the climax. He felt very strongly in the crowd. But now on the stage, after calming down for a while, he regained his patriarch Lovell's bearing and smiled and said to Ziming, "If it is only to restore the old glory of the Lovell family, then I think I am not willing, because my goal is to go beyond the past. We want to create a new era of our own." Following Louis' words, the scene suddenly burst into the most enthusiastic cheers. This kind of excitement is almost to overturn the ceiling of the hall. Understand. On the stage, Ziming spread his hands and said, "Well, it seems that the Lowell family really has its own pride, but this also shows that we have a basis for cooperation, doesn't it? The premise is that there must be Kennedy on the basis of working together with the Lawrence family." Louis emphasized. "Mr. Louis can rest assured, Lovely is the last place I will arrive. I think as long as you are okay, I can immediately start arranging a meeting with everyone," Ziming said as he stretched out himself to Louis' hands. "If this is the case, then I can rest assured," Louis said. He took Ziming's outstretched hand, but a strange smile appeared on his face. And when Ziming and Louis shook hands on the stage, a person under the stage secretly left. He came to the courtyard of Auburn Castle, took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The call was made directly to Blig in the Dunby Mountain Manor. In the study, Christo put down the phone and raised his head to ask Robert, who was standing at his desk, "It seems that you still have a lot of things to tell me, right?" This dumb question made Robert stunned, completely unclear. He didn't know where to answer, so he asked, "What phone was that just now?" It was from Auburn Castle. The Chinese named Zuming is the now, and now he is talking to the Lovell family. All of the people in are making speeches, calling on the three families of Kennedy, Lawrence and Lovell to unite and deal with our Adams family. After Christo said, he asked, "Is this the Chinese who you said are like rubbish, or you hidden a lot of things?" Christo's words stunned Robert, and he murmured, "The Chinese went to Auburn Castle and still had to convince the three families." Is this making a Hollywood blockbuster? Face muttering to Robert. Christopher, suddenly outraged, pointing Luo Boat, said, "It is you in the end is how the matter in the end. How much you have something to hide me. You say that you want me to deal with China? People, did they premeditate? I was at fault, not this family." Robert did not expect Christo suddenly soared, after being startled, step back, but then he came back to return to God quips. "How? What, Mr. Christland, you want to blame on me yet?" Christo was stunned for a moment, then sat down dejectedly, and sighed. 107th chapter Luxury China Debut? Rhode Island is located in southeast Massachusetts, a state. The United States also faces plot largest minimum population density of a state. 9/16 Sunday, Ziming and Ching Lin Mu Ka came to a Rhode Island beach club network. This is a seacoast club. The entire Hope Bay Hill Best private harbor are generally used for gatherings. Yacht club, where have the best and most complete facilities, but also the most convenient transportation. And of course so many the confidentiality measures are praised by everyone. It is our excellence that makes many rich people like to choose here for vacations and parties, or bring business partners over for a swim. Miss, your choice here is your most correct decision. Weeks after the Ming and Ching Lin Mu get off, the club's manager came to them to take the initiative on the introduction of chatter. Ziming and Ching Lin Mu into the shore of the restaurant later. Ziming waved him away. Of course, the words of Ziming is still very politely, "Catch main manager, I and this woman, we have things to discuss. I also ask you to help me," staring at the harbor, as if I received the information the guests Hemp bother to tell as soon as possible. How am I? As the club's manager, of course, Gilman Ming Bei Zuming expulsion under, so he was very sensible left. When manager Gilman left, Ziming and Lin Muking each ordered a drink. Lin Muking asked Ziming, "Do you think I can dress like this?" Originally, I wanted to wear a formal dress, but I thought it was nothing today. Formal company negotiation is more like a negotiation party between several parties, but it can't be too casual, it is not formal enough. Before Lin Muking finished speaking, Ziming interrupted, "My Muking sister, you are a natural hanger. Of course it is very beautiful, and it fits the occasion very well. Didn't you see the Gilman manager just now reluctant to leave?" Lin Muking gave Ziming a white look, but he was praised by Ziming. She was very happy in her heart, because the purple ruffled sleeve slim evening dress she wore today was chosen for several days. It is elegant and majestic without losing dignity, which is very suitable for today's occasion. After all, as Ziming's woman, she knows how rare this opportunity is today. She doesn't want to lose points in dressing and matching. However, I still didn't expect that Ziming, you could actually tell the three families and allied with you to deal with the Adams family, Lin Muking said with emotion. Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't say it, Sister Muking, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." Ziming said, thinking of last week, he visited three families in one day, and went in the morning. I went to Governor Edwards' villa, and went to Harvard's Principal Lawrence's office after lunch. In the evening I went to the Lowell family Sorbonne Castle and convinced them one by one. It was just by persuading them that there would be today's meeting. This is the keynote that Ziming has set at Governor Edwards, that is, the spokespersons of the three families will come together to discuss face-to-face. As for the location in Rhode Island outside of Massachusetts, it is because of their special status. As the three major families of the Brighton Consortium, it is undoubtedly too rampant to discuss how to deal with Adams under the nose of Adams. In addition to worrying about the intervention of the Adams family, there is no news about Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedoff, and Zuming has to worry about Lin Muking's safety. Therefore, after thinking twice, Zuming chose this enclave in southeastern Massachusetts Island. Being able to convince the three families of Candini, Lawrence and Lovell was an incredible miracle in Lin Muking's view, and it was also true for Ziming himself. Network equals .com. After all, these three families and Adams belong to the Brighton Consortium. Although there are big problems in the distribution of wealth of the consortium and other things, they were still one. And Ziming himself was not sure if he wanted to convince them to join him. At most, Ziming was just thinking of fighting for a fight, but the final result was a win. I think so, but Ziming still sighed and said, "It's just that a smooth day does not necessarily mean that it will be smooth today." Do your best, Ziming. I believe you have come here smoothly that day. Even if you convinced the entire Lowell family, you can do the same today. Lin Muking said. "I hope," Ziming said, taking a sip of the drink, and then said to Lin Muking, "Sister Muking, since we are already here, let's relax now. The ones that should come will come, don't it's too tight for me to collapse." Then Ziming took Lin Muking to the beach. Ziming changed into a swimsuit and went to the sea to swim, while Lin Muking was worried about temporary makeup and first-class issues, so she still didn't accompany Ziming. Swimming? Just sit on the shore. Soon 2 hours passed, and it was 12 o'clock at noon. The club's manager Gilman came over and asked, "Mr. Madam, are your guests still here? Do we need to prepare lunch?" Faced with this question, Lin Muking took the initiative. "Prepare some desserts and drinks first. Mr. Zhu went to swim in the sea just now, and he needs to replenish physical strength and water. As for other meals, I won't prepare for the time being." "Okay, but as a reminder, our meals are all it is prepared for the freshest. If you miss the best time to eat, we will also calculate the loss caused by your bill." Gilman said. "I know. There is no need for a hint," Ziming said with a frown. Gilman then left to inform the kitchen. Lin Muking asked Ziming, I remember you said that the appointment with them was noon today. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Is there something wrong in the middle? Would you like us to make a phone call? Ask. Ziming shook his head and said, I don't think it is necessary. If they can come, we don't need our urging at all. On the contrary, if they encounter any problems, it will be useless to make many calls. So Mu King's sister, we still have to be patient. Wait a minute. Just wait patiently for Ziming's sentence. They waited here for 4 hours. As the sun gradually sinks to the sea, Manager Gilman once again finds it. Mr. Madam, have your friends not come yet? So it seems that your party is going to be postponed, but today, although you did not use the club's most of the facilities, but all expenses still have to be deducted as usual. I need to tell you first. Isn't this already known when we signed the contract? It seems that there is no need to say it again, right? Ziming asked. Gilman explained with a smile. I'm sorry about this, because we have never had a Chinese guest here. We will be more worried about your insufficient funds, which will cause some unnecessary trouble. Very opposed words are Gilman, although but tactful. Mingzu, if he still understands that if he just very well the Chinese are thinks that would care about him and poor equals less than? Com. Don't worry, I won't owe you a cent for what I should pay. Ziming said. If this is the case, of course it is the best. Gilman said. In addition, does Mr. Ziming need to continue to wait? Our contract does not include the evening. If Mr. Ziming waits, he needs to continue to renew the contract. Then renew it. I said, that I paid my money, a few cents will not you. Ziming also stressed again. Gilman got the answer and left contentedly. Looking at his leaving back, Lin Muking said unhappily, this Gilman is too arrogant. We are also customers anyway. How could he be such a contemptuous attitude? Ziming sighed and said, this is the American look. Chinese people now, yes, recollection. The Chinese people is a beast, is preoccupied. Xiaodu Jeking will not have any idea of the contract, so be it today. Mu King says to you, don't be angry anymore. I guess we won't come here anymore. You can't be stunned with such a low-minded guy. Ziming and Qing Lin Mu said, and was surprised to find Gilman came. Lin Mu King snappily asked him, and you just not clear yet, you still doing here? I want to tell Mr. President, we have just received the news. Perhaps you have been waiting for the guests came. Cat Coleman said, his eyes a bit strange. Ziming and Lin Mu King did not understand Gilman's eyes, but when they came to the port to follow, Gilman will understand. An ear-piercing roar came from a distance, and when I saw it, a red and white amphibious plane was landing on the sea, and then approaching the shore. My God! This is a limited edition amphibious aircraft of Bell Company. It is said that this kind of aircraft has never been publicly sold. Only Bell Company gave it to some very distinguished people. I have never seen it in the club for so long. To such a plane, ladies, this is what you have to wait for the guest. Cat Germain scared surprised, to say. Face surprised Gilman, Lin Mu King's came up hanging on Ming's arm, and raised his eyebrows. Answer Gilman said. No, wrong, that is an important figure in the Lawrence family. Lawrence family? Is the Lawrence family Brighton Consortium it? Cat Germain asked Leng Leng. Lin Mu King proudly nodded and said yes. This answer made Gilman take a breath of air, and at the same time straightened her back subconsciously, showing little respect for Ziming and Lin Mu King. After all, it is absolutely important for the Lawrence family to make such a luxurious debut. People, and these two Chinese can invite important people in the Lawrence family. Their identities are obviously not simple. Fortunately, I didn't say too much before, so I still have to pay attention to respect them more in the future. Cat Germain in the heart of such a thought, but he did not know, this is just a start. He to Ziming thought is not enough. While talking, I saw that the amphibious plane had slowly docked on the shore. Ziming and Lin Mu King stepped forward to greet him. As expected, Harvard President Lawrence stepped off the plane and he took the initiative to embrace Ziming and Lin Mu King warmly. I'm sorry. There was a delay in the middle, which made you wait a long time. It doesn't matter, we can understand. And Mr. Lawrence, you are the first to arrive. Ziming said. Really? There is such a thing? Those guys are really outrageous. Lawrence said angrily. It's okay, but I believe they will come. so I will take Mr. Lawrence to sit for a while," Ziming said, and took Lawrence to the restaurant at the back. But they had just sat down, and Gilman came to inform them, "Someone has arrived." And of course Gilman's attitude is much more respectful this time than before. It's just that Ziming and Lin Muking didn't have time to worry about his attitude change now. They arrived at the port with Lawrence, and they saw a luxury cruise ship approaching in white waves not far away. Looking at this cruise ship, Gilman was surprised again. My God! This ship is a unique cruise ship of the Phoenix shipyard. It is entirely used to showcase the company's advanced technology. I only saw it at the Phoenix Expo. I have never heard of who this cruise ship sold to. Even many rich people have no idea. Is this your guest? This time Ziming and Lin Muking were too late to speak, and Lawrence snorted first. Said, "This little dwarf of the Lovell family just likes to do these flashy things. Do you think it's great to own the shares of Phoenix?" It was almost Lawrence's voice that fell, and suddenly the waves on the harbor were rolling. A huge shadow gradually rose from the bottom of the sea. Gilman was so surprised that he could hardly close his mouth from ear to ear this time. He stammered over there and said, "Submarine? Is that a large private submarine?" Looking at the restless sea, Ziming smiled and said, "Look, this time it's the Kennedy family, and only their presidential family can afford to play this stuff." Chapter 108, Please Get Out. The cruise ship and submarine slowly approached the shore, and the club manager Gilman took a step back as if being pushed. He stared at the sea with shock in his eyes. After all, amphibious aircraft, luxury private cruise ships and large private submarines are known to everyone, but knowing and actually appearing in front of them are two completely different concepts. Although he is the manager of this private club, he usually receives a lot of rich people, but those rich people at most are playing luxury car watches, and at most they have their own private yachts. Where can they be so powerful? Especially Gilman also knows their identities. Kennedy, Lawrence and the Lovell family, these are the three major families that control the Brighton Consortium. Perhaps the Brighton Consortium can't reach Rhode Island, but that's the story of the upper class. For him, an ordinary manager, the grade of these people can be higher than the elder brothers he once received. Gilman thought of this and couldn't help but glanced at Ziming secretly, thinking that this Chinese invited guests of such a high level. Is he the Emperor of China? When Gilman took a peek at Ziming, Ziming also turned his head and said to him, "Manager Gilman, since all my guests have arrived, please prepare dinner for us. I think we will control it. Time. It shouldn't be overtime." Gilman just woke up like a dream when he heard Ziming's words. He nodded hurriedly, and then quickly ran to the back to let the kitchen prepare dinner. "It's really a dog. Whoever has the bones will go with them." Lin Muking gave Gilman angrily, then she looked back at the submarine and cruise ship that were docking, and said to Ziming involuntarily, "An amphibious plane. A cruise ship and a submarine, Ziming, do you think they have any purpose for doing this?" Ziming shook his head and sighed. It seems that today's talks are by no means as simple as imagined. Ziming said this was not aimless. Yes. Maybe it's not uncommon for rich people to own any means of transportation, but it's really a bit too much to show up like them. Private flying machine and travel wheels also more common, even if no matter how limited and not offering the same, but private submarine is very rare, especially in this still looks like a Navy decommissioned nuclear submarines. It is even more incredible. In addition to these three, no matter what they are, the cost of using them once is very high. No matter how rich they are, they will not walk around at will. After all, not everyone is as prodigal as the Prince of the Middle East. Not through with them regardless of what the purpose of the face or have faced. With such thoughts, Ziming and Lin Muking stepped forward to greet Edward and Louis. Of course, they also said the same excuse as Lawrence, but their family had something to do, so they were late. Such a statement is undoubtedly fat, but now is not the time to pursue this, so Ziming took them to the restaurant first. The chef of the club quickly brought up the prepared dishes, and the waiter next to them poured the wine for them. Ziming asked them to retreat first. "Well, you gentlemen, and now hear nor others, we can directly have anything to say. Ziming said the first. Not two. Ziming finished later. Lawrence and Edward Louis but had looked at each other, then no one has the meaning of words. Ziming no option but went on. He introduced Lin Muking said, the director of Hong Kong City is a joint investment fund company. Chang Lin Muking is also an important partner of mine. This time I originally wanted to cooperate with the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund in futures, but I met the Adams family. No mistake. Lin Muking take over the Buddhist. Ziming said, I have the original investment is very smooth. But just half a month ago, I had an important fund investors Tong Gang, Mr. Li Cheng Yuil Dudoff. They all disappeared inexplicably, and according to our subsequent investigation, their disappearance was done by the Adams family, and the purpose was to interfere with our investment behavior. So there. After Lin Muking, Ziming finally said, today I have, based on your thoughts, invite you all to sit here. I do not care how did you think, anyway, I'm sure. And Adams family fight in the end of. After Ziming finished speaking, Edward said immediately, Mr. Ziming, I can understand your feelings, because our Kendini family also has a very big grievance with Adams. At the same time, Edward is also a person who believes in words. Now that I'm sitting here, I will certainly list Adams as an opponent if others are sure to join. Edward said that he suddenly changed the front and said, but the Kendini family has never been purely acting. The habit of soldiers. The Kendini family is more accustomed to being a general. Edward said and looked at Lin Muking, beautiful and charming lady, please believe me, as long as the alliance is centered on the Kendini family this time, I promise those partners who rescued you will teach the Adams family a tough lesson. It was almost Edward's voice that fell, and Lawrence and Louis immediately spoke out in unison. Mr. Edward, although you are now the governor of Massachusetts, and although you are very good at fooling voters, this does not mean that you can lead the war between families, because none of the Adams family participated in the election. Prove that yours is useless to them. Lawrence said, does the Kennedy family? We believed in you at the beginning, but did you bring anything to us and the consortium? There is nothing. Only our decline and the hegemony of the Adams family. Do you want to repeat it again? Is it a mistake? No mistakes, no words. Louis also said. So what do you think of Lawrence and Mr. Louis? Ziming asked. Facing Ziming's question, Lawrence first said, that must be the great Lawrence family, because we have a history as long as Adams. We know their thinking very well, and we can also keep up with the times. Just like I am today. The amphibious aircraft brought. Lawrence finished speaking, and Louis immediately retorted, I said, Mr. Lawrence's principle, just forget it. I admit that the history of the Lawrence family is very long, but you are not ready for it again. Otherwise, you won't just lose the securities company like that, won't you? And your amphibious aircraft. That only means that you are floating and not standing firmly on the ground. So I think since it is the core, just it should be standing firmly on the ground, like the Lovell family. Before Louis finished speaking, Edward was mercilessly interrupted. Are you trying to talk about the cruise ship you brought? But if your cruise ship is standing on the ground, then is my submarine. It can be said that if it takes root underground, it will be more stable. But the Kennedy family has already failed once, and you will only repeat the same mistakes. Louis said. But there is also a saying that we won't fall twice in the same pit. Since we have experienced failure, doesn't it mean that we know how to do it better? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Edward said. Lawrence is also unwilling to show weakness. However, the battlefield between families is not your learning field. Since things are the key to this, they should be handed over to the most well-founded family, such as the Lawrence family. Listen to Edward. Lawrence and Ziming and Lin Muking were stunned by Louis' argument. They didn't expect that today's meeting would be very troublesome, but they didn't expect the first question to be like this. And these three people are all very identifiable people, but they didn't. I think they were arguing like auntie buying vegetables. But at the same time, Ziming finally understood why he waited until now, and why there will be amphibious planes, private luxury cruise ships, and private submarines. In the final analysis, it is for the core of this alliance. Thinking of this, Ziming slapped the table fiercely and yelled, "Shut up for me!" As Ziming yelled, suddenly there was a crisp sound of a plate breaking on the ground. Ziming and the others responded. In the past, I saw Gilman and the two waiters standing not far away. The beef and caviar were knocked over on the ground. Obviously they were here to serve the dishes. Ziming raised his finger at Gilman. "I just said that. I told you all to stay away from me. Don't you come over without my permission. We don't need to serve food now." Ziming's order scared Gilman. He consciously shrank his head. He immediately agreed with a good voice, and then asked the waiter to immediately clean up and retreat. He didn't even dare to ask who the overturned dish was. For him, the scene just now was really horrible. The Chinese dare to shoot the table in front of the three important figures of Candini, Lawrence and Lovell, which has subverted his perception. Cat looked at the Pullman kimono servants left the line of sight. Ziming, out of breath, turned around and came back and looked at Edward Lawrence Louis Trio Q. "For me just now, then you is not have anything to say, or what is there? Do you want to express your opinions?" Face the question of Ziming. Three of them was about to speak, but Ziming once said, "Whether you are, they want to say anything to please shut up. I have any comments, please give all I and who I stomach which I just now listen to me." Ziming, this does not follow the routine. The cards speak and let Edward Lawrence Louis forced to rip off the spot and stood. Ziming went on to say, "You are very powerful. It is true that you are a governor of Massachusetts, a Harvard University president, is also a master of Auburn Castle. In the eyes of outsiders you are the most wonderful thing, amazing people, but in my eyes, you are just a bunch of idiots." Said Ziming raised his watch. "If I remember correctly, I asked you to come here at 11 noon, but it is already 6 o'clock in the evening. I can endure your concept of time, and I can endure the amphibious cruise ships and submarines you brought me, but what are you doing now? Are you fighting for a piece of bread in the refugee camp? Just like you, whether you are what old family, out over the president's family, or the family has been forbear, want you to do the core, I might as well go to the streets just to pull a cum." Ziming said. Ziming then shocked the three. Edward looked at Ziming said, "Mr. Ming, I need you to apologize to you just then, or else I cannot guarantee I will continue to stay here." Before Lawrence and Louis had time to express their opinions, Ziming said, "Go away, Mr. Governor, then please get out of me smoothly." Edward Lawrence and Louis were shocked again. They stared at Ziming in a daze. They couldn't believe Ziming would say this. Isn't he afraid that Edward would really leave in annoyance? Ziming certainly know what they are thinking at this time. He sneered and said, "Of course I know you have all the big names, but please remember, I invite you to come today is to talk about mutual cooperation between everyone to help you are taking back the Brighton Consortium, not begging for your arms and help, so please put away your superior attitude, and if you want to leave, just leave, I will never stop it." But, Ziming said, "The earth is round, less who he will continue to turn down. You go out from here today, our alliance will cease to exist. But I will continue to deal with Adams family. How results I don't know, but I know you will continue to surrender under the crutch of the Adams family." Ziming said, paused and finally said, "Or later said had happened today, Adams family would you be more alert?" Chapter 109 The Four Gamblers Ziming's tough words, to make the atmosphere in the restaurant is very nervous, but Edward, Lawrence and Louis they have no one move, because they are very clear Ziming said is the truth. As the first family of Massachusetts, Adams was also the president of the father and son, and then created the family of the first dynasty of the United States. It has not been a day or two to take root in Massachusetts. Even though they have arrived in Rhode Island, they must avoid the Adams family completely. It is still impossible, especially after Ziming gave such a public speech at the dinner party at Auburn Castle. Now that you know the news, Adams family moving in what may not cooperate it. Even after he had approached Adams family, abject apology does not help the Adams family. In order to avoid this kind of thing could happen again next time, it will certainly be the other three family Dongdozi. In addition, these three people are the spokespersons of their respective families. Since they are here today, they must talk about some results. Otherwise, why should they make so much effort to show up here? If you simply throw off the table and leave because you don't speak a word, won't you become a 3-year-old child? So childish behavior is definitely not their style. It was for these reasons that they wanted to swallow Ziming in one bite, but they still nailed their buttocks to the chair. Of course, Ziming on the other side had calculated this and dared to be so arrogant. Ziming just sneered at the gazes of Edward, Lawrence and Louis. How are the three gentlemen? Calm down now. If you still want to continue arguing, I can accompany you. I have notified the club manager just now. The contract is automatically renewed, which means that we have one night for 12 hours. I think this is enough for you to finish the fight in this life. Edward, Lawrence and Louis looked at each other, or Edward said first, Mr. Ziming, I think you misunderstood. We didn't actually quarrel. It's just that any alliance needs a center. Lawrence and Louis both nodded in agreement. Yes, an alliance without a center will be a mess. It is destined to do nothing well. That's the case, but I am not a problem, because I can be the center, Ziming said. Edward, Lawrence and Louis were both stunned at the time. They thought they had heard it wrong for the first time, and then laughed when they were convinced that they had not heard it wrong. Ziming also laughed, but his tone was still very serious and said, I know you would think I was joking. After all, I have no capital or resources. I was even forced to desperate by the Adams family and must leave the United States. What qualifications do you qualify for this center? But I want to say, I am not joking, I am very serious. Edward shrugged. Well, Mr. Ziming, I would like to believe you, but can you give me a reason? It's just a little bit more reasonable. Ziming was not angry at Edward's slightly ridiculous remark, but calmly replied, because being the center of this alliance means being able to grasp the direction of things. Use this to be able to control the direction of things. Bring the greatest gain to the family. Then, under such circumstances, Mr. Governor, you can Deanie, Lawrence and Lowell, three families. No matter who becomes the center, the other two will not agree. It is so difficult to get the center. Can you avoid it by changing to Mr. Ziming? Louis asked rhetorically. Completely avoidable, because as Brighton Consortium perhaps I cannot imagine a monster, but also because of this, for me it was worthless. As my opponent in the final analysis, there is only this one just Adams family, Clothleiden Consortium. No matter how wealthy I would take away even 1 cent. Ziming staring. Everyone says, for you, I'm just a professional manager, nothing more. So, Ziming leaning on his chair and finally said, it's you are not arguing the tragedy 3 results, as I do all to the good. Ziming, then undoubtedly very constructive, but Lawrence also said, but the weak. Mr. Ming, do not you think we are the most fun things to you approach it? Ziming shook his head. I do not think so, unless you can tell an effective way to deal with Adam's family, and this approach can convince the other two. Edward, Lawrence and Louis shook his head. Edward, Ziming asked, I am. They do no good way, but the important thing is that we can just convince the two, but you have to convince us 3. I submit, Mr. Governor. If you can convince the other two, I think within Brighton Consortium should be a balance of power situation, rather than a single large Adams. Ziming said, cause this is now the root cause of the situation is that you cannot unite. How? I bear recognize you said makes sense. This time, Louis said, that it's Xianqing Ming, you may wish to tell us your ideas, such as how do you fight Adams family. We discussion. I'm sorry, which I do not have any idea. Ziming replied very happy. Ziming's answer as a blockbuster General Edward, Lawrence and Louis. The trio gave the spot fried Mongolia, and they seem petrified general dementia watching Ziming. This answer is undoubtedly beyond their expectations, because from the previous filming of the table to the subsequent explanation, Ziming said that he was well informed. And today's meeting was also convened by Ziming. He also wants to be the center of the alliance. Or is it a professional manager? So under this premise, He must come up with a charter to be convinced. But he just threw out a sentence like this, very bachelor, without any thoughts. Is this teasing me? With Ziming answers, the atmosphere is awkward for a while. Only then Ziming said, I'm not kidding, I do not have any idea. The reason is very simple. I do not have systematic knowledge of the Addams family and Brighton consortium. Without knowing the actual situation, if I rashly come up with any regulations, I think that would be a matter of fact and the biggest irresponsibility. But don't you say that you are responsible if you don't have any thoughts? Lawrence asked rhetorically. I think I never had said so. Ziming said, spread his hands. But your word in the line between divulge what it means. Louis reminded Ziming Road. Ziming laughed. That it how I wish Mr. Louis said Addams family roots are in Brighton Bank. Let's hard to sell the bank's shares Brighton tickets, so Addams family is going bankrupt. Or should I say, we continue to acquire shares of Brighton Bank privately. When we hold more shares than the Addams family, we can kick the Addams family out of the general meeting of shareholders anyway. Ziming said, then paused before said, is this what you want to hear? It you do not think this is entirely fantasy? It to Ziming's rhetorical question, Edward stood up and said, well, gentlemen, I think we are sitting here today to deal with the common goal of the Addams family, so we all have to be calm. Anger will only cover our eyes. Let us become blind people who can see nothing, and in the end it will only make our enemies take advantage of it. I am afraid this is not the result we want to see. Edward is indeed the one who was elected governor of Massachusetts. His remarks immediately stabilized everyone's mood. Then Edward said to Ziming, and Mr. Ziming, actually, personally, it doesn't matter who is the core of this alliance. The important thing is that this core must lead us to victory. But I'm sorry, just Ziming. What you just said did not convince us. I have never said that to convince you, Ziming said. Edward, Lawrence and Louis were shocked again. They didn't expect Ziming to give such an answer, especially Edward. He felt that Ziming's answer was to slap him directly. Facing the stunned three people in front of him, Ziming stood up. I think I need to reiterate it again. We are sitting here and talking. It is not I begged you to come. And this alliance is not because I said he exists. Just exist. I said he doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. We are not campaigning here, and you are not high-ranking big men. We are completely equal. There is also the most important point. You still don't seem to be engaged. Be clear about the current situation. Do you think we'll talk if we get together, or bye-bye if we don't agree? Ziming paused on purpose when he said that, and then said word by word, did you not even notice, from the moment you set foot on this bay, you have no way out, unless you are willing to go back to face the anger of the Addams family individually, or you can put down your dignity and beg, perhaps you can find a way out for yourself. Edward, Lawrence and Louis took a breath of air, but he didn't have time to think. Ziming immediately said, so I can tell you here that I'm not trying to convince you, but you chose me. You must unconditionally believe that I support me, and I will give you the future you want. Otherwise, please go back to Brighton and crawl under the crotch of Adam's house to keep you safe. Got your own future, or give up yourself and your family. Dignity. The right to choose is yours. Ziming sat back in his chair after speaking, waiting for the choice of Edward, Lawrence and Louis. Ziming's expression was very serious. His eyes were back and forth between them, swept across his face. Ziming seemed to be confident while sitting there, but in fact he was very bottomless. After all, his attitude was too arrogant and his words were too nonsense. He could hardly come up with anything convincing. Can push them to the corner constantly, leaving them no choice. It cannot be said that this approach will allow them to make the choices they want, but it may also make them go in the opposite direction. Not too fortunately, God is still on the side of the Ziming. Edward soon made the first selection. I am a politician, every campaign is actually a gamble. I'm used to, but I have not used to bowing my head to the enemy without fighting, so I chose to take a gamble. With Edward's choice, Lawrence and Louis both made a decision. I also choose to take a gamble. Ziming this smile. He extended his hand to Edward and Lawrence. Louis, now that everyone's select is the same, then I think I have reason to congratulate our coalition setup. 110 chapters of Key Point. 2014 Nian 920 days, Yiliang bus stopped at the corner of Brighton's famous State. A middle-aged man with a group of students down the car. They came down the street with a very spectacular the entrance to the financial building. This is not a Brighton Bank building no mistake, not jump word. The students called out the name of the building. After all, the Brighton Bank building has always been a symbol of the city of Brighton. It is difficult to recognize it. Not too curious students also aim. Here they come. The old teacher you bring is what we are here to do. What we do is to make an internship here. But we do not yet entered the internship. Now, to be here, isn't it a bit too early? And we are now in the first year of the graduate school. It is neither high nor low. Our internship positions seem to be difficult to arrange, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Face the students' questions. Middle-aged man just shook his head and did not answer. He took his students came to the coffee shop opposite the bank building. Find a box just to see the bank building. Middle-aged man with his students were in the box after sitting down. He said, "Today we have the courses to understand the business of mergers and acquisitions. Although I'm not sure you graduate from school after what will go to where, but whether it is a fund company or another company, the corporate mergers and acquisitions bills must be understood, otherwise you will be no different from idiots." The middle-aged man then pointed to the opposite bank building. That is the Brighton Bank building, one of our country's three-pillar banks, with total assets exceeding $1 trillion, which is second to none in the world, but such a behemoth was acquired through $3 million 20 years ago. This can be called a textbook-like leveraged merger. These words are like a blockbuster that scares everyone. These students were surprised one by one. Teacher, this is impossible. Even if we calculate the development and inflation, the assets of Brighton Bank 20 years ago were tens of hundreds of billions. No matter how he was in debt, he should not be $3 million in mergers and acquisitions. This figure is incredibly low. Another student said, "This is not so much an M&A, as it is a robbery." I think it would be more appropriate. How can this be a textbook leveraged M&A? What? Because even the most exaggerated one would not write like this, right? There are many words without error. Faced with the surprises and doubts of these students, the middle-aged man just calmly sat there drinking coffee and waited until the students said they were tired. Later he said, "If someone told me 25 years ago that $3 million could acquire Brighton Bank, no matter who this person is and what his knowledge in the field of economics, I will definitely sprinkle coffee directly on his face, and he will say something more excessive than you." Listening to the middle-aged man's speech, all the students invariably stopped their mouths and listened quietly to the middle-aged man's words. The middle-aged man sighed as he spoke, and finally laughed helplessly, "But now I can't help but believe it, because of that incredible merger and acquisition. I was a witness and witness." Following the middle-aged man's words, the box suddenly appeared. There was an exclamation, but the middle-aged man had no reason. He just turned his head and looked out the window, looking at the tall bank building, and murmured, "It's because of that merger and acquisition that made me believe that the world really is a genius." In that year, it was the Chinese. He slap after slap and knocked out everyone's indomitability. Back in the 90s, the Marina Holiday Villa in Rhode Island, which is a kind of holiday villa specially rented out in Rhode Island, because many people just come to Rhode Island for vacation and don't need to buy property here. There are many rental villas of this kind in Rhode Island, with all grades available. Although Zuming had negotiated an alliance with the three families of Kennedy, Lawrence and Lovell, he was not in a hurry to return to Brighton. So he rented a luxury villa in Rhode Island. Edward, Lawrence and Louis also all live here. In the morning, Zuming and Lin Muking were watching TV in the living room of the villa. Edward, Lawrence and Louis went downstairs together and took out a craft paper bag. "Mr. Zuming, this is the industry document you want about the Addams family." Although there is no way in a short period of time to investigate clearly which industry and which company each person in the Addams family controls, but which ones are generally controlled. The industry is still recorded, and it's all here, Edward said, and gave the craft paper bag to Ziming. Ziming took the craft paper bag. He glanced at Edward. He knew in his heart that although the Brighton Consortium included hundreds of companies, as the three families that also controlled the Brighton Consortium, they couldn't really fail. Knowing who controls which company the Addams family actually controls, after all, so many companies can really be seen by the Addams family, so there are so many that need to be firmly controlled in their own hands. And Edward said that it is estimated that the three of them want to leave themselves the last retreat. In case the plan to pay the Addams family goes bankrupt, the situation will not be bad enough. Stay on the sidelines as a human being, and I really want to see you in the future. Ziming understood this truth, so he didn't expose it. Ziming opened the craft paper bag. Although he had been prepared, he took a breath when he read the contents. Brighton Bank, Massachusetts Insurance Company, Massachusetts Securities Company, Bell Aircraft Company, Phoenix Company, Massachusetts Cotton Company, Northeast Mining Company, Brighton Media Company. Zooming one by one to read out the names of these companies. Each of the above companies are in Massachusetts, and even the entire United States are very famous big companies. Think of all Addams Family Holding Company. These companies add up to almost take care of all aspects. It's no wonder that Brighton can be called a monopoly consortium, and the Addams family is a family monopolizing the consortium. The spread of this tentacles is incredible. Ziming remember he had seen on the internet a very interesting evaluation, said Li Cheng, why the future can become the world's richest Chinese, because no matter how much money he spent out in the port city, finally able to return to his inheritance by his own in this way, if he can only make money but cannot spend it, he will naturally become the richest man. This is undoubtedly a joke, but it does illustrate one of the most important economic laws, that is, monopoly. Imagine that Li Cheng monopolized many industries in Hong Kong and became the richest Chinese in the world. Now the Addams family, through the Brighton Consortium, monopolizes the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the entire Massachusetts, ranging from a button to a large aircraft and missile, and even participated in the boarding. The monthly plan. How can such a degree of monopoly not be hugely shocked? Before seeing the end, Ziming closed the file and said with a wry smile, it seems that the Addams family really has too many resources. These are just the companies they hold. Lawrence reminded Ziming. Ziming looked up at Lawrence. Lawrence reminded, he said, Mr. Ming, I think you should also remember that Mr. Brooke a lot of things right, no wrong word. After Lawrence's words reminded him, Ziming came to mind. You mean the congressmen they support? Not only the members. There are people in their various departments of the state government culture, who may not be named Addams, but because they are always surrounded by surname Addams of friends or relatives, so they get a loan, and other things will be easy many. So these people are very happy, intended for the Addams family to do things. Louis was, Ziming explained. Ziming exhales, said, that is to say Addams family has been controlled by the 300 years, and the Massachusetts themselves firmly tied to the right. If you are forced to kill Addams family, would be tantamount to take Massachusetts kills the whole. Now that Ziming you decide to deal with Addams family, then this should also be the case that you want to think of it. A lot of error-free word, Edward said. Ziming this did not answer, because he did not know how to answer. Really, like Edward said, as he decided to deal with the Addams family when it is thought he has to deal with is how a monster. But now when I see the company controlled by the Addams family and think about his possible control over the state legislature and the state government, it feels too powerless. The reason is very simple. The combination of these companies controlled by the Addams family is a very complete and benign industrial chain. No matter which link you destroy from it, the other party can alleviate it in a very short time. If you unite these three, the family, not to mention whether it can work together, is fine, but once the matter is caused, the state government and the state legislature forcefully intervene, the matter will be very difficult to handle. For Ziming, the current Addams family is like a round hockey puck, and he only has an embroidery needle. and he has no idea where to start, so that he can destroy the hockey puck all at once. Watching Ziming's distressed look, Lawrence and Edward Louis is very happy. It seems Adam's family also arranged for 300 years not to waste the least even Mr. Ziming. You are so smart people, but gave stumped. There is no way. After all, the control of the Adams family is too complete. I don't know how many people want to kill the Adams family many times, but unfortunately they have not succeeded. How could it be possible for an outsider to shout a slogan? Face mockery of the three men. Ziming did not speak, but along with Lin Muking and Ziming, but sit still. She was very unhappy to say, "You are how it is bad." Well, help us to find ways to a more cynical here. What's the point? Is it possible that Ziming can't think of a way to do you any good? You all belong to the Brighton Foundation anyway. Lin Muking's words reminded Ziming. Ziming immediately raised his head and looked at the three of Edward, Lawrence and Louis and said, "That's right. Am I still there for you?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Three people were a surprise hit. He looked at each other, and finally the most can say Edward stood up and said, "Rest assured Ziming, since we form an alliance, we will certainly help you think." Before Edward's words were finished, Ziming interrupted him and said, "I think I'm sorry, Mr. Governor, because I didn't intend to ask you to help me think about it, but I want you to directly tell me the key point of the Adams family." What? Ziming's words stunned Edward, Lawrence and Louis. They had no idea that Ziming would say that. Louis shrugged and said, "Mr. Ziming, your words are too weird, right? There are no mistakes in many words. How could we know the key points? You can't just push the responsibility on us if you don't think it. There are no mistakes in many words. I am not pushing responsibility, but you must know it." Ziming is very categorical. As the three families that also control the Brighton Consortium, you intermarried with each other, and the industry companies you control basically overlap. In the big consortium of Brighton for 300 years, there is no relationship between you. So peaceful, so you must know it. Edward, Lawrence and Louis wanted to explain what else, but Ziming said, "Or I can't see the problem at a glance." You can't find out after 300 years. That's not the case anymore. IQ problem. Facing Ziming's words, Edward, Lawrence and Louis could not help but feel a little embarrassed. They looked at each other, and finally Edward replied, "Well, it seems that Mr. Ziming is worthy of Mr. Ziming. Let me tell you that the key point of the Adams family lies at the Brighton Bank." Chapter 111 The Brighton Bank? Bow. Thanks to the monthly support of book friends. Memory. Brighton Bank Governor Edward, are you a bit too able to pick the point? Or why don't you just say let us help you run for president, and then you directly sign the presidential order to attack the Adams family? Isn't that more direct? Very dissatisfied with was Muking, Lin Edward asked questions of Series A. It opposed, but that Lin Muking was no wonder so angry. It was too apologetic for Edward. Really the key points to select. Go. The predecessor of the Brighton Bank was the First National Bank of Brighton, a family commercial bank controlled by the Adams family. After the merger of the Bank of Massachusetts of the Lowell family, it became the first multinational bank in the United States. After the merger, the Brighton Bank originally had strong financial resources, and later integrated the capital controlled by the insurance companies of the four major families, and obtained substantial investment returns in the two world wars. The Brighton Consortium relied on the capital of the Brighton Bank and Insurance Company to continuously acquire companies in various industries. It followed the trends of the two world wars and the Cold War to establish aircraft and munitions companies, strengthening the entire state of Massachusetts and the entire heart of England. The control of the districts, in the end, also subsidized the election of congressmen and even the president, completing the transformation of a consortium that penetrated into the political economy. Perhaps from the paper, the Brighton Bank has only $100 billion in assets, but you must know that this is the result of redistribution after several rounds of equity splitting. If nothing else, just say that the Brighton Bank's board of directors has for the shares held by the big family and the capital they invested in other industries have exceeded $1 trillion, and the Adams family is the big brother of the consortium. his assets are even more unpredictable. In other words, once the Brighton Bank is threatened, even if the three major families of Kennedy, Lawrence and Lowell sit on the sidelines, the energy exploded by the Adams family alone is immeasurable. So how can it be possible to deal with such a tall and mighty key point, which is also the key point of the entire consortium? However, for Edward to put forward this key point, he ignored Lin Muking's anger, just fixed his eyes on Ziming, waiting for Ziming's answer. Ziming sighed and said, I can trust Mr. Governor's judgment that Brighton Bank is indeed the most critical key point. After all, no matter how big the company is, once the capital chain is broken, then the entire company will be at risk of collapse, and a large family is nothing more than a combination of many companies. Then the total capital chain is broken, and naturally this family will also face the risk of collapse. Ziming said, but Mr. Governor, Mr. Principal, and Mr. Louis, your hearts are still really wide, because the Brighton Bank is the key point of the Adams family and the entire Brighton consortium. The key point is, if I can really deal with the Brighton Bank, are you not afraid that I will collapse the entire Brighton consortium? Of course we will have this concern, Edward said, but now we are an alliance. All your ideas, Mr. Ziming, have to go through us before they can be implemented. If your ideas will harm the entire consortium, I think we will not agree. It seems that even though we are already in an alliance, we are not necessarily a whole to deal with the Adams family together. In many cases, you will still tie my hands and feet more, right? Ziming said. Mr. Ziming, you are too radical to say so. Louis said, we will really pay attention to you, but that is on the premise that you will cause damage to Brighton as a whole. After all, we are also the same, a member of the consortium. Before Louis finished speaking, Edward interrupted him and said to Ziming, I think Mr. Ziming, when you are making a decision to join us, these questions should have been thought of, right? I did think of it, but I didn't expect to meet it so directly at the beginning. Ziming said with a smile, and then he let out a long breath and said, but if the key point is really only Brighton Bank, no matter how difficult it is, I can only take him down, but I need the account information about Brighton Bank. After speaking, Ziming thought about it and added, the account information I need is not in the scripts disclosed at the general meeting of shareholders to defraud ordinary investors of money are the account information that your families hold, including the investment projects of the Brighton Bank, and the bad debts in the bank, as well as various types of banks. I want the loan information. Both Edward Lawrence and Louis were surprised. Edward asked Ziming meaningfully, how come Mr. Ziming has decided to attack Brighton Bank? Did you think of a way so quickly? Is there any other way besides Brighton Bank? Ziming asked rhetorically. So that's the case, Edward said, but Mr. Ziming, you have too many requests, and the information you want, Mr. Ziming, is very important, and we may not be able to provide it rashly. Ziming smiled. Then I think Mr. Governor must have never heard a story, saying that there was a woman in the past who wanted to get a lot of money, so she went to sell herself as a prostitute, but then she didn't want other people in the village to talk and blame behind her back. So she set up a chastity memorial at the entrance of the village to show that even if she was a prostitute, she was still a good and chaste woman even if she received a lot of guests. Edward Lawrence and Louis are both smart people, and they immediately hearing the meaning behind Ziming's story. Louis immediately scolded, are you calling us the prostitutes and women of Litong Archway? Ziming shrugged needlessly, I didn't say that, but you want to. When I deal with the Adams family, I have to take the Brighton Bank and don't provide me with accurate information. Isn't it the same as the practice of prostitutes and women's archways? Edward wanted to explain something, but Ziming said first, don't think I don't know what your calculations are. I admit that Brighton Bank is indeed the key point of the Adams family, but it is also the key point of the entire Brighton consortium. You have to choose your target here. Do you want to simply deal with the Adams family, or want to use this opportunity to fight for control of the consortium? I don't think I need to say more. In the face of Ziming, neither Edward Lawrence nor Louis could say anything. When they came, they looked at each other, And finally Edward nodded and said, "Well, I see, we will provide you with the information you need as soon as possible." "Thank you very much," Ziming said. As the key points were finalized, the meeting between Ziming, Edward, Lawrence and Louis was over. After all, there was no friendship at all between them, and apart from a common goal, there was really no common language. Back in her room, Lin Muking sat down on the sand and complained to Ziming, "These three Americans are too shameless. They made it clear that they are deliberately making things difficult for you, Ziming. What is the key point?" "Bank." Lin Muking nodded and said, "Yes, I admit that the Brighton Bank is indeed a key point. Without the support of money, the Adams family would have lost a leg. In this case, whether it is necessary to continue to deal with it, or it would be easier much to the push to him at the negotiating the table." "But the what do they mean by the what they say?" Saying Ziming, "You cannot have had the idea of going too far, and you do not want to give Ziming information about the Brighton Bank." "What did they do? Do you want to be in alliance with Ziming, or to guard against you?" Ziming was very relaxed about this. He smiled and explained to Lin Muking, "They really want to be in alliance with me, because this is a good opportunity, but they also definitely want to guard me at the same time, because relative to the Brighton Consortium, I am an outsider." Lin Muking sighed and said helplessly, "I understand this, but I am a little bit not reconciled. If Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov were still we wouldn't be so passive." Ziming couldn't help it. In the talks just now, Ziming also asked Edward, Lawrence and Louis have inquired, and they both said that they have not found the whereabouts. Regarding their answers, Ziming believes that they do not want to find out. After all, without the support of the consortium behind them, they will be easy to control the situation. Of course, on the other hand, time is urgent, and the people are hidden by the Adams family. It will be in Massachusetts. It is impossible to find it so easily. After Lin Muking finished speaking, she said, "Ziming, don't you still have people on the North Russian side?" Or, "Ziming, you can send someone over there to mobilize more funds to give Adams and these three families some oppression, so they understand that it's useless to hold those three people." Ziming shook his head and said, "Sister Muking, I have thought about this, but we are operating offshore. It takes time to drop funds from North Russia. After Ilbedov's lessons learned, the people behind will probably think more about themselves, and the loss of trust between cooperation is the most terrible thing." "But Ziming, then we are at the mercy of those guys now." "Already?" Lin Muking's tone was unwilling. "This is what it feels like to be under the fence. Maybe for various reasons. They also need me to help them open up the situation. But that's all, or we need more of them, whether it's information about the Adams family or Blig. Information on the Bank of Brighton," Ziming said. "Anyway, let's get the information on the Bank of Brighton before talking." Lin Muking thought for a while and asked, "Ziming, can you tell us if we can be at the Bank of Brighton? What floors have been found to hold them?" Ziming shook his head and said, "This is not a good way. First, we may not even be able to deal with Brighton Bank, let alone use this to threaten the three family, and on the other hand, this behavior will also be a foreshadowing of the future. I don't want to plant a possible bomb behind myself when facing a powerful enemy." "Well, since Ziming, you have said so, I choose to believe you." Lin Muking said, "It's just Ziming, do you think they will think of us the same way? Will they give us the real Brighton Bank information?" Ziming smiled, shrugged and said, "I don't know about this, but I don't think they will make a fuss on this as long as they are not stupid." In this way, 3 days passed quickly. During this period of time, Ziming had a good vacation on Rhode Island, until 3 days later, when Ziming and Lin Muking woke up for breakfast in the morning as usual. Louis came and found him. Since Edward is the governor of Massachusetts and Lawrence is the principal of Harvard, they all have their own important things to do. After leaving here one after another, only Louis stayed here. Louis told Ziming that all the details about the Brighton Bank had been prepared. "Very good, then take me to see it right away." Ziming said. I hope you will watch it, Louis said with a sneer. Chapter 112 Mr. Louis is in trouble? Louis brought Ziming and Lin Muking to the living room of the villa. There were many documents in the middle of the living room. Louis pointing to these documents and telling Ziming that these are the account information of the Brighton Bank. Mr. Louis, Ziming and I are very sincere in our alliance with you to deal with the Adams family. But what you do can't help us doubt your sincerity. Even if you set up so many obstacles for us before, now that you have moved out so many files, are you deliberately making things difficult for us? Lin Muking said angrily. Lin Muking's words are not indiscriminate. You must know that their villa is a luxurious villa. This living room is as large as half a basketball court. But now that these files are placed here, it takes up almost half of the area. I wonder how many there are. Facing Lin Muking's serious questioning, Louis replied nonchalantly, isn't this what you asked for? All the account information about the Brighton Bank is not publicly disclosed. It is the most detailed first in our family's hand documents. These were faxed from the family urgently in the past 3 days, but a lot of paper and ink was wasted. And I even asked my servants to go out to prepare a lot in order not to be interrupted. But so many documents do you plan to do? What do we think? Just these numbers. If it's just me and Mr. Ziming going through page by page, I'm afraid it will take at least half a month, right? Lin Muking said. Louis spread his hands together, and said with a high-hanging expression that doesn't matter to him, this is not what I think about. Because I prepared it in accordance with your requirements. Maybe you will have your own special memory method. Maybe. How could we have any method? Besides, even if there is a method, so many files, do we need to screen one by one? Are you sure there is no spam? Lin Muking asked again. Louis still said indifferently, I haven't said that. But this is what you asked for. I just thought that you Chinese would be good at discovering some details that you didn't notice. After all, the Brighton Bank is such a huge one. Big vulnerabilities must be fixed. There are only some small details that may exist theoretically, and these small details need to be screened out bit by bit from a large amount of information. This time Ziming stood up and said, then just ask Mr. Louis to accompany us to screen together. Louis was stunned at the time. He had no idea that Ziming would say that. When he wanted to explain something, Ziming immediately said, Mr. Louis, you also know that there are only 2 people between me and Miss Lin, and we are talking about Clothline Bank's internal account is not at all do not understand. But Mr. Louis, although you are a patriarch of the family, we would surely want to know more. Then we work together to be screened. It will certainly be a lot simpler. Speaking finally, Ziming sighed again and said, on the contrary, if it were just me and Miss Lin, I'm afraid this work would take a long time, but the time left for us is not much. Listening to Ziming's statement, Lin Muking did. Very happy to agree. Yes, Mr. Louis, you said that if we were delayed for a long time, the Adams family responded and he dealt with your 3 families first. What can we do? Governor Edward and Principal Lawrence and they are both in Brighton, and they can react quickly. But Mr. Louis, you are in Rhode Island. Maybe someone will betray your comrades by then. For Ziming and Lin Muking's harmony, Louis wanted it was so angry that it smoked overhead, because it seemed to him that it was the work of Ziming and Lin Muking. He came with the mood of watching a joke. Since you said you want information, I will give you the most detailed information, as long as you can really watch it. Even Louis has prepared melon seeds and peanut beer drinks for this purpose. Why is it that he has to drag him into the water now? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Of course, Louis also hates the 2 who left Edward and Lawrence even more, because these 2 guys have expected the current situation. So they left early. Any important things are completely complete. If it's farting. With this thought, Louis lowered his head helplessly. It is impossible to accompany you to read so many documents. I can only answer some of your questions at most. What do you want to know? Lin Muking is also very concerned about this question. Looking back at Ziming curiously, and Ziming thought for a while and replied, what do you want to know? I don't know this question. because I don't know anything about Brighton Bank. Ziming's sincere expression and innocent tone made Lin Muking ill. The flowers bloomed, but Louis was about to vomit blood. Although Louis must know that Brighton Bank, as the core of the consortium, has always been the most important existence. Without the support of internal information, it is difficult for outsiders to grasp the key points, but now Ziming's answer is to let him unacceptable. After all, it is Ziming and Lin Muking who are investigating the Brighton Bank. Why is it now that Ziming's words become his job? What is the situation? Mr. Ziming, I hope you understand that our alliance was created by you. You started with the Brighton Bank. Now you can put all the blame on others if you don't know it. Isn't your approach a bit too irresponsible? Louis couldn't help but angrily said to Ziming. Mr. Louis, I don't think you need to be so excited, because I didn't think of any thoughts of shirking responsibility. But I know that I know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't even pretend to know. And I can't also pretend to know that no matter which of these two behaviors is very unfavorable to our alliance. What do you think? Ziming said. Ziming's tongue twister directly circumvented Louis, and then came back to feel that Louis, who had been played around, was a little bit ashamed and angrily said, What do you want to say, Ziming in China? Ziming smiled slightly and said, I don't. Maybe Mr. Louis can tell me something directly. The answer that went around and around made Louis stunned on the spot. He felt that Ziming's words just now were not just a sentence, but a direct one. The exploded nuclear made him almost vomit blood bomb. At this moment, Louis just wanted to say to Ziming, brother, please have a limit for molesting people, okay? Ziming seemed to perceive the thoughts in Louis' heart. He then said, well, Mr. Louis, I didn't want to embarrass you, but the current situation is really difficult to judge. Ziming thought for a while and then said, well then, I don't want Louis. You can help me find the flaws. You can tell me what are the strategic deployments of Brighton Bank now and in the future. Maybe you can find some problems from this. Louis is very proud. Joust snorted. Why should I tell you? This is the secret of our Brighton Foundation. Ziming stunned. The secret is? Say cannot tell me the news. Of course, I have Brighton Consortium is a heritage of the consortium of 300 years. The Chinese people cannot you understand this, but Brighton banking is our core, though, and we Adams family contradictory. But contradictions need to be resolved internally, and we are by no means a traitor to the consortium. Before Louis finished speaking, Ziming sighed and said, it turns out that it is really a pity, so Mr. Louis will take us to analyze the news of this place. Had also said Yang Zeta Consortium proud Louis. Ziming made the remarks as he suddenly did not sound, but his face like eating a dead rat as ugly. Louis stared at Ziming asked, Chinese people, you is it deliberate, right? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Ziming spread his hands innocently and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Louis, I don't understand what you are talking about, but I do everything for the sake of our alliance, but also to find it as soon as possible. Ask the question of Brighton Bank, and then use this question to target the Adams family. Louis this time is really wanted to strangle. This is called direct zooming of Chinese people, but he also understands that this is just to think of nothing. He can only stare at teeth. Zooming asked, Zuxian Ming, you are really determined? Is it just like this? Ziming, also not afraid of Louis in the eye, and said, of course, Mr. Louis else thought of it. And Ziming on the TV, Louis did not account for the upper hand, and even more the more guilty in the eye, as if Ziming fair and square inches the eyes, he seemed so dirty in general. In the end, Louis had no choice but to take the initiative to admit defeat. Well, since you want to know the secrets of Brighton Bank so much, it doesn't matter if I tell you, but I can only tell you what I know. Very grateful, thanks, Ziming said, because for me it is impossible to force Mr. Louis. You say you do not know the message, right? Louis cold hum. Lyle Siegs then said, as far as I know currently Blig Dayton Project is the largest investment bank, controlled by the Bank of Brighton. Several investment banks and companies are still making new energy investment in arms. I know this, Ziming said after taking Louis' words. Currently, energy companies and arms dealers get the most benefits from the Gulf project, and the Gulf project itself is led by the Brighton Consortium, so this investment, if there are no major mistakes, it would be difficult for us to find any flaws. Is there any other news? Ziming paused and added, for example, the recent new investment projects, or is there a new investment field, but it is of a larger scale? Louis frowned and replied, it seems that there is a mineral project in South America, which is discussed more in the bank. Yes. Do you work with Vale to mine Venezuelan copper mines? Ziming asked. Yes. Is there any problem with this investment? After all, Venezuela is a country that is not friendly to the United States, and there are deep roots of turmoil in other countries. Louis said. Ziming shook his head and said, on the contrary, I think this investment will be a very successful investment. First of all, I don't know what Venezuela is like to the United States, but as far as I know, Venezuela's economy is very good now. He pays particular attention to the domestic mineral industry, because this is his pillar industry. I don't think he will make a joke about it. So Mr. Louis will talk about other things. Ziming repeatedly denied it. Louis was very dissatisfied and said, this is not okay, that is not okay. I really don't know what you want to hear. I just tell you it. Ziming just smiled and didn't say anything. He vented his dissatisfaction, and then said, Brighton Bank still attaches great importance to investment support for subprime loan companies, and he also attaches great importance to real estate companies. Ziming noted the key points in Louis' words. Mr. Louis, wait a minute, what subprime loans did you just say? That's right. It's subprime loans, because now Brighton and the country's real estate industry are very popular, and the derivative subprime loan business has a lot of profit space. So the next layout of the bank at this time, Louis said and glanced at Ziming, you don't know what a subprime loan is, do you? Of course I know, not me not only to know, I want to know more. Ziming said Louis. That what I'm going to the next hemp bother to help me find Mr. Louis Brighton Bank on time news of the first class loan. End of this chapter. 113 chapters on secondary issues grade loans. Face of the requirements of Ziming. Louis did not answer the first time, but Leng in the watching Ziming. Ziming asks him what is the problem. Louis said, Zuxianqing Ming. I am now very suspect you mean to embarrass me. Because the bank in Brighton, I have a lot of Lowell family's holding company operating in these subprime lenders. Ziming smiled and shrugged. I do not know this, but listen to Mr. Louis you say. It seems as if I was the right person to ask, because the relationship is responsible for, so you would Brighton Bank subprime loans learn more. Almost Ziming's voice was off. Louis hopping over there and loudly, Chinese people, I solemnly tell you that I am proud of Lowell family patriarch, not your servant. You want to know any news, please go and look through these files yourself. Ziming was shocked. Louis' excitement, he did not think what he claims have not mentioned. Louis immediately hopping Sing. It seems that is just my own series of questions so that he can tolerate. Although Louis in just hopping curse your mother, Ziming is still very indifferent. But asked Louis sentence, Mr. Louis, you really sure you want to go look at my own files? Yet. Nonsense. Of course I want you to read it yourself, and not only these subprime loan documents, but also other documents about the Brighton Bank. You have to read it yourself. This was the first answer in Louis' mind, but in the end Louis didn't say it, because Ziming's meaningful smile made him instinctively feel the chrysanthemum tighten. Ziming, what do you want? Louis, wary of asking. Ziming Liang Zui it and replied, I can do since Mr. Louis do not want to help, I can only themselves to look at the documents, but that time I was thinking, maybe you cannot share Mr. Louis together? Louis Chensheng said, Zuxianqing Ming, you say what you mean. This is a threat to me. I cannot say, but how you think, Mr. Louis, it does not matter with me. Ziming said, glanced at his watch, I have already delayed too long in Rhode Island, I must begin now after reading the information. If Mr. Louis is okay, he can leave first. Anyway, you don't intend to help us find the documents, do you? To Louis under the expulsion, Lin Mu King Ziming pulled it toward the pile of a quarter of a basketball court, so much heap enough to have half a person that its high stack of documents, and the division of labor to find them. Louis on this way to hanging on the side, he looked Ziming and Ching Lin Mu action, disdain snorted, "You? They do not pretend in front of me. I thought I would be afraid." Regarding Louis, Ziming and Lin Mu King just glanced at him coldly and didn't follow. This made Louis panic, because if they really found the hidden danger of subprime loans, they would deliberately hide it from him and Edward Lawrence. Click a deal to sell out the interests of the Lovell family. What can you do? Even if it's not the subprime loan problem, if there are other problems, join the two families to pit themselves. Louis believes they can definitely do it. This damn despicable Chinese. Louis in the dark heart swore, and then after coming out and said to them, "You, they really enough, and you want to know the news of subprime loans. I tell you it is not enough." Hearing these words, Ziming immediately raised his head from the pile of documents. It seems that Mr. Louis has finally figured it out. Ziming put down the papers and sat back on the sofa with Lin Mu King. At the same time, they also asked Louis to come over and sit down and talk. Louis has been do not know today how many times you want to vomit blood, and Lin Mu King Ziming from the performance point of view, to know Louis. To be done in this chapter, please turn the page. Tao is obviously deceived by them. They used to pretend to frighten themselves. The purpose is to mess themselves up, and then actively help them find the news. I hate myself for thinking about it. But they were still fooled. Zihaming and Ching Lin Mu see anger in the eyes of Louis, but he had still look innocent expression. Ziming's approach is very bachelor. He also knows that Louis angry now want to kill, but he was not worried about Louis would go back, because as an aristocrat, the kind of things that have gone back, not his tutor. As last week Ming might expect, of course, Louis gasped a trembling, but still sat down and gnashing of teeth, said, "Chinese people, someday, I will get you thrown into the White Mountain Forest to feed the wolf." Face a threat to Louis, "It does not matter," Ziming said, "that wait until one day, when to say it. But now I think we understand the first thing is to brighten banking problems on subprime loans." Although Louis is now filled with anger, but since he decided to sit down, and it still was honest answer, the so-called subprime loans refers to the number of people enough credit rating. Due to the loans that banks take the lead, they cannot be directly in the bank when it comes to loans. One can only obtain bank loans in the secondary market like some loan companies. It's real. Brighton Bank's subprime lending has been for a long time, as early as 200 years ago, controlled by the family of Harry Adams. Investment for the investment bank began to minorities and low-income people who lack financial knowledge, provided Brighton loans is much higher than bank interest. Then the business has not been closed until shortly before the Depository Institutions Deregulation and Monetary Control Act and Alternative Mortgage Transactions Parity Bill and the latest Tax Reform Bill out. Taiwan, Brian Layton Bank is accelerating the development of the subprime lending business. Louis has said, of course, due to the restrictions on bank bills itself as well as the positioning of the bank Brighton Bank is not possible directly involved in subprime loans. So the consortium relies on training and acquisitions, etc., holding more than 100 business subprime loan investment company. That it is the largest company. Mr. Louis, you just said Harry Investment Bank? Lin Mu King asked. Louis shook his head and replied, although Harry Investment Bank is the oldest company operating subprime loans in the Adams family, it is not the largest company. The largest is McDonnell Douglas Investment Bank, which is a newly established investment bank in the past decade. It was because of his excellent performance in the subprime loan market that he was acquired and controlled by the Adams family. As far as I know, this McDonnell Douglas Investment Bank has its own set of business methods. It will not rely on other investments. The company buy all the subprime loans of other investment companies in the form of bonds, and then sell them to other investors? Ziming asked after taking Louis' words. Yes, This is the method. Louis Gao glanced at Ziming. It seems that Mr. Ziming also knows something about the secondary loan market. Ziming smiled lightly, and didn't say much about this issue. What? But said to Louis, I think I have a certain understanding of the subprime loans of Brighton Bank. So please ask Mr. Louis to do me a favor and help me to buy investment companies like Harry and McDonnell Douglas. Please prepare the information for me. Miss Lin and I are very tired, so we will go back to rest first. After leaving such a word to Louis, Ziming immediately pulled Lin Muking and left the living room. Louis stared blankly at Ziming and Lin Muking leaving. After a while, he cursed, Ziming, you shameless bastard. But at this time Ziming had already returned to the room with Lin Muking, so he didn't listen. Of course, even if you hear Ziming, you will feel at ease to the end of this chapter. Please turn the page. So-called Lin Muking will be a little worried. Ziming, did you say that Louis would help us prepare? Lin Muking asked. Ziming shook his head and said, I don't know about this, but I think he should be. Because from his tone I can feel that he or the Lovell family is not optimistic about this subprime loan. This is the point. I think it's normal. After all, subprime loans are targeted at low-income people and ethnic minorities. The risk of repayment is very high, and it is easy to cause bad debts. Even if the risk can be shared among other investors through the distribution of bonds, but for an orthodox financial family, there is still no need to take this risk. Lin Muking said. I think there is one more point. Ziming took over Lin Muking's words and said, according to my contact, these French people of the Lowell family are very arrogant. I think the reason why they are not optimistic about subprime loans, they don't want those poor ghosts to tarnish their noble loans. Lin Muking was very surprised. Is there any idea like this? Ziming shrugged and said, who knows? The world is so great. Lin Muking, she had no choice but to accept Ziming's idea, and she asked Ziming, do you really think that the Adams family can be threatened through subprime loans? Of course it's impossible if it's just subprime loans. After all, Brighton Bank is like this, the core pillar of the super consortium. Such huge assets cannot be invested in this. My idea is to influence the bond market through subprime loans and then spread to the entire financial market. Ziming thought about it and said, simple. In other words, I want to create a financial crisis against the Adams family through subprime loans. To create a financial crisis artificially. Lin Muking took a breath. Lin Muking was very shocked, because such an approach is really crazy. Although Lin Muking has been the chairman of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund for a period of time, she also believes that many financial crises are manipulated by humans, but that a huge consortium is behind it. Now Ziming is just a person, and even most of his funds have been frozen. How could he be able to create a financial crisis against the Adams family? Even if the person who said this is Ziming, even if she has witnessed too many incredible miracles of Ziming, those miracles are traceable, and they are still within the scope of normal finance. But Ziming's vision has to be more accurate. But now, this is far from a question of vision. It's not that Lin Muking doesn't believe in Ziming, but if anyone can create a financial crisis, then the financial crisis is too cheap. How can such a cheap thing affect a huge family? Could it be that Kennedy Lawrence and the Lovell family helped? Ziming saw Lin Muking's thoughts, and he told Lin Muking, on this matter, the three major families are the owners of no rabbits and no eagles. I think before the financial crisis takes shape, they will definitely not make any effort. Then Ziming, what do you want to do? Lin Muking asked inexplicably. I haven't figured out this specific method yet. I have to wait until I have read the detailed information to decide. Ziming said and looked at Lin Muking, but there is one thing we can do first. Sister Muking, can your investment funds still be used? How much money can we use now? The answer to this question is directly engraved in Lin Muking's mind, so she almost conditioned the answer. I have $300 left in my investment fund. $10,000 can be spent. Since there are only so many, there is no way. Ziming said, Sister Muking, Then let's talk about mergers and acquisitions with Brighton Bank in the name of an M&A fund. End of this chapter. The 114th chapter, 3 million acquisition of Brighton Bank. A Snow White private helicopter with a rumbling roar skipped the narrow strait, and finally flew over Rhode Island. Since the flying altitude of the helicopter is not high, the roar of the aircraft engine also made many people look up. Although Rhode Island is a holiday resort for the rich are also divided into levels and can afford to drive luxury cars. For ordinary people, it is very rich, but in front of the real rich who can travel by helicopter, it is still a grade. In the envy and hatred of many people, the helicopter swaggered over the villa area, and finally landed slowly on the roof of a beach house. Ziming and Lin Muking were on the roof of the villa, and an American and a Chinese got off the plane. The face of the Chinese is not unfamiliar. He is Sun Wai, the general manager of the U.S. branch of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund. He first introduced Ziming and Lin Muking to the Americans beside him. This is Mr. Wells. He is the largest investor in the U.S. branch company and the chairman of an investment bank. He can provide us with funds and help with our merger and acquisition plan. The helicopter I took today was also provided by Mr. Wells. Listening to Sun Wai's introduction, Ziming and Lin Muking couldn't help taking a look at Wells. Although they had known the existence of such an investor, they had never been in contact. Looking at it now, this Mr. Wells may not be an ordinary rich man, because private helicopters are only used by people who have reached a certain status. Especially today, this private helicopter is not bad. As for the existence of investors, this is because the laws of the United States and Massachusetts are different. The Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund must exist in the form of an independent company. Therefore, in order to integrate into the American society as soon as possible and reduce possible resistance in the middle, it is also for the purpose of, after saving part of the budget, Lin Muking allowed Sun Wai to sell the company's shares here to raise funds. That's why Wells, the largest investor, became available. Of course, even though the company's shares were sold for some reasons, that was only part of it. The most critical controlling stake is still in the hands of the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund. This Mr. Wells is a white and clean American. He looked very gentle with gold-rimmed glasses. He took the initiative to shake hands with Ziming and Lin Muking. I have long heard that there is a group of more powerful people behind the Gangqing Investment Company. I've already wanted to meet you guys a long time ago. I'm very happy. Ziming also shook hands with Wells and said, I'm also very happy to meet you, Mr. Wells. In the establishment of the Hong Kong City Investment Company, you have helped us a lot. After some greetings, Ziming and Lin Muking led Sun Wai and Wells downstairs. At this time the living room of the villa has been sorted out, and all the information about the Brighton Bank has been piled up in a neat pile. This is not because Ziming and Lin Muking are inadequate, deliberately trying to expose the secrets of Brighton Bank, but it is precisely that they have deliberately reserved for themselves. The reason is simple. They can't judge whether Wells belongs to the Adams family, let alone how much he knows about the things inside the Brighton Consortium. Therefore, these Brighton Bank secrets are deliberately put here. If he really belongs to the Brighton Consortium or the Adams family, he can at least confuse him, and if not, I believe he can go to this one. Basic IQ there are still. Sure enough, when Wells arrived in the living room, he immediately saw Ziming and the information files piled there. Wells was taken aback at this, and then a little embarrassed. Mr. Ziming and Miss Lin, if it were me, I would definitely collect the most important information, because if others see it, it may not be the same. It's a good thing. From Wells' answer, Ziming and Lin Muking could both hear the extravagance. Obviously Wells does not belong to the Brighton Consortium. After getting the answer he wanted, Ziming then said, in fact, it is not necessarily because we did not treat you Mr. Wells as an outsider, but completely as the best partner. Wells shrugged needlessly and then said, well, I am very happy for your trust in me, but we are both businessmen. I think we should talk more about the most important things. I heard Sun Wai the general manager said which bank you are planning to acquire. This makes me very curious, because I don't know which bank is operating in such a bad state. Since Mr. Wells mentioned this, as a partner, it was originally I shouldn't hide it. But I still hope that Mr. Wells can be psychologically prepared. Lin Muking said. Listening to Lin Muking's words, Wells smiled. Miss Lin's kindness I think I have already grasped, but I don't think I need to do any psychological preparation, unless you want to acquire Brighton Bank. We think it is Brighton Bank that is going to be acquired, Ziming said after taking over Wells. Hearing this answer, Wells was stunned. He looked left at Ziming and looked at Lin Muking right. His eyes were full of doubt, as if asking, "Are you kidding me?" Maybe this answer will surprise you, Mr. Wells, but we are very serious, Ziming said to Wells. He then pointed to the pile of high documents and said, "Those are the preparations we have done." Wells glanced in the direction pointed out by Ziming, and then said, "I'm sorry, I don't doubt your determination. I just think you haven't been in the United States for a long time. The situation is a little unclear. The Brighton Bank is not as simple as you think. Don't say that the Brighton Bank is in a good business situation. Even if he is losing money for years, he will never accept any form of mergers and acquisitions." I'm sorry, Mr. Wells. I think what this man never say never. I think no matter how large banks may also have acquired it, Ziming said. That's why I said that, Mr. Ziming, you don't know the actual situation in the United States or Brighton, Wells said. But before Wells would start to educate Ziming, Ziming immediately said, "I think Mr. Wells made a mistake. I actually understand it very well. I know the existence of the Brighton Consortium very well. And I know that the Brighton Bank is the core of the Brighton Consortium." Wells was a little surprised, but he still said, "Since Mr. Ziming understands that, it's fine. What I want to say is that the Brighton Consortium is not just a title, but a collection of real wealth, such as Massachusetts Textile Company, Bell Aircraft Company and Phoenix Company. You must have heard of these giant companies in Massachusetts, but what I want to say is that it's just a subsidiary of Testeron," Wells said here after a deliberate pause before continuing. "As for the Brighton Consortium, he is managed by many super-large companies like Testeron. How could the Big Mac Consortium formed by the group, the core bank of such a consortium, be acquired?" Ziming shrugged and asked, "Why wouldn't it be acquired?" Wells once again shrugged. He was stunned. He couldn't think that Ziming would actually ask such a sentence, because since he understood it, there was no reason to be so persistent. But Wells quickly recovered. He said to Ziming, "Well, since Mr. Ziming persists, then I think I must have prepared a good plan, and Brighton Bank still holds a controlling stake. So many large companies are the core pillars of the Brighton Consortium. So I don't know how much funds Mr. Ziming has prepared to acquire Brighton Bank." Ziming raised 3 fingers. $3 million. Wells opened his eyes and smiled without embarrassment. "Mr. Ziming, I think I must have heard it wrong, or you said it wrong. How could it be $3 million? Wells doubted his ears, but then Ziming nodded and told him that it was $3 million, so that he could understand that he had not misheard it. But this belief also made him suddenly it's messed up, so he can't help but start to doubt his own worldview. How could anyone want to buy Brighton Bank with $3 million? Isn't this crazy? Mr. Ziming can really make a joke, but it's a pity that today is not April Fool's Day. Wells said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wells, I'm not joking. I do plan to use $3 million to buy Brighton Bank." Ziming said, "Mr. Wells, please listen clearly. I am not talking about acquisition, but merger is an act aimed at gaining control of the target company and carrying out a restructuring. In this way, funds can be enlarged by hundreds or even thousands of times through financial leverage." Ziming looked at Wells said, "I think Mr. Wells, as the chairman of the investment bank, must understand my ideas. Then follow my ideas. $3 million is enough to acquire Brighton Bank." I can't help but say, Mr. Ming, you are really an idealist. I admit that there is indeed the possibility of what you said, but at the same time, this possibility is also very small, so small that it can be basically neglected. I can admit that Mr. Ziming, you said that the return on mergers and acquisitions will be very tempting, but it is not an investment, but a kind of speculation, an incredible speculation. Wells paused here, and then continued, if Mr. Ziming, you insist on $3 million, I can provide support for the acquisition of Brighton Bank, because I really want to see Mr. Ziming how you can do it. But Ziming's next words made Wells blow up again, because Ziming said, I'm afraid I have to say sorry, because I have some conflicts with the Adams family. I can't come forward with this matter, so I can only ask you from the company to come forward. What? Wells jumped up in surprise. He stretched out his hand and pointed angrily at Ziming and said, you Chinese, are you kidding me? You must be kidding me. I tell you, yourself you can realize the broken method you think of yourself, because your method is very stupid and you will surely be ridiculed. And I will never help you. It was Wells that almost refused, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly, Sun Y said, Mr. Ziming, do you really think the acquisition can be successful for $3 million? If you insist, I am willing to help you. Hearing Sun Y's words, Wells immediately turned his gun again. Son, what are you talking about? You know that this person is just shit. And he is not your boss. You don't need to listen to him at all. More importantly, if you go to the Brighton Bank and say if you want $3 million to buy them, you will definitely be treated as a lunatic. You believe me? Of course I believe in you, Mr. Wells, but I also believe in Mr. Ziming. Sun Y said, well Mr. C, it's the first time you met Mr. Ziming, so you definitely don't know him. You said that the $3 million acquisition of Brighton Bank would be a miracle, but I can tell you very responsibly, Mr. Ziming, he is a man who is good at creating miracles. After Sun Y said, he turned to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, I have missed many moments of following you to create miracles, but this time I don't want to miss it. So please let me follow you. Let's create this miracle together. Ziming replied with a smile, of course it's okay, I welcome it very much. Mad, you Chinese are all unreasonable lunatics, Wells said loudly. Chapter 115 Credit Default Swap? With the roar of the engine, the helicopter took off from the roof of the villa and flew back to Brighton. This helicopter is Wells' private jet. Sun Y, the general manager of the US branch of the Hong Kong Joint Investment Fund Company, is on the plane, and Ziming and Lin Muking are standing on the roof to see them off. Watching the plane fly farther and farther, Ziming asked, Sister Muking, do you think that guy Sun Y will really persuade Wells to start M&A negotiations with Brighton Bank? No matter how much reason or confidence I have, this matter itself is still a bit too nonsense. I think they must be very aware of what they will face when starting this negotiation. Ruthless ridicule and sarcasm will be more intense than Wells just now. Lin Muking replied to Ziming, according to what I know about Sun Y, he is a person with a correct working attitude. If he is unwilling, no matter what reason we have, he will oppose it. Now that he accepts it directly, I have reason to believe that he will do it seriously. Before he is like one person alone to the United States to establish a joint investment fund of Hong Kong City division of the United States too? Ziming asked. Lin Muking shook her head and said, strictly speaking, he strongly opposes the establishment of a branch, because he does not think we have this condition, especially after analyzing our investment habits and the US market. I am very opposed to it, because we are very different from the United States, and he is also worried about unacceptable. This time, he is unconditionally supporting. Lin Muking looked at Ziming a few more times. I have known Ziming you all the time. Charismatic, but this is too powerful, right? I feel Sun Y is to believe you are. He would unconditionally accept. I did not let him come to America, and gave him a long talk. Father Ziming felt a little embarrassed by Lin Muking's words, because he actually heard a hint of sourness in Lin Muking's tone. Does she think she is so beautiful and wise, and it is so difficult to persuade a man, but she is convinced only by her personality, so she is a little jealous. This made Zuming very helpless. Zuming was not interested in continuing to discuss such a rotten topic. He had to change the subject and said, I received a call from Louis just now. He said that he had already put all the information about the Brighton Bank subordinate. The loan documents are all sent over. Of course Lin Muking understands that Zuming is changing the subject, but she is not really a rotten girl. Although she is a little jealous of Zuming's personality and charm than herself, Zuming is her man after all, and she is more just happy. At the same time, she also understood that the most important thing was these subprime loans, so she nodded happily and went down with Zuming. They went directly to Louis' study. Louis was sitting on a chair in the study. When he saw Zuming and Lin Muking come in, he picked up his eyelids and asked, Is your business done? Zuming nodded and said yes. Louis threw out a craft paper bag to Zuming. These are these. My people have already streamlined the subprime loan documents you want. I hope it contains what you want. But I can remind you that although I am not optimistic about the poor ghosts of subprime loans, maybe this market is not as bad as you think. Zuming took the craft paper bag. He didn't open it in a hurry, but looked up and said, It seems that Mr. Louis must know something, right? Then you might as well share it with us. Faced with Zuming's question, Louis smiled disdainfully. Isn't all the documents already given to you? Just look at it for yourself. Do you still need me to teach you? Zuming glanced at the craft paper bag in his hand and looked up slightly. Asked, Mr. Louis is sure that I want to see it for myself? If I were you, I don't think I would make such a decision. These words shocked Louis' heart and suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by Zuming. Finally, he patted the table bitterly and cursed Zuming before saying, Well, it's okay for me to tell you. I think you must think that those subprime loans are loans to poor ghosts. Just make some. The reason is that those poor ghosts can't pay back the money, and those subprime loans cannot be recovered, which will cause the bankruptcy of the subprime loan company, and then threaten the Brighton Bank, right? Zuming just looked at Louis' question. He did not speak. However, Zuming's attitude has already given a good answer, so Louis went on to say, Then I can tell you that your idea is wrong, and it is very wrong. Lin Muking was very upset with Louis' contemptuous tone. He immediately retorted, What can be wrong with this idea? Is it that subprime loans cannot be recovered, and bad debts cannot be formed? I know the support of the Brighton Bank in the entire Brighton consortium. The ability to withstand pressure is very strong, but without the support of your three major families, Kennedy, Lawrence and Lovell, the Adams family alone can't withstand the pressure, right? After Lin Muking's retort, Louis smiled happily. You really are right. Even if those subprime loan is uncollectible, it is impossible to form the bad debts. Lin Muking was surprised. Why are these subprime loans were not on the insurance? Looking at Lin Muking's surprise, Louis felt very comfortable. I really told you that these subprime loans are really insured. CD's contracts. Have you heard of this kind of contract? Zuming and Lin Muking this time without speaking. Louis felt more comfortable. The CDS contract is explained as a contract, a credit default swap. It is assumed that I have a project that requires a bank loan. In order to avoid the risk of default, I can choose to find an investment bank or an insurance company. After signing the CDS contract, I pay a high amount of insurance money to the other party every year. Once I have a risk of default, the insurer will repay it for me. At this point, Louis deliberately paused before continuing. Then the current situation: obviously, all subprime loans are insured, so why is there still room for you to play? Although Lin Muking hates Louis very much, she took a breath of air when he heard Louis say that. She was very worried. Asked Zuming, how could this happen? Someone would insure and underwrite this kind of thing? Why wouldn't anyone underwrite it? You have to know that everyone in this world is willing to be driven willingly for profit. Louis looked at Zuming and Lin Muking and said, do you think you are very smart and have found a new continent forgotten by everyone? But unfortunately, there are already many residents on that continent. and they are all the laugh at your stupidity and arrogance. Lin Muking, dissatisfied with what Louis said, Mr. Louis, I don't know what you are happy about. Could it be that our mistakes in judgment are good for you? It's no good. On the contrary, it will cause me a lot of trouble, but I would like to see you embarrassed, can't you? Louis deliberately said. Lin Muking secretly scolded Louis for a pervert, and then Ziming stood up and said, Mr. Louis is too early to say these advantages, right? Although the situation is a bit unexpected, I have never said that it will be simple. How can we conclude that the current situation is not what we expected? And we have not even read the materials now. You have come to this conclusion. It is no wonder that you have been under the pressure of the Addams family for 300 years. Louis took the case and started, Ziming, I ask you to pay attention to your own words and deeds. Ziming ignored him, but left the study with a craft paper bag and Lin Muking. On the other hand, Wells and Sun Y returned to Brighton by helicopter. The helicopter stopped on the top of the financial building where they were. Wells and Sun Y got off the plane and returned to the company's office. Wells sat down and asked Sun Y before taking a sip of water, Sun, do you really want to hear what Mr. Ziming wants to start M&A negotiations with Brighton Bank? And it only cost $3 million US. Of course, I have promised Mr. Ziming, the people to do credible, and this point Mr. Wells you do not always have to say it. Sun Y said. I did say that, but the situation at the time was not the same as it is now. Wells said, excuse me, what you are doing now is actually a kind of loyalty. Such trust is meaningless. In other words, what we should consider is how to make the company make more profits. This is a kind of loyal minister, rather than blindly following their orders. They don't understand the situation here, and they will ruin the company and investment. Yes. Sun Y still shook his head and said, Mr. Wells, I think you also need to have a little confidence in Mr. Ziming's judgment. Having thought for a moment before Sun Y said, Z once said to me before, Mr. Ming, now Brighton subprime lending market there is a big risk, so long as he detonated the risk, can easily threaten at the Bank of Brighton. Once there is a big problem within the Bank of Brighton, a 3 million merger is not completely impossible. Viagra Falls what would like to say, but Sun Y was in front of him. He said, why Mr. Wells, I have to do investment, nothing more than a return to want it. And now $3 million to a Bligbo Dayton bank control. I think it's very cost-effective in every way, isn't it? Cost-effective or not is to be built on the success of the group on the basis of, but I do not see there is such a basis. Viagra Falls' strong tone, said, Son, you said that subprime loans I know. In fact, my own investment bank conducting this business, I admit that this business there are certain risks. But there are which investment is risk-free, not to mention that I have already given the risk of subprime loans, and I have locked it up, and there will be no problems. You said you locked the risk of subprime loans. What do you mean? Sun Y asked. Is to protect insurance. My every subprime loan contracts on credit default insurance. As long as there is which of the subprime loan defaults, the insurance company will be paid. How you said I could crash it? Viagra Falls then said, from your face I'm sure your boss does not tell you this, so it may even what he has does not know. I do not blame you after all, this is America, it is not Hong Kong City. In a free market, any interest is guaranteed. Sun Y thought carefully, then picked up the phone on the desk. I think I need to ask Mr. Ziming first. Granville Wells made a gesture invited. Ziming. Sun Y immediately called the number. After the phone is switched on immediately to Ziming said the credit default insurance thing and asked if explanations need to abort. Ziming just consider for a moment there immediately gives the answer, do not need to suspend, or planned, to continue to launch negotiations and Brighton Bank. Regarding Ziming's answer, Wells scolded fake. End of this chapter. What are the possible problems in chapter 116? Bao thanks for the monthly support of Feng Shen Yu Shao and Funny Funs at the Addams Manor in the depths of the Bishan Forest. A car and the manor are classical and elegant. The flaming red sports car with a strange atmosphere drove into the manor with its characteristic engine roar and roar. Take a look at book.c1 book. Look. The only person who can do this is Robert, the youngest in the Addams family, and because of his identity and his nature, no one in the manor cares. Or even if someone cares about him, he won't listen. But today, when Robert parked the car in the parking lot of the manor, when he got out of the car, he saw Christo standing at the door with a serious face. This surprised Robert a little, but that was all, because Robert didn't have the awe of the patriarch from other people in the family, so he just waved his hand boringly as a greeting to him, even though Christo was his father. But this time Christo didn't let Robert go by like this, but called him, Robert. Do you know the rules of White Mountain Manor? Robert stopped and looked at Christo and said, I know, but I don't have any other cars to drive today. I'll just pay attention next time. Robert will go out after he finished speaking, but Christo still hasn't finished saying, next time? How many next time do you have? Robert stopped again. Of course, he understood what Christo meant, because he always came to Bshan Manor in his own sports car, and did not take the family rules seriously. Finally Robert laughed, and he said to Christo, we are each other, as many times as you have, I will have as many next times. Christo's eyes were full of doubt, and Robert continued, it seems that Mr. Risto is always busy with family affairs, so I need to remind you. I wonder if you still remember that you promised me the Chinese? The thing I was doing. Not over now. His funds and those collaborators from the port city to have been controlled me up, those Chinese who together with him are also unable to continue classes at Harvard, only a day hiding in a hotel room, even he himself didn't dare to come back to Brighton. You know all this. Isn't that enough? Christo said. One look at the book to see. Point 1. Of course it's not enough. Robert said, Mr. Christo, if I remember correctly, what I said at the beginning was that he and other Chinese who are related to him would die for me. Christo looked at Robert and said, I think you must have remembered it wrong, because you didn't say that at the time, and I didn't agree to it, because this Chinese has a special identity and there is a big country behind him. While protecting him, although I am not afraid of that Eastern country, there is no need to get into that trouble. So I only said that I will help you make this person disappear in Brighton forever. Robert Disdain smiled and nodded, no need to mess with my trouble, okay, as you say, but he is now gone yet? Pointing to Christo, and Robert replied, I say unto you, no, he is not only not disappeared, he also did more things. You do not think you are on the Addams family patriarch, all the things only you people know. And I also know a lot of things. Just an hour ago, the Hong Kong City Investment Company initiated the merger and acquisition negotiations with Brighton Bank. Robert here paused, only said, do not tell me you do not know what the Hong Kong City Investment Company? Christo frowned and asked him seriously, Robert, who told you this news? Robert spread his hands and sneered, this is not important. And if you ask me, I will only say that God told me. The important thing is that I know clearly that this Gangching investment company is affected by that. The Chinese controlled him, and that bitch to be exact. Robert toned teeth. Christo, very difficult to understand, frowned. I do not know you, why do you say, but I hope you do not at this time. Losing his temper, I suspect that this whole thing is a conspiracy. Christo wanted to explain, but Robert ignored him. He interrupted Christos' words directly and said, this gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear this. I don't know what the conspiracy is. I only know that you haven't realized the promise that the Chinese didn't leave. He even attacked our Brighton Bank. What face do you have to stand in this manner? Get out of here as soon as possible. Christo immediately raised his slap, but in the end, he did not fight. He put down his hands bitterly and said to Robert, the so-called acquisition of Brighton Bank is a joke at all. Do you know how much money they raised? Only $2 million. The money is even I can't afford your sports car. So I think this is the crazy behavior of the Chinese after he has nothing to do. and I can take it seriously. It is necessary to read the book. 11 book. Which Chinese do you think is unreasonable madness? Robert said, it looks like it is, but I think it is very likely to succeed. Mr. Christo, I hope you don't forget him, Kennedy Lawrence, and Lovell 3, the big family alliance. And now there is a Mr. Louis with him on vacation in Rhode Island. Hearing Robert said that, Christo calmed down instead. He quietly looked at Robert and asked, it seems I know a lot, so let's talk about it. What else do you know? I also know that you are going to lose, and it is ugly, in the hands of the Chinese, Robert said. Christo smiled. Really? Then I might as well tell you. Don't look at the three families of the Chinese, Kennedy Lawrence, and Lovell, but they are just scaring people. They didn't any capital against us. Otherwise the Adams family that has been in charge of Brighton Bank for 300 years would not have been the Adams family. Robert also smiled. It seems that Mr. Christo is still as arrogant as ever. Then I will wait. You have brought me good news. I said that although I really want to see that Chinese man is like a homeless dog, I would also like to see you get slapped in the face. On Rhode Island, Ziming and Lin Muking continued to fight against a pile of documents in the living room of the luxurious beach villa in Beijing. Of course, thanks to the help of Louis, they faced much fewer documents than before. How is it, my two Chinese friends? You have been facing these materials for 2 days. Do you have any problems? I am very much looking forward to it. Suddenly a voice came, and Ziming and Lin Muking responded to this voice. They are all very familiar, and you don't need to look up to know who it is. As expected, a short figure walked into the living room. He was Louis, who was staying in the villa. Ziming and Lin Muking were left out in the cold, but Louis was not surprised. He came over and sat in front of Ziming and Lin Muking. He reached out and picked up a piece of material on the table. He looked around and said, "This is Pills, an insurance company." According to the information, among the insurance companies controlled by the Adams family through Brighton Bank, this is not a very famous large company, but it is the first insurance company to offer insurance services for subprime loans. From the first, after the signing of a credit default swap contract, other insurance companies followed suit. Up to now, almost all insurance companies are providing this service. All loans taken from the Brighton Bank, whether it is the best loan or second-rate loan, a grade loan, no matter who the final borrower is and what his credit rating is, it is very secure. Louis smiled as he put the materials back on the table and deliberately asked Ziming and Lin Muking, "Why?" "Well, my Chinese friend, is this guarantee system a bit beyond your expectations?" Faced with Louis' ridicule, Lin Muking stood up very dissatisfied and said, "Mr. Louis, I admit that the current situation is indeed a bit irritating. People are surprised, but this is normal. After all, as a 300-year-old family, the Adams family will definitely consider everything he does. We are now analyzing countermeasures, so I hope you, as our partner, will be able to help us find a way instead of being ridiculed here." "Miss Lin, I think you have wronged me too much by saying that. I have provided you with so many documents. How can you blame me for not helping you? It really makes me chill." Louis pretended to be sad. Obviously, Lin Muking couldn't do anything about deliberate Louis, so Ziming stood up and said, "These documents and materials have indeed helped us a lot, and they have also allowed us to learn more about the subprime loan business of the Brighton Bank, especially in the middle of this loan company aside. We now have a lot of external hot money involved in. I think it is not possible to take these unknown hot money, cut it." Hearing this question, Louis immediately shouted, "Absolutely not. These hot money are the assets of our Lowell family." "The original, is that right?" "Why, can obviously have a patriarch Lowell family here. He did not give us any information about it." Ziming looked at Louis asked, "I think if I went to Mr. Governor Edward and Lawrence, Mr. Principal, they will definitely agree, right?" Louis was so angry that the muscles on his face were shaking constantly. He knew that Ziming had said that on purpose. "Zuxianqing Ming, I hope you understand. I do not provide any information to you, but I do not think." Louis a word ate and said. Ziming gave the shot back saying, that it would please Mr. Louis not hear nonsense. Louis's lungs are about to explode. Since he became the patriarch of the Lovell family, almost no one has yelled at him like this. Even the patriarch of the Addams family, Christo, must be polite to him. But now he is like a bad guy in front of Ziming. How can this keep him from getting angry? Of course, if it's just that, it's fine. What makes him vomit blood even more is that under the current situation, he still has nothing to do with Ziming. Good, you Chinese, look at the end of this incident and you will not reach your goal, and see how I kill you. Louis, in the heart of such a thought, then took a deep breath and said, Mr. Ming, I think we should all calm down. Now the most important thing is that I can subprime loans, is not it? Apologize for my inappropriate words just now. After all, it is a partner. Now that the Lowell family patriarch has been subdued, Ziming is naturally not interested and unwilling. He said to Louis, to be honest, although the subprime loan market looks very good now, but in my opinion, it was just a piece of foam that was blown up. But we have not yet found a way to burst this bubble. Or perhaps right, but Mr. Ziming, I'm curious why you would make such a judgment. Louis asked. Because of the knowledge I took economics at Harvard. As far as I have seen in books, the financial capital market itself is only a gathering place. He can only be a simple transfer of funds, and does not create any value. Then under the premise of not increasing the value, like subprime loans, that unsafe behavior is very easy to collapse. Ziming said. Louis little head, and then asked, interesting meaning. The argument I have heard is an interesting argument, but these words can only talk about it. If you really so easy to crash, I'm afraid there is no financial sector, is not it? I think Mr. Louis Augzu did not quite understand my words. I mean credit default insurance. Perhaps the biggest problem, Ziming said. 107th chapter CDS market risk. Letter of credit default insurance is perhaps one of the biggest problems. Louis hears Ziming words surprised a moment, but then laugh again. My most dear Mr. Ziming, you can really say, in the entire subfield of loans, credit default insurance is obviously the best one. Layers of shackles. I didn't expect that it would become a problem when I came to you. Your words opened my eyes to me. Could it be that this order was established by you? Face of such ridicule, Lin Mu King immediately stood up and said, Wo Ren Wai Ziming, then there is no question that this insured sound good, but in the final analysis is nothing more than a transfer of risks, but can be passed on from one person into another person only. The risk itself will not change anything. If there is a breach of contract, wouldn't it be the same for everyone to pay? It seems you have really is what it have no idea. I need to give you popularize basic knowledge of finance. To reading. Louis deliberately sighed and said, although the final subprime loans are ultimately provided to ordinary people, most of these credit default insurances are actually provided to intermediate banks or lending institutions. In other words, it is these institutions that handle subprime loans. They buy insurance for all the subprime loans they want to take out. The original intention of this insurance is also very simple, because most of these lending institutions are small companies, so their assets are not high, only a few million and tens of millions. And few of them reach the scale of hundreds of millions. This is why although they can obtain the most favorable loans from banks through formal channels, they cannot obtain very high loans due to their own collateral assets are too small. However, there are so many loans outside, and at the same time, people who cannot meet the bank conditions are waiting for loans. At this time, credit default insurance is available. Louis went on to say, for example, I plan to release 300 million yuan of subprime loans, but I am not like that. A lot of money. I go to the bank to apply for a preferential loan, but my qualifications are not enough, so I will find an insurance company and ask him to guarantee my loan for default. I can pay him 5 million in insurance premiums every year for a total of 10 consecutive years, 50 million. If my investment did not default, then the insurance company would have taken it for nothing. But on the contrary, if I defaulted, then the insurance company would have to compensate me. Louis spread his hands. In fact, I am not at a loss in this matter, because my 300 million yuan is used to lend. Let's compare mortgage lending. I calculate that my subprime loans are on average 8%, so I will be able to do so in 10 years. The profit is about 140 million, so I will take out 50 million from the middle for insurance, and I can still make a net profit of 90 million. It doesn't matter if there is a breach of contract. Anyway, an insurance company will help me indemnify. I made a risk-free money. Louis said, of course the insurance company is not stupid. He will not immediately accept the insurance contract. He will first conduct a risk assessment. We assume that the risk of default is a percentage. First, I only need to accept 100 insurance contracts to get 5 billion insurance money. Even if one company defaults, I can still make a net profit of 4.7 billion after paying 300 million. Even if there is an accident, there are 3 companies. At the same time, by defaulting, I can still make 4 billion. Why not do this kind of business that makes a profit without losing money? Louis deliberately paused when he said that. He looked at Ziming and Lin Muqing with his eyes left and right and asked, do you understand this explanation? This credit default insurance sounds like a kind of risk transfer, but it is actually a kind of risk sharing, which improves everyone's ability to resist risks. Ziming and Qing Lin Mu did not speak. Louis have also not surprised. He just said, I know you have that there are many loopholes, but we are not here, because this is a very mature financial markets. Regardless of any loopholes, someone will help him to block it, so please don't use your backward concept to see us in the future, okay? Lin Muqing didn't know what to say at this time. She could only look at Ziming helplessly. Ziming then shook his head and said to Louis, your solution release no problem. But I still insist on their own ideas. Financial exchange market capital is just a place, and does not produce any additional value in the capital market. Profits and risks exist at the same time. There is no business that makes a profit without losing money. There is no risk of such a high market profit. This method is definitely problematic, but the problem has not been discovered yet. Louis smiled very happily. Is that so? It seems that Mr. Ziming is really firm and stubborn. Then I think I will very much look forward to you finding out the problem of this miracle. After speaking, Louis left the living room, leaving only a string of contemptuous laughter. The laughter of Lin Muqing sounds very uncomfortable, but she did not know how to argue, and finally she can only say to Ziming, or I have another party style. Face of this unexpected problems Qing Lin Mu. Ziming surprised asked, Muqing sister, do you not believe me? Lin Muqing immediately explained, Ziming I did not mean, I know you judge their own very confident, I trust your judgment also, because I think it sounds subprime loans where there are problems look, but now we still haven't found it, have we? Ziming smiled and Lin Muqing said, Muqing sister I think you misunderstood, I did not try to be brave in. I really think that subprime loans have a big problem to read. To C1 a K book a look at NS book who. Really? Lin Muqing seemed to be a little disbelief. Of course it is true, or promise I will try to be brave in the face of some Louis, but Muqing sister not an outsider. I am before you succeed and whatever it. Ziming said. Ziming is telling the truth. With the memory of later generations, he knows that this subprime loan will definitely go wrong. But this time he is not an unknown prophet, but has to do it himself to burst the bubble. Ziming is in front of Louis, he didn't show that confidence. But Lin Muqing didn't know this. For her, she let go of Ziming when she heard this, because Ziming in her impression was not without self-esteem, but his self-esteem was based on self-confidence and rationality. In front of his own people, he was originally to discuss countermeasures. So there was no need to hold on to the boring airs, and he did not try to be too strong in front of him. Ziming thought about it for a while before saying to him, Sister Muqing, no matter how low the risk assessment is, he is based on the subprime loan market. Now the US economy is growing very fast. The risk of this kind of loan is very low, But if one day the subprime loan market goes wrong, will all the guarantees cease to exist? And the most important point, Ziming said, people are profit-seeking. I don't believe that no one will come in to speculate and create bubbles in such a stable and profitable business. As long as there is a bubble, then the market itself will be fragile. If you say that, I remember one thing, that is the CDS market. Lin Muking said suddenly. The CDS market, Sister Muking, do you mean the market for credit default insurance? Ziming asked. Lin Muking nodded and said, yes. I just checked the information materials of Borley Insurance Company. This is an insurance company directly controlled by the Adams family. I have found a very interesting information. He has been involved in 100 CDS contracts. He spent $4 billion on their internet. These words made Ziming's eyes suddenly bright, and he was very happy to say, sure enough. I know that there will be great hidden dangers in such a large market. Lin Muking is also very surprised. Happy, but her happiness is more that she can help Ziming. Of course, as a financial investor, she also understands what a 100 CDS contract means for $4 billion. And that is hype, because according to the previous algorithm of Louis, assuming that every CDS contract is worth $50 million, then 100 contracts are $5 billion. 4 billion and 5 billion, so it seems that Borley has made a profit, but you must know that the 5 billion is delivered in 10 years, not to mention whether there will be accidents in the past 10 years. Just it is possible that inflation is unacceptable. Then it's not difficult to imagine that there must be an insurance company that has accepted a 100 CDS contract. The insurance company alone is worried that there is an accident. After all, this can be regarded as a futures contract. Then he needs to be able to avoid risks. The best way is to sell all these contracts directly. Perhaps the initial price set by the insurance company was $2 to 2.5 billion. Although it is half the price of $5 billion, it will take 10 years to get it gradually. And there are risks. How can it be compared to now that you can get $2.5 billion right away, without any risk? Then he bought the company with 100 CDS contracts. He didn't want to wait 10 years to get the money, or he didn't want to take the risk, so he would continue to sell the 100 contracts. 2.7 billion, 2.8 billion will do, or no one can spend so much money at a time. He can also sell these CDS contracts as stock-like orders. In the end, under the hype of the market, it gradually soared to a high price of $4 billion for 100 contracts. At the high price of $4 billion for 100 contracts, I don't think there is much profit margin. As long as one contract defaults, I think someone should go bankrupt, because he has already spent $4 billion to buy the contract. Can I get more money? Even if the Adams family is behind the Borley company, I am afraid it will not be able to hold it. Ziming said. Will Borley company also list these contracts for sale again? Maybe they originally planned this. Lin Muking guessed. Ziming shook his head and said, in fact, the question of whether Borley will eventually be sold is not important. The important thing is that he has already bought it. This has proved that the CDS contract or the bubble in the subprime loan market has been fired. What everyone buys is not the profit 10 years later, but the next buyer you are looking for now. As long as this kind of drumming and spreading flower transaction stops, it will be turbulence like a landslide and tsunami. But how can we stop him coming down? Lin Muking asked. Ziming thought for a while and asked, Sister Muking, if you were an investor, under what circumstances would you stop buying these BSPs? Lin Muking frowned and tentatively answered, the risk is too high, or the profit margin is too small. So when will the risks of these CDS contracts become greater, or the profit margins will become smaller? Ziming asked again. Of course it was when there was a breach of contract. Lin Muking's answer only said one sentence and didn't say it anymore, because she already understood Ziming's thoughts. Ziming, you mean to create a breach of contract? Ziming first nodded and then shook his head and said, default is sure to be manufactured because of default occurs is to burst the bubble of the condition, but before that, We must be sure that now is not really subprime loans has swelled to a sufficiently violent degree. But this requires more detailed market information. Lin Muking said embarrassedly. Ziming said casually, Sister Muking, you have ignored the existence of Mr. Louis too much. He is the patriarch of the Lovell family. Lin Muking smiled and said, I really forgot this. At the same time, in another room, Louis sneezed fiercely, and his body shivered involuntarily, and there was a very bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 118. Louis reminder. When a luxury cruise ship slowly docked at Brighton's private pier, a short man walked on the cruise and was greeted by someone at the pier. The short man seemed very dissatisfied. He snorted and got into the vehicle to greet him. Reading. Looking at _K to CA. The car that was greeted was a special Cadillac sedan. He took the sedan out of the dock and drove into a bay villa not far away. When the car drove into the villa, there are already two people waiting here. They are sitting under a tree with a coconut on their hands. Maybe they are dressed more casually, but no one dares to despise them because one of them is the governor of Massachusetts, Edward, and the president of Harvard University, are a very high-status person in Massachusetts and the entire federal society. This time they saw the little man came up to greet all at once, because the dwarf is not others, but Lowell family patriarch Louis. Mr. Louis, you are very welcome, we have prepared your favorite drink for you. Speaking of Edward, he asked the waiter to bring Louis a glass of watermelon juice, and then they asked Louis to sit down, and Edward said to Louis again, you have been living in Rhode Island these days. I think about our business, I must have not forgotten it. Face problems Edward, Louis not in a hurry to answer, or that he bothered to answer. Just to see him first bit a drink a few big mouth watermelon juice, then said, states Mr. Long is really rhetorical. I came here today it's for this, but as you know, I'm just to take care of what you want about the contracts held by the Adams family's holding company together about. It seems that Chinese people are really going to put a target on subprime loans. Edward reasoned, but I'm afraid in this regard would not help Louis because I have now it's the governor. If I rush to check the contract holdings of other companies, a very bad message will be sent to the outside world. This is something I need to avoid. Another side of Lawrence also said, I think I cannot help you, Louis, because for me just the president of Harvard, hardly what it means tackling the investigation of other companies' holdings. Louis was not surprised by Edward and Lawrence's answers. He just smiled coldly and said, it turned out to be like this. That would be a shame, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have always been working with Ziming, so in the future let us work together, but I also hope that Mr. Governor and Mr. Principal will show up when it's time to show up, so that we can help you make money, right? Louis' words may sound without any problems, but Edward and Lawrence was immediately frowned. Lawrence also asked the sentence, true. I did not expect Lowell real family now so generous thing. Louis laughed. People are always become the thing, and in that Chinese people live together after so long, I feel I received a lot of his shadow impact. One look. Book. Edward and Lawrence sat up straight instead, frowning at Louis, seeming to suspect something. Finally Edward and Lawrence looked at each other. Edward said, Mr. Louis, I think that since we are an alliance, we should look like an alliance, especially unity and concerted efforts. Then things will be simpler in the future. Lawrence also said, I think not only we must unite, but we also have the same goal, so I also think it is necessary for each to complete its own task. Louis' smile was cold. He will own thinking thread back memories from the era. He sat on the Rhode Island luxury villa living room of sand, looked left and right in front of zooming glances, said, it seems Zixian Xingming he also has a deep understanding of psychology. Otherwise, according to the habits of the two guys Edward and Lawrence, he would only put himself aside and stand on the shore watching our jokes. Okay, after all, they can be considered the idea of human nature. Ziming mouth saying so. But my mind was thinking about practice before these ideas do not exactly Louis. Of course, Ziming did not hide care about this issue, but then asked him, whether because of the reasons why. But at least they are willing to help. You can make things easier. Then I believe holds about Adams Family Holding Company for contracts. Mr. Louis also brought the information, right? Louis Littlehead and said, it's real confidence. Do not need me to take this whole subprime lending industry. Brighton basically no, Adams Family is the driving force behind the overall market. And Edward Lawrence also. My view, almost every subprime loan and contract transaction are more or less related to the Adams family. Read the book. I did not quite understand, Mr. Louis. You mean saying that every subprime loan companies or institutions involved in contracts traded, their Adams family holding it? Ziming asked. Of course not. Blair Leighton's investment company very much. Regardless of the Adams family strong to what extent, he is very difficult to do. All of the holding company, is also absolutely no need, I said, and he meant to say about him in these transactions are in a very important position. Louis thought for a while and said, for example, I have a 10-year contract worth $10 million US. I want to put this contract on the market and sell it. A few days later, the contract was changed hands 10 times. It finally sold to a high price of $1 million US. In the 20 times that were changed hands, at least 2 to 3 times were done by investment companies controlled by the Adams family. Lin Muking took a breath and said, so, isn't this whole market a play directed and acted by the Adams family? The purpose is to attract speculators to the bait. Yes, the Adams family invested resources to stir up the market and sold the acquired contracts to greedy speculators at high prices. But when did the bubble not form like this? Just like the domestic stock market in later generations, everyone looked at the two markets rising every day, as if fools could make money when they entered, so everyone began to invest money in the stock market. Regardless of whether the current economic situation is so good or whether it is in the stock market, the rise has an element of false high. In other words, there are some people who understand that someone is raising up behind the scenes, but everyone thinks that they are sensible and that they can withdraw before the stock market crashes. But they don't know that greed is the original sin. He will make you dream about waiting one more day, earn an extra day's money. And now Brighton's market is also like this. Every speculator is dreaming about how much profit the contract he bought can bring to him by changing hands. No one has ever thought about what this contract is and what supports the contract. How much the subprime loan market has been elevated. They just think that they are not the last one. There will always be the next one to take this order. Ziming leaned on the sand and let out a sigh of relief and said, I don't care about the insatiable speculators. I only have one question, Mr. Louis. Please tell me how many bits per second are held by the holding company of the Adams family now. Louis shaking his head and replied, I don't think I can tell you the exact number, but according to our conservative estimate, it has reached at least $300 billion US. Heard Louis say that the export figures, Lin Muking had a chance to surprise. They quickly came to reflect, Ziming, but now the total amount of real estate throughout the Brighton also was only about $500 billion, although not subprime loans will have on real estate mortgages. Real estate, after all, but considered subprime loans in the benchmark. At least this number can prove Adams family grasped the hands of a considerable number of BP. Louis pointed and said, shilling you say is very good. The whole almost half of the contracts in Brighton and even Massachusetts are under the control of the Adams family. This is really an exciting good news. Ziming said, is not above his teacher Louis. I hope you can give me a little detailed information. No problem at all. Louis to Ziming said, then he made a phone call. And soon there is a man walked into the house, the living room, and to hold them to a man enough to have a big chest carton box. These are the details you want. Louis said, not too little. I think I can say to you, Fenway area is a place to handle most of the subprime loans, while Vader community, it is the weight of the heavy. After leaving these words for Ziming and Lin Muking, Louis left the living room. Louis Lin Muking looked at the back left, twist eyebrow and asked Ziming, Why say this to us? He is not know what your message is to deliberately take you to the place where he needs to lead. Ziming did not directly answer, but first ask, Muking's sister, Austrian, Malta. This man, I think you have the impression of it. Lin Muking thought for a moment, points head and said, I remember, you said Ziming on the phone. He was the district council you support. It is not a member, but did not name the other things in addition to almost all the real power, even to parliament. He had been meeting several times for Baotabo, and he is responsible for the area in Uaida community, Ziming told Lin Muking. Lin Muking suddenly realized, Ziming went on to say, there is another point, Omar, and there is little relationship between Governor Edward. Edward went to Omar Vidal community to read, so I want Edward, Louis know this news is also normal. Lin Muking became wary again. So this Louis deliberately asked you to start from Vinda community? Facing Lin Muking's nervousness, Ziming smiled and said, Sister Muking, I don't think you need to be so nervous. Although I know that they must be deliberate, it may not be bad news. On the contrary, I think it was their consideration. Seeing that Lin Muking still seemed to be a little confused, Ziming had to say, first we and they are an alliance, no matter how unreliable the alliance is, but at least we are still in the same boat. I don't believe that now that there is a chance, they will deliberately shirk. The second is the relationship between Omar and Governor Edward. No matter how cruel a politician, there will always be some affection. Ziming said here after a while and finally said, the most important point is that this Vinda community, I understand, is the most concentrated ethnic minority, including Chinese. The community, that is to say, there are a lot of places for subprime loans. From here, it is a good way to start. I think Louis said this is just reminding me where I can start. After all, time is very important now. No one knows when the Adams family will throw away all the contracts on their hands, so we must find the key points as soon as possible. Ziming said. Lin Muking let out a sigh of relief and said, if you insist on Ziming, do so, and I will support you. Ziming smiled and said to her, Sister Muking, please relax your mind. Somewhat minimum level of trust it. Having Ziming picked up the phone and dialed a number, Omar and I am looking for a little something very important for your help. Article Chapter 19 Lobbying Vinda Part 1 An ordinary Buick car drove into the Vinda community until it reached the community office. Since the United States does not have the same setup as street offices and community management committees, it is usually the councillors selected by the community did the work to organize an autonomous organization as the most basic management organization. Austria Malta on the other. In the office door, he saw two Chinese faces go off, let his eyes light up immediately, followed by three to step past Omar, Zuxai and Xingming. You finally came, I was worried about you. The two men that Ziming and his bodyguard, Ziming Omar's face care, he smiled and said, very sense thank you cared for me, but I think other people did not think I would come back. So overall I am still very safe. Ziming see Austrian what Ma would like to say. He first said, I think compared to these, we still talk into your office and get down to business. I think there are more dangerous than your office, because I remember when Mr. Brook I sent someone to follow me. Austrian Ma Ziming listened to say, he immediately tense, there is such a thing, it is simply Mr. Brook's dictator behavior. Mr. Ziming you come office. Speaking of Omar, he took Ziming into his office. The office still had Congressman Bob's sign hanging on it, but Bob was rushed home by Omar to rest. Now, in and out of this office, except for the signs and photos, it's Omar's exclusive space. Omar took Ziming and sat down on the sofa in his office. Zuxai and Xingming, forgive me directly, I know you have a very important thing. But you can inform me, let me do it for you. You do not need to own up to take the risk. Austrian Ma looked sincere. Ziming said, you know that the Adams family is not a soft-hearted family. It seems that you have lost your mind now. If something happens to you in the Vinda community, I will suffer for the rest of my life. Ziming smiled and patted Omar's soul on the shoulder, said, for your concern I accept it. The reason I want to come in person, "Not on Omar you do not trust, but I need to see in the first line the information I need to know a lot of things. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will never be able to fully grasp it if you just listen to other people's narration." Ziming said the last thought for a moment said, "And another point, I have a feeling that if I come there may be some unexpected gains or perhaps." At this time, Ziming's words were just a joke, but in the end he didn't even think of it. "Well, Austria Ma, I think the other topics we can stop there, and I need to know the situation Vader community," Ziming said. Austrian Ma, although still very worried about the safety of Ziming, but Ziming adventured to this purpose, so he soon made choose. Then he gave Ziming briefed Vader community its real situation Vader for the community. Ziming also know, after all, in the past he also organized the campaign, although the final failure, but at that time did not understand the information they forget. Vader community is located in the northwest corner of Fenway District, a mid-range community backed by the Charles River. But although it is a mid-range community, it does have independent villas and exquisite floors, etc. But due to some reasons such as publicity and location, so that many ethnic minorities such as Chinese, Hispanic, African, Indian, etc. live here. In Brighton, a city dominated by Anglo-French immigrants, coupled with the natural superiority of white people, such a community naturally became the lowest grade community in the hearts of mainstream Brighton people. This so-called grade is only seen by the traditional Brighton people, but in fact, because of the good location of the Vinder community, the housing price is relatively high. It is very difficult for ordinary people to become owners here without a mortgage. Especially for these are discriminated against people of ethnic minorities. In with the circumferential Yixian Xingming your phone. These days I investigated at the statistics community residents, at least among those who look at me, no one them loans. Austrian Ma said. Ziming silently nodded and then asked, "That what they are looking for subprime lenders do it. Minorities in here are being discriminated against, even the banks, too. To their credit rating is very low, so that they cannot do normal lending, they can only find corporate loans took the second division." Austria Ma said. Ziming can hear the tone of some angry Omar. Omar hand patted him on the shoulder to show comfort. Omar also reacted to Ziming smiled apologetically, and Ziming asked, "That what Austrian Ma you have they investigated their major loan companies?" Omar nodded and said, "Yes. Because they need to take real estate mortgage when applying for loans, so it is recorded on my data. According to my statistics, the most subprime loans are issued for residents of Vinder community, is an investment company called Brook Investment Company," Ziming said in surprise. Omar said, "I think you guessed right, Mr. Ziming. This Brook Investment Company is the property of the senior Massachusetts congressman." Ziming couldn't help but laugh, because he didn't expect this situation, although he knew that Congressman Brook had an investment company in his hands, but the entire city of Brighton was as big as there were so many investment companies and banks. At the same time, at the Vinder community was also at concentrated area of ethnic minorities, which was regarded the fact as a part of subprime loans. How did you run into Brook Investment Company? But it doesn't seem strange to think about it. Brook, as an important member of the Adams family, may be the benefit given to him unexpectedly. Is it true that the enemies will not meet together? Ziming sighed, and then asked, "Then what about the proposal to let these minorities go bankrupt and default?" For this question, Omar's face was the first time. He was embarrassed. "Mr. Ziming, I think this problem is a bit troublesome, because Vinder community is not a new community anymore. Many people have lived here for more than a year, even more than 3 years. It's not easy for them to give up their property for any reason." Ziming nodded. "This is what I expected. I am here today because of this. Omar, you help me. Are you all ready?" Omar also nodded and said, "If you insist, Mr. Ziming, I will take you right away." Ziming spread his hands. "Of course, I'm always ready." He got Ziming's answer. Omar immediately picked up the phone and called a page. After about a quarter of an hour, Someone knocked on the door of the office, and then a fat black man walked in. Johnny deserves to belong to the original school team, and he runs very fast, even though you have become a fat guy now. Omar first got up and greeted the black man, and then introduced Ziming. This is Johnny. He is the manager of the African American group in the Vinda community. You have some questions about my fellow African Americans. You can get the most accurate answer from him. In a sense, he can represent other 350 compatriots. Hey, I said Omar, although I know your eloquence is very good, but I can't say that to me. I'm not that strong. I've just lived here for a long time, and I've been in contact with them longer, and I've learned more about their thoughts. That's all. Johnny finished speaking and turned to Ziming. This is Mr. Ziming, right? What do you want to know? Ziming said to Johnny, I am very glad to meet you, Johnny. Maybe you don't know what I do. Let me introduce myself first, right? I'm an insurance company, and my company will always have several $100 million in assets. Hearing several $100 million, Johnny's eyes glared at the boss. And Omar explained to him, that's true, Johnny. You always doubt where my money comes from? I can tell you that this Mr. Ziming helped me. Omar's words made Johnny take a breath, and he then said to Ziming, Mr. Ming, I hope I can help you. This time Johnny's tone was obviously more sincere than before. It seems that colored glasses are really everywhere. Ziming felt a little helpless, and then he said, because the industry I'm in has let me know some news about subprime loans. I know that many people in Vinda community have taken out subprime loans, right? Borrowing from a loan company, for example, Brook Investment Company. Hearing something about him, Johnny nodded and his expression became serious. This made Ziming inevitably put a little snack. Brook Investment Company was deliberately said by Ziming. The purpose is to make him pay more attention. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. So Ziming went on, but his continuation was a rhetorical question. This is Johnny. Do you know how the Brook Investment Company loan came from? Isn't it borrowed from the bank? Johnny was not sure. Say, yes, Brook Investment Company's money is indeed borrowed from the bank. Ziming then changed the subject. But do you know how he borrowed? Johnny shook his head. And Ziming told him, he is use your real estate as a mortgage to make a loan to the bank. But isn't this normal? Because we can't get enough favorable loans from the bank. Johnny said inexplicably. If it's just like this, then there is nothing wrong with it. Even he charges you high interest is a business rule. But do you know how much money he borrowed? Ziming paused before making a gesture and said, billion US dollars. Strong. Ni was surprised at the time. How come there are so many? Isn't this almost surpassing the value of our community? There is something called financial leverage. This explanation is more complicated, but it's simple. Said that he can rely on your mortgage to make excess loans. Ziming said. But with so much money, if something happens to the Brook Investment Company and the bank has to collect loans, even if we sell all the mortgaged properties in our community, we can't afford it, Johnny said. So in order to avoid his own risk, he sold all the mortgage contracts to others. Ziming said. It makes Johnny more surprised. These contracts may be resold to someone else. Can do these contracts has always been artificially high. Then how to make money? And who is not a fool who buy yet? Johnny, that you can be. Don't worry, because those people are not fools. On the contrary, they are very smart. Ziming said, it's still the thing called financial leverage. Other people also use this to gain profits and sell them to others. This way, they fall ahead of many companies. Come and go. Johnny, you are so smart. I believe you can guess the final result. No matter what leverage is not leveraged, but the value remains the same, there will always be someone who can't bear it in the end. Johnny guessed. Ziming nodded and said, that's it. Your real estate will be taken back by the bank at that time, and then all will be auctioned off, and you will become homeless. How could this happen? But this is our home. What should we do? Johnny asked in a panic. Ziming was waiting for Johnny's words. He told Johnny, It's very simple. I filed for personal bankruptcy and won't repay these loans. Chapter 120 Lobbying Vinder Middle, New Year. Little Fang Pian is here to pay New Year's greetings to all the book friends. I wish you all a good year of the monkey, and everything you want will be all the best, and you will have a lot of money like Ziming. This whole thing is not very complicated to say, just like Mr. Johnny, you just now I have said the same. No matter what leverage is not leveraged, the price of your house will not change, so in the final analysis these people are just taking your loan for profit. So officially because of this, as long as the loan disappears suddenly then, don't those companies necessarily go bankrupt. Nothing is wrong, no words are skipped. Ziming said to Johnny, Mr. Ziming, I can understand what you said, and I also believe that as long as I go bankrupt, those bastards who live on my interest will be finished, but there is one thing I don't understand, Johnny said. Ziming stretched out his hand to signal that Johnny had something to say. Then Johnny asked, if I really go bankrupt, wouldn't those bastards want to recover the cost? Wouldn't they auction my house? I signed the Brook Company back then. Contract. John's tone was full of worry. Ziming couldn't help feeling that he deserves to be an American emperor. The people here are very aware of the law. Unlike many people in China who don't know the law at all, they won't even sign a contract. As for the acknowledgement, as for the era when the economy has just started, there are many things that don't even have a formal clause. Everyone just makes a verbal agreement or some simply make up an agreement by themselves. But Johnny would not think so. Although Brook Investment Company sold his real estate mortgage contract to others, the contract is a contract, and power and responsibility are inescapable. Ziming thought about it for a while and then nodded and said, it is true. My idea is to let him go to auction. This answer made Johnny's eyes widened, and he looked at Ziming in surprise and asked, Mr. Ziming, to wonder if you still don't understand. I only have one property. If my property is auctioned off, then my wife and I will sleep on the street. Of course I would not allow this to happen. Ziming said to Johnny, I mean Johnny, as long as you declare your personal bankruptcy, I will provide you with a place to stay. And after the matter is over, I will buy your property back for you. Johnny was even more puzzled. Too, I'm willing to trust you, Mr. Ziming, but I don't understand why you want to do this. Ziming did not answer this question, but Omar helped him answer. Johnny, I think many people on the street have been there recently. You don't know if you denounce a company called Wharton Insurance Company. It's true that there are many words even in our Vinder community. So that insurance company belongs to Mr. Ziming? The feelings are so true. It's just a conspired business revenge. Johnny suddenly realized, but his smile was only a moment, and finally he sighed, but Mr. Ziming, I can say that I will believe Omar and I will support you, as long as you don't let my wife suffer, but I can't guarantee that other people will think the same way as I do. You know, when we come to this world, the most important thing is our home. Ziming nodded. This point I can understand, and as a Chinese who has experienced the Spring Festival and the Spring Festival, I understand better than you. Johnny blinked and didn't understand what the Spring Festival and the Spring Festival were. But Ziming didn't mind. He went on to say, but everything I still have to do my best. This is why I asked Mr. Johnny to come here today, because I will ask Omar to help me organize a community meeting in the future. I hope Mr. Johnny can help me persuade the community more residents within. I will definitely, but I advise Mr. Ziming not to be too hopeful, Johnny said. Ziming just smiled at this, and then Johnny left because he had other things. Because he was worried that someone from the Adams family would make trouble in the community, Omar replaced Ziming and sent Johnny away. Going out. After Omar returned to the office, he also said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, it is not that I intend to hit you. It is true that when there is nothing else, just relying on you, even if I have confidence in you, it's really too difficult. Ziming nodded and said, this I understand. But we also cannot just see the difficulties, they will retreat. Well, do not you think? Austrian Mole smiled and said, I totally agree, because as if Mr. Ziming did not insist, I'm afraid I have no way today to sit in this office of Then I'll wait for Olympic Mall till you give me the good news. Omar to leave this sentence, Ziming and on the left, Ziming just get their own car, turn on paging saw a good fuel in Mu clear information, and she wanted to be very worried. Ziming immediately picked up the phone and called her back. Ziming, how you like situation over there? Now you have to Vader community yet? Have not met people Adam's family or other aspects of it. Not a big problem, right? No mistake. A lot of word phone was switched on. Lin Muking anxious voice immediately sounded, and she and other matter, but asked out of a series of questions about Ziming. You can see how much she care. This made Ziming feel very warm. He said to Lin Muking, Sister Muking, don't worry. I'm fine. The Adams family probably didn't expect me to come back. Ziming Lin Muking can hear they're obviously relieved. Ziming went on to say, I now Vida community just come out. I have seen Omar, and he introduced me to a very active here Johnny, saying that he will help me prepare a residents meeting and will help me do more ideological work for the residents. This made Ching Lin Mu put down the heart and lift up. That's such a big event, it will not be dangerous. Adam's family will definitely get the message. Ziming explained to her, my sister Muking, this is not mean anything. Assembly or campaign, just a gathering of residents, such as no class record. Adam's family as long as there is not a co-member of the community in Ueda, and is impossible to know. Although Lin Muking is still very worried, Ziming has said so now, and she has no choice but to suppress her feelings and ask again, I hope so. How much confidence do you have in this conference, Ziming? Can you convince them to give up the property? You do not support the idea of bankruptcy to repay it? No mistake, not jump word. Again, to make personnel listen to fate now, Ziming said. The time soon arrived on the third day. This was the day of the Vinda community residents meeting. At 9:30 in the morning, Ziming came to the square of the Vinda community. When Ziming arrived, there were already a dozen black people gathered here. This is not all of the Vinda community, but it is already very good. After all, this conference does not really say that all the people in the community should be invited. It is just that each household or even each unit has a representative. Now, just like the Domestic People's Congress. But that's it. You also need to coordinate everyone's time. Everyone has a job, so you can't let them give up their job. It doesn't make sense. In addition, Ziming did not invite all ethnic minorities, only blacks. This was suggested by Omar. Due to discrimination, all ethnic minorities are very organized, especially blacks. In addition, both Hispanics and Indians will also discriminate against blacks and each other. As for the Chinese, Ziming didn't think too much about it, because in the United States for more than half a year, Ziming had clearly seen this group of people. The guy who never wants to bear the obligation, especially compared to their compatriots in China. They always feel that they are a little inexplicably superior, as if they have really become white people. They don't know how low their status is in the eyes of real white people. For these people, if you really force everyone to gather together, it is inevitable that accidents will not happen. Therefore, in order to avoid accidents, Ziming decided to hold a separate meeting. First of all, it was the most group and the most. Mr. Ziming, I was still mentioning you to them just now. Yeah? Suddenly a voice came and Ziming looked over. It was Johnny who had seen him last time, but he hadn't seen him for 2 days. This guy seemed to have gained a little weight again. Ziming went up and shook hands with Johnny and greeted him. Johnny introduced to the people around him, this is Mr. Ziming, whom I told you. He is also coming for this meeting today. Our brother Omar can give Bao Bao Tub's fat pig was driven out of the community office with his help, so he is also our good brother, and we should all support him. The black man next to him suddenly realized it, but Ziming watched Johnny more. At a glance, after all, it takes a lot of courage for Johnny to call someone a fat pig like this. So you are Mr. Ziming? Just now I heard Johnny talk about subprime loans, and what are they? Shouldn't we pay so much interest? A black woman asked. Before answering this question, I think I need to ask how much your loan interest is. Ziming said, I am 7.6 percentage points. The black woman replied, but when she answered, She remembered something and then said, "This is my friend who works for Brook Investment Company. It is the preferential interest rate he asked for. No one else can get it." Arrived. Ziming then turned his gaze to other people. Their answers from 8 to 9 o'clock proved that the black women were telling the truth. Ziming nodded and said, "Well, I can tell you, but I hope you have to be mentally prepared, because as far as I know, the interest rate of the loan borrowed from the bank by Brook Investment Company using your property as collateral is only about 3%. This answer shocked everyone. All the blacks opened their eyes. The black woman said loudly, "How come there are so few?" The broker said that last time. He said that the bank's loan interest rate is also very high. It is 6 to 7 percentage points. I can get a loan from him to avoid a lot of troublesome procedures. He gave me the best interest rate. After the black women, other black people also yelled one after another, saying that if I regret that I believe the broker, I should go directly to the bank to get a loan. To be honest, this group of black people's eyes widened is really scary, but Ziming quickly eased his mind, and he said, "They are all deceiving you, but you have nothing to do, including going to the bank." "It's the same," Ziming said specifically, "because the real situation is the guys from Brook Investment Company bought out the bank and asked the bank not to lend you. The excuse is your credit rating, so no matter what you do, you will only I can borrow loan sharks from them." After Ziming finished speaking, someone immediately sympathized with him. "That's right, I have been to the bank, and people said that my credit rating is not enough." It turns out that this is a conspiracy by Brook Investment Company, is it? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Ziming spread both hands. "I'm afraid it doesn't need to be proved by me, otherwise you are all people who have good job and income certificates, and you are also people who own real estate. With such good conditions, why is your credit rating so low? Can't even get a mortgage? It's too suspicious." All the black people nodded involuntarily after listening to Ziming's words, but they did not speak, but turned their heads to the other side. Ziming looked over. "Omar is here." Chapter 121 Lobbying Vinda Part 2. When Omar saw Ziming and Johnny and other black family representatives together, he jokingly walked over and said, "It's really lively here. It seems I should come later, so that everyone has a better chance to understand each other." Omar walked all the way, and everyone including Johnny took the initiative to greet him eagerly, which shows that Omar is in Victoria. The DA community has a good popularity, at least in the black circle of the community. Ziming and Omar clapped the joint. "I just introduced some subprime loans to my friends in the community." Everyone nodded, and the black woman said, "I really listened to Mr. Ziming's introduction. I know, is it really that good to get a preferential loan from a bank? It's only 3 percentage points, but the guys from Brook Incorporated actually asked me for 7.6 percentage points, which is more than double the amount. What kind of friends this is? Preferential interest rates. I really feel like an idiot who has been played around." The words of black women immediately resonated with others. "Yes, those white people say that we are tolerant and respect us, but in reality they don't treat us as Americans, they just treat us as slaves to make money for them." Omar said at this time, although the Declaration of Independence has been published for more than 100 years, there is still no hope for the elimination of many concepts. Because of this, we have to be more united. And only when we are united can we strive for greater benefits for ourselves. That's why Mr. Ziming is here today. I think we need to listen carefully to his words and finally make a decision. Following Omar's words, all the black people shouted in unison, and then Omar gave Ziming the right to speak, but Ziming did not stand on the stage, but still stood there, asking everyone to come around and say, "Dear friends, we said today that we are going to hold a residents' assembly. But in fact I am not a federal official and I don't need it at all. We just came here today just to chat with you, nothing more." Actually, credit ratings are this thing. It's just a saying. No matter how systematic and seemingly rules he has a judgment standard, in the end it is the white people who have the final say. Ziming said, "It's a simple truth. one black and one white, two people with the same conditions. I think the criterion for whites is to be one level higher than blacks, right? Everyone nodded to Ziming's question, and Ziming suddenly raised a question. Then you know this is why? There. Black people shook their heads in unison. Ziming went on to say, I am not a white person. I don't know what happened, but I think since there is a 9% loan interest rate for Brook investment, I have to say, and he doesn't matter. I don't believe it. Ziming didn't say it on purpose, because what he thought of would convince him more than what he learned, and Ziming said more exciting information next. Perhaps the 9% loan interest rate doesn't feel much to you, so if you buy a house with a loan of $200,000 and repay the loan in 20 years, then the interest you have to pay will all be as high as $230,000, even more than the principal you borrowed. Hearing Ziming's words, everyone beside him couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. Ziming paused when he said that, and he looked around for a while before he said again, I know you may not believe me, so you can take out the calculator and calculate it yourself. Ziming's tone is very confident. He is not worried that someone will actually take out a calculator to verify it, because he said this is the fact, a fact that is easily overlooked. This is the profit in the bank. Perhaps 9% a year may not sound like a lot, but it will be terrifying after 20 years. And this is still under the premise that the mortgage is repaid every month. If you directly calculate the total amount, it will only make people crazy. Let us think about how much money you can make a year in total. $50,000 is almost the same. But how much do you have to pay back? $17,000 or $18,000? Then it is more than $20,000 a year, which is about to account for your income. It's half of their cost. Ziming said again, this is not a small amount of money, because if you don't have these 9 points of interest, you can save nearly $10,000 in interest, and you can take your wife and children with you every year. Traveling on vacation, you can ask for an extra piece of beef while eating burgers, and you can even choose the cigarettes and beer you want most and go to Las Vegas. But now, Ziming looked around and said, you could have used the money for pleasure, but now you are using all of the money to raise the fated white people. More importantly, the white people are not grateful to you. They will only think that this is the tribute the slave has to the master. Ziming's slow tone, he said while paying attention to these black face. Ziming found that their eyes are angry and unwilling. Ziming know enough heat. Then finally he said, but now there is a chance, of course. I can't help you get your own money back from those white businessmen, but I can help you retaliate fiercely against those bastards who lie on you and suck your flesh and blood. These words are like a beacon in the night. Generally, everyone's eyes brightened, and these black people looked at Ziming hopingly. Now I have a plan for Brook Investment Company, Ziming said. You may not understand that you are borrowing from Brook Investment Company, but in fact he has already mortgaged your real estate to the bank. I went and got more money. If your property is worth $200,000, then he has borrowed at least $400,000. Ziming's words surprised everyone, and they exclaimed one by one, how could this happen? How much money? Is it just because of their credit rating, or is there any other reason? But we did not default. Hasn't he already defaulted by doing so? Ziming raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He went on to say, I won't say more about how it is done, because the process is more complicated, but as long as you know, they have never thought about what will happen to your property. As long as you can make more money, but no matter how they operate, it is based on your loans in the final analysis. As long as you file for personal bankruptcy, you can bring them down. As Ziming finished, all the black people were stunned. They stared at Ziming blankly and didn't know what to say. After talking, Ziming gave Omar a wink, and he also said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming said it is very reasonable, because we have signed a contract with Brook Company, and we will never get the money back. But we can take revenge on those guys fiercely. Isn't it good? Omar's words seemed to pull them back from shock. Someone stupefied and asked the same question as Johnny before. We didn't believe it. You mean, but if we go bankrupt and default, then our house will not be sold and we won't have a home to live in. With the first one, everyone else asked, yes, isn't it? Is there any way we can waive this loan, or can we keep our house? In their face of these problems, Ziming explained to them, I am sorry that this is difficult to do without the loan. I arrived, but there is only one point. I will not make you homeless. I can help you rent the house. Even after the matter is over, I can help you buy the house back. As long as you apply for personal bankruptcy, let Brook Company bankruptcy. Ziming's eyes were filled with hesitation after he finished speaking. He had no choice but to cast his gaze on Johnny. Mr. Johnny, I know you are very smart and good at choosing, so do you think that if it were you, would you have to avenge those people who have mixed protein, or would you be their slave silently? Ziming asked. Johnny was not a fool. He knew very well why Ziming called his name at this time. So he said, of course I want to retaliate against those who are bastards. Although I don't have that much money, I don't have any power over Congressman Brook, but at least I will resist, just like Martin Luther King and other compatriots who dare to resist, fighting for our fairness. Johnny finally looked at Ziming and asked, Mr. Ziming, can you swear to God that if I file for personal bankruptcy, I will definitely avenge those nasty white people? Ziming stretched out his hand. Of course, I can swear, as long as you and the compatriots in the Vinda community can work together. Okay, then I promise you, Mr. Ziming, I will file for personal bankruptcy. Johnny said. Mr. Johnny, you made a very wise choice. Ziming then turned to other people. So what about you? Faced with Ziming's question, everyone could feel their hearts unconsciously fierce. After a jump, there was also an urge to make a decision in my heart, but in the end it was only a matter of speaking. This was when Ziming was most nervous. Ziming had already reached the limit of what he could do. In the end it was up to their decision. Ziming didn't speak, and just sat there quietly waiting for their answers. The surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Everyone's breathing seemed to have stagnated at this moment. It took a while before someone said, Mr. Ziming, I don't think I can do it. These words made Ziming feel in his heart tightly, but calmly asked, why? Although Ziming did not express too much, the black man still felt a lot of pressure. He swallowed several saliva. Mr. Ziming, I am not united enough, but my son has just been born. I need a stable environment. I can't accept my house being auctioned off by the bank, and I can't accept moving back and forth, so I'm sorry. This person finished the week. Before Ming had time to speak, others said, I'm sorry Omar and Mr. Ziming. I don't think we can accept it either. We are very grateful for you to help us tell us about this, but if we want to apply for personal bankruptcy, we need a bank. Taking our property for auction is something we cannot accept in any case. So your final decision is not to retaliate against the white businessman, but you know that they will not thank you. On the contrary, they will laugh at you. Are you cowardly? Ziming asked. In the week under questioning Ming, everyone looked down. Ziming decided to take advantage of its success. Continued. You have had his wife and son, and you also have their own American dream. But now do ye shed? Every drop of sweat is to inject more fat into the belly of the white people. Your wife and children can obviously go to Rhode Island for vacation, but the high interest makes you only go to the park in front of your house. Is this your dream? Of course not. Some people cannot help but Ziming asked suddenly said, but his words. So it was. He went on to say, but the money we can continue to work hard, but the house did not really gone. Revenge whites. Mr. Ziming, you should find someone else. After speaking, the man fled, and with the first one taking the lead, the others would learn how to do it. Zuxian Xingming, we are really sorry, not what we want to be bullied by those whites, but we really powerless, so this thing you still find someone else. We really need to keep our house. These black people said this and left the square one by one. 112 chapters. Bitch News. Watching the black family representatives leaving the square one by one, Ziming did not move or stop them, just standing still watching them leave. The best experience of reading without pop-ups is here at Zuxian Xingming. We is not what to do. We cannot let them go away this way. Austrian Ma said. Ziming shook his head and sighed. This says I have already said, I think I have more to say, nothing else. After all, I'm asking them to give up their property, no matter what the requirements are too much. Yes, you know I'm only meeting with them today. Even if you have Omar as your guarantee they support you, it doesn't mean they will blindly give up their family. I'm sorry Zuxian Xingming, this is I did not do a complete policy planning, is my test into account only the results of today's ill. I'm really sorry. Austrian Ma said. Ziming patted Omar on the shoulder and said to him, no, to be honest, I don't have much confidence in today's affairs. The reason why I did this is that there is really no other way. The same as before. If you do, there will be a glimmer of hope, but if you don't do it, there's no hope, right? Omar asked. That's the truth, Ziming said, but it seems that I overestimate my protagonist's halo. Although I have won the bet before, after all, it is impossible to stand every luck on my side. The friends in the Vinda community are not idiots. I just want to instigate them and let them do things for me willingly. It's really naive. Omar stared at Ziming. Not understanding what Ziming was talking about, he had to ask, Mr. Ziming, will the next few other ethnic conferences be held? Ziming thought for a while and said, of course we have to continue, or do everything we need to do. Ziming said this sentence is very unassuming. After all, he has just experienced a failure. In fact, just like Ziming himself said, he is not too sure that he can convince the representatives of the black family today, just because from rebirth to the present, the victories over and over made me a little too confident, forgetting that they are not NPCs without thinking, they are all people who have their own ideas. But on the other hand, if there are other ways, Ziming doesn't want to do such an affair. But now he is facing the pressing force of the Adams family, Kendini, Lawrence and Lovell, three major alliances. The family is the owner of no rabbits and no eagles, and finally found the breakthrough of the subprime mortgage crisis. How could he not try as much as possible? Mr. Ziming, I just listened to your speech. It is very good. You have grasped the focus of everyone's concern. I believe today is just an accident, Omar said to Ziming. Ziming smiled and thanked Omar, and then left Vinda Community Plaza. Back to the car, opened his pager. Ziming, Ching Lin Mu really have a lot of the above information. Ziming Lin Mu King opened the phone to back up a phone. The phone was switched on. Lin Mu King's voice passed over. Very urgent tone, Weak Ming, have you finished the residents' assembly in Vinda? You must have convinced those black family representatives, right? Ziming smile, I would hope so, but unfortunately, I did not convince them that they are not willing to give up their property. They think their property is their home. What it? Ziming, you say you fail? You do not have to convince them. But how could it? Lin Mu King was not thinking. Yi said, my sister Mu King, is not what it is impossible. Moreover, I do not what it can control people's minds' abilities, not what a powerful hypnotic technique, how to make the first meeting of people to give up their property I do. If I did it, it would be the most incredible. Ziming said. That what Ziming, you are not there other minority residents of the General Assembly do? Perhaps just these black families to represent them simply afraid of it, and perhaps other minorities that they would agree to it? Lin Mu King has said. Ziming, this is still the same answer. I am afraid that the next day will be more than difficult, because regardless of how much they hate each other minorities, but also some of the total, today's defeat will give others a bad influence to bring. It will make it easier for other minorities to refuse. But if Ziming, you cannot convince them to apply for personal bankruptcy, cited hair subprime crisis, we want to how to deal with Adam's family. According to the model, Chen leaves poor what they do, without any unexpected situation. Now the subprime loan market can be maintained for at least 5 years. And we can't wait that long. Lin Mu King said. I have is not to wait that long, but this does not work, we can only do all their own efforts. Ziming said, Mu King's sister, I will now continue to persuade other minorities, can persuade a few, there are a few. As for Sister Mu King on your side, also think about whether there are other ways. Face approached to the Ziming, Qinglin Mu the side and said, can only be the case. But Ziming Lin Muking suddenly thought of something. I am always a little worried. You are now back in Brighton, and there is a residents' assembly. There is the Adams family base camp. Will they already know it? Will you be in any danger? Since it is so, it is necessary to take risks to match it. But I believe with protect my safety was guaranteed. Ziming thought I added another sentence. Sister Muking, you forgot that I didn't even stay in a hotel with Chen Yin-ing. Did you find a motel with high mobility? So don't worry. Hang up. After receiving the call, Ziming leaned back on the chair, frowning and thinking, it shouldn't be like this. Subprime loans are absolutely flawed. The subprime mortgage crisis of later generations has also proved that the risks of subprime loans are definitely much higher than the assessment of risk assessment companies, and the conditions I had given them are very good. Is it mine? Is there a deviation in your thinking, or can I discuss with the three major families so that they can compensate these people for a property? All kinds of thoughts were constantly turning in Ziming's mind. He did not think about whether he would be discovered by the Adams family, because he did not directly appear in any easily spotted place. Brighton has a population of hundreds of thousands. I am not so easy to be discovered, am I? This is Ziming's thoughts. I have to say that his thoughts are very practical. After all, he also understands his current situation, so he has always tried his best to avoid places that might be discovered by the Adams family. However, there are some surprises. But it is Ziming couldn't predict it. When the residents' meeting in the vendor community ended and a black woman returned home, she immediately picked up the phone and called her real estate agent. Before she got through, she scolded and said, "You bastard James, I believe in you before you apply for a loan to do here, but I did not think you actually even I can cheat. You forget you swore say you lied to me is raised. Have you raised this?" Phoned the James agent. James was blinded at the time. He immediately said, "Hey, Sandy, is it you Sandy? Please calm down first. Please. I don't understand what makes you so angry, but I think there must be something in it. A big misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" said the black woman. "Sandy, then what do you say about my loan interest rate?" "Loan interest rate?" "I'm sorry Sandy, I don't understand what you mean." "If I remember correctly, your interest rate is 7%. The interest rate is already very, very low. It is impossible for ordinary people to get such a favorable loan." "There is no problem," James explained. What he thought of, "Is it right? Someone tells you something, I can bet you, he must sell his loan." "Sandy, I ask you to believe me, nothing is more generous than the loan I gave you." "Go to hell, you fucking liar," Sandy cursed. "Then please explain to me why the bank's loan interest rate is 3%, and why I have to pay you nearly $200,000 in 20 years. Interest, this is equivalent to the total amount of my loan." James said, "Sandy, I hope you can calm down a bit. I don't understand why you say $200,000 in interest. I only need you to pay back $1,016 every month. $100 isn't it? It's a small expense." As for the bank's loan interest rate, James said again, it's a conditional preferential loan, and most people can't get it. "If Sandy, you don't believe you can apply for it. No matter what you say, I won't believe you anymore. You and your company are just trying to defraud my real estate, using me and my real estate to make money for you." He cursed. "Today a gentleman named Ziming has already told me that he was also the owner of Wharton Insurance Company. He is clear about all the scams among you. I tell you James, if I didn't care about my child, I would definitely file for personal bankruptcy. So let your company and the loan go to hell." Sandy scolded and became fierce. "In the end our friendship ends here. I will curse you, I swear." Sandy hung up after saying that, leaving only James who was stunned on the other end of the phone. After a while, James put down the phone in his hand, and then got up from his seat. He found his supervisor, who was a bald middle-aged man. "Hey Head, I think I need to tell you something here," James said. "I received a call from Sandy just now. She is a good friend of mine, but just now she called me. I raised it because someone told her about the subprime loan and the amount of the loan. She also threatened me that she was going to apply for personal bankruptcy, so that we couldn't recover the loan and could only auction the real estate. There. Middle-aged man looked up alertly. Did she say who told her? These are not good news. James nodded and said, she said, it seems that it is a Chinese named Ziming. He is the owner of Wharton Insurance Company. Wharton Insurance Company and Ziming? I seem to have heard of these names somewhere. The middle-aged man doubted. Head, if I remember correctly, isn't that Wharton Insurance Company the insurance company that many people protested for bankruptcy? James said. The middle-aged man became nervous and asked James, are you sure? James nodded and said yes. The middle-aged man patted his shoulder hard and said it was great. Then he walked back to his desk and took it up the phone, dialed a number. Hello, I am the company director. I have a very important message for you, Mr. Brooke. Is about Wharton's insurance company Ziming. Chapter end. 120th. Sure enough, Chapter 3 still can't work. In the White Mountain Forest Manor in the north of Brighton, Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family, is reading in the study, while the housekeeper is cooking coffee beans on the side, and a strong fragrance is floating throughout the room. Suddenly, the door of the study was kicked open with a very arrogant kick, and Christo frowned very unhappy. A young man walked in and sat on the chair opposite Christo very carelessly. He reached out his hand to pick up a coffee bean on the table and threw it into his mouth. Then he spit it out and cursed. This is what is it? It's so unpalatable, and only you guy likes this kind of stuff. If others dare to be so unruly in the White Mountain Manor, even if he is the governor, Christo will immediately kick him out. But only this young man makes Christo helpless, because this young man not only it was his son, but also because of some past events that he didn't want to recall. Finally he sighed, closed the book in his hand and asked him, Robert, although you have your own reasons every time, I still want to hear this time. Can you tell me? Facing Christo's question, Robert curled his lips disdainfully. I'm telling you? I think you should tell me. Right? There are no mistakes. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. What on earth am I going to tell you? Christo wondered. Robert spread his hands and said, okay, let me remind you. It's the story of the Chinese. Do you think of anything? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Christo felt helpless. In fact, when Robert entered the door for the first time, he had already thought about who it would be related to. After all these days, there is no one else but the Chinese person that Robert can care about most. Of course, the Chinese person. It is indeed a headache, especially when I heard that he has been in alliance with Candini, Lawrence and the Lovell family. Although Christo is sure that this alliance is not reliable, the four parties are doing their own calculations, but this combination is always very annoying. In the past few days, Christo is negotiating with the three companies on this issue. The bargaining in the middle has already made him very annoyed. Now that Robert suddenly said it again, it made him even more anonymous. Robert, you should really take your attention away from the Chinese man. He is not worthy of your staring at him all day long. You should spend more time on reading and fitness. I would even rather you go. Do you know about drug use? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Christo said. Is that so? But I think that if I really take drugs, you will think I should deal with that Chinese. You are always so erratic, aren't you? Nothing is wrong. No skipping, Robert said casually. When he saw Christo frowning to say something, he immediately said, okay, Mr. Christo, I am not here to debate this with you. Judging from your current performance, you really don't know what happened. Then please tell me what happened. Is that Chinese going to heaven? Nothing is wrong. No words. Christo asked. It's not that he is going to heaven, but you Christo or our Addams family is going to heaven. Robert asked Christo back. Do you know that Ziming is back to Brighton? Skip the word. Christo raised an eyebrow, really did not think his courage is so big. So he was not afraid of provocations. We find the killer find him even if his side do have a strong bodyguards useless, right? Gee Mr. Risto, you haven't thought of him being bolder, Robert said. Just this morning, Ziming went to Vinda community to hold a community residents meeting. At the meeting, he mentioned about the Brook investment campaign is time. He also asked the residents of the community to apply for personal bankruptcy to prevent these subprime loans from operating normally. I think he might sound the horn of counterattack to you by doing so. The horn of counterattack? Risto was happy. You mean he is ready to rely on the bankruptcy of those community residents to challenge the Adams family? Don't you think what you are talking about is a fantasy? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. I don't think so. On the contrary, I think it is very possible, or that is what I hope. Robert said, first, he used the bankruptcy of those residents to trigger a crisis of subprime loan failure, and then he was willing to the three families of Dinny, Lawrence and Lovelar involved, and it is not hopeless, Mr. Christo. What do you say? Christo said with a smile, well, I think I will tell you with facts. This is impossible. When they finished speaking, the butler beside him finally made the coffee. He brought the coffee up and placed it in front of the two of them. That night, Ziming was in Omar's office. When Lee was discussing the affairs of the residents' meeting the next day, he suddenly received a call from Edward. Only after the call was connected, Edward went straight to the subject very unceremoniously. Mr. Ziming, I have a very bad news to tell you that the news of your coming to Brighton has been received by the Adams family, and I also know that you are holding a residents' meeting in the Vinda community. Ziming let out a long sigh and asked, have you taken any action on the Adams family? The action has been taken. It is by the patriarch of the Adams family. Risto personally directed it. As for the specific action and how they would do it, I'm sorry, I don't know this, Edward said. This news is too important, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much for telling me this news. Ziming said, it's nothing, because we are an alliance, aren't we? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped, Edward said. Then Ziming hung up the phone and raised his head. Ziming saw Omar's concerned expression. Obviously, the future president did not hear the specific content of the call, but the expression on his face changed. Combined with what he said, he can also guess some. Has the Adams family found out about us and has already taken action? Omar asked. For Omar, Ziming didn't need to conceal it. He nodded and replied, yes, but I don't know what action will be taken over there. Then the residents' assembly tomorrow. Omar's tentative question before he finished speaking, Ziming replied, the residents' meeting is still as usual. I don't believe that the Adams family will react so quickly. However, in order to avoid more troubles and reduce risks, tomorrow's residents' meeting will leave the rest. All the representatives of the ethnic minorities in China come. I don't think there will be enough time to come to the meeting again. I can only put all the bets on tomorrow. Omar nodded silently and said, no problem, Mr. Ziming. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. Omar's words were completely from the heart. Although he was not Ziming, he could also empathize with Ziming's current situation. First of all, Ziming faced Brighton and even the largest family in the United States. In theory, he could not win, but he still found a way out of the cracks and found three Kennedy, Lawrence and Lovell allies, whether reliable or not, are always allies. He has also found a breakthrough in subprime loans, and he also wants to use the bankruptcy of minorities to influence the market. Perhaps the failure of the Residents' Assembly today is very frustrating, but after all, it is only a black group. Who knows what other minorities think, especially his Chinese compatriots. No matter how great the chances of success are, there is always a hope, isn't it? But now, the news came that the Adams family had received the news and started to take action. It was simply to extinguish the last little flame. After this heavy blow, everyone would have to give up and fall, but Ziming still insisted on it. How can this kind of struggle not be great? With such thoughts, Omar secretly told himself, I must help Ziming anyway. At 8:30 in the morning of the next day, Ziming and Omar had already arrived at Vinda's community square. And when they arrived, family representatives from other ethnic minorities also came one after another. Isn't it said that the meeting was held at 10 o'clock? Why is it too casual to arrive at 8:30? There are no mistakes, a lot of words. someone said, very dissatisfied. But Ziming and Omar couldn't do anything about it. After all, the time set before was indeed 10 o'clock. But last night I suddenly received a call from Edward and learned about the action of the Addams family, and the time could only be advanced. Not only that, there used to be a meeting of minority ethnic group, but now they are all called together. There is nothing to do. When everyone arrived, Omar first said, "I am very grateful for you all to come." This means that the Vinda community is a very united group. Everyone is very self-conscious. Then I believe this is the first step to make us better. Then Omar introduced Ziming. "You all know me, but you may not know him. In fact, he is a very good businessman. He has an insurance company with assets of more than 100 million yuan. These issues are very understanding of real estate. A lot of people, myself included, have to consult him in this regard, so I hope you will grasp this one chance, listen carefully and think about his every word." Austria. After Ma finished speaking, he handed over the right to speak to Ziming. Ziming stood up and said, "I am very grateful to Mr. Omar for introducing me, but I want to say that I am not here to teach you today, and I don't want to do anything. The form of preaching is just something I want to share with you. Nothing more." Well, I know that each of you has borrowed money from Brook Investment Company. It may be a small amount, but you may, I don't know, the interest you need to pay is actually a huge trap. Ziming then repeated what he said to the representatives of the Black family yesterday. Although the sentences are different, the core idea is still the bank preferential loans, and the huge interest they have to pay during these years. So I don't know if everyone understands that you are actually working hard not for yourself, but for these high-ranking white Americans, so that they can live a better life, and so that they can have every meal. Eating an extra steak will allow you to eat only mashed potatoes. In order for them to go to Hawaii on vacation, you can only take a walk in the park. The salary they enjoy is what you pay. Ziming paused here. "Finally," I said, "then you are willing to be their slaves like this? If you don't want to, please apply for personal bankruptcy and let them all go bankrupt." "But we signed a contract with Brook Investment. If we go bankrupt, isn't our property going to be auctioned?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Someone asked. Ziming felt tight. He knew this question was the key. So he answered cautiously, "It is true. But I can assure you that one day your house will return to your hands. Ours. The goal is just to make everyone live better, not to be a slave." Ziming's sonorous voice echoed over the square. A long time did not disperse. The family representatives of all ethnic minorities looked at each other and seemed to be stunned by Ziming. It was not until a long time later that someone finally made a statement. But this statement was not what Ziming expected. "I'm sorry, Ziming, sir, I do not accept your request as proposed. I do not want my property to be auctioned." Hispanic people stand up and say, and to hear his answer, Ziming in the heart of this heavy sigh, "Sure enough, or not?" Chapter 124. The thugs in the Vinda community. Many things have a long open head, so then it will be like dominoes out of control. Especially for those who had very tangled matter is concerned, such as Ziming made personally to these minorities to apply for bankruptcy. Same. After all, whether at home or abroad, a set of real estate is of great significance to a family. No matter how angry these minorities are at society's discrimination against them, they will not make fun of the house they have finally bought. In case they filed for personal bankruptcy and their property was auctioned off, then they would really cry. In addition to that, today they first saw Ziming, will take their property out in support of the idea of Ziming. This is going too far. For this reason, when the first Hispanic person stood up and rejected Ziming's proposal apologetically, others also stood up and rejected Ziming's proposal. "This is Mr. Ziming. There are no mistakes. I am sorry that I can't accept your proposal. The house is the most important thing in my family. I can't give up in any way. I also believe in the interest rate you said. Problem, but this is no way of repayment. Who we are discriminated against minorities. Now you want to pay each month. I also still within their tolerance range. I do not think I need to apply for personal bankruptcy. Some people are more sensible, while others are very manic. They directly cursed Ziming and said, "You Chinese, I think you are using us at all. I know you are the boss of Wharton Insurance Company. Knowing that you and Congressman Brooke have enmity, I think you did this for revenge. What tells us the truth, what is for our sake, is to deceive us." Some Chinese among these people said, "Ziming, it's not the first time I have met. You are a very scheming person. If it weren't for Omar's invitation, I wouldn't want to deal with you at all. Today I can see your face clearly. It's disgusting." Faced with these noises, Omar stood up and said, "Everyone, I ask you to trust Mr. Ziming. What he said is sincere. He did not deceive you, and his method is also very good." Omar desperately tried to explain, but he didn't listen to him. Ziming pulled him back to signal him to forget it, and then Ziming said, "Everyone, I know that the United States is a country that advocates freedom. Since you are here, I believe you must all yearn for freedom, so now that you don't believe me, please make the choice you think is the most correct." Following Ziming's words, the following booed, "We don't need you to teach us how to do it, Mr. Omar. Please also don't be with this Chinese anymore. You will be contaminated by him." While talking, these people left the square one by one. Faced with this situation, Omar shed tears. "Mr. Ziming, I'm really sorry, you are so supportive to me, but I can't help you at all. I was already very shaken just now. As long as I work harder, I will have a chance, but I don't know what to do." "What did you do?" Omar said. "Omar, you have done very well, and you are not to blame for this situation." Ziming's words were from the sincerity, because originally Ziming himself did not have much confidence in being able to convince them at the Residents' Assembly. After the meeting of black family representatives yesterday, Ziming had even less confidence. The reason is still the same. "I don't know how to manipulate people's hearts. How can I persuade a group of people I met for the first time to mortgage their houses to the bank to apply for personal bankruptcy? This is too illusory. There is another point of time, is ready too short." Ziming from Brighton and then open residence meetings, not back and forth over just 2 days, basically not prepared directly on, even how good this ideological work cannot be completed overnight. As for Austria Ma, Ziming is also very sincere thanks. Ziming had to find Omar just simply know that he is the next US president. They want to invest it in advance. No one thought he actually put himself as the most important person, excluding help yourself at the price. The speech he introduced just now and later explained to him easily caused trouble for himself. But he didn't care. Austrian Ma, although sad remorse, but a country can stand on the pinnacle of power, he will not be indecisive, so he quickly adjusted good mood. Ziming asked, since the residents' meeting did not convince them, "You have Mr. Ziming, is there any other way?" "Make no mistakes without skipping words." Ziming this helpless scratched his head and said, "This was so I went back to replan a little longer. There is no problem that cannot be resolved in this world. Only do not want to start the brains." I believe that approach is always there, but that is, I wonder if the Adams family will give me this time. Ziming, the statement is very casual. No one really wants a prophecy of Ziming Vader community is coming by car, parked his car in the parking lot next to the plaza of the community. Ziming and Omar in the square opened over residents' meetings walked toward the parking lot. But they did to the parking lot. I saw a lot of people around the parking lot. These people had colorful heads and tattoos on their bodies. They also held a banner slogan that read, "Chinese get out of Vinda community." Ziming ask you to swim back to China. Wharton Insurance Company is the devil who cheats money. These slogans have explained their identities very well, and they are all aimed at Ziming. Vida community has been more than 2 months. These people have not seen me. Austrian Ma said, "It is clear that they are sent Adams family. I really did not think their moves so fast, but fortunately I did the residents' meetings in advance, or else regardless of the outcome, cannot finish all the still unknown." Ziming say. Listening to Ziming's words, Omar suddenly thought of something. "Mr. Ziming, Do you say that the opposition or even abuse of these minority family representatives today is the result of the Addams Family's actions behind the scenes? I don't know, but it's not impossible, Ziming said. Ziming and Omar were chatting here, but someone over there suddenly shouted, "Look, this is the Chinese car, this is the money he cheated from us. Let us destroy him." Speaking of a white man with many pigtails on his head, he picked up a hammer and slammed it against the car hood. That bang made Omar's heart beat, and he immediately said to Ziming, "Why don't you find another car, Mr. Ziming? There are no mistakes. It's too dangerous here." However, Ziming shook his head, said, "If I can, it better not change the car." Omar didn't ask why, because he already knew the answer. It was in the parking lot. Those people hit Ziming's car severely, making a thumping sound. It sounds very scary, but you can also see that Ziming's car did not suffer any obvious injuries, especially when Omar saw someone swinging a hammer to smash the glass, and it didn't break at all. It took a lot of time to crack a few seams. This car is specially made, bulletproof and anti-smashing. If you change to another car, it's not necessarily safer than this, Ziming said. Omar nodded and confessed, and then he left Ziming and ran to the other side. After Ziming was far enough away, he shouted to the parking lot, "Hey, you idiots, that Chinese Ziming is about to run away. He's here, come and kill him." Omar's shouts caused the mobs in the parking lot to stop their work, and then all of them followed Omar's shouts, ran away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ziming and immediately ran by a few steps, quickly opened the door and got into the car. Starting the car, the sound of the car's engine caused the group of people to turn back, and someone shouted, "We have been cheated. That nigger tricked us." Ziming has already got in the car and is about to run. "Everyone stop him." In the sound of shouting, he ran back to the group of people around. "You want to live weak Ming's car." One by one they aggressive, wielding baseball bats and hammers on them to proceed seem vicious. They rose squealing and let Ziming parking. Only this time, Stupid B will stop the car, even if the movie Jackie Chan, also injured in the face of a group of people. Although the Soldier King but not a look will be able to stare at tens of thousands of dead Sea Thief King. In particular, there is Ziming who must not be injured. Therefore, he slammed the accelerator to the end and rammed out. As for the thugs in front of him, he is the king of soldiers and not the mother. Let them die. Not these thugs apparently not ready to take life to the bar of consciousness. They see direct throttle hit out, and all of a penguin called ran backward, fear that they had been hit. It was only when Ziming's car drove out that they remembered to smash their baseball bat and hammer at Ziming's car. But Ziming's car was specially made and their things could only be smashed on it. There were a few noises. After rushing out of the vendor community, Ziming had no time to rejoice. He suddenly thought of the finance class students who were still in the hotel, so Ziming immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Xiu's number. The phone was quickly connected, and Chen Xiu told Ziming that they stayed in the hotel every day according to Ziming's instructions and did not go out. No one in the hotel harassed them, which made Ziming relieved. Then Ziming has called the New York Consul General Cheng Jun's phone, told him, "Cheng Consul, I am sorry there is something to please you. I do not think the things I used to say more, and now for some reason, I am worried the Addams family can't find me and will spread their anger on other students in the finance class. So if you can, please use the power of the country to help them transfer it." After Cheng Jun, Ziming was called the Lin Muking phone. Lin Muking, after hearing the Ziming today's encounter, immediately tense and said, "How can it be so? That is not what the protesters, they are the forces of the underworld. Well, is the Addams family the murderer sent to catch you and beat you? So Ziming, leave Brighton and go back to Rhode Island, or go to other places and we will start over again. If it is impossible, we will go back to Hong Kong City. You should not take the Intercontinental Highway, ordinary road." I didn't expect things to develop to this point. Ziming said something mockingly, and then he said, "Sister Muking, don't worry, I will definitely leave Brighton if I leave, but before I leave, I want to talk to Governor Edward. I always feel that there are some things it's not right." Lin Muking was even more surprised. "Ziming, you still have to go to Governor Edward? Can't you say anything after you leave?" "I think these things are the ghosts of their 3 families." "So you think Ziming things are very wrong? You go to Governor Edward and he will betray you," Ziming said with a smile. "Sister Muking, don't worry, if my estimation is correct, I must have no problem with Governor Edward. Otherwise the relationship between Ma and Governor Edward, I am afraid that the Adams family had already taken action on the first day when I was holding the Black Family Representative Conference, and it will not wait until now. As for my question, it is also related to this." Lin Muking was silent over there. After a while, I said, "Well, then, Ziming, you must be careful. You are all to me. If you have an accident, I won't have the meaning of continuing to live." Chapter 125 The Outside World Ziming's car drove to the beach villas at the mouth of the Charles River. "The governor of Massachusetts' holiday villa is here. Because it's not the first time I have been here, it's those who were familiar with the road found the governor's holiday villa. Just like the previous routine, he parked the car in an inconspicuous corner, and then he took Ziming and sneaked into the villa again with Ziming. This is not to say that the governor's villa did not grow after an infiltration incident. In fact, the police only drove to the door, and he already felt that the secret guard here was tighter than last time. However, this kind of rigor is only for ordinary personnel, but in the eyes of the Soldier King, it is still like a sieve for ventilation. He only needs to observe for a period of time to grasp the law of some centuries. In addition, Mr. Governor's villa does not have problems every day, so it is basically impossible for these bodyguards to be vigilant all the time, so it gives the room to play. For these reasons, after about half an hour, Ziming and his wife entered the gymnasium of the villa, because according to the information obtained in advance, the governor was generally working out at the time they came. "Hey, why are you guys again? What kind of trick did you guys change and how did you get here?" The bodyguard at the gym door looked at Ziming and who suddenly appeared in front of him in horror, as if he had seen a ghost, subconsciously raised the gun and aimed at them. "Explanations for this is said with a smile. The 2 brothers, please do not be nervous, I just have something to see Edward Governor, but because conditions were not, so had no choice. This is it, you go to report it to No. 2 The bodyguard is scolding his mother. What conditions do not allow him to sneak in secretly? How can there be such a rule? If everyone can come in to meet the governor like this, what do they want their bodyguards to do? However, because of the last incident, they also understood that the governor did know them, so what a way. Although they wanted to kill them with a single shot in their hearts, the 2 people who hit their bodyguards in the face twice, but in action I still had to go in first to inform the governor. A few minutes later, the 2 bodyguards, with a look of reluctance, invited Ziming and his wife to the gym. When Ziming entered, Edward was sitting in a chair wiping sweat, and a sturdy fitness trainer was doing today's fitness record. "Mr. Ziming, there may be some cultural differences between our 2 ethnic groups, but I am sorry, it is really difficult for me to accept your visits," Edward said to Ziming, his tone very unhappy. Ziming shrugged senselessly and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Governor, I don't want to be like this, but I think you should also understand that there are some things that can't be done, especially in your seemingly free land." Edward he frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but Ziming first said, "Okay, Mr. Governor, I am not here today to discuss the differences between Eastern and Western cultures, but I want to ask you some questions face to face." Edward made a pleased gesture to Ziming, and Ziming said afterwards, "I think Mr. Governor must have known all about my failure at the Vinda Community Residents Conference, right? Not only did I fail, but after the meeting, it was besieged by people sent by the Adams family." Edward nodded and said yes. Ziming asked again, "If I remember correctly, when the Adams family, especially the patriarch Christo, knew that I returned to Brighton and took action, it was also the news that you told me, Mr. Governor. It seems your families have infiltrated each other very deeply." To this, Edward replied with a smile, "Actually, This is normal. Originally, the Brighton Consortium was originally formed in the form of intermarriage. It has naturally become you over time. There is me in me and you in me. From this perspective, it does not seem strange that I happen to know some internal news about the Addams family, even some very internal news, because my cousin married a very important member of the Addams family. Ziming also nodded and said, "This is indeed very explainable. But it also gives me another problem." Hearing Ziming's words, Edward raised his head, and he thought after a while. He said, "Let me guess, Mr. Ziming, you want to ask if we have such a close relationship with the Addams family, why do we have to alliance with you and deal with the Addams family together, right?" "Yes, I'm curious," Ziming said, "because I don't think that what I said at the beginning is so convincing. You promised my alliance more like a smooth sailing." It seems that Mr. Ziming's curiosity is still very heavy. "I think as long as we are an alliance, and we are really dealing with the Addams family, you will forget these," Edward said. "Mr. Governor, as far as I am concerned, I really want to forget. But it is a pity that these news are flying in my mind like a fly. Recently, it has become more and more intense, making me even want to forget it," Ziming said. Edward shrugged. "Okay, let me tell you, in fact, your guess when you persuaded us was correct. Because of the hegemony of the Addams family in the Brighton Consortium, other families of ours have been dissatisfied with him for a long time, especially 20 years ago. The only president of our family was assassinated. There is also a large part of the reason for their family. They did not want to see a family capable of threatening them. Since then, we Kennedy the family and them are already torn apart, but because our own strength is not enough, and the Lawrence and Lowell families are unwilling to see us fall, they barely managed to maintain the current situation." Edward looked at Ziming and said, "So after you walked out from me, I have already discussed with Lawrence and Louis. You can try it. Anyway, after so many years, we have not done this kind of thing less. It's only difficult for the Lovell family, because they have been stable for too long, so you need to go to Auburn Castle to wake them up. In this regard, Ziming, you did a very good job." Ziming silently point head and said, states Mr. Long, "I thought if a little simpler, I might have been persuaded by you. But I'm sorry, but the most important is completely impossible to ignore in your discourse. The problem is that what you said is too simple. Seems to state, Mr. Long, you are quite logical. Would you three family already and Addams family for their own rights within the consortium and infighting, and my presence just give you more than add a bargaining chip? Your attitude has been it seems that there are no rabbits or eagles." Here, Ziming Huifeng sudden turn, "But one thing. You have some ideas or performance, and that is to take advantage of the subprime crisis may spread to banks on the issue of Brighton. You two focus no matter whether it is Louis' painstaking efforts to prepare materials for us, or the governor. Mr. Governor, you're 100% concerned for me after I came to Brighton. It all represents your attitude. If you are really not rabbit not spread eagle, then you cannot control me big. Anyway, you do not lose. You can do it. This is a paradox cannot be explained. Also on behalf of you in a hurry what to do." Ziming finally looked at Edward's eyes stressing each syllable, said, "I want to know behind why." Face of Ziming sentence by sentence, then, Edward fell silent. Ziming see him this way and not rush him, just quietly sitting there waiting for Edward's answer. After a long pause later, Edward just sighed, but did not tell Edward Ziming answer he wanted, but asked him a question. "Xianqing Ming, have you heard the outside world?" Ziming frowned. "The outside world?" Edward carefully observed Ziming's expression. "If you don't know the outside world, then you don't have to know the answer to your question. I don't mean any discrimination or any other meaning in saying this, but simply because you can't understand." Ziming didn't speak, and Edward continued, "Or I'll tell you another way. The answers you want are all in the outside world, and the three families of Kennedy, Lawrence and Lovell choosing to attack the Addams family at this point in time is also because some changes have taken place in the outside world, and you don't know the existence of the outside world, so even if I tell you, You won't understand. Of course, you can also ask me what the outside world is, but I'm sorry, I can only answer you. The outside world is the outside world. Those who know will know it naturally. People who don't know are not qualified to know, or even if I tell you won't understand. Edward said, that's all I can tell you. Next. Do you have any other questions? Ziming hesitated and asked, if the subprime mortgage crisis is the road is not clear. Do you have any other way? Perhaps? But everything needs to be considered from the beginning. Edward replied. After getting Edward's answer, Ziming nodded, stood up silently, and then said goodbye to Edward. Of course, before leaving, Edward finally exhorted, although this is my holiday villa, I am very any friend is welcome to visit, but next time, if you have anything else, Mr. Ziming, please go to the main entrance. I don't welcome uninvited gentlemen. Ziming replied, I remembered it. And leaving Edward's villa together and returning to the car, Ziming looked back at the villa, and he saw Edward looking at himself on the balcony on the 3rd floor. On the balcony, Edward watched Ziming get into his car and left. He picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number and said, that Chinese Ziming just left me. Do you know what question he asked me? He said I want to know the real reason why we are eager to deal with the Addams family now. And he seems to have never heard of the outside world. I know this is incredible, and I don't believe anyone can do like him without having heard of the outside world, but I can see that he hasn't heard of it. Edwards continued, I'm wondering if there are other reasons for this, or someone deliberately concealed something from him, or he is an agent introduced by others at all. You know the people in the outside world, they like to play with this set. This is also their most annoying point, just like the Addams family. Edward took a breath and finally said, I can't judge what is going on. I don't even know that our alliance with him is right. It's still not right. For mobile phone users, please visit Chapter 126, Chase and Interdiction. Ziming was sitting in the car. He stared at the retreating scenery outside the window without saying a word. At this time, Ziming had left Governor Edward's holiday villa for a while, but Ziming was still thinking about what Edward had just said at the villa. In fact, Ziming couldn't help but think about it. After all, those words were too curious, especially the sentence in the outside world ... Where would it be? Is it the place where the Addams family really lives? Ziming didn't know. He couldn't even guess. He could only make a very vague judgment based on what Edward said. Suddenly, Ziming's cell phone rang, which made Ziming come back to his senses. Since Ziming had to enter Governor Edward's villa before, Ziming put the cell phone in the car to avoid those electronic detection devices. Mute it. Ziming picked up the phone to connect. It was Lin Muking who called. She was pleasantly surprised when Ziming answered the call. Ziming, have you already come out of Governor Edward? How are you talking to him? Isn't it him? Can Dini families other two families have any particular purpose? They are not really want to help you Ziming. Now the subprime crisis this road a dead end they have no other way. Face when Lin Muking asked these questions one after another, Ziming just replied, Sister Muking, do you know what the outside world is? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Lin Muking's was Ming's this sudden question to ask Mongolia, what it outside world? Ziming suddenly asking you how what a strange question, because as Governor Edward just told me, I want to answer is out there, but also the outside world has changed, before allowing them to change their attitude, in their best deal from the Addams family. Zhu said Ming, I am from out of the country, so I do not know even what the outside world, but I think children just Li Cheng and they may know. Get a weak Ming answer. Lin Muking suddenly realized, she thought better of it and then replied, I really was a little impression, had been talking about when we share for a South American mining companies to invest in, he told me through this outside world. When he just casually mentioned a moment, I was casually heard about the specific things I cannot remember. I only remember that it was a similar paradise like another world, and paradise but not the same, only the world the most powerful man in order to know and live there. Lin Muking said, because there is a tour from outside the world of ordinary people, so I called the outside world. So, Ziming muttered, It seems I did not guess wrong. Adam's family is family outside world. Ken, Dinny, Lawrence and Lowell also got 3 families outside world. The news made up his mind to press on the Adams family at this time. Although Zuming did not say that out loud, but Lin Muking still have heard. She said, Zuming, I think not impossible, or else many of their practices simply does not make sense. It is a little too enthusiastic. When it comes to the most, Lin Muking also thought of another question. She immediately asked, but Zuming, now Vader side of the minority community were reluctant to help us, regardless of how to calculate the subprime market crash is not yet time. What should we do? If we can't think of another way, the 3 families of Kennedy, Lawrence and Lowell may not necessarily help us that way. This is my addition to the outside world. The most I have a headache. Another matter, Zuming said, my idea is that since Vader community cannot, I was in Brighton to stay here for some time. Try again other communities. Just when Zuming said this, Lin Muking immediately interrupted him and said, no, Zuming, you can't stay in Brighton anymore. Have you forgotten that the Adams family already knows that it is in Brighton and has sent someone to find you? Already? You almost can't leave in Vinder community. Do you know that my heart will stop when I hear that news? I don't want to listen again. And, Lin Muking continued, why there is also Omar in the DA community to help you, where he acts as a counselor and has a high influence, but he still can't help it. Then there will be no such good counselors in other communities to help you. How can you persuade those minorities? At this point, Lin Muking paused, and then said softly, Zuming, I don't mean you have no ability to persuade people, but Zuming, you don't know those minorities. You don't have time to get in touch with them slowly. If you want to persuade them to apply for personal bankruptcy when you meet for the first time, you risk that your property will be auctioned by mortgage. No one will agree to this, so you just don't take the risk, okay? Lin Muking's words were full of deep concern, reminding Zuming of her previous life. Every time after the Spring Festival, when she had to go to work, her parents always reluctant to send herself away. The look of the train station. Zuming knew that even if he entered the station, his parents still looked at the station entrance, as if they could see themselves through the glass of the train station, and would not leave for a long time. I have also looked at them through the glass of the train station. Maybe there are a lot of people at the gate of the train station, but when I look at them, I am always so lonely, as if my departure took away all their company. Zuming also knows that his parents really want to let themselves stay and find a stable job at home, rather than the fact that the family can only see each other for 1 week each year. At that time, the parents cared about themselves and Lin Muking now treats them. The caring is the same, but at that time, I still did not meet the wishes of my parents. Thinking of this, Zuming replied to Lin Muking, of course it is good. If Sister Muking is so worried, I will promise you and I will return to Rhode Island today. Really Zuming, you really promised me to ask. Are you back? You are really the best man in the world, Lin Muking said, then I will wait for you in Rhode Island. You can do whatever you want when you come back. Originally Lin Muking front, then just let Zuming is very happy, but with the most Lin Muking shy, stringent, incomparable. Then let Zuming cannot think of those things as well as the passionate gesture, or maybe uniform. After hanging up Lin Muking's phone, Zuming told her to return to Rhode Island. In fact, even if Zuming didn't say that, he heard Zuming's call just now, so he immediately drove the car to the direction of the Intercontinental Highway. But in the upcoming interstate fork in the road, but the car stopped, because the front fork has gathered a lot of slogans. Name of the person, their body has a tattoo, looks like Inu Aida, the people the community has met. I'm afraid I have to make life difficult, said Zuming. Do not rush it directly. I think they did not seem like guns, baseball bats and hammers that we should be able to prevent it. Zuming tentatively asked, shook his head and replied, he who made preparations. And Mr. Zuming, do you see over there on the ground thorn barricades are placed in a proper way? I have though is bulletproof car, but the hardness of the tires, but still limited, and I don't think it's a good idea to rush directly. Zuming along the words looked to the opposite side, and she saw the road in front of the people who tapped a roadblock. There are many sharp thorns nailed above the road, and the road, due to the color of the color channels, stab roadblocks almost, so the distance between Ziming and the others is really not easy to find if you don't pay attention. There seemed to be a few cars with puncture tires parked behind the crowd on the opposite side. At this point, the only road on Interstate 2, no mistake, not jump word, Ziming asked, shaking his head and saying, "No, but I think with the power of the Addams family, I am afraid that other key intersections must have been barricades. These guys, I did not expect to Addams family quite willing to lower costs. For me, this besieged," Ziming said with a smile, "that I have to go back to Brighton at first just to find a motel stay for one day and take other roads at night to take the Intercontinental Highway from other places." Zuxian Xingming, you mean take the path out of town, and then to a deserted place of a city on the interstate, right, loop directly from the field to go down? No mistake, not jump word, said Ziming. Nodded yes. Then suddenly Boxiang, played by Ziming, saw a bullet on the front of the glass, look across to those who, although not themselves from the intersection, there is still a small distance, but he has been stopped, and here their actions aroused their suspicion. Perhaps they knew what their car looked like, and after confirming that it might be the target, they shot directly. These people are so irritable that the police don't care about it. I only knew that the underworld in the casino was rampant. Now it seems that Brighton, the city with the highest education level, is about the same. Ziming smiled, said, "Since he is. They did not welcome us, we go first, lest they rap very bad." Just weeks when Ming speak, that site has already taken action. He quickly depresses the accelerator, driving a car fast U-turn, say that of driving skills are very good, but when he had to pull after I went there, the roadblock just moved away. Driving the car fast on the road, I slowed down after confirming that no one was following, and finally came to a remote and empty small motel. This is Ziming, and to Bly Place has been living in Dayton, is already asking a very good special trip to shop. The boss here, but ask anything from the customer, or even whether the customer is not wanted. There is a bounty hunter tavern posture in American Western movies, so it is very suitable for them to stay overnight at this special time. Just walk into the hotel, I heard a hearty voice. "Hey, magic of Chinese heroes, you are welcome to come again." The owner of the hotel was talking. He was a middle-aged man with a face and a beard and a height of 1.9 meters. He was about 50 years old. He got up from the chair when he saw the come in and warmly greeted him. "As long as you are here, I am not afraid of any unopened bastards making trouble here. Especially those brown-skinned Mexicans. You know that addicts are very troublesome." Then he turned his gaze to Ziming, and his tone became more respectful. "This is your more mysterious Eastern boss. Don't worry, no matter what happens to you, I will keep it secret for you." "Very grateful, thanks. But I believe that even if we do not, the boss and you will be able to solve anything." Ziming smiled at him and said loudly, In fact, the boss is so warm, because before in here, relying on his Soldier King's absolute value and force plan, to help him solve several Mexican drug traffickers' gang behavior disturbances, opened his eyes. As for myself, Ziming know he is soiled of light, because as he has seen ability, when he knew that what powerful, not over just after his bodyguards, he cannot help himself see more mysterious, and his attitude is also more respect. But in fact really want to make up their own, no matter how the hands do not go through 3 measures. But these did not need to go, and Ziming, he explained. Ziming and on the floor, but he had just sat down in a hotel room. Ziming's phone rang, a call from Omar. "Zuxian Xingming, you can now come Vader community to those minorities that he had agreed to the proposal that you apply for personal bankruptcy." Austrian Ma said excitedly. Chapter 127. Some opportunities passed. Ziming, although I think this is a chance worth a try, I also believe that Omar will not betray you, but I absolutely do not agree you back Vader community, and trust it or not does not matter. Just out a consideration of safety. Mew King's sister, I understand, so I did not answer should go to Omar Vidal community, but to let him represent all ethnic minorities were all taken to the motel, and I also have a good call on the boss. He at the same time, we have prepared a venue for us. Lin Muking that side of this down the heart. Then she would also like to say something and Ziming, but this time the door of the room suddenly sounded. Ziming had hastily hung up the phone. In the week to get the Ming schematic later, just past the door, sure enough is the owner of the motel, he said, the magic of Chinese heroes, as well as the mysterious Chinese people. You want my conference room? It has been vacated for you, and you can pass by at any time. Ziming nodded, and then a long-trip shop owner out of the room. Ziming got the news from Omar. He immediately called Lin Muking, but as the phone said, Ziming had actually made the decision to get Omar and the others to come over and call Lin Muking more. It is to reassure her, not to discuss with her. They finally came to the warehouse behind the hotel. This warehouse is very large, much like a large workshop that can accommodate thousands of people. The owner of the hotel explained, this was originally a farm, and this is a big granary. Now I take over. Here, the front was changed to a motel, and the large warehouse at the back was always empty because my room was not tight. At most, people would do some transactions here. Ziming knew that this motel was a bit of an underground gray area. I also know that there are many drug dealers, arms dealers or other people who often live here, so it is not difficult to understand what the hotel owner is talking about. Thank you very much, but I can't confirm the time I rented here, but I will pay according to your standards. Ziming said. Don't worry, Emma super grandiose. There. Hotel owner said to Ziming with a smile, and then he gave the key to the warehouse to Ziming. Ziming and sent away the hotel owner, and then Ziming asked, how? There is nothing wrong with this warehouse itself, and the surroundings are also very empty. It is indeed a good place for underground transactions, but I have to make detailed observations on other things, replied. Ziming nodded, and then asked that to do his inspection. This is as a bodyguard. After all, no one knows why the minorities in the Vinda community suddenly changed their minds, and at the same time just now it has only experienced the chase and interception of the Addams family, and now I must be more careful. At least in this unfamiliar environment, he needs to figure out the surrounding situation first, and when there is any accident, he can choose the best way to deal with it as soon as possible. As for Ziming, he just needs to wait here for Omar to bring someone over. I can't help but say that the hotel owner's consideration is still very thorough. He also prepared a round table and many chairs for Ziming and the others here. After about an hour, a minibus drove into the motel. Ziming and the police greeted him at the door. The door opened and Omar got out of the car first. Behind him were those Ziming had seen, family representatives of ethnic minorities in the Vinda community. Ziming first said welcome to them, and then took them to the warehouse. When everyone sat down in their respective positions, Ziming asked, I welcome your proposal to come back and support me, but I am still curious about one question. What made you change your mind? Faced with Ziming's question, all the family representatives in the Vinda community lowered their heads in shame. After all, this matter is indeed embarrassing. Before, they rejected Ziming's kindness, and some people were even right. Ziming spoke badly, but now, they found Ziming to accept his advice. This kind of thing was completely slapped in the face, no matter who would be embarrassed to say. Of course Ziming could see their embarrassment, but Ziming did not intend to persuade them. One was to seize the initiative, and the other was that Ziming also had a temper. He was obviously driven away and waited for others to come. He went up again with a smile, and Ziming couldn't do that kind of humiliation. So Ziming just sat there. Anyway, he had already asked his questions, and the rest was only waiting for these people to speak out. This silent atmosphere makes everyone very uncomfortable. Although the space of this warehouse is very large, at this moment, everyone feels that the air is completely stagnant, making people breathless. So the family representatives of the Vinda community cast their eyes on Omar for help, but Omar was obviously on Ziming's side. He also understood Ziming's way well, so he also remained silent. Finally, the family representatives of the Vinda community couldn't help but a black woman finally came forward. "Hello Mr. Ziming. I am Sandy from the Vinda community. I was the one who listened to you when you gave meeting to all our black compatriots." Speaking, "I was standing in front of you at that time. Do you remember me?" Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Ziming looked her up and down a few times before nodding and saying, "Of course I remember you. You were relatively active that time." Ziming then let Sandy was embarrassed because she knew themselves that are the most problematic. Even the last opposition is her first to speak out. That we rejected the proposal can be said Ziming, and she has a very direct relationship. That you are the first to say, this time too. So why would you change your mind then? Ziming asked. For this problem, Sandy still some back, but she meditate, and after seeing encouraging look next to other people or teeth and said, Zuxian Xingming is the case. We encountered a lot of trouble. Brook investment companies left my property. Cheated your property? Ziming surprised. He looked Omar. There are other people. They gave very positive look Ziming. Ziming this long exhales, said, well Bar, I want to know what is going on. For the subsequent question, Omar came to help answer the question. This is because, as the deputy member of the Vinda community, he knows the ins and outs of the whole thing, and the most important thing is that he speaks more clearly than others. It's real, this thing is not complicated. Is today when Ziming left from Vidal community, there are lawyers all over to buy minority borrowers who sent the lawyer a letter, saying that because of their breach of contract, their house they will be sold under mortgage, and lawyers require them to move out within a week, otherwise they will face 18 charges of illegal embezzlement. Is like this, I do not understand. My monthly repayments and interest are paid on time. How to breach the contract? That's my house. Room to write on the production permit is my name. In order to for this house, I have to pay hundreds of dollars in taxes and fees every month. Why do I face 18 charges of illegal embezzlement? I can't accept it at all. Sandy said to Ziming. After Sandy, the family representatives of other Vinda communities complained to Ziming in one word and one word. They couldn't accept the fact that they had to move out of their houses for no reason. This thing was done by Brook Investment Company. Mr. Ziming, what you said is correct. So we now fully support Mr. Ziming's suggestion. Can we file for bankruptcy and seek revenge from them? Sandy asked. Yes, Mr. Ziming, we can't just let them bully like this. We have already suffered a lot and paid so much interest. Now they want to drive us away, and we must not make them feel better. We have to take revenge too. And Mr. Ziming, you said that as long as we agree to help you, you will guarantee that we have a place to live. Right? Others followed. Ziming was completely stunned, because Ziming hadn't guessed the reason after hearing the news that they had taken the initiative to accept the suggestion, but he never thought that someone would take their house. But thinking about it can explain it, since the Adams family can know that they are back in Brighton and have held a residence assembly in the Veda community, they must also know the purpose of their meeting. At this time, Ziming doesn't know if the Adams family knows the dangers of the subprime mortgage crisis, but if they want to come to the Adams family, even if they don't know, they see themselves taking such a big risk and come back to talk about this. As long as it is not due to IQ, they will definitely doubt. Yes, then the best way is to eliminate the danger in the bud, so they attack the residents of the Vinda community. Didn't you Ziming want them to apply for personal bankruptcy? And that Brook Investment Co. Limited cannot collect the loan interest? Then it'll just help you get all these properties back. If you don't have a loan, you can't instigate it, right? As for the minorities in the Vinda community, what to do if they have no houses? The talents of the Adams family will not care. It is best for them to die. All the family representatives in the Vinda community saw Ziming stunned and did not make a statement for a long time. They were very anxious one by one. Mr. Ziming, I know that we were stupid when we rejected your proposal, but we didn't know that the hateful white people would treat us this way. We just want a stable life. We don't want turmoil. Your attitude makes you very angry. I can apologize to you. You can scold us or hit us, but I beg you to help us. I will thank you very much." "There." Black woman Sandy said to Ziming at the end. She almost cried, and even at the end she stood up and bowed deeply to Ziming. With Sandy's lead, other people also stood up and said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, I know our attitude was very bad at the beginning. We even insulted you. I admit that it was our stupidity at that time, makes you angry, but we are all awakened now. We are now sincerely apologizing to you, so please help us. We will thank you very much." All the family representatives of the Vinda community finished both also bowed deeply to Ziming in the manner of Sandy. Seeing the shocking scene of more than a dozen people of different skin colors bowing to himself at the same time, if it were an ordinary person, he would be so excited. But Ziming was still calm. He didn't speak for the first time, but asked next to him. Omar said, "What do you think I should do?" Omar didn't expect Ziming to ask himself suddenly. He answered completely unprepared, "I think so." Ziming sighed and said, "But I don't. I think it's because some opportunities have passed." Chapter 128. Change a plan? Ziming's words are like detonating a blockbuster, blowing everyone up, and they stared blankly. Looking at Ziming, his eyes were at a loss. And even Omar looked at Ziming in surprise. Faced with everyone's surprise, Ziming's expression was still calm. "Do you think I would say this and still remember the grudge from the last time? Since you didn't help me last time, I won't help me at all this time." Anyway, I just can't avenge Congressman Brooke, but you are going to lose your house forever. In contrast, I seem to be more willing to see you cry. At their end, Ziming turned his head and asked Omar, "Do you think so too?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. As for Ziming's question, Omar was completely unprepared. He just subconsciously nodded and said, "I would think so, but I believe Mr. Ziming, you would not do it." Ziming smiled and said, "Of course I don't. Will do it, but I don't know if you still remember what I said to you all." Ziming paused deliberately when he said that. He looked around and saw everyone with a confused expression before continuing. "I said at the beginning that I asked you to file for personal bankruptcy, so that Brooke Investment Company can't get hold of it. You can only use your mortgage real estate to auction your loans, in order to convey a message to the entire American society that subprime loans are not insured, because only in this way can a series of subsequent chain reactions be caused." "But now," Ziming said, "now Brooke Investment Company has sent you a lawyer's letter, thinking that you have breached the contract and want to auction your property, which means that your property itself no longer exists. Without this precondition, how can I help?" "What about you?" Everyone suddenly reacted, and they regretted it at the beginning. They all hate themselves why they didn't believe Ziming's words before, and followed Ziming's advice to apply for personal bankruptcy, and to teach the white people a lesson. That's why they did. The result is now. Obviously, Mr. Ziming said to them, since they refused to fight, the white people would not thank them at all. On the contrary, they would only become more intensified. Isn't it the prophecy at that time? "Mr. Ziming, I know that we have committed an unforgivable crime, and we are all sinners that cannot be forgiven. Our distrust and offense to you is our greatest original sin. But we who have sinned deeply still hope can prostrate at your feet. I hope you can help us dispel these glorious sin and darkness because our families and children are innocent. Let me come to bear if found guilty. Do not hurt my little child." To speak or that Sandy, a black woman, is like a drowning man, clutching Ziming's last straw. "Mr. Ziming, I know you are a very clever wise man, so are you helping us? I beg you. I don't want my family and I to become homeless tramps," Sandy said, leaving her seat, and finally came to Ziming and knelt down. "Come down and beg Ziming. What are you doing? Get up." Ziming said he was about to help Xiandi up, but Xiandi still knelt there and begged Ziming. The family representatives of other ethnic minorities came to Ziming and knelt down before seeing Sandy like this, begging Ziming one by one, "Mr. Ziming, please, we listened to Mr. Omar, your financial and economic wisdom has surpassed the times, so you must have a way. We beg you to help us, except for you, no one will help us. Lawyers are a group of moths who collect money and do nothing. Those high-ranking congressmen and officials will only fire rubber bullets and tear gas at us. Ziming glanced at Omar, and Omar smiled embarrassedly, because he helped Ziming lay a solid foundation before. Ziming did a lot of work. Of course, Ziming didn't mean to blame him. After all, he also wanted to help himself. But these minorities were a bit miserable, compared with the domestic party and government agencies that are mixed with a lot of humanity and humanitarianism. Then the federal government in the United States is cold, because if such a thing happens in the country, as long as these minority rallies make trouble, the government will always find a way to give them. It's solved. But in the United States, where assembly is free, if they dare to make trouble, what awaits them is the rubber rods of the riot police and the tear gas that forces them to leave. It is inevitable to get injured in the conflict or get caught in the police station. These minorities with formal jobs are unwilling. As for finding a lawyer, not to mention that the lawyers who are capable of litigating against Brook Investment Co. Limited are ridiculously high in litigation fees. You must know that Ziming has a lawyer himself, and he has to pay him at least $200,000 every month, and with a lawyer, it is not always possible to win, so they have to put all their hopes on Ziming. Ziming sighed in his heart. It is said that poor people must be hateful, but so many people ask themselves like this, they always have to do something, and they really need these minorities for their own methods. So Ziming thought for a while and said, well, I can promise to find you another place to live, and I can also help you find a way to buy back the auctioned property, but then you all have to follow my instructions. Listening to Ziming's words, these people saw the last hope in an instant, so they all nodded to Ziming in a hurry. Don't worry, Mr. Ziming, we must all listen to you. Then you all, please get up first. I am not the god who is enshrined, Ziming said. Ziming's teasing made everyone laugh, and then they all got up from the ground and returned to their seats one by one. When everyone sat back, Ziming said, actually, I understand that Brook Investment Company auctioned your property. I don't want you to figure out one date to file for personal bankruptcy, so they have to do it first. But one thing is there's mistakes. Although you are a minority, in fact your population is quite large. You all have many relatives and friends. Given the current status of subprime loans in social life, I think everyone can handle it, right? Many words are wrong. Faced with Ziming's question, everyone nodded. Sandy tentatively asked, Mr. Ziming, do you want us to persuade our relatives and friends to file for personal bankruptcy? This is only one aspect, Ziming said. You use the facts that happened to you to prove to your relatives and friends. I think it is the most convincing. Okay, no problem. I have 3 sisters. Their houses are also subprime loan companies. They have long felt that these loan companies are defrauding their interest, and they are worried about whether there is a problem with the contract they signed with the loan company. I believe that now we have our maintenance. They will surely believe it even more after getting to the community affairs. So Mr. Ziming, I will definitely try to persuade her, said Sandy, a black woman. After Sandy, everyone else followed Ziming and expressed his opinion. Mr. Ziming, please rest assured, we will definitely persuade our relatives and friends. I have no doubt about this, unless you don't want to take it. It's time to return to the property that is about to be auctioned, Ziming said. Then please go back and do things. I am waiting for your good news. At Ziming's call, everyone shouted hello in unison, and then they all left the warehouse. Ziming didn't send them away, but still sat in his place. After everyone had left, Omar asked Ziming, do you really think they can convince their relatives and friends? Ziming shook his head and replied, I don't think so. After all, if it is not to the point where there is no way, I think everyone is not willing to give up the house, because no matter what, it is a home. But I still to do this, Ziming said, it's just that I'm not expecting any miracles. But I need an opportunity. I can take this opportunity to let the media that oppose the Addams family conduct a large-scale report, or find some commentators to comment. After a while, to burst the big bubble of subprime loans, and the people in the vendor community use their own examples, it will definitely change the market's attitude towards subprime loans from trust to worry. And once the market's attitude occurs after a change, some of the tricks of drumming and spreading flowers have reached the end. Ziming thought for a while and said, "Of course I also understand that more flowering is not advisable. So I will choose the Brook Investment Company as my target. Although I don't understand what Mr. Ziming's subprime mortgage crisis will be like, I believe you. If you say it will happen, it will happen," Omar said. Then Omar also left the warehouse. Ziming first took out his mobile phone to call Edward, Lawrence and Louis, and told them the results of the meeting he had just given to the vendor community, and also told them his thoughts, including which minorities. The real estate problem of the descent. The three of them were very generous and said, if the Brook Investment Company can really solve the problem of driving Adams out of Brighton, which properties will be trivial problems. Hanging up the three people, Ziming Hian left the warehouse and went to the lobby of the motel to find the boss. He was sitting on the sofa and reading the newspaper at this time. He looked up at Ziming and said, "I saw a lot of people leaving by car just now." They all left with a smile. "It seems that Mr. Ziming is yours." The meeting was very successful. "I feel very honored for your praise," Ziming said. "Then now that my meeting is over, I am here to return the key to you. By the way, you can also pay the fee and count it to the top of my room." Ziming said that he gave the key to the warehouse to the hotel owner, and then he said, "Today's situation is a bit special. So today's meeting only took a short time. Do you want to know what issues we are discussing in it? No mistakes, no skipping." The hotel owner shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I don't want to know. This is my usual rule. If anyone wants to talk about things in my warehouse, I will never ask, as long as you are not discussing how to give my warehouse a bomb explodes, otherwise I will lose trust." But this time is different, because I want to take the initiative to tell you that what we discussed just now was how to kill the Brighton Bank and the Adams family, Ziming said. The hotel owner was stunned at that time, looking at Ziming incredulously, and said, "Are you serious?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Ziming shrugged. "I don't think I'm joking now." There. Hotel owner let out a long sigh and said, unexpectedly, "Mr. Ziming's ambitions are really great. He actually wanted to kill Brighton Bank and the Adams family. That is the core of Brighton. They are even longer than the history of this country. Your courage is worth admiring." Ziming sat down in front of the hotel owner and said to him, "So I need you to do me a favor." "Ha ha. I think, Mr. Ziming, you are looking for the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary motel owner. How can I help you?" The Adams family. The words of the hotel owner stopped here abruptly, because Ziming said a name, Balbo. Chapter 129 Balbo? Bao. Thanks to Feng Shen Yu Xiao, Xiu Wenyi, Strongbird and Jimmy _ you've read envelopes. Bao and thank book friends 17,240,816 inches for the monthly support. Hearing the name Balbo, the hotel owner raised his brows unnaturally, but he did not other actions, just nodding calmly. "Balbo, this is my surname, but I don't understand, Mr. Ziming. Why did you mention this suddenly?" "Reason for this is a very famous last name, or said that they had a very famous surname," Ziming said. Journey Chopona looked one asked, "China's heroes?" "This is where you find out from those Mexicans to do, they not dish the dirt. Perhaps in the future I need to put their mouths to sew it together, otherwise I won't know what other news will be heard next time. You know, this is really a disgusting thing. It's real where to get the news is not important. Important is the message itself." Ziming said, Pakistan Bilbo original to Bly is a consortium of Dayton, and a very important family. He was responsible for the consortium all the hidden underground activities here, but were later removed by the Brighton Foundation. And all the members of the Balbo family lived incognito as ordinary people. Some became ordinary lawyers and bodyguards, and some opened up motel. Journey shop owner's face with a faint smile, said, "Let me think." Mr. Ziming said, "This is your purpose. You want me to help banks deal with Brighton and Adams family with me? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming nodded and said yes. So happy recognition has made hotelier feel a bit surprised. Ziming explains, this does nothing to unspeakable, because no matter Brighton Bank or Adams family are desperate. If I want to deal with him, I can't help without asking Mr. Balbo. You said, Candini, Lawrence and Lowell's three major families are already in alliance with me. So, it seems that day has finally arrived. Brigade shop owner himself something, and then went to Ziming said, is not above his teacher Ziming, this and what can I do with it? You know Balbo family has been a story of half a century ago, and I now just an ordinary motel owner. I'm afraid I cannot help you any. Pakistan Mr. Bilbo, really is that right? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming deliberately asked, an ordinary gasoline car hotelier. I am afraid it is impossible to allow drug dealers and arms traffickers who deal in here, right? Error-free or that Mr. Balbo, lot of words, you do not know what your guests are doing. What about the transaction? Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, the hotel owner quietly took out a cigarette to light it, and said after several cigarette rings, I want to know what Mr. Ziming do you want me to do? Although Balbo's the brand hasn't, but many things will never be done again. I understand. In fact, I won't ask too much. I just hope that Mr. Balbo can help me to contact me in the past. The gangs of your family, as well as the thugs of the drug dealers and arms dealers, I think these people's lives should not be very good. I am afraid that even their credit ratings are very low, and they even bought them for their families. The house is a subprime loan from a loan company, right? There are no mistakes in many words, Ziming asked. The hotel owner looked at Ziming incomprehensibly and nodded and said yes. He didn't understand why Ziming asked this. The hotel owner was confused, but Ziming was as bright as a mirror. He broke the secret of the hotel owner's surname, and actually hoped that he could contact those gang brothers through him. Ziming has never been in a gang in his previous life and this life, but the Young and Dangerous Boys movies have not been seen less. From the movies, he can see that although the gang leaders are very rich, the younger brothers are very poor. No matter how cool they usually look, like fighting and smoking, they can't change the fact that they don't have any formal jobs and a legitimate source of income, so the bank's credit rating of them is naturally unlikely to be much higher. No matter how easy and comfortable these young and dangerous boys are, they can't avoid buying a house or a car, or the family problems of their parents, wives, children, and firewood. So if they want to buy a house, a car, and support their parents, it is definitely not enough to rely on the money from the boss, but they can't get loans from banks. In the end, they can only find those borrowing companies for subprime loans. Like the minorities in the Vinda community, this group is also a group of people suffering from the scourge of subprime loans. Even compared to the minorities with formal jobs, these street boys will only be worse off. Ziming doesn't know what's going on here in the United States, but Ziming knows that his previous life was in his own home. He has seen stories of many people who borrowed usury and couldn't repay their homes, and wanted to get the most evil capital. Doctrine will only be worse. So as long as these people are incited, no matter how many people there are or few people, it can have the same effect as those of the minorities. This is also what Ziming thought of after learning about Balbo's surname. With this thought, Ziming went on to say to the hotel owner, I think if I tell Mr. Balbo you, as long as these people with very low credit ratings, if you follow my instructions, I can get them to kill the Brighton Bank and the Adams family. I'm afraid you won't believe it. It's really hard to believe, but it doesn't matter. The hotel owner said, but if I just help you find someone, I can still do it. After all, you are also a customer here. This is considered a service I present to you. Ziming smiled and said, thank you very much for Mr. Balbo's generous help. Maybe I can pay you some more service charge. There. Hotel owner also smiled. This is really good news, but I prefer to hear people call me Gino. Good Balbo, Ziming said deliberately. The hotel owner was taken aback for a moment, then pointed at Ziming and said, you are really a bad boy who is not obedient, but I like it very much. In this way, amidst laughter, The conversation between Ziming and the hotel owner ended, and then the hotel owner helped Ziming to contact those gangs. Almost that night, Ziming once again came to the motel warehouse. This time there were many gang members wearing tank tops and shorts and many tattoos in the warehouse. These gang members, they all sat there casually, some with Erlang's legs up, some stepping on chairs, and some lying there. But when they saw the hotel owner coming in, they all put away one by one. Their previous slouching posture was sitting up when they were in danger. From this, Ziming thought that his knowledge of the hotel owner might be too shallow. Hello everyone, this is the mysterious Chinese I mentioned to you. He also has a very important thing that you need to help him complete, so let him tell you next. There. Hotel owner first introduced Ziming's identity, and then gave him the right to speak. Ziming did not shy away from the hotel owner's directness. He stood up and said, "My friends, this is the first time I have seen everyone, but I don't want to say hello to everyone politely, because that's too damsel. I just want to tell you that I am going to deal with Brighton Bank. I want to remove the Adams family from the throne of the American dynasty. I just want to ask you if you are interested in following me." Everyone said in unison, yelled yes, and in the midst of the crowd, the hotel owner left his seat. He walked to the door and lit a cigarette. He looked up at the sky and sighed with emotion. It's better when you are young. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and he took it out to answer the channel. "Edward, you fellow, I thought you became governor, you are a great figure, and you are not on the same level as me." Of he ha ha, the then again laughing. The what you are kind of the person does not matter to me, and the I do not want to know, but you mentioned at the Chinese Ziming, now with me of years, and is speaking of he to the guys in the gang, although I do not know exactly what he do, but I believe he will succeed. You do not ask me why, which I had a feeling from my first day. You know my hunch has always been very accurate. Hotelier falling into memories. It was one day half a month ago when two groups of drug dealers from Colombia came to my hotel. I don't know if they really didn't understand the rules or were instructed to deliberately challenge their limits. In short, their transaction here has risen to the level of fierce fighting, and they drew their guns in front of them and aimed them at each other. Although gun ownership is a culture in the United States and shootings are commonplace, if they really fight here, their signs will be smashed. This is the worst news. However, when Balbo's name doesn't work, it's impossible to stop them by himself. During this difficult time, they suddenly opened the door and walked in. He looked at the arrow in the warehouse and sneered contemptuously, "If you want to shoot, please hurry up. I have something to discuss with the hotel owner. I have no time to watch you perform here." In simple words, it is full of domineering and completely ignored these drug dealers with guns and live ammunition. This is undoubtedly angered traffickers, so that they immediately turned around and pointed at the tip. But the action is clearly faster than those drug dealers. Two of his stride up, while out of the shanker waist. "Don't move, if you still want to keep your fingers." This was remark, cold words, to make a deadly heart. Drug traffickers, but leaving felt terrible is inserted in his right hand gun trigger. That's shanker, that cold metal touched straight to his heart. Cold. Can then the words "but more" is his heart frozen into the ice, because said to him, "I know you do not want to make your mercenaries to shoot me, I can assure you, I will pierce your throat before he shoots." With the words, as if he took out a magic in general and triangular shanker up against the front of his throat. "No one will move without my order." Drug traffickers almost shouting out these words, because he was really afraid. He knew that once the military thorn pierced his aorta, shanker above will make their own blood stop bleeding. You will be killed within a minute. Drug traffickers asked what are trying to do. What it, smiled and replied, "It seems the drug is really damage people's memories. As I have already said, I am looking for the hotelier to discuss the matter. I just hope you can complete your transaction as soon as possible and get out." In the last two words sound the moment unspoken, again moved. No one can see the action in his hand, only to see his cross everyone to take a step, and then heard a scream, the original throwing his army stab, and now it is stuck in the arm of a mercenary. the mercenary can no longer hold the gun in his hand, and it snaps to the ground. Does any of you have any questions now? I can assure you that next time he will appear in your heart. Said that he is like a fearless god of war standing in front of all drug dealers, so that they dare not give him a little bit of inconvenience. This is the majesty of the king of soldiers. And how can a person who can condescend to protect like a king of soldiers be a general? The hotel owner looked back at the end and asked, Chinese heroes, you are right. Is it? No mistakes, no skipping. I don't know, but I know that your evaluation of Mr. Ziming is not comprehensive, and you will not understand what happened to me and him. Utterly said that he came out with the hotel owner, also worried that he would tell the Adams family. After all, he is now Ziming's bodyguard and needs to help Ziming eliminate all possible dangers. At this time, there was a burst of cheers from the warehouse, and it seemed that Ziming had succeeded. Chapter 130 Collective Individual Bankruptcy? Bao thanks to Moxiabao for the support of 2 monthly tickets. James is a senior investment broker of Brook Investment Company. Senior because he has been in this industry for 5 years after graduating from university and majoring in finance. He applied for a job at the newly established Brook Investment Company. It can be said that he has grown up along with this company. He was wearing a custom-made high-end suit and sunglasses, driving his own car on the main road in the South Brighton district, looking very energetic. This Porsche is a new sports car he just changed. He sat in the driving seat and shook his head to the blast music. A few minutes later, he drove to the financial building. He parked the car in the underground parking lot and took the elevator upstairs. Go to work in the company. This is his normal work process every working day. But today is a bit special, because today is the first day he was promoted as the team leader, and he needs to teach all the team members. Sometimes a decision can affect your own future, so everything must be careful. Let me tell them today, those damn guys, I really expect them to be unwilling to call me heads. Just thinking it's already very exciting to think about it. But there is no way. Who makes this world full of magic? I don't know that the name Ziming can bring such a big change to me. James murmured while waiting for the elevator after speaking. I couldn't help laughing until the end. James couldn't help but be so happy, because he was able to have today because of a phone call a few days ago. That call was from Sandy, a former customer of her own. The customer was still a relative of her. When she bought the house, she had handled the subprime loan business for her, but that was not important. The important thing was that he gave it to her. She revealed an important piece of news. She said that someone wanted her to file for personal bankruptcy and that the person was a Chinese named Ziming. This is terrible. James remembered that he had to tell him as long as there was news about this person. Although James couldn't remember whether it was in a meeting or in a bar, he was pretty sure that he had said this. So James looked for the head with the mentality of a try, and told him the news 15 to 10, and then after a few days, he received a bonus of $150,000, and he was promoted. It's time for the group leader of the investment department. James has no doubt that this must be the benefits brought about by the news. You must know that in the 5 years he joined the company, except for the campaigner's insurance and his year-end bonus, which has seen a visible increase, everything else is still standing still. Yes, it didn't make sense that it broke out all at once. Chinese? I always thought that there were no other advantages except those yellow-skinned little bitches who are very fucking. It does not seem to be the case, James said with an obscene smile. And then he took the elevator upstairs and walked upstairs. When you arrive in your own office, this is also the salary of a promotion. There is an independent office of your own. Instead of squeezing into a large office with other brokers, before closing the door of the office, James heard the phone ringing on the desk. He picked it up and connected, and immediately there was a roar from the phone. James, you dog. Mother bastard, take the house is returned to me, and I have not breached the contract. James immediately removed the microphone, and after the voice over the weekend, he said, "Are you Sandy? There are no mistakes. I think what you need is a can of Sprite, because only the coldest Sprite can calm you down. And what I want to say is that your house has nothing to do with me. I only know that you did breach the contract, So the company has to take you back in order to avoid losses. This is what I told you clearly when we signed the contract. But I have asked the lawyer, and there is no breach of contract. Sandy retorted. I fully believe this. Then you can choose to let your lawyer sue us. If the court decides that the company loses the lawsuit, I believe the company will give you very generous compensation. James said. Fuck, James, you rascal, I understand. You are playing tricks on me. I will make you regret it, and your company. Go to hell. Sandy roared. James shrugged meaninglessly. Okay, if you want to make you feel better, I don't care. James hung up the phone and sat in his office chair, but after a while the door of his office was knocked open, and a white man hurriedly ran in and shouted, James ... head, it's not good. James frowned. My brother, you must remember to do. A qualified gentleman always needs to maintain elegance, no matter how rude the other person is, otherwise you are destined to be unable to become a high-class person. Just like me, someone called me just now, but I still maintain elegance. Isn't that good posture? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The man nodded blankly, and then James asked, so now, can you tell me what happened? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. That person suddenly reacted. Oh, that's it. Just now, Conway called from the law firm, stating that 40 people from the 3 communities of D.A., Bailey, and Ken had applied for personal bankruptcy to their respective courts. 40 people filed for personal bankruptcy at the same time. Are you sure not fooling me? Error-free does not jump word. James said meaningfully. This is true. You know that my father works in the court. He told me this news. He also asked me if so many personal bankruptcies would affect our company. The person said, what impact can this have? The court will auction their house, and the proceeds from the auction will be used to repay the debt. Now Brighton's real estate business is very prosperous. If we can handle these auction assets, maybe we can make another money, James said happily. However, the happy James didn't know that the same news spread in several offices next door, and finally the news reached Brooke, the chairman of Brooke Investment. When Brooke got the news, he couldn't sit still. After all, he was very different from James. He knew exactly what the current subprime loan market was like. It was not everyone's loan long ago. As long as the borrower was auctioned off, the collateral can be paid off. Due to the rise of credit default swaps, which is the CDS market, all subprime loans have signed CDS insurance contracts, and CDS contracts have also been fired to sky-high prices. In other words, under the speculative atmosphere of the CDS market, the profit of CDS contracts has been pressed to a very low value, that is, the stability of real estate and subprime loans, so that the credit value of CDS can be maintained. In the case of large-scale subprime loan defaults, the CDS market's common investment opportunities will be immediately terminated by the market, and the market that has been maintained will also instantly collapse. Of course, Brooke doesn't care who owns the last CDS contracts that have almost lost profits, nor does he care which companies will go bankrupt instantly, and the CDS contracts he holds can also be sold before the crisis breaks out, but subprime loans are not. He couldn't cross it anyway. The reason is simple. If a company holding a CDS contract goes bankrupt, it means that it has lost its insurance. You should know that all the subprime loans you borrowed are all borrowed from the bank using the principle of leverage. The loan amount is 40 times the total assets of the entire Brooke Investment Company. Previously, it was only possible to borrow under the premise of insurance. Once you lose the insurance, it means that you have to repay all the money. But the money is 40 times more than the company's total assets. In the face of such a huge number, even if he is a senior Senator Brooke, there is only one way to go bankrupt immediately. Even the Adams family cannot save him, because his value is far less than $10 billion US. So Brooke crushed to the company and notified all the important managers of the company to come to the meeting, including the newly promoted team leader James. Brooke sat right above the conference table. He looked around the meeting room and said slowly, "Gentlemen, Brook Investment Company has been established for 5 years. You are all the best talents selected by the company, so who can tell me what happened and why our borrowers filed for personal bankruptcy at the same time? Did you fire them all? Nothing wrong, no skipping. The more Brook talked, the more excited he became. In the end, he slapped the table angrily. Facing Brook's anger, these people bowed their heads, and no one knew what to say. Brook scolded this, a bunch of useless idiots. Then he suddenly thought of something and said, I remember someone said this before, right? Someone received a call from the borrower and said yes, a Chinese is inciting them to file for personal bankruptcy. Who is he? Is he in this conference room today? Following Brook's words, everyone unanimously looked at James, who was sitting in the corner trembling. Brook also looked at him. The employee card on your chest told me that your name is James. Hello, I need you to tell me what happened. Faced with Brook's sudden question, James was completely blinded, and he hesitated. My answer, hello Mr. Brook, I don't know, I just took that phone call. I don't understand why they filed for personal bankruptcy together. And shouldn't they pay off their assets after bankruptcy? Maybe we can still go from here. Benefit to make up for our losses. It is to make up for your own losses. No, it should be for you to make a lot of money. Brook then scanned everyone in the meeting room and asked, are you too? Are they all thinking like this? Regarding this question, from the company's general manager to the secretary, they all shook their heads and denied it. And they were all scolding James. Mr. Brook, we absolutely did not think so. We all think this is the biggest loss of the company. It is James who is greedy. He just bought a Porsche sports car with his bonus. He said that he still needs a villa. It's his greed. He is like a demon who can't eat enough. It's disgusting. But we don't think so. Everyone should keep a distance from James when you say a word to me. I'm sorry I was wrong just now. I don't have that kind of thinking. I also think about it for the company. Mr. Brook asks you to believe me. James, who reacted immediately, explained, but no one listened to him. At this time, Brook waved his hand and said, I'll stop talking about it. The meeting room was quiet, and Brook said to James, Mr. James, I can ignore the previous things. Then, I need you to convince those borrowers, let them stop filing for personal bankruptcy, or bankruptcy. But they must pay all the interest on each loan in full. How is this possible? James exclaimed, if there are no preferential conditions, it is impossible to prevent borrowers from filing for bankruptcy, and they are already bankrupt, and the interest is even more unlikely to be recovered. Sorry. This is not within my consideration. Brook said, I only knowing that if you can't do it, not only will I get your bonus back, but I will also ask my lawyer to sue you, saying that you have handled non-performing loans in violation of regulations. Will face at least 20 years in prison. I hope you can understand. Brook's words hit James' heart like a heavy hammer, making him instantly desperate and slumping into his seat. On Chapter 131, The Subprime Mortgage Crisis. That was fanned. Hello, friends. Reporter Jian Funi, and I'm broadcasting the news for you at the door of the Federal Bankruptcy Court in Fenway District. Yesterday was probably the busiest day since the establishment of the Federal Bankruptcy Court behind me, because it received more than 2,000 bankruptcy applications in one day. What concept is this? We know that the court actually accepts the case for only 7 hours, so in other words, almost every minute one person comes to the court and submits an application for bankruptcy. Then we can't help asking, what is it that makes so many people file for bankruptcy in court at the same time? The answer is their loan. What I have in my hand is the bankruptcy application statistics published by the court. According to the data, more than 99% of bankruptcy applications yesterday were personal bankruptcies, and these bankrupt individuals all have credit ratings. Very low minority, or people who do not have a formal job. These people are unable to obtain formal preferential loans from banks because of their low credit ratings. Whether they buy a car or a house, they can only find a loan company for subprime loan business. Undoubtedly, this subprime loan business has a much higher interest rate than the preferential loan from a formal bank. In the end, these people with insufficient repayment ability were overwhelmed by the high loan interest, so they were helpless. Will choose to submit a bankruptcy application to the bank. If only one person or a few people went bankrupt, perhaps it could be blamed on the accidental ranks, but the collective bankruptcy of so many people, we have to ask questions about the current credit system and the subprime loan market. Why did this happen? Is there something hidden inside it? What impact will it have on the entire society? Okay, let's go back to the studio and thank Jian Funi for the report at the gate of the court. I have to say that the 2,000 bankruptcy applications a day are indeed shocking, but as Jian Funi said, this does not seem to be an isolated incident. Will he have an impact on the entire society? To this end, we connected with Duronk, a professor of financial research at Harvard University. I believe this expert will give us a relatively fair explanation. Hello, everyone. I'm Duronk. I personally think it's extremely serious about receiving 2,000 bankruptcy applications a day, because this is only the Fenway district. So in South Brighton or other places, there will be how many people filed for bankruptcy? I haven't calculated this point, so I can't give an answer, but it must be an incalculable huge number. Then these bankrupt individuals, because they cannot bear the burden of subprime loans, they have no choice but to choose bankruptcy. Their bankruptcy is not only personal bankruptcy, but also the bankruptcy of the subprime credit system. Their bankruptcy will directly affect those subprime lending institutions. Since the borrower's breaking capacity, the court will be on all the assets of bankrupt individuals to freeze, that is to say, before the end of the court completely liquidate all subprime lenders will not be able to take from the hands of these borrowers to even 1 cent. This is undoubtedly a very serious blow to them. I believe that many small subprime loan companies will go bankrupt as a result, and this will trigger a series of more serious credit default swaps. Once out of the current credit default swap problem with this debt, so that the original subprime credit market crisis will evolve into subprime crisis, eventually evolved into large-scale economic crisis. It is foreseeable that in this crisis, many companies will go bankrupt, thousands of people will lose their jobs, and the New England region will enter the winter early. Okay, thank you very much for accepting our connection. According to the latest news received by this station, the largest credit rating agency in New England will lower the credit ratings of all subprime loans based on this personal bankruptcy. The rate of reduction will be more than 40%. Which means that all the secondary loan contract will lose credit protection, to be a high-risk area of investment. The impact of the now very hot CDS City Field. This was a program broadcast on the Dongbei Finance Channel. At this time, Ziming was lying on the bed in the room watching TV. For Ziming, the broadcast of this program obviously represents the smooth implementation of his plan. Not only did the minorities in the Vinda community make good use of their own experiences to propagate, and moved their relatives. My friend started bankruptcy, and his speech to so many gang brothers that day was also very effective. They all took the initiative to go to the court to file for bankruptcy. Judging from a special program made by the TV station, this may have caused a lot of repercussions. After all, subprime loans are not only those of minorities and gang brothers with insufficient credit ratings, but also many real estate speculators. Since they are engaged in real estate speculation and their credit rating is also insufficient, they can only find lending institutions for loans. Now that so many people have applied for personal bankruptcy, people with a little bit of IQ will understand that in the next period of time, because their properties will be liquidated and auctioned, a large number of properties will go to the real estate market, which will cause house prices to drop rapidly, and they can no longer to conduct real estate speculation and at the same time pay the loan company's high interest rate. The final result will only be the same as these minorities, choosing bankruptcy. Suddenly, Ziming's cell phone on the bedside rang. Ziming picked it up and connected. It was Lin Muking's call. It's great. I have seen the news. There are many people who are applying for personal bankruptcy. Ziming, you are really successful. Because of these people's bankruptcy applications, it will definitely bring about a subprime mortgage crisis. Brighton Bank and Adams the family is about to end. Ziming, you have created another miracle. Lin Muking said excitedly. Ziming smiled at this and said, there may be miracles. After all, the minorities in the vendor community, as well as the motel owner who runs the underground world, have a lot of luck in it. But, speaking of the Bank of Brighton and the Adams family are going to die because of this, it's a little too early. I don't think they will be so weak. In fact, there are a lot of things that depend on the three major families. After some words, Lin Muking calmed down. I read the news that the credit rating agency has drastically lowered the credit ratings of all subprime loans. I think there must be three major families in it. Ziming thought for a while, said, this is not easy to say, but now I have turned up the corner of the subprime mortgage crisis. They would be too stupid if they didn't do something. So Muking's sister, I believe you will be able to leave Rhode Island and return soon. Brighton, I can leave this damn motel, and we can be together. Lin Muking Ziming, a spit over there, blushing, said, shameless, who will be with you? From you Sister King's arrogant and shy. Ziming pretended to be disappointed and said, that's it. It turns out that Sister Muking didn't have this idea. It seems that I am passionate about myself. It is really sad. Ziming hasn't finished. Lin Muking immediately said, no, I want to be with you. Not to Lin Muking was changed to Ziming heard the laughter. Smart. She immediately realized something. Ziming, you actually champion me. I do not care for you. Ziming laugh, followed by Ziming and King and Lin Mu love, then hung up the phone but then they received another phone call from Governor Edward. I did not expect states Mr. Long actually take the initiative to call me personally. I'm very flattered. Ziming said. Edward does not care about the irony. Ziming, still very emotion, said, you have been through a till-tangle of the subprime crisis. Regardless of the identity of a friend, allies are still governor. I should give you a call this number. It's hard to imagine that you can actually do it. It is not even a butterfly in the Brazilian rainforest is just flapping its wings can cause the United States scrape to tornado, then I trigger a subprime crisis. It's not surprising, nor do I strive also as to he has done. Ziming said, but once triggered the subprime crisis easily. How to control his subsequent development is the key. Now I just go for Brook Investment Company, but how future development, but also on those of you big consortium family. Ziming words is not casual, because the trigger can be used as long as there are loopholes in this market once the subprime crisis, but it is specifically directed at the vulnerability to work, plus a little bit of luck, which is very easy to do lead to crisis. However, how to control the scale and direction of the crisis after the outbreak of the crisis is not something that can be done with effort. That requires huge funds and social and political resources. Simple to say, it is to kill regardless of buried pipes. Ziming, anyway, I've played ahead, and the rest you can figure it out. What a proud kid. Do not you that there is indeed a proud capital? Edward said with a smile. Do not worry, I have already. You played very well this head. I believe that up to a week, the Adams family will never care about you anymore. Maybe they still want to negotiate with you. This is really good news. Then I will wait for the good news from you, Mr. Governor. Ziming hung up the phone after speaking. Then he turned his gaze back to the TV, and saw the picture once again turned back to the door of the bankruptcy court. From the picture, Ziming could see many bankruptcy applicants lined up at the door. There was a long line, and there seemed to be a few people in suits walking beside the line, constantly saying something to those people, with a pleading expression on their faces. The begging person was James of Brook Investment Company. He kept walking in the team and said to the clients he knew, why do you file for bankruptcy? Those are talents who are already so poor that they can't get anything. What you have to do, and it is clear that your income is enough to repay the loan, Do you know that you will only lower your credit rating by doing this? Before James was finished, someone asked him, "Don't we apply for bankruptcy? Won't our credit rating be low?" James couldn't answer. But these people were reluctant. Moreover, whether we still repay your loan or not, the house will eventually be auctioned off. It's just like what happened in the Vinda community, so we might as well file for personal bankruptcy first. It was just an accident in the Vinda community. Don't listen to any rumors, James desperately explained to them, but no one listened to him. Yes, everyone is still determined to go to the court to apply for personal bankruptcy, even if personal bankruptcy is not really good for them, but at least they can liquidate all their debts. In the end, James tried to persuade him to no avail, and sat down on the steps of the court door in despair. The expression on his face read the words "loser." Suddenly James thought of something. He took out his cell phone and dialed a call and asked, "Sandy, did you tell your relatives to file for personal bankruptcy?" There was the black woman fairy on the phone. She confessed very readily. James immediately said, "Why did you do this, Sandy? I know my attitude was very bad last time. I can apologize to you, including your house. I can also help you think about it." The solution: I will ask you to invite all your relatives and friends home, so that they do not apply for personal bankruptcy. Okay? I beg you. It's impossible, Sandy said categorically. James, I told you I will make you regret it, and I will let you and your company go to hell. Sandy hung up the phone after speaking. Only James, who was desperate on the phone, was left. Chapter 132 quietly reopened. The World Trade Center in South Brighton is a landmark financial building in Brighton. As a senior senator of Massachusetts, Brooke is most dependent on and named after himself. The investment company is in this building. As one of the largest investment companies in Brighton, Brooke Investment Company has always regarded itself as a benchmark enterprise. Although there are often hundreds of people calling at the same time due to business reasons, in general, except for the business department, the entire company still looks very organized. But on October 10th, Brooke Investment Company was a mess. From the door of the company all the way to the office of the president, there are people crowded. Although each of these people looks like a suit and leather suit, they are making noisy noises here at the moment. Hey, hurry up and arrange for me to meet your CEO. I must see him today. Do you know that I have been here for 3 consecutive days? Don't think that you can just keep me locked in here and you can take it away. This is absolutely impossible. Neither I nor my investors will let you go forever. Oh, the mess behind. Don't push me. Be careful when I push you downstairs. That's right. I have brought my lawyer. You have to pay my lawyer's fees. Otherwise I will sue you, you untrustworthy bastards. For these people, you have to verbally abuse and reach out. The blonde female secretary who stopped at the door was almost crying because of the aggrieved ones. But she still had to try her best to explain, please stay calm. The president knows your business. He is here at this moment. I'm dealing with matters about you in my own office. I believe you have known it after so many days, and he hasn't been out of the office for 3 days. At this moment, in the president's office, it is not Mr. President who sits in the chair of the president, but Mr. Brooke, the real boss behind the company. As for Mr. President, he is just a pupil sitting in front of Brooke and trained. Mr. Brooke, according to incomplete statistics, as of 10 o'clock this morning, the credit crisis triggered by personal bankruptcy has lasted for 4 days. More than 10,000 of our loan customers have declared personal bankruptcy. Our economy, the loss is expected to reach $500 million. While the company's creditors and investors also requires us to back investment and debt clearance, this part has not been sorted out, but a conservative estimate would be between $400 million to $600 million. Face Mr. President's report. Brooke nodded silently. While looking at the financial report in his hand, he stretched out his hand to the door and asked, "Is it the group of people who keep making noise outside?" The president nodded tremblingly and said yes. Brooke put the financial report in his hand on the table and asked, So is there any way to reduce economic losses now? Nothing is wrong. Seeing that he seemed a little hesitant, Brooke slapped the table fiercely and said angrily, "If you have any thoughts, I will call a board of directors to replace you immediately." There, President replied honestly, "Mr. Brooke, to think we may now be able to carry out substantial layoffs and liquidate the investment funds under our hands. This is expected to reduce our losses by more than $200 million. If we sell part of the non-performing assets and issue new bonds to the society, we may be able to make up for it completely. Economic loss. You are the president I personally appointed. I trust your ability so much that I gave back more than 10% of the equity. So since you say so now, then do it according to your ideas." "You know," Brooke stood up as he said, "you know what happened this time by that nasty Chinese, Ziming. I don't want you to lose to such a guy who doesn't understand anything. Do you understand? There is also the guy named James. I heard that he didn't come to work today and sent him a lawyer's letter. His bonus must be recovered. That is a very important fund. I won't go here first." Brooke walked to the side door of the office as he spoke, but before leaving the house he stopped for a moment. The crowd outside, you can figure it out by yourself. After leaving this sentence, Brooke left the office, leaving only Mr. President with a distressed look. After the president sat back in his seat and was in a daze for a while, he picked up the phone and yelled, "Tell me the bastards of the whole company, so please let me move. If you want to continue, if you do it here, you will do everything for me to complete the task, otherwise I will not let you go, and also, give me every way to contact James the scumbag, I will kill him." Brooke can't see himself. The president of the company looked almost crazy. After he left the office through the side door, he took the elevator on the other side of the building and left. This side door was specially reserved when choosing this room. No one thought so much before. It was just to avoid fire and other dangers. The president could escape quickly, but he didn't think it would be useful for evading the containment today. Going to the underground parking lot and sitting back in his car, Brooke took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. His tone suddenly became very respectful. "Hello Mr. Christo, I just came out of my Brooke investment company. The company is now riddled with problems. There are thousands of creditors and investors who have come to ask for the debt to be cleared. The company's losses will exceed $1 billion. You must find a way." Christo replied over there. Said, "Don't worry, Brooke. You are a servant of the Adams Family Center. The family will naturally not ignore you. Now the Brighton Bank is mobilizing funds. I will also persuade the state government to help and use state finances as a guarantee, fighting for more funds for you. As for that Chinese Ziming, who does he think he is? Inciting those poor ethnic minorities to defeat you by the worst method of personal bankruptcy. He is so terribly wrong, naive. I will use actual actions to tell him how to play this game of capital, which is not something that elementary school students like him who have not yet grown full of hair can play." Christo said, "If this is the case, that would be great. Thank you Mr. Christo. I, Brooke, will always be the most loyal servant of the Adams family." Brooke said overjoyed. When the Cloth Luke Investment Company into full swing. When the lively Ziming has become very quiet here, after all, despite the subprime crisis has been to get him up. But for some reason, the current subprime crisis are still mainly concentrated in Brooke. In this regard, the investment company, before the action effects of the three major families of Kennedy, Lawrence and Lovell, had very limited influence on the Adams family. It is for this reason that even if the Adams family is temporarily unable to care about themselves due to the headache of the subprime mortgage crisis, if they are really okay to get in front of him, I believe he can still take out his hand to deal with himself. Ziming is not willing to touch this mold, especially when the opponent is angry. Ziming in Brighton Rugen Airport received Lin Mu King, which is before the Qingmings promised to Lin Mu. Until the entire subprime market mess up later, Lin Mu King will be able to come back from Rhode Island. Lin Mu King, out of the station of instant between, became the focus of the airport. She was wearing a black chiffon shirt, with a knee-length black skirt and stockings of the same color, small boots, maybe look a little loose, but still it couldn't hide her bumpy figure, and it highlighted Lin Muking's noble and elegant temperament, which made people only dare to look far away and not dare to look up close. Although in order to avoid trouble, Lin Muking had down payment, she also put in camera, but it was more giving a straight into the mysterious inner sense. Many people have stopped involuntary footsteppers to be able to see more of Lin Muking 1, but then they let some things are not happy, and the reason is very simple. Lin Muking Ziming saw a. When Lin Muking saw Ziming, he immediately couldn't control his emotions and threw himself into Ziming's arms, because she was alone in Rhode Island while Ziming was alone in Brighton. I was too worried about Ziming and missed Ziming too much. Even today's dress was carefully chosen to meet Ziming. Ziming of course, understand, but here at the airport exit tomorrow, Ziming and Lin Mubit also no more clear what to say. They immediately left the car to the parking lot. In the car, hugged Lin Muking Ziming, which is the security dart in here. She was embarrassed to do too outrageous action. Muking's sister, I have to go back to Wharton Insurance Company now. Ziming said Lin Muking. Lin Muking nodded, I will go wherever you take me. A half hour later when Ziming and Ching Lin Mu ladder to the building, they headed upstairs to the Wharton Insurance Company's, although there were still a trace of the air pungent smell of paint. But the company which has already have been cleaned. Yining heard the movement ran out surprise. Old division you receive Muking's sister coming, good, we're doing it finishing company. Ziming Yining smiled and rubbed his little head, then walked together and Lin Muking company. It's real when Ziming and Ching Lin Mu leave Brighton, makes the company had cleaned, but because of being too much trouble, hired cleaning staff will clean just a bit rough. Then Ziming if you don't care about it, you won't care. Now when the subprime mortgage crisis is pried up by myself, I will be back soon, and those who protested are gone. Naturally, the students in the finance class will come back to clean up. It is for these reasons that when Ziming and Lin Muking walked into the company, they looked very organized. We all pause it. The old teacher then Muking's sister come back. Yining high interest cry out to all of the financial class students, and soon all financial classmates they were all out from their clean room. I will meeting room cleaned yet? If the good I have to go meet it. Ziming said, then waved his hand. He took everyone to go to the conference room, due to the arrangement before Ziming left. Here is the first to be cleaned good. Ziming Lin Muking all financial classes of students who sit down here. Ziming first looked around and said, classmates, in the past half month, you have caused you to suffer with me. I am very sorry. Face of Ziming. Then all financial classes of students shook their heads, saying it does not matter, particularly the deputy team leader and group secretary Li Yang Yining. Old teacher, if you apologize to us that look down on us, you are our teachers. If not, you simply cannot come into contact with our true American, let alone so early contact with the financial understanding of the nature of the economy. So no matter how you are our teachers, no matter what you encounter along, all I have willingly. Finally, the squad leader Chen Xiu stand up and take the lead, said, and compared to this, we thank you for our security, thank you for letting us see the ability of capital, and follow your witness a miracle, we thank you for. Then Chen Xiu brought all the students in the finance class bowed to Ziming, which made Ziming feel very much. After all, in Ziming's opinion, he did not take them well and did not perform their duties as a class teacher, but they still did. What a lovely student. Ziming finally let out a long sigh and said, okay, everyone, please sit down. Today, I asked you to come to the company to tell you that our Wharton Insurance Company is about to reopen, and the first thing we want to do is this business is to prepare to dispose of non-performing assets. Chapter 133 Make Money with Brooks Non-Performing Assets? Disposal of non-performing assets. Hearing Ziming's sudden sentence, all the finance class students were stunned. Of course, as the finance class students studying at Harvard Business School, it is not that they have not heard of bad asset disposal, but they were limited to listening to this stage, and they did not understand the industry in depth. but they did not understand why Ziming proposed this direction. For most people, the so-called non-performing assets are nothing more than equity bonds and physical assets that are difficult to deal with. Generally speaking, these non-performing assets are caused by the bankruptcy of companies or individuals who are unable to repay any debts. After the court has liquidated all their assets, these things can be stocks, bonds and bank deposits, or real estate. Land, even a table or a chair, is classified as non-performing assets due to the problems of insolvency and difficulty in realizing these things. Most of the non-performing assets are bad debts caused by investment errors, which are generally difficult to deal with. Therefore, the disposal of non-performing assets is also a high-risk investment with a very low credit rating. Ziming looked around and saw all the finance class students. Except for some people from a bank or securities investment family, everyone else looked blank. Ziming couldn't help but said, "I know you are very confused. Here, we must all believe that the so-called non-performing assets are assets that will definitely lose money, so if we invest in this industry, aren't we doomed to lose money?" Many finance class students nodded subconsciously. Ziming understood their ideas very well. In fact, after more than 2 decades, there are still many people in China who do not understand the potential huge benefits behind non-performing assets. This is not due to insufficient IQ, but just differences in concepts. In the eyes of most people, the reason why the so-called non-performing assets is named as bad is simply a loss-making asset. Then ordinary people can avoid such assets. Where is there any interest in acquiring them? As an old saying goes, isn't that stupid to do business at a loss? But in fact, this is a manifestation of short-sightedness. Wherever there is money to be made, one swarms up, and when you hear the loss, you are afraid to avoid it. What is the difference between this kind of investment idea and the art of the vegetable market? And there is one more important point. For this kind of person who is only bullish, there is an information delay between his information and the real investor. When you know the news of the increase, the money has already been earned. So if you go in at this time, isn't there a big risk of getting stuck? Ziming vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he had a junior high school classmate who made tens of millions a year by dealing with non-performing assets. He had no other trick, that is, when Coastal Enterprises went bankrupt in 14 and 15 years, he borrowed 800,000 funds from the bank through mortgage of real estate, and then he used the funds to purchase and deal with non-performing assets in various failed enterprises along the coast. Later, at the classmate meeting in 2016, he drove a $5 million Bentley to make its debut. Ziming has a deep impression on this matter. Since Ziming knows that the benefits behind dealing with non-performing assets are so great, now that he has such a good opportunity, isn't he stupid not to do it? As for someone who makes money, someone must lose money. Anyway, it is the Americans or the Brook Investment Company, who are their own enemies, without any conscience burden. With this kind of thinking, Ziming said to all the finance class students, "You think you are destined to lose money, but I can tell you very responsibly that behind these bad assets, there are huge benefits that you can't think of." Ziming said that it stopped. Lin Muking very sensible explanation for the students took the Buddhist. There are a lot of people in Hong Kong City is designed to do this deal with bad assets, such as you might have heard very famous Flood Xing Dong Xing Company, but the disposal of non-performing assets is not limited to these underworld methods that are not on the table. There are actually many legal methods that can also be used. Lin Muking thought for a while and then said, "Tell me an example of my own." My Siming Investment Company used to bid for a package of non-performing assets from Hong Kong City Bank for $5,000. After 1 year of disposal, I finally made a profit of $300 million from this package of non-performing assets. Hearing this number, everyone in the finance class couldn't help but take a breath of air. Everyone showed an expression of incredible surprise. After all, those who came securities from a family of banks and investment did not expect that such a huge profit could be included in this bad asset. This is no longer a huge profit, but a huge profit in a huge profit industry. Unexpectedly, there are not many words wrong, so I opened the door to a new world for you this time. But to deal with non-performing assets, I am not going to continue to use Wharton Insurance Company, but to establish a new company. Give it to you, Ziming said with a smile, and then he asked Jining, I heard that you are completing the accounting just now, so how much money is still on our account? Teacher, because most of our accounts are still not unfrozen, so we still have about $5.6 million of funds to spend. Yining replied, the money is enough. Then the new company will be handed over to you, Ziming said. Following Ziming's words, all the finance class students cheered immediately, but just when all the finance class students were a little excited and eager to try, the class leader Chen Xiu said, Teacher Mu King, I completely believe what you said, but there are some things that I have. I think it's better to be cautious. Ziming raised his eyebrows. It seems that Chen Xiu, the monitor, still has two brushes. At least he is very calm. Ziming knows that because of his own face, Chen Xiu's words are very euphemistic. In fact, what he meant is to worry about the bad assets. After all, high returns are usually accompanied by high risks. If handled carelessly, it is very likely that all investments will be hit. If it's too late, you can't get a penny back. Otherwise, if it's so easy to do, why don't banks or other investment banks handle it by themselves, and sell them to others at a low price? Are they all brain dead at the bank? With these in mind, Ziming said to Chen Xiu, I understand what you mean by Chen Xiu. I know how to deal with the bad assets, I said, because the bad assets I am going to take over are those that Brook Investment Company has. Subprime mortgage property. When I persuaded those minorities before, I promised them that they would return their property to them. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. Ziming said, of course I would consider it. When it comes to their ability to pay, I will not sell them all at once. Instead, I will provide them with a lease term, which means signing a long-term rental contract with them. As long as they pay me rent every month, they can do it. Go back to live in my original house, and as long as they live here for a certain period of time, I can give them the house. This way I have a very stable channel for monetization, and I have also done investigations. Most of the people are capable. Even those who are incapable, I can lower some rents appropriately. Ziming said, according to my calculations, if I spend 5 million to buy these bad assets, I will buy these houses. Return all the rent to those people. It only takes 5 months at most, and I can pay back, and the rest is profit. If Ziming's previous direction of dealing with non-performing assets was only a surprise to the students in the finance class, then now they are extremely shocked by Ziming's thoughts. Indeed, if classified according to assets, when Brook Investments goes bankrupt, all subprime mortgage properties will be auctioned in order to pay off the company's debts. However, auctions of tens of thousands of properties and cars cannot be completed overnight. Not to mention the negative impact of so many assets entering the market at once. No doubt these assets will eventually be classified as non-performing assets. So at this time, Ziming's ability to package and buy these mortgaged properties and then rent them out is indeed not only fulfilling his promise to those minorities who helped him start the subprime mortgage crisis, but also a way to make huge profits by dealing with bad assets. However, there is a biggest problem here, that is, with so many mortgaged properties, no matter how the Brook Investment Company goes bankrupt, he can't pack them and sell them at such a low price. Right? There are no mistakes in many words unless Senator Brook's brain burns out. Chen Xiu, Li Yang, Yi Ning, and other finance class students looked at each other. Facing Ziming's confidence, they didn't know what to say. In the end, Chen Xiu stood up and said, Teacher, I think if it succeeds, so this will undoubtedly be a very successful disposal of non-performing assets. But the key is how to get Brook Investment Company to sell its mortgage assets at a low price. Is this the topic we will discuss next? Ziming smiled and nodded. Chen Xiu said, my squad leader, if you are questioning my decision, just say that I am not so arbitrary. Regarding Ziming's words, Chensu scratched his head embarrassedly. Teacher, I am not like this. In fact, I also support your idea very much, but I think that if you get the mortgage assets of Brook Company, it is the key to all the problems. Ziming nodded again and said, it is true. But I already have one. It's a good idea. I don't know if you still remember Sandy, a black woman who came here yesterday. Yining said immediately after hearing this, I remember. She is a family representative of a minority ethnic group in the Vinda community. Teacher, you discussed the housing problem, saying that the teacher promised day housing. That's her. She told me a very interesting story when she left yesterday. She said that her subprime loan was through the Brook Investment Company. A friend in the company handled it. It seems that her friend recently got a promotion because of his outstanding performance. The company gave him a bonus of more than 100,000 yuan. He bought a sports car, but recently due to the subprime mortgage crisis, the company seems to be asking him for trouble. Ziming paused for a while, and then continued, I can understand that Miss Sandy was a little jealous when she said this, but for me, it provided me with an important piece of information. This salesperson, I might be able to use it. All the students in the finance class were baffled. Li Yang opened his mouth in surprise, and asked in a daze, Teacher, don't you want to use this salesman to cover all the properties? There are no mistakes in many words. Ziming unnecessarily shrugged. Do not try. How do you know it anyway? Now I know Brook investment companies have fallen into the subprime crisis, is certainly a shortage of funds, he will be eager to cash those mortgage real estate, and this is my chance. Said after Ziming stood up, okay. Then everyone should do a good job of those who helped us apply for personal bankruptcy to do a good job of statistical work on their real estate. After all, I promised them, I still have to do it. Please remember, whether we invest or finance, honesty is the most important thing. At their end Ziming smiled again. Of course it would be better if we could make some money by the way. Chapter 134 Accepted Still Not Acceptable? South Brighton is at the central area of Brighton. And in addition to at the history, political and economic buildings zip at the state of government, at the State Assembly and at the World Trade Center, there are also special leisure and entertainment venues. Bar at the Queen's is such a place. Because of this, the environment of the bar is very good. It is not as noisy as a normal nightclub. Therefore, many wealthy office workers like to have a few drinks here after work, especially white-collar workers in the financial investment industry. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ziming drove to the Queen's Bar. Together with Ziming was the black woman Sandy. They parked the car at the door and walked into the bar. The bar is not very big, and there are not many people at this time. So when Sandy walked into the bar, she saw the black mixed-race man lying on the table of the booth. She said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, that's me. The person you are talking to, his name is James, and he is an investment broker of Brook Investment Company. He handled my subprime housing loan. Now his company is in a terrible situation, so he just borrowed wine to worry about it. Mr. Ziming, are you really looking for him? You have to be careful. I am worried that his wine is not good. Don't worry, no matter what his wine is, I will be fine. You should drink it yourself first. Let's have a drink. I'll check out when I'm done, Ziming said to Sandy, and then fried James and walked away. Sandy knew that he had scolded James like that. James also knew that the current subprime mortgage crisis had something to do with him. She would only make him more angry in the past, so she went to the bar according to Ziming's words. Ziming asked the waiter for a cup of Bloody Mary as he walked, and then brought it to James' deck, but before Ziming sat down, he listened to James waving wildly, go away. This position is covered by me. Ziming was a little surprised that James was not completely drunk, but Ziming would not leave either. He still sat down, placed the cup of Bloody Mary in front of James, and said casually to him, of course I know this position is covered by you, but I still want to buy you a drink. Don't you know if you want it? Or are you so drunk that you can't even open your mouth? Drink and drink. Who is afraid of whom? James unconvinced. He picked up the wine glass and prepared to drink it all, but he spit out loudly after taking a sip, "What kind of dog is this?" "Mother's wine, spicy and sour." Bloody Mary. The legend is that Queen Mary slaughtered the people and made wine with blood. Of course, this is the taste. It is most suitable for people with hangovers, so that they can wake up quickly. Ziming said slowly. James raised his head and looked at Ziming. "Chinese? Is this the wine you gave me?" "Hello, my name is Ziming." "You may have heard of my name," Ziming said. "It's you?" James' eyes widened, then he stood up and pointed at Ziming and shouted, "It's you who incited Sandy and the others to apply for personal bankruptcy. The subprime mortgage crisis, right? Do you know you? It hurt me so badly. Now my company is about to go bankrupt. Every day I ask me to persuade those going bankrupt. I'm like a dog, you know. I even think I'm worse than a dog." Helped Ziming to press James back on the sofa. James struggled and didn't want to sit down, but he couldn't be stubborn, and finally he was forced to press on the sofa. Seeing James twitching on the sofa, Ziming smiled and said to him, "I'm sorry for the impact of the subprime mortgage crisis on you, so I'm here to save you this time." Hearing the word salvation, James' eyes lit up. "Chinese, are you trying to help me persuade the poor ghosts who are bankrupt?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Ziming shook his head and said, "Number. On the contrary, I still need them to go bankrupt." James was stunned. He stared at Ziming and said, "I said you? The Chinese? Are you stupid?" I said yes. The subprime mortgage crisis is about to make Brook Investment Company bankrupt. I want them not to go bankrupt, but you want them to go bankrupt. Did you play me on purpose? I want to play with you, but unfortunately it doesn't mean anything. On the contrary, I prefer to make money. James was confused by Ziming, and Ziming had to say, "To put it simply, I will come to you today. I hope you can do me a favor, and I can provide you with more than $1 million in return." $1 million? James subconsciously swallowed, because he hasn't earned this from work until now. A lot of money, but then he also thought that there is no free lunch in the world, so he immediately asked, "The Chinese, what do you want me to do?" This $1 million was not given to me casually, right? There are no mistakes. Ziming nodded and said, "Of course, what I hope you do is also very simple, that is, sell all the mortgaged properties of these bankrupt people to me." Now the company is indeed having a headache for these mortgaged properties, but the Chinese are you surely not so kind. Do you hope that I will sell you all these mortgage properties at a low price? There are no mistakes in many words, James asked. "I will not hide my intentions, because I only have $5 million. So I plan to use these $5 million to acquire all these mortgaged properties," Ziming said. Ziming's words were like a blockbuster. James was stunned. He stared at Ziming in amazement. His eyes were full of surprise. "Aren't you kidding me? There's no mistake. Many words are 5 million, whatever. More than 20 properties are worth the price. Even if the mortgaged properties are processed, there will be no more than 40 sets. But do you know how many mortgaged properties we have to deal with now? At least 10,000 sets. Even a fraction. Not enough. Do you know? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." James became more and more excited as he spoke, and in the end he roared, because in his opinion Ziming was actually teasing him. Ziming didn't care about this. "Of course I understand, but I have to pay attention to a method in everything. As long as you can help me with this, Mr. James, I believe I can do it. After all, I don't plan to get 10,000 yuan. A house property, 4 or 5,000 sets are enough." James was speechless. He raised his hands and said, "I think I heard the most absurd joke in the world. Do you think it is a house built from building blocks? You can get 4 to 5,000 sets for any 5 million. I tell you, they are all built of reinforced concrete. They are real commercial houses. Any set of them costs more than 100 and 200,000 US dollars. Not $1,000 or $2,000. Ziming was still calm and unhurried. "So didn't I just say it? I need Mr. James for your help here." James' eyes fell cold. "You mean you told me to betray the Brook Company? Are you a ghost? I tell you, This is absolutely impossible. Although I am not a great man like Martin Luther King, I am definitely not a disgusting betrayal. Ziming spread his hands together. That said, James, you don't want the $1 million reward. Didn't you also say that you haven't made that much money in Brook investment for 5 years? James hesitated, but he finally said, sorry to the Chinese, I don't think it's a matter of money, but my own credibility. I will not sell my soul for $1 million and become a running dog of the Eastern Devil. I am me and I have myself. Stick to the faith. In fact, this is not a kind of betrayal. You can think of him more as a kind of transaction, a way of dealing with bad assets. Ziming said, you see, so many poor people are now filed for bankruptcy. So many mortgaged properties were placed on Brook's head all at once. And he needed to deal with it anyway. We just helped him deal with it, but the price was a little lower, which is a kind of angelic kindness. Behavior. James stared at Ziming in a daze. He couldn't imagine how this person could say such a shameless words. How could he describe the act of selling mortgage assets inside and out as a kind of help? The price is not a little lower, but hundreds of times lower. Even if the asset disposal is not revealed, it is impossible for the real estate to become $1,000 or $2,000. No mistakes. Chinese people, you can really opened my eyes open. I will not promise you, but I appreciate your Bloody Mary, something that does make me a lot of spirit. James and said, now, if you really want to have a drink with me, I welcome it. But if you still want to tell me your set of devil theory, I'm sorry, I will let the waiter ask you to leave my deck. Now that James had said so, Ziming had to sigh helplessly and then stood up and left. Ziming first went to Sandy. Sandy then the bar was drinking her watermelon juice. Ziming came to see results, quickly asked her how. Ziming, this shaking his head, said, not even what the result. The James the husband said he didn't want to sell his soul to a demon like me. Here the answer. Sandy immediately not happy. The what? What James? The guy, he had the nerve to say you are a demon, Mr. Ziming. I think he and his investment company Brook is really suck blood and soul of the devil. Our money and house were cheated by them. Sandy then thought of what it. She asked Ziming, said, Mr. Ming, you need to find Brook investment company's internal staff do if this is the case. I know other people in the company. He was James' cousin. But it has been less than a year since he joined the Brook Investment Company and the probation period has just ended. I don't know if he can help you. You can try, Ziming said. This time to Ziming of rum and coke is also a good tune. Toast, Ziming, said Sandy. Not through all means, thank you very. Sandy and Ziming clink. I should be very grateful, and I hope to be back in my own house, their hands, as soon as possible. Just weeks Ming and Sandy drinking. Ears suddenly heard a burst of rapid footsteps. Ziming put the glass down, to see James suddenly came in front of himself. Ziming looked at him curiously. It seemed that James himself was hesitating, but within a few seconds, James said, Chinese, I promise you. Before Ziming spoke, Sandy said, James, you are too rude. You should be called Mr. Ziming. James glared at Sandy, and then he said again, Mr. Ziming, I promised you. Ziming picked it up, eyelids asked, what did you promise me? Sell your soul, be willing to betray your company, and be my devil's running dog. Nothing is wrong and no words. James lowered his head, imagining that if he were not a black mixed race, his face would be as red as a monkey, but he still said, yes, but that company is not my company. They gave up on me. They have to take back the bonuses they gave me, and they have to punish me. I want to retaliate severely against them, and avenge those lofty clichés. Looking at James' slightly distorted expression of anger, Ziming, it is conceivable that he must have received a call from the company just now, and that his boss did not say anything good to him, and even insulted his personality, which aroused his resistance. But this has nothing to do with himself. Ziming thought for a while and said, I welcome you to figure it out, but it's not just now. I won't have to pay you so much. I can only give you 70 at most. $10,000. Can you still accept it? What? Chinese, You did it on purpose. James, angered, Ziming still calmly asked him, I just ask you accept or not? I don't want to hear other answers. James was shaking, showing that the struggle in his heart was very fierce, and he wanted to lift the table and walk away. People. But in the end he gave up resistance and bowed his head to answer Ziming, I accept. Chapter 135 Devil Salesman Part 1 An extended Cadillac courtesy car drove along road and finally arrived in the White Mountain Forest north of Brighton. I entered the Addams family manor. The car was parked on the special parking lawn of the manor. The senior state senator Brooke got out of the car. The servant in charge of the manor took him into the back garden because Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family, was enjoying the coolness in the garden. Brooke followed the servant to the back garden and came to Christo. Brooke stood straight in front of Christo like a pupil who saw the teacher. He waited until the servant had reported to Christo before he said, Hello Mr. Christo, may God be with Addams. Christo smiled, raised his hand to signal Brooke to sit down, and asked the servant to pour him a glass of water and say to him, This is a special drink from the ancient Celts, can make your brain very awake. I personally like it very much. Brooke thanked Christo, took a sip from the water glass, and then reported to Christos, Sir, now I'm already I went back to the company and had a meeting with the company's management, and has already made a decision to lay off employees and liquidate the company's funds, and then sell part of the non-performing assets to sell new corporate bonds, which should be able to make up for the subprime mortgage crisis. Everything is lost. Christo only gave a gentle bene after hearing. He picked up the water glass and took a sip before saying, These are very emergency measures, basically no problem. I can only give you one guarantee is that as long as the company's situation is not too bad, financial assistance from the banks and the government is possible. Brooke nodded and said, Sir, you can rest assured that although the subprime mortgage crisis is coming very suddenly, that China this is the end of people's tricks, because although most of the subprime loans in the company are very risky, in fact, the existence of the review system still has real estate or cars as collateral, so we only need to be able to dispose of it. With this batch of assets, you can easily get through this crisis. Are you a bit too optimistic if you want me to see Congressman Brooke and Mr. Christo? If you want me to see that Chinese person will definitely fan it again. You are a slap. Suddenly there was a voice. Brooke and Christo turned their heads and saw a robot approaching very impetuously. He came over and sat on the chair directly, reached out and grabbed the beverage jug and drank to his mouth. This kind of uncultivated behavior undoubtedly made Christo very annoyed, but he had nothing to do with this son except to be angry. But Brooke said to him, There is nothing wrong with your idea, but the Chinese is only a Chinese. He can persuade those poor ethnic minorities to file for personal bankruptcy, and rely on the inherent defects of subprime loans to trigger subprime loans crisis. This is the limit. However, even so, the loss of my investment company is still very limited. As long as I start emergency response, coupled with family care, I can easily get through the crisis. Christo also said to Robert, I think you should really let go of something, otherwise your eyes will never see the whole world. After all, your surname is Addams. Before saying this, Mr. Christo, shouldn't you ask yourself first? Robert ordered Christo, but then he calmed down and said, I just made a hypothesis. I think if you are so confident, why do you care about me? Suppose? Are you not stupid? I'm the same me. I hate that Chinese, but I would like to see you being kicked behind the back by him. Robert's words were casually said, but he didn't know that he really guessed it, and Ziming had already returned to the Tanti building by this time. Before entering the company, Lin Muqing and Chen Yining immediately gathered around and asked anxiously about the situation. Obviously they were very concerned about Ziming's instigation of rebelling against James, and they had been waiting here. Ziming knew that they were waiting very anxiously. This was also the key to the follow-up plan. Ziming didn't sell it, and said directly, although the process was a bit repetitive and lucky, In the end I convinced Mr. James that he agreed to be us inside the Brook Investment Company. They tried to pack and sell all the mortgaged properties to us at a low price. Although they were very confident in Ziming, when they heard Ziming really said that, they still let everyone cheered immediately. Then Ziming Chen with Lin Mu King still leaves pour them into the meeting room. First Ziming said, that site has successfully luring James, and the rest is on our side of the preparatory work. We now need a new company. There is a very special account. I wonder how you prepared it. The company and the account are ready. Lin Mu King said, today I checked the previous investment situation of the insurance company and found that an asset management company that I invested in was very seriously affected by the subprime mortgage crisis. We can directly use equity with the management rights. I think this company can act as a company that accepts Brook Investments mortgage real estate. In addition, there is a special bank account I can use directly. Ming Si Investment Company in the United States opened a rarely used old account, because the original opened or very secretive, so there will not be any problems. Lin Mu King said. For Lin Mu King, Ziming is very reassuring, so now hear her say. Ziming also did not ask, and for the question and said, that what there is real estate statistics for Vidal community and other people do. Lin Mu King looked Chen Xiu. A little embarrassed Chen Xiu replied, old teacher, this thing is my responsibility. I'm sorry that there are too many other minorities, that the number of people, especially a lot of people, do not have contact, therefore, statistics are somewhat difficult. At present, even the minorities in the Vinda community have not been able to complete the personal to household statistics. Energy statistics, number of how many it. This is no way to hurry. Ziming said. Explanations for this problem is determined to manage quasi-prepared. After all, in 90 years, even in the most developed of the United States, cannot do that. Everyone has a cell phone, not to mention the reason why these people their credit rating is low. Mostly because of their poor living conditions. Many people don't even have pagers. For this reason, once they leave their house and have no one with them, they may not be able to get in touch. In other words, Brighton is also a metropolis with a population of hundreds of thousands. It is still difficult to find a certain person among so many people who has no contact information. Chen Xiu and Yining also understood this, so they didn't say much about this issue. Okay. Since there is nothing wrong, let's do your own thing first, Ziming said. Chen Xiu and Yining both nodded and left the meeting room, and when they both left, Ziming said to Lin Mu King's sister Mu King, we should also send this account to my internal account. Lin Mu King nodded and said okay, but there was still some hesitation on her face. Ziming, you said that James, he will really help us, and was it successful? Ziming thought for a while and said, perhaps we can have no confidence in him, but we must at least have confidence in ourselves, and believe that we can train a devil salesman who kills our company. At the same time, James, who had been talking about, returned to Brook Investment Company. He only walked into the office and saw the manager sitting in his office chair. Seeing James coming in, the manager glanced at the time and said, James, it's already 5:30 in the afternoon, which means that I have been sitting in your office for a whole day today, but I haven't seen you. I need to know where you are and what kind of work attitude you have. Before James could speak, the manager sniffed his nose and said, I seem to smell the strong smell of alcohol on your body. You have no reason to go to work. As a professional broker of Brook Investment Company, you actually go to the bar to drink during working hours. It seems that you are living too easily. You have completed the tasks arranged by the company, right? Those minorities have stopped filing for personal bankruptcy, right? There are no mistakes in many words. I'm sorry, I can't persuade them. James replied. Then you still have time to go to the bar to drink? The manager suddenly slapped the table fiercely. He pointed to James' nose and yelled, you are really a scumbag. After the manager scolded, he calmed down. He took out a letter and put it on the table, jokingly said to James, anyway, you idiot has nothing to do with me. Return all the 100,000 bonuses, otherwise the company will take the necessary legal measures. Listening to the manager's words, James couldn't help shouting, "That's the bonus given to me by the company. Why should I return it? And I only took 150,000. Why should I return 200,000? There." Manager smiled. "I said, James, you are really idiot. And if I remember correctly, I have already told you on the phone, because you used deception in your work performance, which caused a very big loss to the company. Therefore, the company has the right to recover the bonuses that have been issued to you. The 200,000 yuan is the bonus that has been issued to you. Not only the 150,000 yuan, but also the year-end bonus last year. Do you understand what I said? No mistakes, no skipping." Facing the manager's slightly mocking tone, James was so angry that he was shaking all over. "Damn, you are a crap. You did it on purpose." "Mr. James, I advise you to be respectful to my tone, otherwise I will report to the company." "You say that there is a problem with your work attitude, and those minorities who filed for personal bankruptcy are also instigated by you. Then you will have to bear the price of defamation for this." "There," manager said very proudly. He looked at James' expression of anger and was very happy, and finally said, "Okay, let me tell you another good news. The company is going to sell those mortgaged properties recently, or you can help the company solve this problem. May help themselves to earn $200,000 in prize money, would not have a jail." James looked up at the manager said, "This is really good news, but why are you telling me this?" "Because the once you were drunk, I will take you home. Your sister can make me very comfortable," the manager said to him on purpose. "Shit, you bastard." James rushed towards the manager with a roar, but the manager first took out a gun and put it on James' forehead. "Dear Mr. James, I hope you don't be impulsive." "There," manager said to James, and then left the office with a laugh, leaving only James, who was crying in the office. After a while, James received a call from Ziming. Ziming said to fax him the account information. James said, "Mr. Ziming, you said that if you many succeed, you can destroy the Brook Investment Company, right? If of the typos are true, I will be your most loyal servant. Even if this is the abyss of hell, let me trade with the devil. I am willing." Chapter 136 Devil Salesman Part 2 The Queen's Bar at night is the real nightclub, but he does not have the hustle and bustle of other bars. It is still very quiet. Under the blue light, with the melodious blue melody of the resident singer, it can give people a sense of tranquility. It is like suffering slaves who have received God's forgiveness, so that they can be free from the oppression of the day. James walked into the bar. Since he has been buying drunk here these days, the bar waiter already knew him, but he was not here to buy drunk today, so he was taken to the private box by the waiter. After asking the waiter, "Open the door of the box, 2 Chinese are waiting here, they are Ziming and his bodyguard." Seeing James coming in, Ziming motioned for him to sit down, and then pushed a glass of wine in front of him. James looked at the dark glass of wine with bubbles still in a daze. "This is specially ordered for you. I think you should need such a glass of wine," Ziming said lightly. Hearing what Ziming said, James no longer hesitated to pick up the wine glass and drank his head up, but after just one sip, James put down the wine glass and stuck his tongue out and said, "What kind of wine is this?" "It's really strong." "Devil." "The Cemetery." Ziming calmly said the name of the cocktail. When James heard it, he laughed. "This is really a good and exciting name to bury all the demons. It's just that I hope this is more than just a name. He can become reality." "Can it become a reality?" "Say it with your mouth, but do it with your hands," Ziming said lightly. But Ziming didn't mean to teach James here, so he stopped short of it, and then juggled out a document and gave it to James. Then he said, "This is what I prepared for you. Good account. All your transfer transactions can be completed through this account, including the funds of Brook Investment Company and the funds of your other customers. I can guarantee the absolute security of this account." James took the account documents in his hand in a daze. Something incredible raised his head and said, "Mr. Ziming, you just handed this document to me. Are you afraid that I will go back and hand it into the company?" "You know that company." He must be very hopeful of this news. Ziming smiled slightly. Of course I am afraid, because I have this secret account. It will be tricky if you expose it. Ziming turned to the front and said, "But I trust you, James, even more. You told me this afternoon. In terms of words, obviously you are also a poor person who is used by others. What you need is trust and help, not doubt and guard." "It is trust and help, not doubt and guard," James murmured and repeated Ziming's words. He shed tears, and said to Ziming sobbingly, "Mr. Ziming, thank you very much for your trust and help. It is obvious that I am such a bastard. I am sorry for you, but your tolerance makes me." I felt the warmth of a fatherly. James became more and more excited when he spoke, and in the end he cried loudly, "Mr. Ziming, you may not know that the reason why I was able to get the company's $150,000 bonus before is because I betrayed the news about you and Sandy. I told the company that you asked them to file for personal bankruptcy. I'm such a super bastard. I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming." "You," Ziming suddenly said, "it turns out that this news is James. You said it." I said, "Why, Sandy and the others received a letter from Brook Investments' lawyer." "Yes. That's the company's countermeasures. They are all good things done by a fool like me. I should die!" Exclamation mark. While talking, James desperately grabbed his hair, looking very regretful. Upon seeing this, Ziming enlightened him and said, "Actually, I think, James, you don't need to blame yourself, because you haven't changed anything. Now those deceived poor people still apply for personal bankruptcy, and Brook Investment Company is in trouble because of this. So I don't blame you for it, and the minorities in the vendor community don't blame you for it." James looked up and stared at Ziming in a daze. At this moment, James' eyes seemed to change suddenly. "Become a tall and great man, who can forgive every hatred just like a benevolent God." "Mr. Ziming, you are so great. I will definitely complete your task, even if I will get on the electric chair because of this. I will not hesitate," James said. James' words surprised Ziming, because Ziming only talked about the actual situation and didn't think about how to pretend to be B, so James was moved like this. However, since this pretending to be the beginning, Ziming could not give up halfway, so he had to continue. "Perhaps, James, you can follow my method completely, and you will not necessarily be charged." James was a little surprised at this, and his face was half-trusted expressions. The next morning at 9 o'clock in the morning, James came to Brook Investment Company. This was the first time he went to work on time after he failed to stop the bankruptcy wave. He couldn't help but surprise the others in the company. James' team members came up curiously and asked what happened, but Brook did not answer. He walked directly through the large office outside, and finally came inside and knocked on the door of the manager's office. Regarding James' arrival, the manager was undoubtedly more surprised than the people outside. "Huh? James, you actually came to work on time today, and you also took the initiative to come to me. Then let me guess, you wouldn't have been tied up with bombs all over your body. I will die together, right? There are so many words, right?" James clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, but then he thought of something, then let go of his fist and said, "I want to do this, but today I don't plan to do it today. Come to talk to you about work, even if you are a scumbag. Although I don't know what happened, it's a good idea." The manager leaned on the chair and made a please gesture to James. James sorted out the language and said, "I know that due to the impact of so many borrowers applying for personal bankruptcy before, the company has received a lot of mortgage assets. Although these mortgage assets have a certain value, they are not cash after all, so I think I can participate in the sale of the company's mortgage assets, which is what the company needs now." There. Manager looked at James for several times and said, "It seems that you really figured it out. I will say that you black slaves will always be black slaves." "Well, ha ha." There. Manager's laughter was scratched on James' face like a knife, but he just clenched his fists and seemed unmoved on the surface. "Well, it seems that you are so religious, so I promised you to do part of it." The manager continued, "But every order you go through must be reviewed by me, you know. No mistakes, no skipping." James nodded and said no problem. Then the manager threw out a document to James and said, "Well, let's start with these properties. These are a few properties in the Ansonberg community. You can deal with them by some means. The price, it can't be less than $230,000 Hearing the amount of $230,000, James suddenly opened his eyes. Are you kidding me? I know that in the Ansonberg neighborhood, it's a very bad community. Even before the subprime mortgage crisis, the houses there were not sold for less than $230,000. Now that the subprime mortgage crisis has broken out, many subprime mortgage properties have become mortgage assets. Why can they sell for $230,000? You say it cannot be sold for $230,000, not sell it? But I say to sell. You cannot just sell. You approach a problem. Managers with a very contemptuous tone, said James. He saw that James was about to get angry again, so he went on to say, well, I also know that niggers are generally incapable. I will lower your requirements. If you can sell for $210,000, that's fine. $20,000 will be deducted from your bonus. This is the lowest standard I give you. If you can't do it, you should go back to the bar and be your alcoholic. James took a deep breath. Okay, I get it. I will sell it for $210,000. After speaking, James took away the few real estate materials on the desk and returned to his office. James smashed his desk severely. He muttered to himself, it seems that Mr. Ziming is the most worthwhile, trusted great people, and the people here are all scum. Then James picked up his mobile phone and dialed Zuming's number. He told Zuming that he had obtained the real estate materials and also told the manager's request to him. Zuming. After hearing this, Zuming said, it's okay, don't you just have 5 houses of $1.050 million? Just give it to him. But you have to transfer to other funds or real estate processing methods as soon as possible, because I won't have 2 more funds are reserved for you. Thank you, Mr. Ziming, for your reminder. I will do as you say, James said. After hanging up Ziming's call, James took another look at the real estate materials in his hand. Then he immediately sat down and found out the customer information issued by the company from the drawer. This time he picked up the information on the desk. Phone. Hello, is this Mr. Michael? I am Brook Investment Company. I believe you must already know the current situation of the subprime mortgage crisis. Therefore, the company now has a lot of properties to deal with, all of which are very low-priced properties. I think you can think about it. The real estate I deal with now is in the Ansonberg community, and the price is $230,000. James immediately continued, I know you definitely can't accept this price, but it doesn't matter. This is just the beginning. If I can sell the real estate in hand, then I can receive more real estate and give the best price. Are you right? Nothing is wrong or skipped. James thought for a while and then said, well, if you still can't accept it, or we can change the way of cooperation, you can put $100,000 into my account first, and say the real estate you hope to get, I can record it for you. If there is a suitable processing room, I will notify you as soon as possible. Do you think this is okay? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Thank you very much. I believe these $50,000 will become our mutual trust. James hung up the phone, and then he dialed another number. Hello, is it Dr. Lauder? I am Brook Investment Company. I have a lot of properties to deal with here, all of which are very low-priced properties. Please believe, this is an investment that will make a profit without losing money. When James made a crazy call in his office, in the general manager's room, the general manager of Brook Investment Company and James' manager were sitting on the phone. Front. The general manager put down the phone and said, old man, you have also heard that James is working very hard. He doesn't want to play any cleverness. There. Manager was puzzled. This is impossible. Does that nigger really have a way? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. That's the truth. Don't you believe him? Don't you believe what you heard yourself? This phone is a secret product, a phone that can perfectly monitor. The general manager said again, I know you have some racial discrimination, but now is not the time for discrimination. We need James to help the company deal with these properties. As long as we check the accounts regularly, I believe he will not be able to play any tricks even if he is capable." Their manager nodded and said, "It seems that it can only be so." But the general manager and manager who put down the phone here don't know what James thinks at the moment. "I am the devil, I want to help the great Chinese Mr. Ziming destroy this damn company." Chapter 137. Because of the Devil's Cemetery. On the evening of March 21, 1999, the Dorothy 10th Theater in Los Angeles was filled with brilliant lights, because the famous Academy Awards ceremony will be held here. The annual entertainment feast naturally attracted countless media rushes, and the most interesting thing that night was a documentary film called Devil's Agent. This documentary film is a documentary film adapted from real cases. In the end, he defeated Saving Private Ryan at the Oscars and won 11 awards including Best Picture and Best Screenplay, followed up the record of last year's Titanic. After the awards ceremony, James, the director and producer of the film, almost walked out of the theater's door, and was surrounded by a large number of reporters. "Mr. James, I heard that you are not a professional film director and producer. You were in the financial industry a few years ago, right? Is it because of your financial industry experience and the bad stock market volatility last year that gave it the idea of you shooting a financial-themed film?" The Devil's Agent film set a global box office of $500 million last year, which is already a very rare documentary film. Numbers. How do you give documentaries such a market charm? Mr. James, your film has caused a huge response in the society once it was released, and some of the financial operations in it are shocking. Especially many investment banks on Wall Street urgently modify it. The company's regulations directly led to a sharp decline in the subsequent stock market and futures trading. You are talking about a documentary film. Can anyone really come up with such a wild operation method? No mistakes, no skips. And Mr. James, what year is this documentary film related to? In the face of these reporters' questions, James smiled and said, "First of all, I can be very responsible to tell everyone, my documentary film is indeed adapted based on facts, but please remember that the adaptation I said is not something I made up, but to take care of the IQ of the film critics, I also deliberately cut a lot the real plot." Following James' words, the reporters around him exclaimed that the deleted movie caused such a big response. So what is the real thing? James did not appetite for everyone. He went on to say, "There was such a person back then. He was just an ordinary investment broker in an investment company. However, following a series of magic operations that you can't understand, he completed dozens of destruction values. A feat of an investment company of 100 million yuan. After so many years, I can tell you," James said, "it was because that investment company was losing money and wanted to sell its non-performing assets. The broker seized this opportunity. He first called all the customers assigned by the company and promised each customer a very low price to sell assets in exchange for the investment of these customers. Because he was just an ordinary investment capital broker, so in the case of distrust, each customer's investment are not large, are only tens of thousands of dollars, but he found 20 customers to raise millions of dollars." James continued, "Pass through this multi-million-dollar deal. The broker handling the first batch of non-performing assets at very low prices sold to customers. The company handed over $1 million of course. For those clients who did not get the assets they wanted, this broker did not let them suffer. He paid them return on investment ranging from 1 to 5%, so that all of them were making money. Happy is relying on the sale of operating mode to sell assets and return on investment. This company has won the broker and the customer's trust both ways. Then this agent, by building trust, you can get more investment from the hands of customers. You can continue to get more processing assets from the company." James said that spread out his hands, that it after continuous treatment is very simple. Nothing more than the broker continues to sell the company's non-performing assets, return on investment to other customers, attract more customers, investment from the company, get the disposition of assets, and then sold out at a very low price, then come up with a portion of the customer's investment capital, back to the customer, resulting in the illusion of our customers are happy, and finally undone before the cycle. I'm afraid you may not believe it. With this method, this broker has sold more than 3,000 properties worth $500 million in less than a month, and he only sells these properties. How much did it cost? James looked around, and finally stretched out 3 fingers and said, only $3 million. All reporters were taken aback, even though they could have guessed that the final price would not be very high by demolishing the eastern wall to supplement the western wall. But this figure is still unbelievable, which is less than a percentage of the total assets. One of them, even if it is dealing with assets, this gap is unbelievable. As long as someone checks the accounts, won't these secrets be exposed immediately? James said again, I know you all want to ask this question, but this agent has thought of this a long time ago, so he opened another secret account very early, and all his transactions are done through this secret account. There is a lot of concealment in the transaction itself. Of course, this concealment is questionable. Any professional accountant can detect the problem, but there was a special background at that time. That is, the company was in a state of affairs at that time. In very difficult times, he needs to process his own assets as quickly as possible. Therefore, even if the company knows that the broker is trading through a secret account, as long as the company can finally receive the money and the customer is satisfied, no one will bother. James said, oh my God, this agent is really an epoch-making genius. How could he come up with such a trading method? And almost calculated everyone's reaction. It is really amazing. If he didn't use his own mind to commit crimes, then, is this agent Mr. James you? Did you come up with such a great method of operation? Nothing is wrong, no words. Faced with all the reporters' questions, James smiled and replied, that agent is a very important friend of mine, and such a great way of operation. Whoever of you has heard of the Devil's Cemetery? Is that a special cocktail with a very strong taste? And all these great methods of operation are also due to that glass of Devil's Graveyard. Time goes back to November 11th in the 1990s. Entrepreneurs of this era, some people are still working in translation agencies, so it is naturally impossible to create a sensational shopping carnival around the world. But even so, in Brighton's Brook Investment Company, there is still a festive atmosphere. Just because today is the personal commendation meeting of the agent James. All the people of Brook Investment Company gathered in the company's small meeting room. Due to the limited seats, many people could only stand, but 2 seats were empty. When everyone was ready, the general manager of the company led James into the meeting room. They bypassed the crowd and sat directly in the 2 empty seats. I believe everyone already knows the content of today's meeting. It is to praise James and also to tell everyone that as long as you work in the company and make money for the company, then the company will definitely make you more money! There. General manager paused and said, as you all know, there was a malicious push behind the scenes. The subprime mortgage crisis caused by many of our borrowers' personal bankruptcy has caused the company to experience a very difficult storm. Due to the shortage of funds, the company has to arrange tasks, even forcing everyone to deal with the company's non-performing assets. This is a last resort, but it is also effective. It has been a month since the task was arranged. Maybe the second time. The loan crisis has not yet passed, but the company's situation is constantly improving. There, general manager said, patted the shoulder of James who was sitting next to him and said, I remember when I assigned you a task a month ago, you all complained to me that it is a devil's character, but this Mr. James next to me is also your brother and colleague. He educates you fiercely with the facts. Because he has processed 3,000 mortgaged properties in 1 month, earned $600 million in funds for the company was able to overcome this difficulty. James is undoubtedly the biggest contributor, and today, the company officially made the decision to commend him. Their general manager said that he stopped here deliberately. After stifling everyone's appetite, he finally said, the company decided to give him a bonus of $200,000 plus his commission for handling the real estate. Today there will be $800,000 in bills falling into his pocket. At that time, whether you want to exchange for 800,000 Nedler coins, or use the $800,000 to build a bed, you will like it as you like. Due to the general manager's ridicule, all employees except those 80 the income of $100,000 gasped, and everyone laughed. The rich Mr. James, please share with you the secret of your work, the general manager said to James, and then there was a burst of warm applause. James stood up in applause. After the applause subsided, he asked a question that no one thought of. Have you heard of the Devil's Graveyard? Nothing is wrong. This question has been asked by everyone, including the general manager. No one knows how he asked such a question. It was a Zong only a style of cocktail. He took 15 ml tequila, 15 ml dark rum, Scotch whiskey 15 ml, American whiskey 15 ml, almond and brandy 15 ml. They will pour into the wine glasses separately, and finally pour the beer to make the beer float on all the liquor. It becomes a perfect devil cemetery. James then was finished. The general manager said to him, is indeed very special else cocktail. Then you are trying to say, Mr. James, the saying is this wine features inspired you to fight against it? No, make no mistakes. James looked at the general manager and shook his head and said, it's not like that. I discovered the true colors of so-called work and capital only after drinking this cup of Devil's Cemetery. Regarding James' words, everyone was at a loss. James went on to say, it's very simple. Whether it's the general manager, you or me, or everyone present here, we are all scumbags, the devil among the devil, and this company is a fucking devil concentration camp. I don't think you guys know that the property I first received was in the Ansenberg community, and the manager's mischief actually let me deal with it for $200,000. James then let everyone in an uproar. The manager immediately stood up and said, James, please pay attention to your words. If I was actually given you such a high price, you simply cannot get rid of it. No error is not skip the word. I can dispose of my ability to do it not. No mistake not jump word. James asked meaningfully. I asked the manager asked phrase speechless. General manager of the company would like to come forward to reconcile what is it, but James continued. No. Two does not matter. Anyway, you are an OTEG guy. James, are you crazy? Don't think you can do this with a little achievement. The general manager said solemnly. I'm crazy? Likely. James laughed. Ha ha. Not me. Believe we must be very puzzled why I say the devil made the story of the cemetery. It is because the company is a devil concentration camp, and I have to. He is ready for his graveyard. 130th 8 chapters Cloth Luke's scam? James, I think your mind may be a bit unclear today. You need to calm down. I will give you 3 days off today. You can wait until next week to come to work again. Mr. General Manager, I think I have never been so sober in my life. The so-called dealing with mortgages is just to use us in the end. What is the $200,000 bonus? I don't know when. I was asked to go back by you. Just like the $150,000 bonus last time. The company's lawyer letter is still in my hand. Shut up, James. You are basically talking about the biggest joke of the century. What you say has no logic at all. It is all your nonsense. You said that the company gave you a $150,000 bonus, and you are neither very prominent. The performance does not bring any huge benefits to the company. Why does the company give you a $150,000 bonus? I think you are just making up. You are more suitable to go to Hollywood to be a screenwriter. You cannot bear to recognize, but you cannot deny the company's lawyers believe this is not fake. Maybe something real that you fake. I do not know what this is for you, but this is the worst behavior from now on. James, you fired. James and the general manager were in the meeting room. You came and I was arguing with no one back. In the end, James listened to the general manager's threat of dismissing himself. He smiled and said, "Have you finally fired me? This is really a very good thing. And I don't plan to stay in this company that is about to go bankrupt." General manager, "You will soon be unemployed." After speaking, James looked around and said, "But everyone is innocent. I'm here to tell you that the devil's graveyard is coming soon. You should leave here soon. Don't do anything for the devil." This time James was unceremoniously interrupted by the general manager before he finished speaking. The general manager pointed at the door and shouted at him, "I want you to go out right away. Right away. Get out." Face hysterically to the general manager, James smiled at him, said, "Let me out easy. But later I can find no chance. Go. The company will never need a dog like you." So James left the company amidst the anger of the general manager. He took the elevator to the underground parking lot of the building, and got in a very ordinary-looking Buick sedan, which was Ziming's car. "How is it? The company's problems have been resolved?" Ziming asked with a glance at him. James smiled and nodded and replied, "Of course. In this life, and I probably will not have another chance like today." "Cool. And you do not know Mr. Ziming. General manager gave me the curse of a discredited by a few. That may congratulations on your dream come true." Ziming casually congratulated him, then took out a check from his pocket and said to James, "This is a Swiss bank check for $700,000, and you can cash it at any branch. If you are worried, I can go to the bank with you now." James shook his head and said, "It's no use. I believe in Mr. Ziming 100%. "That's fine, but because of your behavior, you may still be prosecuted, so you have to avoid it for a while," Ziming said as he took out a ticket to James. "This is a ticket to Guatemala. I hope it will help you." James took the ticket, said a very thankful to Ziming, then got out of the car and silently bowed deeply to Ziming. Ziming closed the car door and let the police leave. After driving out of the underground parking lot, Ziming took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of Lowell family patriarch Louis. "The matter is done, yours. The media can expose all those things, and it's up to you whether it can produce the best results." Louis over the phone laughed and said, "You can rest assured that this month, I have been waiting for this day!" So on the second day, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the New England TV station. Brook Investment Company is losing $600 million funds of its clients. The subprime mortgage crisis triggered by a large number of ethnic minorities filing for bankruptcy has affected Brighton for a month. The first to be affected by this crisis is Brook Investment Company, but it was later followed by Brook Investment Company's substantial layoffs and the sale of its funds and mortgage real estate. It can barely support, but recently our station received another news, saying that the reason why Brook Company was able to support it was the result of his shortfall in client funds. That what in the end is how it happened? According to information provided by an unnamed person within Brook Investment, Brook Investment lied to all investment customers that there are extremely low-priced mortgage properties that need to be sold, and if customers need it, they can sell it directly. Of course, if the customer households no need to, it can also invest in processing a mortgage. Every transaction Brook Investment Company will be paid 1% to 5%. Such an investment return is undoubtedly very attractive. But according to internal employees of Brook Investment Company, there is actually no sale of mortgage real estate at all, and everything is just a scam conducted and performed by Brook Investment Company. Cloth Luke Investment Company, after receiving the customer's investment, will receive a unified account to save and invest, will be paid according to the amount of customers. There is not actually any transaction. Brook Investment Company just put the customer. A very small part of the invested money was returned to the customer, while more money remained in the account. I believe that friends who know a little bit about economics must have understood it. This is actually the simplest Ponzi scheme to break the east wall and repair the west wall. So what is the purpose of Brook Investment? According to the internal employee, This is to enable the company to survive the economic crisis. That it Cloth Luke Investment Company. This Ponzi scheme to defraud investors. Exactly how much money do? The answer is $600 million. With the New England Land Television broadcast, this news immediately caused a large wave apparently throughout Brighton. After all, Brooks Investment in Brighton is considered a well-known company, and his chairman is a senior senator from Massachusetts. How could such a thing be done? So some people were suspicious at first. Cloth Luke Investment Company is a very formal investment capital company, in spite of the loss suffered in the subprime mortgage crisis, but we will recoup their losses through their own efforts. We have been convinced that the customer is our God. We will never. What is a Ponzi scheme? Might play tricks to cheat the customer's investment. New England Television. This news is definitely the rumors. I have contacted a lawyer. The company will to protect their interests through legal means. Cloth Luke accepting, the reporter said with outrage during the interview. However, the FBI's final investigation result slapped Brooke in the face, because the investigation found that all customers' money was transferred to a certain private account. And then all investors' return on investment was also through this private account. Account issued. This result stunned Brooke. In another interview with reporters, he once again defended, it is impossible for Brooke Investment Company to have this kind of thing happen. This is all controlled by the broker. The company has no knowledge of it. And the company, now that I have called the police, I am confident that the police will arrest the real criminal agent. But this defense was obviously lacking in persuasive power, so a reporter immediately asked him, I'm sorry, Mr. Brooke, if you say neither you nor your company know this. So difficult. Your company does not have a complete monitoring system. You can allow an ordinary broker to mobilize so many client funds at will. Is it in your company? Are all the accounts private? No mistakes. No skipping. As the first reporter took the lead, other reporters all echoed and asked almost the same questions. That broker is indeed guilty, but he can commit such a big crime. Is there a bigger stake in Brooke Investment Company? What's the problem? In the face of these questions, Brooke seemed very irritable, but he had to answer with patience. This is not a question of supervision, but the company's account review has a certain time limit, and we will only reach a certain time. Check the accounts of the corresponding departments separately. Before Brooke finished speaking, he was immediately interrupted by a reporter. If I understand correctly, Mr. Brooke, what you said just now is to admit that you are in your company. There are certain regulatory loopholes in the interior, so your broker has stolen the client's $600 million funds through this loophole, right? If it weren't for the so-called escape of the broker and reports from insiders, would it still lose more money? Or is the subprime mortgage crisis caused by this? Listening to the reporter's more aggressive question than the other, Brooke suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and finally he couldn't stand it. Can't you reporters ask some positive questions? Do you know that I'm a senior senator of the state legislature? My investment company is also a company with a long history. Can't you help out and expect him to go bankrupt? I tell you, if my company goes bankrupt, your TV station will go bankrupt tomorrow. Ziming was lying in the hotel room watching TV at this time, and Lin Muking was lying in Ziming's arms like a cat. Watching Brooke's hysterical performance on TV, Lin Muking disdainfully said, "This is unbearable. The psychological endurance of this Congressman Brooke is a bit too bad. I really don't know how he was elected to the Senate." Ziming smiling, he stroked Lin Muking's hair and said, "He is also getting anxious. I'm afraid he also knows that whether it's the subprime mortgage crisis or the shortfall of $600 million investment funds this time, I must be manipulating it behind his back. He just couldn't say it." This breath was held in his chest, and now he is so aggressively questioned by these reporters, he is probably about to collapse. Lin Muking curled his lips. Who deserved it? Who made him not be his own person? I have to be a dog of the Addams family, especially if he provokes Ziming Yu. It's damn. But I don't know whether he is damned or not. But we really have to thank him now, because if it were not for his investment company, it would be difficult for us to spend $3 million to get a property worth $600 million, right? Ziming continued, not to mention that the promise to those minorities will be empty. It would be a shame just to have so many possible rewards missing. Ziming, you guy is becoming more and more like a big capitalist. Lin Muking looked up at Ziming's anger. However, Lin Muking said so, but she was very happy, because the 3,000 properties she got had already been rented back to those minorities, although according to the location and the community, the price is not the same, but the average cost is $700 a month. This is the first month's rent alone, which is enough to be $700,000. This basic monthly income with guaranteed income from droughts and floods. Every property can be collected for at least more than 10 years. How can it not make people happy? When Ziming and Lin Muking were happy, Ziming's cell phone rang suddenly and Ziming was connected. It was Governor Edward who called. He said on the phone, "I think there is a meeting that you really need to attend." Chapter 139 The fifth meeting? In the central street of South Brighton, near Old State Street, there is an ancient Greek-style financial building. Although the building here is very magnificent, the people of Brighton rarely paid attention to him, but in fact this is where the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank is located. Just hearing this name, it is not difficult to think of his relationship with the Federal Reserve. In fact, when the Federal Reserve was established, it established a system of 12 branches across the country according to the geographical division of the consortium at the time. The branch of the Federal Reserve controlled by the Leiden Consortium to control the financial order of the entire New England region. But even so, the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank, which has little impact on ordinary people except for interest rate hikes and lower interest rates, has always been uninterested. But all this was broken on November 21st. As the Brighton subprime mortgage crisis intensified, the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank has to become the focus of people. After all, as the central bank branch of the United States, the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank has the ability to formulate monetary policies in the region and supervise financial institutions in the region. The subprime mortgage crisis is undoubtedly also under their jurisdiction. In fact, 1 week after the subprime mortgage crisis broke out, the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank set up an investigation committee to try to intervene in the subprime mortgage crisis. It must be said that the way that the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank helped Brook Investment find equity buyers and help find loans did make Brook Investment's situation better and better. But because of James' last blow, it directly took Brook. The investment company was completely knocked to the ground. Starting on the morning of the 21st, a lot of reporters have gathered at the gate of the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank, because today, the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank initiated the rescue meeting of Brook Investment Company to be held here. Dear friends, it has been 10 days since the scam of Brook Investments was exposed. During these 10 days, Brook Investments was jointly sued by many investors, including Goldman Sachs, demanding Brook Investments immediately return $600 million investment funds. At the same time, other creditors of Brook Investment Company have also demanded that it pay off their debts. These pressures have undoubtedly forced Brook Investment Company to the edge of the cliff. Not to Brook Investment Company, after all, is relatively well-known investment company in Massachusetts. Senator Brook is the most important company has, therefore under the initiative of Mr. Brook, Massachusetts government jointly launched the Brighton Bank of Brook Investment Capital Company. Therefore, just today, all senior financial industry leaders in Brighton will hold an emergency meeting here to discuss matters. When the Time reporters in front of the Federal Reserve Bank in Brighton regaling introduced, suddenly it was issued exclaimed, "That is the state long car, the Brighton Bank CEO. It seems this time the state government is to the real thing yet. No mistakes, no skipping. Not only Brighton Bank, as well as Switzerland's top banks Goldman Sachs, Citigroup 6 Brighton CEO, seems Cloth Luke Investment Company is really very important. Otherwise it will not disturb so many large companies, Only this time does the subprime mortgage crisis have to use taxpayers' money to pay for it. But no matter what, the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank can be far away from so many people today. It will definitely be an unprecedented gathering. At the same time, as the center of all attention, Brooke had already come to Brighton Federal Reserve Bank. He was in an office on the 3rd floor. He was very disdainful of the noise of the reporters downstairs, but the disdain on his face was fleeting, because the door of the room was pushed open and Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family, walked in. "Mr. You are here finally. I am very sorry for the trouble I have caused you. I also understand that this time it was my negligence that allowed the Chinese to come to my company and move his hands and feet. I have a sin that cannot be shirked. But I beg you to save me. As long as Brooke Investment Company can be rescued, whether it is a bank's acquisition of equity or a loan guaranteed by the state treasury, Brooke Investment Company can be brought back to life." Brooke went on to say, perhaps Brooke Investment Company is not a company with a long history, but his role in Massachusetts is irreplaceable. More importantly, if Brooke Investment Company collapses, it will affect the market, produce unpredictable effects of the disaster, and even affect the Addams family's reputation. People will say, look, Addams family support companies are down. It seems Addams family has to die. Then, to really become a pair in the situation, I will be very heartbroken, and my guilt will be even greater. So Mr. Christo, I beg you to help Brooke Investment Company, please. Before Brooke finished speaking, Christo waved his hand. Okay, Brooke, don't say it anymore. Today I have brought you the heads of 6 top banks, including the CEO of Brighton Bank. They are in the meeting room next to them. Go find them. I think your dilemma needs you to talk to them yourself, and I need to go to another meeting. Of course Brooke understands what Christo means. These bank CEO meetings are all pretexts. Maybe these bankers are ordinary in the eyes of people and the media. They are already in control of the financial order, but in the eyes of the real consortium, they are just spokespersons and puppets that the consortium puts outside to do things. So going to the meeting with those bankers is just a cutscene. What really matters is the meeting that Christo is going to attend. Brooke could also guess that only a few people attended the meeting, and he also understood that the meeting that really determined the fate of Brooke Investment Company was not qualified to participate. But there is no way. After all, the real power in this world is always in the hands of a very small number of people, and more people are just ants waiting for others to decide their own destiny. It is precisely to understand this inside story that Brooke heard Christo say so, and he immediately said very politely, "Good sir, I will not delay you any time. I hope you can have a better result." Compared to Brooke's hospitality, Christo didn't say a word, but just gave an acknowledgement, and then left the room. Christo went upstairs to another room. It was a very luxurious meeting room. Governor Edward, Harvard President Lawrence and Louis were all sitting here, and as Christo walked into the room, he took control of the Brighton consortium. The 4 big families are here. Christo came to his seat and sat down. He glanced at the other 3 and said, 3, since the subprime mortgage crisis broke out, this is the first time we have sat face to face and chatted. It means that the matter has reached the point where it has to be resolved. As representatives of Candini, Lawrence, and the Lovell family, I know you must all have your own ideas, so let's talk about them today. Edward, Lawrence and Louis looked at each other. After a glance, Edward finally said, Mr. Christo, I don't think it is the beginning. Christo was very surprised. Not the beginning? I don't understand what you mean. All 4 of us already sitting here. I also said that due to the intensification of the subprime mortgage crisis, today we must come to a result no matter how good or bad we are, and you are still going to delay it. Do you think the 4 of us are not enough? Or there are still people who will come? Is it? No mistakes, no skipping. As expected of Mr. Christo, I guessed it right away. The reason why Governor Edward said that is because there is a fifth person coming, Louis said. Christo was stunned at the time. He stared at the three of them in a daze. He didn't expect that a word he said casually would actually become reality. How could this be possible? We must know that in the past half a century, the Brighton Consortium has been controlled by their four families. What we are discussing now is whether it is Brighton's subprime mortgage crisis or the Brooke Investment Company's problems, which belong to the consortium's internal issues. Then it should be the four of them discussing it. How could there be another fifth person? Was it the Balbo family who had been removed from the list, or did they collude with other consortiums to betray the Brighton Consortium? As if seeing Christos' thoughts, Lawrence said to him, "Don't worry, although we have been displeased with you for a long time, we still belong to the Brighton Consortium, which controls so many industries that we cannot give up, so you don't have to worry about us betraying the consortium." I have no doubt about this. So how come a fifth person will come out? Do you think that in such a big meeting that determines the future financial direction of Massachusetts and even the entire New England region, a stranger will come in to participate? Not very strange? No mistake, not jump word, Christo said. Like a really very strange. Edward immediately turned the topic of conversation, said, "Is not this person is very different, because we wanted to say and he has a great relationship, even if you cannot say that he would not with our current meeting. Of course, the most important point is that this person is not a stranger, at least not for the four of us here." When Christo listened to Edward's words, a very bad feeling suddenly developed. Then the door to the meeting room is opened again. A Chinese man strode into the conference room. He has come to the conference table to sit down and he was not in a hurry, but first smiled. Christo extended his hand. "I think you must be Mr. Christo, the patriarch of the Adams family, right?" "There are no mistakes in many words. I am Zuming. Perhaps you have heard of my name somewhere." But just looked at Christopher Week Ming outstretched hand and said, "The original you are the China Week Ming. It really did not think you actually have the ability to sneak into that meeting." In addition, Christo added, "I'm a person who is hygienic, and I don't usually shake hands with my subordinates." Christo is split face, but Ziming did not get angry, but no so-called shrugged his shoulders and said, "The original is so I had kept a dog, he would not allow other people in a bad mood touched his tail." Ziming's voice was off. It outraged Christo said, "Chinese people, you say you believe you will not get this door today?" Ziming laughed. Then he sat down on a chair. He said, "Adam's family patriarch, then I certainly believe that, but that how can like it?" Face of Ziming irony. Christos' anger flourished. This time, Edward, Lawrence and Louis trio up immediately became a peacemaker, facing three of the comfort. Crystal said, "This meeting does not matter how kind, but like this kind of uncultivated person, we must teach him a little lesson." Teach training? It seems Mr. Crystal is really outside surface of the world to be a long time. People are stupid. I am afraid not know is how the subprime crisis broke out, and now is who is in control in the hands of it. No many wrong word, Ziming. Interesting to suggest that of course, after all, just an outsider Brooke, Mr. Christo totally do not care about him, but do not care about their credit, right? No mistake, not jump word. I don't know whether it was the consolation of Edward, Lawrence and Louis that played a role, or Ziming was awakened by the scolding. In short, Christo calmed down after a while. Christo said, "Ziming, Chinese people, they let you have nothing to so-called stay, let you see what should be the real control." Chapter 140. The Chinese Savior? Really did not think I was actually going to sit down together with a Chinese man Jiang conference table to discuss the future of Brighton, which is really a nightmare, Christo said with emotion. Even when Edward introduced the fifth person to himself, Christo had already thought about whether it would be Ziming, the Chinese who caused the subprime mortgage crisis. But he immediately denied his idea, because for him, the idea was too absurd. After all, they are the four heads of the Brighton Consortium, and the energy gathered together can affect the United States and even the United States. The situation in the world, And what is the Chinese? Nobody has heard of the unknown person before. What qualifications does he have to come and participate in this conference that determines the future of Brighton's finances? However, Christo's hunch told him that it was very possible, because the Chinese man caused the subprime mortgage crisis first, and the Brook Investment Company was also driven to ruin by him. The other three guys were also involved. The Chinese formed an alliance, and God knows how their relationship is. Then it is not completely impossible for him to appear here this time. Christo might just wondering an impossible idea until Zhu Ming walked into the conference room, and came to him and greeted him. He still did not slow to God. It is the result of his having too much impact strength. And listening to Christo's words, Zhu Ming said to him, "If this is a nightmare, then I am afraid that nothing can prove that you are awake." This time Christo just took a look at Zhu Ming and didn't say much. He just said to the three of Edward, Lawrence and Louis, "It doesn't matter what you think about it, it's not important to let such a person come to the meeting. It's just that I think we can start now. Right? There are no mistakes." The three Edward nodded and said of course, and then Christo said, "It is the same question just now for Brook Investment Company." Speaking of this, Christo suddenly paused. He glanced at Zhu Ming subconsciously before saying, "For the Brook Investment Company, I think it must be saved." The reason is very simple. He does not represent himself. It is the benchmark for our entire Brighton city, so if he has an accident, it is not a company's failure, but a blow to the entire Brighton consortium. And now the subprime crisis in the controllable range or within, because that is as difficult, although many investment firms, who therefore still no case of bankruptcy, which in itself is quite able to boost people's confidence, so that people feel that the second crisis is not invincible. Crystal then turned the topic of conversation, said, that it once and if things Brook investment firm went bankrupt or were sold to fraudsters take place, most likely will result in a series of domino effect on the market, resulting in a large number of investment companies go bankrupt. Is this what you want to see? Or do you think your company can survive such an economic crisis? Faced to Christos' words, Edward, Lawrence and Louis trio looked at each other and frowned. They are not idiots. They all understand Christo says is true. If left unchecked, Brook Investment Company closures lead to greater economic crisis. Then the other companies they hold will not be spared. But if the Brook Investment Company is rescued, then what is the point of triggering this subprime mortgage crisis? In the end, the three of them looked at Zhu Ming in unison, and Zhu Ming gave the answer without disappointment. I completely agree with Mr. Christo. Save. Brook Investment Company must save. This answer exceeded everyone's expectations. No matter Christo or Edward, no one expected Zhu Ming to give such an answer. Didn't he always go against the Adams family? How it will say to save Brook Investment Company, then it. Governor Edward thought a little more. He said to Zhu Ming, I think Mr. Zhu Ming must have different opinions when he said that, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Zhu Ming shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Governor, I don't actually have any different views. I just don't think Mr. Christos' views are wrong. I also think that once Brook Investment Company goes bankrupt, it will definitely affect others. The holding company of the Brighton Consortium. Although I am not part of the Brighton Consortium, I am now part of the Brighton economy. Zhu Ming paused here and continued, there is a saying in China. As the old saying goes, there are no eggs under the covered nest, which means that if a bird's nest is turned over from a tree, the eggs in the bird's nest will definitely be difficult to keep, so I don't want it to be messed up here. Zhu Ming's answer made Christo overjoyed. He immediately took Zhu Ming's words and said, yes, I think this Chinese Mr. Zhu Ming has a great view of the overall situation. That is to say, under the nest after all, Brook Investment Company must be rescued. But then Christo immediately realized that he was too happy, because Zhu Ming immediately asked a question. Brooker Investment Company really wants to save, but who pays? This question suddenly makes the atmosphere in the room more subtle. It is indeed easy to decide whether to save or not, but it is a big issue if you really want to pay. After all, Brook Investment Company does not need a lot of funds, hundreds of thousands of dollars, but more than $1 billion. Perhaps this is only a small amount for such a behemoth as the Brighton Consortium, but now that Adams and Kennedy Lawrence Lowell are facing each other in the alliance, it's hard to deal with. At least Edward and Lawrence or Louis and the three of them were unwilling to pay the money, otherwise there would be no meeting today. Christo understood that such a stalemate would not solve the problem, so he said, "My idea is that the money will be provided by the consortium, and then the Bank of Brighton and the Massachusetts Insurance Company will buy the shares of Brook Investment." "What do you think of this treatment?" Faced with this proposal, Ziming first spoke. "I said, Christo, you are also the patriarch of the Adams family anyway. Can't you use your brain? If they agree with you, you still have to wrestle for so long. Until now you have this meeting here. Nothing is wrong without skipping words. After Ziming, Edward said, "Indeed, even if we can agree to rescue Brook Investment Company, we will not agree to use Brighton Bank's funds to rescue it, because this will only make a very bad start. Today Brook the investment company is going bankrupt, and we use the funds of the Brighton Bank to rescue. Then tomorrow, the Blue Rook Investment Company, the Black Luke Investment Company, will also go bankrupt. Shall we also use the funds of the Brighton Bank to rescue?" Edward continued. "If Christo, your answer is yes, then I don't think all investors in Brighton will agree. If Christos' answer is no, then why must we save Brook Investments? Is it because of the personal relationship between Congressman Brook and you?" In the face of Edward's series of questions, Christos' face was very ugly. He took a long breath and said, "It is because of these problems that we are all sitting here for this meeting today, just for us. Exchange each other's views. Actually, there is no mutual view. If you don't know what to do, you just sat there and listened to me," Ziming said suddenly at this time. For Ziming's sudden remarks, Christo was about to go violently, because in his opinion, it was not all Ziming that caused the situation today. Now he actually presents such a savior. The posture, where's the shame? But in the end, the good self-cultivation made Christo hold back. He just asked Ziming, "Then please tell me." "It's very simple. Since you only need to use Brighton Bank's funds to rescue Brook Investment Company, it doesn't matter what the result is. Anyway, it will cause dissatisfaction from investors from all sides. So just don't use the funds of the Brighton Bank at all," Ziming said. Christo smiled. "Chinese, are you sure you are not joking here? If you don't use the funds of the Brighton Bank, wouldn't you be able to pay?" "Why do you want me to pay? Isn't Congressman Brook a servant of your Adams family?" "Since he has a close relationship with the Adams family, then it should be the Adams family to figure out a solution." "Why do you want to push me like this? Outsiders who do? Is it Mr. Christo you could not get the money or do not want to take it?" Ziming asked, pretending to be surprised. Ziming, then let Christos' hate teeth itch, but he cannot explain. "I did not want to take, but if too directly would bring the outside world non-discussion, which is not consistent with the purposes of the consortium." Christo if not finished, Ziming waved his hand and said, "No. Mr. Christlova, how you think does not matter. Since you do not want to, I would pay me good money." Ziming's indifferent attitude almost did not let Christopher vomiting blood, simply because Ziming tease him play, but Ziming's answer left him equally surprised. "Chinese, you said you want to pay this money? Did you know that it was money to save Brook Investment Company?" Christo asked. Ziming nodded and said, "Of course I know, not just a few $1 billion, it's so little money I can take out. I would not that what stingy, unless you do not agree with Mr. Crystal." "I certainly agree." Christo overjoyed pointed head and said, although the answer to Ziming, his heart had a very good hunch, but now that someone is willing to pay, why does not he agree with it? "Anyway, get the money in your hand first." But Ziming said, "Not to Mr. Crystal, I have one condition." Christo said that if so, how can there be a free lunch in the world? Not been to the surface, he is still very politely said, Zuxi and Qingming what are the conditions but said nothing wrong. Were done insurance companies and Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund Company that does not know Mr. Crystal have the impression it? No mistake not jump word. Ziming said, that is the company of my Hong Kong friend and I. Originally, my company account had hundreds of millions of dollars, but it was frozen due to the influence of the Adams family for some reason. In addition, my partner, Tong Gang Li Cheng and Erbidoff were also put under house arrest. Ziming paused on purpose when he said that. Seeing that Christo had no intention of answering the conversation, he had to make it clear and said, because they were influenced by the Adams family, I hope Mr. Christo can help first. If their problem is resolved, the money problem is easy to talk about, otherwise let's continue arguing here. Anyway, I don't care. Chinese. Are you threatening me? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Christo asked. Threat? Mr. Christo, you think too much. I'm just discussing with you. If I really want to threaten, why don't I continue to make the subprime mortgage crisis bigger until it affects the Brighton Bank? Ziming said. Christo's squinting eyes looked at only after a long pause. Ziming said, well, the Chinese people, just this once, I promise you, your company and your frozen funds partners under house arrest, and it will be resolved for you as soon as possible. But you must also make sure that the funds to save the Brook Investment Company are in place, otherwise I will not let you go, I swear. Deal, Ziming said happily. Chapter 141, The Chinese Rescuers Part 2. It's 1 noon on November 21st, Eastern Time, and we are at the gate of the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank. Today's most important Massachusetts financial conference is at it was held in the bank building behind me. This meeting was attended by all the top financial professionals in Brighton, including Governor Edward and the CEO of Brighton Bank. What they discussed was about Brook Investment, which was most affected by the subprime mortgage crisis. The company's problem. Just now, there was important news from the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank. The financial conference held inside has ended. All the important people participating in the conference will soon come out for interviews. This is no doubt, it is the most exciting moment, because he will determine the future financial situation in Brighton, Massachusetts and the entire New England region. With the excitement of the reporters at the entrance of the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank, the bank building suddenly opened its doors, and the governor, the CEOs of Edward and Brighton Bank and other top financial figures walked out of the building. Brooke was also in the crowd, but he was at the back of the team. All the reporters have been waiting for this moment, so when they walked out the door, these reporters swarmed past like flies, smelling shit. One by one, he held up his camera and snapped and took pictures, or put the microphone in their mouths like meat Ganoderma. Various problems sounded like a group of ducks calling out in a disorderly manner. Is there any results achieved in the meeting just now? Which bank will ultimately help Brook Investment Corporation? What role does the state government play in it? Is it just a mediator from it? Or is it a financial guarantee for Brook Investment Corporation? Whether the state government to do so because of the identity of Brook's senior senator, this is not an alternative power to protect or abuse of power. Subprime crisis in the future and what impact? Faced with these people heads swollen regarding the question, Governor Edward raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then he said, please don't worry, ask the questions one by one, and we will tell you the truth within the allowed range. At this point, Edward paused for a while before continuing. Said, first of all, it is about the state financial guarantee for the investment of Brook Investment Company. I can tell you very responsibly that this is impossible, because every cent in the state finances taxpayers' money. Money should be used where it is needed more, not to pay for financial investors. This is the promise I made to all my supporters when I was running for governor. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. After Edward, the CEO of Brighton Bank, as the representative of the banker, also said, as bank representatives, we have also carefully evaluated Brook Investment Company in the current market situation, and found that, for the time being, Brook Investment Company's net assets, it is simply not enough to repay his debts. In other words, the $1 debt of Brook Investments is not as simple as 100 cents. More importantly, the debt of Brook Investments will trigger a credit default swap. I don't admit it. This is a very serious problem. It is a real problem that no bank or other financial institution can avoid. Therefore, the final decision we made is to withdraw from the rescue of Brook Investment. There, Brighton Bank CEO said the decision made was like a blockbuster that caused an uproar at the scene. Massachusetts and Brighton Bank both withdrew from the rescue of Brook Investment Company. Does this mean that everyone has to give up? Let the subprime mortgage crisis develop. Should all subprime mortgage institutions be taught a lesson? Is it a conspiracy between the bank and the government? There, reporters asked excitedly. But Edward and the heads of other banks did not continue to answer any questions. They all left under the escort of their bodyguards. The reporters didn't chase Edward and they left. They all left by car. They couldn't chase with their 2 legs alone. But more importantly, Brook, the other central figure, had not left yet. So they quickly then he turned his attention to him again. Senator Brook, I remember you promised that your investment company will never go bankrupt. And the government and financial institutions will never give up. So why do they all make the decision to withdraw from the rescue today? Is it because of you and their trade of power failed? Or is it another manifestation of the opposition between Parliament and the state government? Have you been abandoned by the existing financial system? Brook smiled bitterly as he listened to the questions from the reporter who was completely in surround sound. Say, I know you all want a big news. Then I will give you a big news. It is true that the state government and banks have taken the rescue action, but this does not mean that my investment company is finished, because the company has already agreed to buy the company's equity, and the funds are expected to be available within a week. This news once again shocked all reporters. Many people couldn't help chanting incredible miracles. But it made these reporters more curious. The problem is that when the state government and the banking group are retreating, which company has so much financial resources and courage to actually take over such a hot potato? Faced with the curiosity of all the reporters, Brook tangled up and said a name, Wharton Insurance Company. This name stunned everyone, because the name seemed familiar to everyone, but you should really care about it. But I can't think of anything. It took a while before someone shouted, isn't Wharton a scam company that was protested before? It's not that this company has been investigated by the FBI, and his funds have been frozen. Even the company was someone smashed. How can I help Brook Investment Company to prevent him from becoming the first bankrupt company in the subprime mortgage crisis? Brighton's subprime mortgage crisis ended up being a rescuer from China. It's unbelievable. Listening to the surprises around him, Brook's heart collapsed because he wanted to die most at this time. The reason is simple. As the culprit who sent his son to prison, Ziming wanted to throw him into the Atlantic Ocean to feed fish. Even the previous protests against Wharton Insurance Company even forced Ziming out. In Massachusetts, he also abetted Robert behind his back. But now, instead of accepting Ziming's arms, he sold him the company that he had invested in almost his entire financial resources. What's the matter? Brook raised his head and looked at the sky at an angle of 45 degrees, because he felt that the only way he would not let the tears flow down. However, in the sky, the scenes that happened just now at the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank seemed to be replayed before my eyes again. Just an hour ago, Brook had a meeting with the CEOs of various banks in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank. At the meeting, the CEOs of these banks asked him professionally about the company's financial and debt issues, all assets, and also asked him to tell the company's next phase of planning, how to make the company through the subprime mortgage crisis and so on. Brook curled his lips on this. He thought that these people should go to get Oscars one by one. Everyone knows that they are just walking through the scene, but they are still so formal, even if they are all banks' CEO, but still can only make decisions by others. As for now, there are no reporters here anyway. It's okay for everyone to open a table of gambling to kill time here. But since these people asked, He had to take out the documents he had brought and replied, "These are the financial statements of our company. Judging from the documents, the accounting information of our company is very healthy. As for the next stage of the company, we will try our best to realize the CDS contract we hold on our hands to ensure that the company can gradually return to normal operation." Before Brooks' words were finished, the door of the meeting room was suddenly opened, and then a few familiar faces finally came here. It was Christo, the patriarch of the Adams family; Edward, the governor of the Kennedy family; Lawrence, the president of Harvard University; and Louis, the patriarch of the Lowell family. These are the heads of the Brighton Consortium. However, what made Brooks stunned was that there was a fifth person behind these people, and that was Ziming. What was going on? Could it be that Ziming is also an important figure in the Brighton Consortium? This doubt arose in Brooks' mind and was immediately destroyed by him. Because he was a native of Brighton and had been with the Adams family for several years, he was very familiar with the Brighton Consortium. Heard of any Chinese family? But since it is not, why did Ziming appear here? Could it be that he was arrested? But why didn't he wear handcuffs and fetters on his hands? And what is the explanation for the Soldier King behind him with outstanding strength? Just as Brooke was puzzled, Christo came to the conference table and said, "Gentlemen, I am sorry to interrupt your meeting, but I believe my next words will have an unpredictable impact on you. I am knowing that you are currently discussing the Brooke Investment Company issue. I also know that reluctantly asking you to help is not the most correct choice, so I discussed it with Mr. Governor just now." Christo did not sell it and announced it directly. Answer: Our result is that Mr. Governor does not support state finance to provide guarantees. He can neither convince the Assembly nor himself. This answer made Brooks stunned there at the time, and he was yelling at this moment in his heart, "Wait a minute, of course. Isn't it my husband who became popular?" But what does this decision mean? Although the guarantee of state finance is not that important, it is at least an explanation. Without this explanation, wouldn't it be conveyed to these bankers the meaning of giving up? Sure enough, when Christos' words were finished, all the bankers said to you and me, "If there is no financial guarantee, it would be difficult for us to make the decision to continue the rescue because we cannot convince our investment people. The board of directors won't agree." In the face of this situation, Christo was not in a hurry. He went on to say, "Brooke, don't worry. The giving up of these banks does not mean that you have no chance, because I have helped you find OK to inject capital," Christo said, looking behind him, and said, "It is Mr. Ziming's Wharton Insurance Company. He is willing to invest in the purchase of your company's equity and assume all your debts." With Christo, Ziming stepped forward and smiled and said to him, "Hello Congressman Brooke, I know you don't like me and even hate me, but I'm still honored to be the savior of Brooke Investment Company. I hope we can cooperate happily on this issue." After listening to Ziming's words, Brooke was messed up at the time. Happy cooperation? How can this be pleasant? This is the weasel's bridesmaid to the chicken, the most funny story in the world. Chapter 142, A Self-Contradictory Paradox. Bow, thank you bookmate 21,365,646 inches for your monthly ticket support. In the morning, Ziming and Lin Muking came to Brooke Investment Company. Chairman Brooke brought all the employees of the company. They were greeted in the office. When Ziming came in, they all got up and gave Ziming the warmest applause and cheers. Even the beautiful female secretary of the company gave Ziming a bouquet of flowers. All employees of Brooke Investment Company sincerely welcome Ziming, because for them, Ziming is their savior. Without Ziming, maybe Brooke Investment Company will go bankrupt immediately, and they will all lose their jobs. It was Ziming's capital injection that allowed them to temporarily keep their jobs. Now that their God is coming, they will naturally assume their best posture. In the joy of all the employees of the company, even if the chairman Brooke cut Ziming with a stab in his heart, he still smiled and shook hands with Ziming, Welcome Mr. Ziming very much. Brook Investment as always it is the most important investment institution in Brighton. Our future profits will help you create benefits that you can't imagine. I believe you will be very grateful for your decision to save today. Listening to Brook's words, Ziming said to him with a smile, "It really surprised me that Mr. Brook was able to say this, but I think I can understand you." In response to Ziming's words, Brook's expression stiffened unconsciously, and then said inexplicably embarrassingly, "Mr. Ziming, I don't quite understand what you mean, but I think Mr. Ziming must be very satisfied with Brook Investment Company." Brook clearly wanted to change the subject when he said that, but Ziming didn't plan to give him his wish. Ziming went on to say, "Then I should be clear about what I said. I know Mr. Brook, you must want to die rather than accept any of my charity. But unfortunately, the facts seem to be better than imagined. To be a little bit higher, and then to strengthen your beliefs is always very fragile in the face of reality. Are you right? No mistakes, no skips." Brook really wanted to vomit blood at the moment. As Ziming said, he did think so. Even he was more determined than Ziming said. However, on the 21st, Ziming appeared at the Brighton Federal Reserve Bank in the conference hall of when Christo and Edward respectively announced that the bank and the government had withdrawn from the rescue operation. He understood that some things could not escape. As far as Brook is concerned, he knows that the company has become the way it is now, and he wants to kill Ziming infinitely. Why would he need Ziming's help? He also thought that even if he let the company go bankrupt, he wouldn't let himself be humiliated by Ziming. But the fact was that he couldn't help himself. As one of the most important investment companies in Massachusetts and the central company of the current subprime mortgage crisis, it has completely become the object of others to wait and see. If Brook Investment Corporation collapses, then the subprime mortgage crisis will move towards a bigger one. The direction slipped down, which the Brighton family could not see by any means, so Brook was kidnapped by the consortium and thrown to Ziming. Even Brook didn't even have the right to express opinions. It's a pity that these things are impossible to say in the company, so he can only laugh and say, "Some things I think are like this, winners and losers." After some pleasantries, Clothruck with Ziming came to the conference room. Brook's lawyers took out a document to Ziming. The document was signed by Ziming Investment Company to inject Brook, file transfer and change of ownership. Since these documents are prepared in advance, and therefore do not need to live too young, research fine, as long as there is no fundamental probably look at the question can be signed, and then Ziming and Brook are in the company's meeting room, signing in front of everyone and then exchanging documents. Signing the word, Ziming and Brook stood up to shake hands. Then Brook suddenly asked, "Is not above his teacher Ziming? Our company has invested." Brook ready to accept the management of Mr. Ziming. Did not know of Mr. Ziming. When will the funding preparation be in place? Funds? Ziming said, "Some funny. The problem is that I and Mr. Christo in exchange, you are not qualified to ask, understand? Even if we have already signed the contract." Cloth Luke was fiercely want to smoke yourself a slap in the face. He hated himself was stupid, since it is obviously able to guess Ziming came forward to do this savior. Certainly a lot of behind not only their own interests to fight cross-exchange. Why do I need to ask such a sentence? Isn't it boring to ask for it? Compared Cloth Luke remorse, all other Brook Investment Company's employees when they covered a force, they are completely unknown by Ziming say what it meant. And what Mr. Christo in exchange? Who is Mr. Christo? Why do you say that you are not eligible after signing a contract? Isn't Brook the chairman of the company and a senior senator from Massachusetts? Of course, these employees immediately found the answers to these questions themselves. Mr. Ziming is a great figure after all. He must have his own set of rules for doing things. The people he knows are not what they can know, so they don't know. It's normal. Then Ziming left the Brook Investment Company. He and Lin Muking came to Brighton's Bay House. This is the property of the Adams family, with a small port, similar to Ziming's club in Rhode Island, but that because of the industrialization, the various service facilities are much better than here. and the parking place is much larger. Mr. Ziming, please wait a moment, your friend has already reached the sea outside the bay, and you will be able to see it soon, the housekeeper of the villa said to Ziming. The friend he referred to was the exchange that Ziming said before. Now, Ziming wants Kristo to release his Tong gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov, who were under house arrest, so that he will rescue the Brook Investment Company. Kristo didn't come back today, because he promised that Ziming had already made a humiliating decision in the face of the pressure of the four people, and now he has to come back and make a smile with Ziming. As the patriarch of the Adams family, he absolutely cannot accept this insult. Ziming also understood this. Anyway, he hadn't planned to see Kristo here again. After about a quarter of an hour, Ziming saw a cruise ship approaching slowly on the sea not far away. The butler who was waiting here with Ziming told Ziming that it was Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Yi Bai Dove. It took another 10 minutes before the cruise ship finally docked at the port. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov walked out of the cabin one by one, welcomed the three to come back to Brighton very much, Ziming said with a smile at the port. And Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov came up and hugged Ziming one by one and said, "Little brother Ziming, you are my most important family." There is nothing else to say. In the future, Ziming Xiao brother, your business is my business, even if I sell Qing Industrial Co., Limited. We North Russians are all courageous, but I never thought that I would have a chance to come back again. Mr. Ziming, you as great as my father. Perhaps there was no word of thanks in their words, but their gratitude to Ziming was beyond words. It's just little brother Ziming, can you tell us what happened? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Tong Gang asked. Li Cheng and Ilbedov also showed curious expressions. Obviously they were very surprised by this question. Not to it is no wonder, after all, they are under house arrest. Adams family, say Ziming is to find ways to use the power of a great power, to send special forces to rescue that better said, but now they are Adams family to send out their own. What's going on? Could it be that Ziming did something to make the Adams family compromise? But they can't imagine what can make a family like Adams compromise. Face doubts about them, Ziming said, like that 3 of the suspect sample, during which time you leave. Brighton has a lot of things, way back, I'll tell you. Then Ziming took them out of the house. On the way back to the hotel, Ziming himself instigated the subprime crisis and later take them when they come back in exchange for changing things to tell them. After listening to Ziming answer, 3 of them are silent, and after a while the child just said, "Ziming little brother, you're a worthy life to people who take entrusted. Did not think you could actually instigate it subprime the crisis. You could use the financial crisis to make a bigger article, but you didn't expect that you would actually get the freedom of the 3 of us. We were really touched." Li Cheng also said, "Yes Ziming little brother, I always thought he was a very successful businessman, but now find that I actually have to rescue you, so I too failed." Iraq's old Dudov said, "Zuxianqing Ming, we pay attention to the North Iran was going to take someone else's life to repay the favor later. Whether you do anything, I will support you as much as possible." Ziming embarrassed scratched his head and said, "It's really all too much too serious. I really save you, but then because we are allies of the relationship, I can also do so to Kendini Lawrence with Lowell's confidence. I can treat you this way, and I will treat them the same way. And the second point is that I just borrowed flowers to offer Buddha, not as great as you said." Listen to Ziming say, Tong Gang, Li Sung-il and 3 other off to Ziming is suddenly awe, they said, "You do not only a precious quality, more noble soul." Although people praise is a very enjoyable experience, but I would say that you really made a mistake. Im not Feng, I will return for you is because of a coincidence, Ziming said. What else can be a coincidence? Tong Gang asked curiously. But you have now promised Kristo to save Brook Investment Company, and you have also signed a management right transfer contract with their company. You will inevitably come up with hundreds of millions of dollars in funds, and if you can't perform it, you will not only be legally responsible, but will also have a very bad impact on your reputation. Do you understand what I mean? Don't worry, Tong Chai, I didn't make any jokes about my reputation. As for the hundreds of millions of dollars I want to spend, I can't get a cent now, Ziming said. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov were all stunned. They didn't understand what Ziming was talking about. Since they want to preserve their reputation, they must perform the contract. Then, if they want to perform the contract, they must spend hundreds of millions of dollars. But Ziming said that he didn't plan to take a cent. Isn't this a paradox? Of course Ziming could see the thoughts of the three of them. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have my way." There. Confused three people couldn't think of it now. In the end Ziming's way would make Christo angry. I wish I could order Phoenix's missiles directly with a nuclear warhead to neutralize Ziming. Chapter 143 The wool is on the sheep? With the roar of the engine, Robert drove his sports car into the Adams Manor in the Bshan forest. He parked his car at will at the expense of on the lawn, then got off the car and ran straight to Christos' study. As a frequent visitor to the manor, Robert is very aware of his father's schedule of work and rest at this time, but this time he did not guess correctly. He ran into Christo on the way, but this was not a problem. He immediately said, "Chris, Mr. Tor, I heard that at the previous meeting of the Federal Reserve Bank of Brighton, you lost our Adams family, and you actually made the rescue action to withdraw from the Brook Investment Company." Christo had a sullen face. Actually when he first saw Robert, he could guess what the other person would say, so he was not surprised, and he was able to answer immediately, "This matter is not as simple as you think." But Robert didn't intend to listen to Christos' reasons. He interrupted Christos' words directly. "What's so simple? Didn't Christo withdraw from the rescue operation of Brook Investment Company? Did the company humiliate Ziming to such an outsider? At this time, I still make such an excuse in front of me, or the patriarch of the Adams family. I am ashamed for you." I said you didn't understand the situation. It was candy at the time. The three major families of Nye Lawrence and Love are behind the Chinese man, and I have to make some concessions for the family. Christo said, "A concession made for the sake of the family? This kind of words can only be said by a cheeky guy like Christo," Robert said with disdain, and then he spread his hands and said, "So good. Well, I can believe what you said. I can even believe that you did not lose your stance in front of the Chinese man, nor did you lose the contest with him, but you always need to explain your own ideas, right? There are many words without mistakes. You, Robert, I will bear you." Christo forced his anger and pointed at Robert. "I think you must know, Robert, about the Ponzi scheme of Brook Investment Company. In this incident, Brook Investment Company, the mortgage assets worth $600 million were bought by customers for less than $3 million. Before Christos' words were finished, Robert curled his lips and said, "This Brook Investment Company is really a group of pigheads. This kind of thing can happen." Christo ignored Robert's mockery. He continued, "That means that Brook Investment Company has lost another $600 million on the basis of the previous basis. This figure is already family owned. The bottom line is acceptable. Although it is not impossible to save Brook, the price is too great. Now that the Chinese is willing to accept it, the price is only to put back his partner. I think this business is, no matter how it counts, very cost-effective." Robert asked with a sneer, "Mr. Christo, do you really think so? Or you can check whether the Chinese man's money is in Brook's account." "Robert, don't you think you are too much? Are you impatient? If I remember correctly, the Chinese account was unfrozen 2 days ago. It is normal that he needs time to mobilize funds," Christo said. Robert couldn't help laughing. "I said, Mr. Christo, can you first touch your heart and ask yourself, do you believe it?" Robert turned around and left after speaking. Christo looked thoughtful at Robert's back, and then he turned around. He went back to his study, picked up the phone and dialed Ziming's number. He asked Ziming, "Chinese, your partners are already back in Brighton. The problems with your several accounts have also been resolved, so now is it time to fulfill your promise?" Ziming said, "It should be the case, But I think Mr. Christo you also understand that I need time to mobilize funds. I don't have the ability to raise 10 billion immediately. Christo sneered. Chinese, you should leave a perfunctory 3-year-old child with you. You know. This can't deceive me at all. I can tell you that I'm in a very bad mood now. If I find out that I have been cheated, I will be very angry, and the consequences of my anger are definitely not something you can bear. I hope you can do well. Listen to my words completely. Ziming said helplessly, well, I can admit that these are all excuses, but if you want Mr. Christo now, I will definitely not be able to get them out. Then how long will you take? You know this Cloth Leiden investment company is already a very large loss-making company. If it is not within a limited time, it will not work. Christo asked immediately. I can't say for sure, but I conservatively estimate it will take at least 2 or 3 days. Ziming replied. I'll give you 3 days. If I find that you cheated me in 3 days, you are ready to bear my anger. Christo hung up the phone after speaking. On the other side, Ziming and Lin Muking together, they were having a meeting with Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Bidov. When they heard Ziming's call, they immediately asked very worriedly, Ziming, are you okay? There are no mistakes. If you take a few words without so much money, everyone can think of a solution together. After all, this money is related to our freedom and we are all willing to take it. However, Ziming shook his head and said, actually, I didn't plan to take the money from the beginning. For Brook Investment Company, although it is a very good investment method to force the company to go bankrupt and then buy it, I have no intention of this. Ziming's answer surprised Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Bidov. They didn't understand what Ziming meant by saying that. What does this investment method mean? But they didn't plan to do so. Is this deliberately deceiving Christo? But doing so would not have any practical meaning other than really irritating him. Could it be that Ziming's plan was to irritate Christo with other plans? Ziming could see the thoughts in the hearts of the three of them. Ziming told them, if Mr. Christos' mental quality is not good, he might be irritated. But I didn't intend to lie to him. Ziming took out a document was placed on the table and said, for the funds of Brook Investment Company, I think we should go to Brighton Bank together tomorrow. It is said that the wool is on the sheep. Now the sheep is so fat, we shouldn't be kind. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Bidov subconsciously looked at Ziming's files. They were dumbfounded at the time. They couldn't imagine how Ziming could come up with such an idea. They could even imagine how angry Christo would be if he knew. But when you think about it carefully, it seems that no one rules that this is not allowed, including Christo. There. Next morning, Ziming, Lin Muking, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, Bidov and their lawyer Alan came to the Brighton Bank together, and the lawyer Alan applied for a loan from the Brighton Bank. Protocol. My client helps to borrow $700 million from the Brighton Bank with the 3,000 properties he owns. Faced with the speech of attorney Alan, the manager of Brighton Bank was stunned. First of all, the figure of $700 million is too huge. The manager of the Brighton Bank has basically never seen such a large loan, and he is infinitely nervous. Second, the manager looked through the mortgage provided by Ziming. They were all real estates that Brook Investment Company mortgaged to borrow from the bank. This will not be Ziming cheating all the mortgaged properties of Brook Investment Company, and then in turn use the money to inject Brook Investment Company. This kind of empty glove white wolf financial means, I am afraid that even on Wall Street, few people will be able to play it. The bank manager's heart was too shocked, but he just took a breath and laughed and said to Ziming, I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming. He just raised his head, and Ziming said to him, is it the intention to report this situation to whom? There are no mistakes. There. Bank manager was taken aback, and immediately replied number. Ziming then said, but if you want to report, I can't stop you, but you must first have my loan been processed. There are no mistakes and many words. I feel very sorry, because because my power is limited, so I'm afraid I will delay. Hearing the bank manager's words, he squatted. Barbel look, Ziming or helpless waved to let him out, and this Dong Gang Li Cheng Il do not worry summed off said. Mr. Ziming, if we really let the situation Adam's family patriarch know how to do this, things in the world are like this, the more you are afraid of something, the more you will come. When Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbedov's front feet were talking, Ziming's cell phone immediately rang. There was no doubt that this call belonged to Christo. Ziming heard Christos cursing when he got through. Ziming, you the most disgusting rascal in the world. You actually want to use the mortgage assets of the Brook Investment Company to purchase the equity of the Brook Investment Company. The conditions you want are really excellent. Ziming laughed and said, thank you very much for Mr. Christos' compliment. I also think this method is very good. I just hope Mr. Christo can be more supportive. Support? I know that you Chinese are an ethnic group that likes to dream, but today's dream, I think you must think too much. Christo said, I don't think I think too much, but Mr. Christo, you think a lot. Before Ziming had finished speaking, the manager of Brighton Bank walked in and said, Mr. Ziming, the loan you need has been approved and the bank will credit it to your account as soon as possible. The bank manager's voice was not deliberately lowered, so Christo heard everything on the phone. This news made him petrified in an instant, because this result was something he never expected, but more importantly, the other three homes he was completely on Ziming's side. Christo hoped that this was a nightmare, but the facts told him it was true. Ziming, you bastard, I will kill you sooner or later, I swear. Christo said. Ziming's side is very relaxed, but you have to wait for Christo until sooner or later. Chapter 144 for the final preparation. From Brighton Bank, Ziming, Lin Muking and Tong Gang Li Cheng Ei Bidoff and his own lawyer, Alan, went directly to the Brook Investment Company. As a savior, Ziming showed up at Brook Investment Company. Almost all employees knew Ziming. Therefore, Ziming was taken directly to the general manager's office when he entered the company. This is because Brook would not come to the company except for important matters. Yes, the chairman's office is not prepared here. Generally, Brook goes directly to the general manager's office after coming to the company. This is the company's habit. When he came to the general manager's office, Brook was indeed here, or the current situation of Brook Investment Company made him nowhere else to go. Seeing Ziming coming in, Brook was full of disgust, but he also understood that Ziming was now the only savior of his company. He obviously hated the other party and wanted to hack him to death, but he had to be careful to please him, making Brook disgusted to collapse. Mr. Ziming, although I am very grateful that you can lend a helping hand to Brook Investment Company in times of crisis, I still hope to hear the good news about funds as soon as possible, instead of seeing a fool who can keep his promise performing. You know that I am a senator of the state legislature. I have had enough of these hypocritical villains in politics, Brook said to Ziming sarcastically. How could Brook's accusations not be heard by Ziming? Ziming went up tit for tat and said, indeed, I believe Congressman Brook, you must be very knowledgeable in hypocrisy. Ziming didn't come to find fault for Brook today, so he only slammed Brook and said, but I am not here to discuss political performance with Congressman Brook. I am here to honor my contract. Speaking of, Ziming took out the checkbook and wrote a check to Brook and said, here is a check for $600 million, which means that from now on, the management right of Brook Investment Company will be officially transferred to me. Brook took a look at the check, and he was immediately stunned. Brighton Bank. Brook felt very unbelievable, because he wanted to say that Ziming could take out the money, or that Ziming could write a check from any bank. He wouldn't be surprised, but he never thought it would be Brighton Bank. You know, the largest shareholder of the Bank of Brighton is the Adams family. Another position of the patriarch Christo is the chairman of the Bank of Brighton. Now Ziming can write a check from the Bank of Brighton, which means that it is Ziming's behavior was acquiesced by the Adams family. For him, this was a reality that he could not accept at all. It seems that Congressman Brook is still very careful, but I don't think you have any rules for not accepting checks from a particular bank. Right? There are no mistakes, Ziming said with a smile. As a lawyer, Alan added after Ziming, Congressman Brook, You can check the authenticity of this check, or you can make a short delay. But at most it cannot exceed today. According to the previous contract, it must be today. I will transfer the main management power of Brook Investment Company to my client, otherwise we will treat you as a breach of contract. Brook was desperate at this time, so he just waved his hand severely to Ziming's words. The jar smashed and said, "Whatever, from now on, the management right of Brook Investment Company is given to you." "Thank you very much for Mr. Brook's refreshment," Ziming said with a smile. "Since Congressman Brook has agreed, then I'm not welcome. I came here today to really want the management rights of Brook Investment Company to be useful. I know that the company still has thousands of mortgaged properties, right?" Listen to Ziming say. Brook almost did not jump. He asked. Ziming said, "Chinese people, what do you want the rest of my mortgage company? Cheap price, sell all the assets you do. This is not in the rescue, but in the destruction. Brook Investment Company, I have known you are an evil demon. I tell you, even if we have a contract, you only have management rights and are not qualified to sell the company's mortgage assets. Do you know? Nothing is wrong or skipped. I was quietly in here to see you as a mad dog." Ziming mad howl for Brook's just a touch of saying, "Do not you so mad dog seem wrong target." Ziming said that he turned to his lawyer Alan looked at, really understand the Alan stood up and said, "I think I need to remind cloth Mr. Okway, my party and you signed the contract to take over the Brook investing in the company's assets and debts. So my client can use all means to help the company repay its debts and redevelopment, including selling the company's assets, which is the management right of my client." "How? I understand. You want to how Chinese people like to how to it." Cloth Luke, very discouraged, said he knew that shyster lawyers, since they can say this legally, we can leave no stone unturned to prove that, even on the court may not be able to account for any cheaper. Ziming laughed. He came to the Cloth Brook around and said to him, "Cloth Brook members, you do not so upset. Well, I did, but also to allow investment companies to get rid of all Brook debt as soon as possible, to re-traveling light development. But even though I now have the management rights of Brook Investment Company, you are still the chairman of the board, and you should make the final decision." Cloth Luke disapproval of Ziming. He does not believe hell really good for Brook Investment Company, but he did not want to give up the chairman's job, so he can only promise, "Chinese people, I can work for you, but before that, I hope to know who these assets are going to be sold to." I believe this question is not difficult to answer, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Ziming nodded and said, "Of course, I can tell you, these mortgage assets will be sold to Wharton Insurance Company." Faced with Ziming's answer, Brook was petrified at the time. Although he never believed that Ziming would really invest in the company's future for Brook, he never thought that Ziming would be so direct. "Chinese, do you really want to eat up my Brook Investment Company in one bite? Or do you think I didn't know that Wharton Insurance Company was your company? You bastard, I won't let you succeed. Yes, I will guard my company, even if I have to go to court with you. Even if I go to the Supreme Court, I will definitely bring this lawsuit down." Brook roared to Ziming. Facing the angry Brook, Ziming was very calm. "I think Congressman Brook is a bit too emotional. I admit that Wharton Insurance Company is my company, but I will not engage in any improper transactions when I do this. Will be willing to pay $300 million to buy these remaining mortgaged properties." Ziming continued, "Congressman Brook, I think you also understand that with the outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis, many mortgaged properties have been relaunched to the market. Come up, now it is very difficult for you to realize these mortgaged properties, and only I will help you, because I have invested $600 million. So why don't I invest $300 million and completely remove Brook Investment Company from bankruptcy? Bring it out." Brook was bewildered by Ziming's answer. He looked at Ziming blankly, not knowing whether he should believe it or not. Ziming smiled and said at last, "I know Congressman Brook you don't believe me, but I think this colorful dollar will not deceive people. What do you think? I know you are a demon. As a believer in God, I shouldn't make any deals with the devil, But if you can really put all $900 million into the Brook Investment Company, then even if you sell your soul once, it is acceptable. Brook said. It seems that Senator Brook is worthy of being a senior senator. He is still very experienced in judging the situation, Ziming said, and shook hands with Brook. Since Senator Brook has agreed, I hope that this contract can be as soon as possible. Sign. This time Brook's answer was very decisive. As long as your funds are in place, I will be ready at any time. Ziming got the answers they wanted. He was contented to leave and return to his car. Ziming Tonggang Li Cheng also see other reeled off some worried expression. Ziming could not help asking, are you worried that I would suffer a great deal? No mistake, not jump word. Three-face as one of the last Cheng Li, he said, Ziming little brother, I know you are a very emotion-shy Jiashi people, for your own commitment must be hard to do, but you from Brook Investment Company, it's not easy to get back 3,000 properties there. This time I don't think there is any need to spend another $300 million to buy back all the remaining properties. To be honest, this transaction is a loss. For Li Cheng opposition, Ziming is very calm. He just said, that what I hope to hear are very on the grounds of loss. Iraq's old dude off then said, or a promise from the initial price point of view, $300 million deal is earned, but the question is affected by the subprime crisis, a large number of real estate mortgages sold out, prices will further down, now is not a good time to shoot. So it is, but I want to say is that I did not intend to buy it. Ziming asked. Tonggang Li Sung Il and other doff are shocked. How they did not think Ziming would actually ask out of such a word. Obviously it was a deal that was negotiated with Brook at Brook Investment Go, but now Ziming said that he didn't plan to pay for it. Does he plan to use James again? But once this happens for the first time, it will be difficult to take advantage of this loophole again. Ziming can see what they think, then replied, I certainly was not to be skirted. What system I use is that the price of $300 million to buy the rest of the property, just the price of $300 million, I plan to pay for it myself, because I still have a loan. A lending suddenly reminded of the Tonggang said, so, Ziming little brother, that you are going to start with a loan before you took out $300 million too. Or holding the hands of these properties go. What about loans? Ziming nodded and said, I am before use loans, but in fact it is not a loan, but the 2 pen, and I do not intentionally do anything to Brook, and are designed to deal with the final preparation of the Addams family. Chapter 145 Big Stick and Carrot? A white private helicopter with the Addams family logo slowly landed on the top of the Brighton Bank building. Krista bent over, holding his hat in both hands and clothes, walked off the helicopter under the strong wind of the helicopter, and followed the building management staff to the top floor meeting room of the bank. When Krista opened the door of the meeting room, there were already 3 other people sitting here. They were Edward, Lawrence and Louis. Krista took 2 steps forward and took his seat. He looked at the 3 people in front of him, and said without nonsense, I am calling you today because of a loan from the Brighton Bank. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer from your mouth. Christos sighed while speaking. He motioned to his secretary to distribute the documents to the other 3 people and said, this is the document I received yesterday about the company's business. It is said that yesterday, there was a Chinese named Ziming, who came here to help. When the Dunton Insurance Company handles the loan business, he will use the company's 3,000 properties as a mortgage, and then borrow $700 million. Krista paused when he said that. He looked around at Edward, Lawrence and Louis. Then he said, I know that the 3 of you have an alliance with the Chinese, but I hope you don't forget that you are the heads of the 3 families of Candini, Lawrence and Lowell, and then you are with the Chinese partners. Krista said again, the 3 families of Kennedy, Lawrence and Lowell are also important pillars of the Brighton Consortium. The behavior of the Chinese who you helped is a betrayal of the consortium and your ancestors. If you continue to be obsessed, it will be difficult for me to guarantee what I will do. Do you understand? No mistakes, no skipping. Facing Christos' aggressive sentence after sentence, Edward said, of course we can understand. but now the money has been handed over to Ziming. Are you going to recover it through the banking system, Mr. Christo? Do not skip words. If I can, I would be happy to do this, but I came here today to remind you of this matter, telling you what to do if you encounter this kind of thing. And there is one last thing. I don't understand. Why does Ziming need to take another loan after $700 million US? And it is also $700 million US? Crystal looked at the two completely different documents in his hand and asked strangely. According to the Chinese explanation, he was to solve the debt problem of Brook Investment Company through this $1.4 billion loan. He can completely eliminate Brook Investment Company's debt. Louis replied. But as far as I know, the ownership of the last 3,000 properties mortgaged by the Chinese is still in the hands of Brook Investment Company. Why can the Chinese apply for a loan in the name of Wharton Insurance Company? Now Brook and the two Wharton companies haven't made any mergers and acquisitions yet. There are no mistakes in many words, Christo asked. Facing Christo's question, Edward, Lawrence and Louis both laughed. Finally, Edward said to Christo, "It seems you don't even know that Ziming has bought the ownership of the last 3,000 properties of Brook Investment Company." Christo was stunned, because he really didn't know the news. It seems that Brook has also betrayed himself. But what made Christo's heart colder was that the three of Edward, Lawrence and Louis knew the news, but only he didn't know it, and the meaning behind it made him solemn. Christo took a deep breath, waved his hand in the end, and decided not to discuss this issue for the time being. He then asked Edward, Lawrence and Louis, "Actually, the news you said is not important. The important thing is that you still want it this time. Do you agree to give Ziming a loan, like the first time, on the premise that you know that his mortgage assets are not worth $700 million? Edward, Lawrence and Louis both nodded and said yes, just as Christo said. In that way, the first loan to Ziming was as much as $700 million in principal. Originally at Brighton Bank, the account manager would not dare to be the master. He even took the initiative to call Christo. He vented the news. But before the manager came back to refuse Ziming, Edward and the others first paid Ziming's loan through his own. Christo knew this news almost broke his desk, but Christo was still very calm. He knew that would not help. He only learned that Ziming had another loan. Finally I couldn't sit still and asked the three of them to come to a meeting. Christo sneered. His eyes swept back and forth on Edward, Lawrence and Louis and finally asked, "Do you think that you are also directors of the Brighton Bank and you can challenge me at will and you can lend money regardless of my opinion, is it?" "I think Mr. Christo may have misunderstood you. We didn't mean it. We just—" Edward wanted to explain something, but before he could finish speaking, Christo overshadowed his words. Then he said, "But don't forget that our Adams family is the leader of the Brighton Bank. I know that after so many years, you may have forgotten this. Then I can convene a board meeting of the Brighton Bank, let you have a good aftertaste." Christo's words suddenly became severer here, "But I think you must all know the consequences of this board meeting. As long as you can bear it." These words made Edward, Lawrence and the Louis trio were a little shuddering. As the core family of the Brighton Consortium, they certainly understand the meaning behind the so-called board of directors of the Brighton Bank. According to the U.S. anti-monopoly law, all companies and corporate groups in the United States cannot form too large a monopoly trend. Therefore, two large corporate consortia will be artificially dismantled. As the oldest consortium in the United States, the Brighton Consortium certainly understands this point, so the Brighton Bank is the center of the consortium, but the funds are indeed scattered and hidden in the hands of many other shareholders, so there are not many assets on the table. These shareholders and directors, because they are members of various families, can hold a lot of wealth. They usually appear as the CEOs of various companies, but once someone brings these people together, they are the real Brighton Consortium. I still remember the last meeting of the board of directors of the Bank of Brighton was held 28 years ago. It was caused by the assassination of President Kennedy. At that time, the conflict between the two families of Adams and Kennedy was about to separate. At the end of the day, the patriarch of the Adams family finally initiated a board meeting. That is to say, At this board meeting, the Addams family once again established their dominance in the consortium. Candini still ranked second, but it lost its past influence within the consortium. The last and most important one is Kendi, the hardcore ally of the Ni family. The Balbo family was also taken out of the consortium and reduced to driving a motel. The reason for this result is very simple. It is the absolute control of the Addams family over the entire consortium. The best choice for other directors is to take the lead. Under such circumstances, the result of the meeting is naturally what the Addams family wanted. Perhaps one day Kennedy Lawrence and the Lowell family will not be afraid of the board meeting of Brighton Bank, and even have the ability to fight against the Addams family at the board meeting, but it is by no means now. With such thoughts, Edward Lawrence and Louis shook their heads in unison. Seeing this situation, Christo smiled, because this is the result he wanted. So he finally said, "I think you must have no opinion now, then the loan to that Chinese must be rejected and repaid. The account of that Chinese in Brighton Bank must also be found out. If his loan has not been spent, it will be frozen immediately." Hearing Christos' words, Edward looked up at him and said, "Sir, if I were you, I would definitely not do it, because it would appear that we are too careful." "I don't think so," Christo said. He didn't see the drama in Edward's eyes at all, and again or he doesn't care if he sees it. He just wants to get back the face he lost from Ziming. "I just think this is pure targeting, so that the Chinese understand that there are some things that he can't touch in his entire life." Christo paused when he said that. He looked at the three of Edward Lawrence and Louis before him, and then said, "The four families of Addams, Kennedy, Lawrence and Lovell have depended on each other for hundreds of years. An alliance of marriage and trust, and the four of us were very good friends 30 years ago. So I don't want to ruin our friendship just because of being a Chinese." Christo left after speaking, leaving Edward Lawrence and Louis in the meeting room. Louis smiled and said, "It seems that Christo was also mad by Ziming, otherwise he would not move out so easily." "The board meeting came to frighten us," Edward shrugged needlessly. "This is no way." Since the last board meeting, Christo has been the patriarch of the Addams family for 30 years. Which means that he has been 30 years. I have never been so angry. Now the Chinese actually forced him to abandon the Brook Investment Company, and the worst thing was the loan from the Brighton Bank. That is to say, he took the money from his pocket and then forced him to give up. He lowered his head. How could he endure this anger? And he also really regards himself as the emperor of the Brighton Consortium, and he even talked about friendship and trust to us. Or after threatening us. That said, is our IQ not enough? Eat his stick and carrot, Lawrence said with a sneer. Edward waved his hand. Actually, I don't think these are the most important. Now every step of Christos' thoughts is in the calculation of that Chinese Ziming. It seems that the time to pull the Addams family from the throne has been getting more and more. It's near. Chapter 146. Do you want revenge? Bao thanks for the monthly support of Feng Shenyu Shao and Feng Wu Wanzi. Chinese, you mean and shameless liar. Hearing Brooke's desperate scolding on the phone, Ziming felt a little bit inexplicably. Although it is not a day or two for Ziming to be verbally abused by him face to face or back because of his sons being sent to prison in the past, at least there were reasons in the past, and now he has become the savior of his company. He didn't dare to scold himself publicly. At least he had never received such a call today. 3. At this moment, Ziming and Lin Muking are sitting in the dining room having breakfast. Suddenly Brooke calls. Lin Muking is very concerned and wants to ask Ziming what is going on, but Ziming makes her feel relieved. Although full of doubts, Ziming asked him calmly, "Mr. Brooke, although the relationship between us is not good, you must tell me why you scold me like this." "That's the check you gave me today. The company's property went to the Brighton Bank. They said that this check could not be cashed at all." "You said you are a shameless liar?" Brooke cursed. "No, even if he is a liar, he also has a bottom line and has a good side, but you are basically a devil crawling out of the abyss of hell." Ziming didn't have the time to worry about those personal attacks on him. He directly caught the point. "Brooke, You said you went to the bank today and said that my check could not be cashed. Why? It was clearly confirmed by the phone call to Brighton Bank yesterday. Have you forgotten it? Chinese. You are questioning me. Lie. Brooke asked. Ziming shook his head, and guided Brooke bitterly. I didn't say that. I just hope you can think about this question. Why can't you cash the same check after a day? Ziming then he said, Mr. Brooke, as the chairman of Brooke Investment Company, you can be considered a high-class person. You have a certain understanding of daily finance. So I hope you don't ask that I transferred the funds in the account. Such ignorance, because even if I don't have a cent in my account, it's just that I bounced the ticket. The bank will explain to you, but the bank didn't explain it to you, right? Brooke was silent over the and past. After a while, he said, Chinese, you mean that another problem has occurred? So what's the matter? Ziming smiled and asked him, I think about this problem, Brooke. Sir, you already have the answer in your heart, but you don't want to believe it. Brooke was silent again. And it took a long time before he asked with difficulty, You are talking about the Adams family? I can't tell you the exact answer, but at the Brighton Bank, only they have this power, and you know their attitude towards me, Mr. Brooke. Ziming was interrupted loudly by Brooke before he finished speaking. But what does that have to do with me? This money is obviously used to save my investment company. They want to do anything to you. But why do they want to use this money? Cloth vexation fast the words of Luke, completely hysterical, and Ziming listened so quietly he said, also deliberately silent for a moment before saying, Cloth Rook, Mr. Shout out if you want to scold well, I can understand the taste of being betrayed and abandoned. The sale and abandonment of these two words is like two needle bar is generally severely Brooke in the heart, so that he instantly feel the world has become grey. Ziming did not therefore build on the progress, but back to the topic, said, not to Mr. Brooke, maybe just my account. What's wrong? I'll go to the bank in Brighton to know as soon as possible. Clear. Additional money for Brooke Investment Company is also very important. Since it is now out of the question that must be resolved, I will come to the company trip in the afternoon. Receipt cloth. After Luke's affirmative reply, Ziming just hung up the phone. Sitting beside Lin Muking immediately asked, are you in blig out of the question that the two loans Dayton Bank do? I think certainly, and not only loans, and even my accounts are sure to be frozen. Ziming in saying these things and no tangle, but is very happy and glad to say, it seems the state, Mr. Long did not lie to us at all. Christo yesterday only to find they had a meeting, and today I check it can't be fulfilled. I have to say that the Adams family's actions are really fast, but this is not only not bad news for me, but also good news. Ziming attentively thought for a moment and then said, I will go to the afternoon at Ripcloth Luke Investment Company, Muking's sister. You have to make responsible and Li Cheng Tong gang, as well as other ILDOF contact them and tell them that we the other side of the plan can be opened, and those companies must be won anyway, even if they pay a high price, but compared with killing the Adams family, these are very insignificant. Lin Muking pulled Ming's hand on his palms, gentle to Ziming said, do not worry, as long as you do, I will make every effort to do a good job. But you do not take insurance like. Ziming also nodded hard to Lin Muking. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Ziming came to the office of the general manager of Brooke Investment Company, and Brooke was sitting in the position of the general manager. Since Blig after Dayton Consortium after the meeting renounced Save Brooke Investment Company, Brooke returned to the chairman of the company, got into the general manager's office, and the original general manager, you can only sit on the position of secretary. Ziming came to see Brooke immediately meet up from his seat, when after the Brooke-led Ziming sat on the sofa in the reception area before, said, Zuxianqing Ming, I have found a friend in Brighton Bank check today after a question about your checking account and R. Christo himself under orders to freeze all your money in the bank's Brighton. Especially on the cloth. This part of the investment campaign is Luke. Finally, a word Brooks said teeth, can clearly hear the hatred among his words. Regarding this situation, Ziming sighed and said to him, I do not think this can be done. After all, I am a thorn in the palm of the Addams family. They will pull me out anyway. So, Cloth Luke took Buddhist Ziming said, now when you choose to save them instead of Brook Investment Company, he took aim at my investment firm. Cloth Luke finished with a laugh, his laughter desolately. I know, I certainly understand that. But whoever thought that what I do off between the question of why you want me to bear in the past, whether I was a senator of the state legislature or my investment company, I brought great benefits to the Addams family, but now, when the subprime mortgage crisis broke out, they threw me away like rubbish! Following Brooks' words, Ziming asked him, so do you want revenge? Explanations for this sudden problem. Brook shocked at the time. He looked blankly Ziming. It seems that some cannot believe, until Ziming asked again. He had a rude awakening like can't he be over, but he still felt very unbelievable and asked, vengeance? Chinese, do you mean let me go to the Addams family for revenge? Ziming nodded and said something right, but at the same time to speak. Still staring at Brook, Ziming said, or Mr. Brook you say you cannot do. Brook smiled. He shook his head and said to Ziming, don't dare. I should really say that you, a Chinese, are really naive. I'm afraid you don't know what the Addams family is, and how terrifying control he has, right? Find Addams. Only you can speak out about family revenge. Brook's words came to an abrupt end here, because Ziming asked him a question. Then before the subprime mortgage crisis broke out, would Congressman Brook think that your investment company would be bankrupt? Before that, would you think that the Addams family would treat you and your company as trash at will? Faced with Ziming's rhetorical question after sentence, Brook lowered his head, as Ziming asked rhetorically, before that, how did he think that the investment company that he was almost dependent on the Bank of Brighton would face bankruptcy? One day, I never thought that as a senior senator, I would be discarded at will by the Addams family. But is this unexpected and the unexpected meeting I am facing now? Of course Ziming understands what Brook is thinking now. He smiled and said to him, in our China, there is an old saying that the dike of 1,000 miles is broken by the ant, which means that no matter how strong a dike is, it may be caused by a failure. The eye-catching ants were destroyed once. So what is impossible in the current Addams family? I have always had a belief that in this world, there has never been anything impossible to do, only unwilling, actuated brains. Having a Ziming looked, Brook added, but for you, I'm afraid your situation is even more special, because you used to be Addams' family servant. You have been accustomed to surrender in front of the name Addams if you want to stand up on your knees. It's not that easy. Before Ziming finished speaking, Brook shouted, I will not surrender, let alone kneel to the Addams family. So Mr. Brook meant that he was going to avenge the Addams family? Ziming asked. Of course this word has already reached Brook's mouth, but in the end he did not say it. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Ziming with a meaningful smile and said, I think I should know before blindly saying revenge. How can I get revenge? What do you think? Ziming also laughed. It seems that it is not so easy to convince Brook. At least this senior senator has a good psychological quality. He will not be blindly induced by emotions, but can jump out of emotions to calm down thinking and judging. Although this is an episode for Ziming, it is not serious, because Ziming originally did not intend to use emotion instead of reason to make decisions like a speech. Ziming said to Brook, my idea is very simple. It is the credit default swap contract owned by Brook Investment Company. Brook immediately realized what, Ziming, you intend to further expand the subprime mortgage crisis, and even do not hesitate to fight. The fire burns to the Brighton Bank. Are you trying to force out all the power of the Addams family? Listening to Mr. Brook's words, you must know what I am going to do, Ziming said with a smile. It is to sell all these contracts, not only the Brook Investment Company's contracts, but there will be more company contracts. Brook looked at Ziming with some fear on his face. Do you know what will happen like this? This will cause the CDS market to go bankrupt, will bankrupt more companies that hold CDS contracts, and will bankrupt more companies that participate in CDS contract transactions, which will mess up the entire Brighton. This is not revenge on the Addams family, it's revenge on this Brighton. For me, it makes no difference, Ziming said. Brooke took a deep breath, and finally gave Ziming a comment. Chinese, you are such a lunatic. End of this chapter there. Fastest update, please read it without pop-up window. Chapter 147 CDS Tavern Market. State Street is the most important street in Brighton's financial district. Not only the famous Old State Assembly and the Federal Reserve Bank of Brighton are here, but also some of Brighton's most important financial services. Institutions and investment companies are also here, and in addition to some famous financial buildings, there is also a familiar Barton Tavern, Barton Pub is located on State Street near the exit of the subway station. His decoration is very Gilded Age style, and the environment inside is more like a coffee shop than a pub. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a black Buick car parked at the entrance of the Barton Tavern. A middle-aged man with white temples and two Chinese got out of the car. They were Ziming and Brooke. Now that the direction has been agreed, the next time is naturally to be put into action. So Ziming and Brooke came out together. Walking to the entrance of the tavern, Ziming looked up and looked back and asked Brooke, "This is the CDS market you are talking about?" Brooke instinctively hated Ziming, but he also understood that he now has to rely on Ziming to abandon himself. The Addams family had revenge, so he could only put down those unnecessary obsessions, nodded and said yes, and walked into the tavern with Ziming. At this time, there were already some people sitting in the tavern, and finally they chose a position by the window. After sitting down, Brooke gave Ziming a brief introduction to the Barton Tavern. Brooke said that he was a tavern brought up by the CDS market, because a few years ago, the Barton Tavern was just a very ordinary tavern on State Street. The address was chosen close to the subway entrance, and people often come to his house to drink every day. The number of people is not large, but it is enough for the daily expenses of the pub. As it is said that doing business does not make a profit, it is a loss. The owner of the Barton Tavern also thought so, but something happened later that completely changed his mind. One day the owner of the Barton Tavern was drinking and chatting with an investment broker and learned that the CDS market is now emerging, and that investment broker predicted that it will be the mainstream in the future. The tavern owner has been doing business on Financial Street for several years. Of course, he knows many investment brokers, and he naturally knows what the CDS market is. However, he did not want to enter the CDS market to make money, because he did not have the capital. Later, the boss heard that these investment brokers were not having a fixed trading location, and each client had to visit by phone. Bad thing, because it means that only the cheeky people will be more likely to succeed. Everyone wants fairness, and investment brokers are no exception. Therefore, more and more investment brokers hope to have fixed trading locations and information channels. However, the difficulty is that the CDS market is an emerging investment market. The most important thing is that it is completely independent of traditional securities finance. It is not supervised by any stock exchange, but both parties of the transaction conduct direct transactions through investment brokers. It is for this reason that it is obviously difficult to regulate a market without any institutional supervision, and the tavern owner has taken a fancy to this business opportunity. So the tavern owner relied on his personal relationships with various investment brokers, and invited them to trade in his tavern, and he would provide the best drinks. Perhaps in the first few transactions, those investment brokers were due to the face and favor of the boss, but with the operation of the tavern owner and the continuous development and growth of the CDS market, the Barton Tavern has gradually been accepted by more investment brokers. Gradually it has become a fixed trading place. The tavern owner is not limited to providing a venue for a long time. Based on his friendship with the brokers of many investment companies, he can also do some things to exchange information. After listening to the history of the Barton Tavern, Ziming can only feel that business opportunities are everywhere, as long as they are good at discovering them. Trading here usually starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, because in the past brokers used to trade when they came here to chat with customers near noon or after get off work in the afternoon, and this habit continued. Now because of the hot CDS market, we have to come early, otherwise we will be too late to worry about no position, Brooke told Zuming. Zuming nodded to express his understanding, but still curiously asked, "So what are the rules of trading here now?" "It's the broker model," Brooke explained. "Everyone involved in the transaction must look for qualified people. The brokers register, and then these brokers are aggregated together, and the transactions are distributed according to each person's quotation, and commissions are drawn from each transaction contract. The current transaction commission is 5/1000ths of the transaction volume of each lot, that is, every time a CDS contract worth $1,000 is traded, the broker can get a commission of $5. Zuming listened to Brooke's introduction and laughed. "Does that mean that the Barton pub has made itself a deal?" "What happened?" Brooke nodded seriously. "It can be said, but compared to the exchange's complete third party, the Barton Tavern still has too many problems. He does not review the identity and qualifications of both parties to the transaction, as long as there is a broker. He admits to investors, and as long as investors can afford to pay, he will open back doors to investors to give insider information." Zuming said that he understands this very well. "After all, merchants are just like this for profit. Since you give money to there are so many, why don't I give you the most favorable treatment?" As for the issue of messing up the market and one's own credibility, there is no real money in hand. Maintaining the virtuous circle of the market is the work of big entrepreneurs who are determined to monopolize. But the problem is that not everyone finds it. Businessmen in the market have the strategic vision of big entrepreneurs. To put it simply, not everyone who is a C2C e-commerce platform can make a certain cloud and a certain treasure, eager for quick success and quick profit, and then play to their own market and reputation. It is normal. But this has nothing to do with Zuming. What he cares about is how he can participate in the transaction. So Congressman Brooke is the greatest help if you can participate. "I believe that with the strength of your investment company, it is okay to hang a VIP qualification in this Barton pub?" Zuming asked. To this question, Brooke was very proud to answer, "Of course. My investment company is the biggest customer here." It's just that Brooke's pride is only 2 seconds, and he sighed and said, "But that's all in the past. Now the company is about to go bankrupt, and with the intensification of the subprime mortgage crisis, the situation here may have changed. You know, this kind of customary thing is the most unreliable." Zuming smiled, and then the whole person relaxed. He sat in a chair and said to Brooke, "Wait." Then, in this way, Zuming and Brooke waited in their seats for an hour. As time gradually reached noon, the people in the Barton pub gradually increased. Compared to when they came, there were only a dozen people, and now there are at least 100 people in the tavern. But even if there are so many people gathered in the tavern, there are still vacant tables. This is not to say how big the tavern is, but that these seats are reserved for those powerful people. People who can be called big people here are naturally the CEOs or chairman of the investment company, because whether it is the CEO of the Brighton Bank or the members of the consortium, they are not accessible to him. In the past, Brooke had to come over, so here must be the best place. But now he can only come early with Zuming. "Damn it, I will definitely propose a bill to ban such illegal gathering places in Parliament," Brooke said in embarrassment. Zuming ignored Brooke's anger, but his words made Zuming very interested, because even if Brooke experienced bankruptcy in his investment company, at least his position as a senior senator is still there. A lean camel is better than a horse. Big. So Brooke still has a lot of status. No matter how snobbish the owner of the Barton Tavern, he has to return 3 points to such a person when he comes out to do business. How can he not even keep his position? Then there is only one reason for this, that is, those who are coming are more important than Brooke. With this thought, Zuming glanced back and forth, and saw that there were at least 10 empty tables inside, which meant that there were a lot of big men coming. Stopping Brooke, who was slandering the tavern owner, Zuming asked, "Usually you, the chairman and general manager, don't come to the tavern to trade on your own, right? Brooke replied with a face of evil, of course not. How can we do it? How about coming to this place? Even if my company's employees are fired by me, I can still find my customers by phone. Brooke's answer is the answer Ziming thought in his heart. Generally speaking, big men like them have their own. The method is not going to the market in person to trade with ordinary brokers, but now that there are so many tables here, it means that the big guys have been forced to do nothing by the subprime mortgage crisis, so they can only come. Have a chance here. After all, they have more decision-making power than ordinary brokers. Almost an hour later, people kept coming into the tavern. It was already densely populated to become a veritable market. Many people had no place to sit. They just moved back and forth with a glass of wine. Almost everyone, they were all talking face to face. They keep making gestures or yelling loudly to make the other person hear clearly. Ziming was still sitting there, in this environment, as if there were 800 ducks croaking in his ears, which made people extremely upset. Brooke on the opposite side was already very impatient. He took out a handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, and covered his ears with one hand, as if to breathe more air here. Listening to the noise here would immediately kill him. Ziming didn't like the muddy air here, but the waiting here was still effective, because in this nearly an hour, Ziming saw that the previously empty seats in the tavern had been filled. Those people were as disgusted as Brooke, holding handkerchiefs and covering their mouths and noses. Brooke of course understood Ziming's thoughts, so he approached Ziming and introduced him. The people over there are decision makers from famous investment companies on State Street. Look at the one in the red dress over there. He is Caribbean. Jamal, the chairman of the investment company. The table beside him is talking to him is the CEO of Louis Investment Company Madison. Then Brooke pointed to the other side and said, the two investment companies over there are also worth noting. One Island Martin, the chairman of Street Martin's Investment Company. The table behind them is Leo, the chairman of New Dawn Investment Company. And there, Ziming silently listened to Brooke's introduction and waited for him to introduce. When it was over, Ziming immediately asked him, these are all of our largest investment companies in Brighton, right? This is just the largest investment company in State Street and nearby, but this is the financial center of Brighton, which is almost like this. Yes, Brooke replied. Ziming then asked, which of these companies has a close relationship with the Addams family? Just like Congressman Brooke, you are the ones that have received a lot of support from the family, and almost belong to the Addams family industry. Brooke was stunned. He was startled. Chinese, do you really plan to do this? Do you think I was joking with you? Ziming asked rhetorically. Brooke took a deep breath. I understand. Then I can tell you that these companies are basically closely related to the Addams family, because the CDS market is driven by the Addams family. So if that's the case, then we will let's start, Ziming said with a smile. Following Ziming's words, Brooke snapped his fingers and called the waiter in the tavern. Please visit 999 0 MSJ.999 M, pure green refreshing reading. 9 M. Chapter 148 is lower than the market price. With Brooke snapped his fingers. A young waiter squeezed through the crowd with a list and came to Ziming's table. I asked very politely, hello, welcome to the Barton Tavern. Are you here to invest in the CDS market, right? Do you have a familiar market broker? If not, you can register at the first bar of the tavern. The pub can assign you a qualified market broker. Before the waiter had finished speaking, Brooke angrily slapped the table. I am Brooke, the chairman of Brooke Investment Corporation, and a senior member of the Massachusetts Assembly. Congressman, what market broker do I need? You guy who doesn't understand the rules, let your boss come to me right away. Ziming glanced at Brooke and shook his head helplessly. Of course. He brought Brooke to this CDS market not to make trouble. Yes, Brooke understood this, and the waiter was very polite, and there was no problem at first hearing it, because he said the same to every new customer he didn't know, but Brooke was annoyed. It is this habit. Tomato Novel Network. Their reason is simple. Brooke believes that he shouldn't be a new guest he doesn't know. As Brooke himself said, as a senior senator of the state legislature, he is also the chairman of a well-known investment company. Not to mention that he is well-known, but he should not be anonymous. It's real. Say Brooke's mental capacity is very good. It is now such a situation of their own company, nor is he cannot stand some things, but the key lies in front of Ziming. So our past opponents now have to cooperate. Brooke still have to remain proud in front of Ziming. Ziming he took over the CDS City Field, even if there are no seats before, and now even a waiter also despised him, so he couldn't help it so much anymore. Tomato. Ziming thought of these. Brooke patted his shoulder and motioned him calm, and then look ignorant force. The waiter did not know what his word says. You do not care for him, he just came out the door, did not take medicine, but you can go back and check Brooke. I think this name should not need a market broker here, and it can be listed and traded directly. That service clerk looked puzzled at Brooke. Brooke harsh glare of his eyes, that the waiter rushed back to this inquiry. Soon the service attendant with his foreman on the back. Lou's foreman smiled. Brooke said, I'm sorry cloth Brooke member, I am new to the employee and not know the rules. Do not know you. Cloth Luke eyes stare. He does not understand the rules. Do not you also do not know the rules? Ziming waved his hand quite indifferent to interrupt Brooke's words. No relationship. As long as I can now do not need any market brokers traded on the line. Of course it's okay. The foreman nodded hurriedly, his tone full of gratitude to Ziming. After all, even though the company is about to go bankrupt, Brooke's status has dropped a lot compared to the other big people who are eligible to stay, but they are still above them. If you really make him angry, complain to the boss. The boss is in order to take care of Brooke. Myanzi will definitely punish these employees, and who is willing to be deducted bonuses when they come out to do things. Therefore, Ziming let him out of a sigh of relief by helping him. And the foreman was not only grateful, he also patted his chest and said, I can help you solve this kind of small problem as long as it does not violate the regulations. Tomato.com. Thank you very much, Ziming said, for this kind of free delivery benefits. Ziming naturally did not refuse to come. He then asked, then we want to list the CDS contract here now, what do you think? Ziming asked this deliberately, he just wanted to see the foreman's reaction. Sure enough, the foreman hesitated and said, this gentleman, if you want to sell the CDS contract now, I don't think it's an easy task. I think you help me so much. I can provide you with some inside information for free. China's CDs market is in a period of decline, and it's impossible for your CDs contract to sell for a good price. Ziming shrugged and said, but what if I want to list for sale today? Even if I have a 10 million CDS contract, only sold for 4.5 million US dollars. The foreman was stunned when he heard Ziming's words, because the CDS contract worth 10 million was to be sold, and the general market price would be around 7.5 million US dollars. This is because the value of the CDS contract can only be fully recovered after a certain period of time, during which it will be subject to many factors such as credit risk and inflation. Therefore, the CDS contract that is generally listed on the market will be lower than its actual value. But even if the CDS market has been declining due to the subprime mortgage crisis, and even the bankruptcy of Brooke Investment Corporation has caused the price of CDS contracts to drop to the bottom, but its actual value lies there, and the 10 million CDS contract now costs at least 5 million. Yes, now this Chinese opens his mouth to 4.5 million. What does this kind of loss-making transaction mean? Didn't it all say that someone made a deal on an electric chair and no one made a loss-making deal? With this thought, the foreman tentatively said, if this is the case, I think it's okay, but is there any problem? Ziming's sudden question interrupted the foreman, and it made him instantly when I woke up, I shouldn't ask too much. Tomato Novel Network. Okay sir, as long as you are sure that you want to list for sale like this, I will handle it for you immediately, said the foreman. I want to list immediately, Ziming reminded. In addition, as Congressman Brooke, I don't need to come up with those contracts, right? The foreman nodded and said, of course you don't need it. Congressman Brooke is the best guarantee. I believe there will be one if you say you have one. I will handle it for you right away, and I will help you and Congressman Brooke hide your identities. Ziming shook his head, said, you don't need to hide your identity. You can publicly list and say that Congressman Brooke wants to sell 10 CDS contracts worth $10 million at a price of $4.5 million. Ziming's words surprised the foreman. As a CDS market, the foreman of the pub, he keenly sensed that something was wrong. But this time he was smart and didn't ask anything. He just asked the waiter to serve Ziming and Brooke, bowed and went to help Ziming handle the listing. The so-called listing is a way that the tavern keeper imitates the stock exchange. Simply put, there is an LED display at each bar, and every investor who wants to trade except for the market broker. For transactions, you can also publicly display your intentional transactions on the display screen to conduct transactions similar to public bidding. Tomato. Compared with the market broker, this method is obviously more efficient, but this is only for some large customers, and most people do not have this qualification at all. China Ziming, that is, you are here. Otherwise I must ask the boss to come out and apologize to me personally, Brooke said. Ziming could only smile helplessly for Brooke's behavior of insisting on keeping face in front of him, but it was his temper that would end today. But Ziming was more concerned about the results of the listing on the foreman's sides than Brooke's arrogant jealous. The foreman did not disappoint Ziming. After only 10 minutes, the CDS contract sale information of Brooke Investment Company was displayed on the bar, and with the appearance of this information, the entire Barton pub immediately exploded. Not only the brokers of the investment company were discussing, but even the big men on Lazu Street were also surprised. Is that guy Brooke crazy because he has no money? He actually sold the contract at a price lower than the market price. This is too unreasonable. If I remember correctly, yesterday someone sold the CDS contract at a price of 5 million yuan. It was because that company's funds had a problem and they were eager to realize it. It is said that the price caused the company to lose money. After more than $1.5 million. At this price, Brooke Investment Company has to lose at least $2 million, which is simply unbelievable. But speaking of it, isn't Brooke Investment Company on the verge of bankruptcy recently? Could it be that they want to raise funds in this way? If it was a week ago, I think I would believe that they were raising funds, but now they have been rescued. I read the news and said that insurance. The company has already invested $700 million in Brooke Investment. With such a large sum of money, not to mention that it can be rescued, but at least it can last a long time. How can it not sell itself at such a low price? What they hold, the way they do this is really incredible. Listening to these people in the tavern, you said every word. Ziming, who had concocted this incident in his own hand, sat calmly on his own. On the seat, the waiter stood aside nervously. Suddenly Ziming stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and the waiter walked up quickly and respectfully asked Ziming what he would like. Obviously the waiter's thoughts were very simple. He thinks that Ziming's message made the entire tavern boil, and coupled with the foreman's orders just now, then he is definitely not an ordinary character. Ziming looked up and saw the waiter's face nervous. He smiled and patted their waiter's shoulder. Say, don't be so nervous. I just want to tell you I want a glass of rum cola, nothing more. The waiter felt a little surprised, but he nodded and said yes, and brought Ziming a glass of rum cola. Ziming took the drink and asked him, how is my order now? How much has been sold out? Faced with this question, the waiter was embarrassed and said sorry. Then he went back to the bar and asked. After about a few minutes, the foreman returned with the waiter. I'm sorry. It seems that your price seems a bit unexpected. Everyone is still in the wait-and-see stage. Although someone came to the bar to ask, no one dared to buy it. The foreman said apologetically to Ziming, So Congressman Brooke and this gentleman, would you raise the price to $5 million to be more in line with the market price and easier for people to accept? It seems that the price does need to be adjusted. Ziming said then it will be $4 million. The foreman was stunned at the time. He looked at Ziming in a daze. His eyes filled with surprise, until Ziming repeated the price again. He suddenly reacted to Ziming. Not just kidding. Then he looked at Brooke in confusion, and Brooke told him impatiently, just do what this gentleman said. This answer made the foreman even more surprised, because as the foreman of the Barton Tavern, he knew very well what is the concept of Brooke's senior congressman and a billion-dollar investment company. If it were not for this subprime mortgage crisis, he would be very bullish. He is a well-known person in Massachusetts and even the entire New England area. Why is everything decided now? Listening to another person, what is the identity of that Chinese gentleman? This thought made him take a breath of air, and he respectfully agreed with a good voice, and then stepped back. After a few more minutes, when the information on the LED display on the bar flickered again, Ziming's list immediately appeared. Brooke Investment Company sold 10 CDS contracts worth $10 million at a price of $4 million. Chapter 149. The CDS market collapsed. As the latest transaction list of Brooke Investment Company was hung up, the entire Barton pub immediately boiled like boiling water. Everyone looked at the message on the LED display in shock and exclaimed loudly. The center of their discussion is undoubtedly this trading list. My God, if I remember correctly, today is not April Fool's Day. A CDS contract worth tens of millions is only sold for $4 million. Is this Congressman Brooke crazy today? This is definitely the most cost-effective deal today. If I can buy a CDS contract for $4 million now and then sell it for $5 million, I will be able to make a net profit of $1 million. Even if I don't have 510,000. I can sell for $4.5 million and I can also make $500,000. This is definitely a stable and uncompensable transaction, but it is a pity that I don't have that much money, and the CDS contract transaction cannot be split. This is some big loss. I must inform the company, if they can win the deal. I believe my bonus this month is enough. I took my wife to go to Hawaii. Listen, as these people in the tavern were discussing each other, Ziming smiled and asked Brooke, how do you feel? Brooke contemptuously said, it's just some greedy idiots, just a little cheap price. It will fascinate them, but compared to this, I was thinking what if they really bought the CDS contract that you listed? You will suffer more than $10 million in losses. It's not me, but it's us, my Brooke Congressman. Ziming reminded Brooke. But only $10 million is nothing. We can just put out a CDS contract worth $100 million and place the order. But it's very good. Unfortunately, I don't think the people here will give me a chance to lose $20 million. Maybe I don't even have the chance to lose this $10 million. In their face of Ziming's words, Brooke did not refute it because he also agreed. Although the entire tavern is now discussing the CDS contract that was sold at a low price, no one actually went to the bar to propose a transaction. The reason is very simple. Those who focus on the $500,000 and own $1 million profit cannot have enough trading funds in their pockets. And those who can get the trading funds will not only consider them. With these $501 million profits, they will even think about why Brooke Investment Company is willing to sell these CDS contracts at such a low price. Are they really short of money and want to discount them in a hurry? Or is there any other reason? We must know that Brooke Investment Company is a company that has experienced bankruptcy, and the injection of capital to rescue him is the Wharton Insurance Company, which was born after the Fed's Brighton Bank and several major banks withdrew from the rescue. Maybe this company has something special. Inside information. If this is the case, it would be bad. After all, even investment companies like Brooke are going to go bankrupt. As for other companies, there is no guarantee in this subprime mortgage crisis. The CDS together about is to be able to continue to pay premiums in the insurance company, and the insurance risk is very low under the circumstances, have high transaction value. The contrary, if there is insurance company's risk of bankruptcy cannot continue to pay the premiums, the insurance risk or subprime crisis under the influence gradually increased. That is expected to be much higher than the CDS together about. Then this time, these CDS together about undoubtedly become a waste. If there really is a risk, then the risk is not as before the outbreak of the hands of CDS together about all disposed of, even if a loss of 1,501,000 does not matter, because the loss of this money is stronger than to lose everything. For this reason, whether conservative investors or radical speculators, they will choose to proceed with caution. Also due to this idea, let those big man began in wine looking from the Brook shop. After all, as a senior senator, Brooke Size is also considered a celebrity, so it is not a few minutes, someone came up to talk to Brooke. "Oh, my dear Congressman Brooke, when I saw the news, I guessed that you must be here too. I can't help but say that you always surprise me." A man in a dark red evening dress walked over to Brooke with a wine glass and said that Ziming still had the impression of Brooke's introduction just now, and knew that he was Jamal, the chairman of the Caribbean Investment Corporation. Or perhaps because things are too important, or maybe Jamal born a character directly, but also the relationship between them. Or, in short, he was greeted in the future and Brooke sat on the sofa beside Brooke. Quietly he asked, "My old partner Meter, can you tell me why you want to sell at such a low price CDS fit about it? You know that you are now an acceptable transaction price, and you will lose more than $2 million. And I don't think this is a happy thing." Face the question of Jamal, Brooke shrugged and said, "Jamal members, I think the question you asked the wrong target, because it was not my decision." Brooke's answer immediately made Jamal aware of something. He then turned his head and said to Ziming, "This distinguished Chinese gentleman, let me guess that you must be the one who made this decision, right?" "Nothing. Do not skip words." Ziming smiled and nodded, but Ziming didn't tell Jamal anything. He just greeted Jamal very politely, and then asked him back after introducing himself, "Don't ask me to know what you want to ask, but I am very curious. If I really give the answer you want, would you really believe me?" "Nothing wrong, no skipping." Ziming's rhetorical question made Jamal stunned. Ziming went on to say to him, many times, "Instead of giving you an answer, is there any potential problem with this CDS contract? It's better to think about it yourself." "Good." Jamal got up thoughtfully to leave. But at this moment, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the bar, and then the foreman of the tavern hurried over and told Ziming that someone had already proposed it. Transaction application. This shocked Jamal's heart. He wanted to stay and see how Ziming would react next, but he knew better that it was impolite to do so, so he slowly left. And finally heard that Ziming was very happy. The foreman added 10 more CDS contract sales orders worth $10 million, and the price has once again been reduced to $3.95 million. "Mr. Brooke, I think you have some friendship with Mr. Jamal." "There are no mistakes in many words." "So in your impression, is he a decisive person?" "No mistakes, no words." Looking at the back of Jamal leaving, Ziming asked, "I and Jamal are old friends. Although there has never been a real friendship between politicians, at least I understand this person." Brooke nodded and replied, "His character is very decisive. As long as he thinks there is a risk, he can do nothing. Don't hesitate to give up immediately." In the stock market crash 3 years ago, he felt the problem in the stock market, so he withdrew from the stock market ahead of time. It was only September at that time, and the stock market crash was coming to October 19th, so I can rest assured. I believe that with a Jamal, more people will believe it later." Ziming said. What Ziming did just now was deliberate. The purpose was to make Jamal worry about the subprime mortgage crisis. Only in this way would he sell CDS contracts with him. As long as Jamal starts to sell along with it, in the current environment of the subprime mortgage crisis, it is easy to cause the entire market to worry about the CDS contract, and then a large-scale selling wave will erupt. As for Ziming, this is what he wants. With Jamal's return over there, The other big men who had originally planned to come over also sat back in their positions. They stared at Jamal and waited for his actions. Everything was the same as Brooke introduced. After Jamal returned to his seat, he immediately called the waiter, and after 5 minutes, a new sales message appeared on the LED display of the bar. 10 copies sold. The CDS contract worth 10 million was sold for $3.99 million US. The news was like dropping a red-hot iron ball in a pot of hot water, and suddenly it boiled again. Oh my God! Why is this? Could it be said that Brooke Investment Company is really hopeless? Otherwise, why would he accept losses again and again? This is so puzzling. Fortunately, my head did not promise $4 million. The dollar transaction. Otherwise you would have missed it. Countless people exclaimed at the LED display. Ziming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the number on it. Although it did not display any trader information, just see Jamal can tell who did it just now. Both are 10 million US dollars. This does not mean that the price of all CDS contracts is exactly that much, but the CDS contract for this transaction is more than 10 million. In order to distinguish between customers, those market brokers and the tavern can change the contract bundle into several different grades, so that you can directly provide corresponding services when you see the price. It may seem that this figure of 3.99 million US dollars is only 10,000 US dollars less than Ziming's 4 million, but the problem is that he has brought about a downward trend, which is what Ziming wants. Turning his head to look at the frowning big men around him, Ziming knew that they were still hesitating, and Ziming also knew that they could not hesitate for long. Followed by another 5 minutes, the bar LED display once again changed. Brooke 20 copies sold investment worth 10 million CDS together about the sale price of $395 million. This news surprised everyone again. Ziming glanced at Jamal. It seems that Jamal didn't expect his news to be sent out so quickly, so he anxiously found the waiter and immediately modified himself. The price is 3.94 million US dollars. Face of these numbers 10 minutes triple jump. The whole uproar Barton bar. You know this is not a real exchange. LED display above figures are not updated in real time, but to really offer a bar. So even though the private under the trading price far from uniform, but the general LED mail opening price is still very uniform, often for several hours will not be changed, but now could be so frequent that even if the anti then slow person would feel wrong. For those who have special seats, big man who, if they just doubt before, then now they have completely determined their own conjecture. So he who also have their own waved called the waiter, but after a few minutes LED on the screen suddenly appeared a lot of new news. The sale value of 1 million CDS together about a price of $393 million. Sell CDS together about a price of $392 million. Sell CDS together about a price of $390 million. Sell CDS together about. LED prices on digital display going down a little bit with, it makes everybody look silly, just because those who hold a lot of money big man looking for service attendant that they have seen, that it now. CDS City Field collapse it. I don't know who suddenly yelled such a sentence, and then this sentence was like the last straw that crushed the camel, causing the entire Barton pub to go crazy immediately. Everyone picked up their mobile phones or used the ones in the pub phone, desperate to fight back to their own companies, despite their accents and the words are different, but have only one meaning. CDS City Field collapse the matter. We must sell all of CDS together about. And in the crazy tavern, when everyone was desperately trying to sell their CDS contracts, and the price was falling all the way, no one noticed that the selling price of Brooke Investment Company only stayed at $3.95 million. Price point. Chapter 150. This is called bargaining. Is this the Taoist magic from the mysterious East? I didn't expect that you, a Chinese, actually broke this multi-billion-dollar CDS market. Brooke is extremely incomparable, said to Ziming with emotion, as if he had heard the incredible end of the world. Brooke is really unbelievable. As a senior senator from Massachusetts and a large capitalist with billions of assets, he knows the CDS market very well, as well as the capital and companies involved in the game. Perhaps this CDS market is just a speculative market, but due to the tightly linked insurance, coupled with the hotness of the real estate itself, and the dominance of the Brighton Bank, under such a huge market impetus, not to mention the Massachusetts authorities, even if the federal government wants to do anything, it is not that simple, but it didn't want to be collapsed so easily by Ziming. No wonder Brooke couldn't believe it. Ziming just smiled and said, "Actually, this is not my credit. After all, this is a big problem in the CDS market itself. However, the biggest reason is that the subprime mortgage crisis out, which made everyone treat CDS. The market is full of mistrust, so it is especially easy to be brought into rhythm." Ziming thought for a while and continued, "In other words, this CDS market may dominate billions of dollars in funds, but it just looks very big and glamorous. It's just a ship in the world, but in fact it was already riddled with holes. I just pushed it slightly and he immediately collapsed." The analogy Ziming said is undoubtedly a bit exaggerated, at least for now. Subprime loans have brought about a prosperous CDS market. Due to the problems of the subprime loan market, the value added of this CDS contract is also very stable. In fact, the subprime mortgage crisis did not break out until more than 10 years ago. This shows that the CDS market has just started. With the help of the real estate bubble, CDS contracts can be turned into a profitable business. Brooke silently nodded and said, "Actually, you are not the first to analyze the CDS market like this in front of me, but you are the first to truly do it." Maybe it sounds like Brooke's words are just an ordinary sentence at first glance, praise, but actually gave Ziming a very high praise, because a financial genius can only see the problems in the CDS market, and Ziming can not only see, he can even do it. Just that, he can forcibly assign a so-called title to those financial experts, scholars and professors. Ziming didn't want to pretend to be, but he really didn't know what to say for the compliments Brooke forced him to say, so he looked up at the LED display on the bar and said, "The price has now reached 300. It's 600,000. Brooke asked Ziming with a heart move, "Are you planning to close the internet?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming did not answer this question directly. Instead, he asked, "Member Brooke, how much do you think the lowest price of the CDS contract can be?" Brooke shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I can't answer this point, because I didn't have any answers beforehand. I don't think anyone will sell a CDS contract worth 10 million at a price of 3.6 million. But if I have to give an answer, I think it might reach 3.3 million, right?" Brooke's tone was very uncertain. Seeing that Ziming hadn't spoken, he immediately changed his words. "It seems that your view of the CDS market is very pessimistic, especially now that when the entire price is falling, 3 million is also possible." While talking, Brooke was paying attention to Ziming's expression. He saw that Ziming was only smiling or not speaking. He couldn't believe it. "Do you think these CDS contracts will fall by more than 2 million? I think this is absolutely impossible. This is almost below the bottom line of the contract price. If you accept this price, then your contract transaction is done for nothing." So Senator Brooke, your idea is now let's take action and start accepting some CDS contracts to come in. "No mistakes, no skipping?" Ziming asked. Brooke looked at Ziming tentatively with some doubts. "I think this is very safe. I think if you have your own ideas, you can." Without waiting for Brooke to finish, Ziming said straightforwardly, "Let's do it." After saying that, Ziming waved to the waiter and decided with the waiter that if the CDS contract price is as low as 3.5 million, he will proceed. The list of acquisitions facing Ziming's operation, the waiter and Brooke were both blinded, and neither of them understood what Ziming wanted to do. The waiter didn't understand that Ziming was clearly here to sell the contract, and it even directly caused the market to collapse. How come now that instead of continuing to cut prices, he has bought it? Brooke didn't understand what Ziming's abnormal state was for. Originally, when Ziming asked what price the contract could be as low as possible, it generally meant that Ziming judged that the price would continue to fall. Is Ziming preparing to buy the bottom when the price reached a very low price? As a veteran capitalist, Brooke himself is also very familiar with this routine. But what he did not expect is that Ziming directly accepted his proposal, and at this time he had to make a purchase contract. Why is that? Does Ziming also think that the price of the contract really cannot go down? To Brooke, who was full of doubts, Ziming smiled and said to him, "Don't ask anything, just watch and learn." This sentence made Brooke almost never spit out a mouthful of old blood. If other people treat him saying this, he has 100 ways to retaliate back. But facing Ziming, he can only be educated. Soon a quarter of an hour passed, and the contract price of 10 million yuan fell to 3.5 million. At the same time, Ziming's trading activities started automatically. The waiter hurriedly ran over to Ziming and said, "Hello sir, what you bought are 3 contracts of Louis Investment Company and 2 contracts of New Dawn Investment Company. The total contract price is 10 million US dollars. In the end, you bought it for 3.5 million yuan. Ziming looked up at the LED display on the bar, and asked, "The transaction news should be transmitted to those 2 companies immediately, right?" Nothing. A lot of words there. Waiter nodded and said yes. Ziming asked again, "Then they shouldn't know who the transaction is for this time, right?" "There are not many words wrong." The waiter nodded and said, "Yes. According to market rules, the transaction will be confirmed first. Only when the 2 sides of the transaction really want to conduct the transaction will they know the transaction partner." After confirming his thoughts, Ziming waved his hand to signal the waiter first. "Go down." Chinese, "I think I seem to understand what you want to do." Brooke frowned and said, "If I didn't guess wrong, Ziming, you did this to make the price fall further, right?" Word. As if to prove something general, Brooke's voice came to an end. An exclamation immediately sounded next to him. When he looked up at the LED display on the bar, he saw that the price jumped to 3.2 million. How could this be? The price just now was clearly 3.5 million. How come it is now 3.2 million? And although the price was falling before, it was still at least 10,000 US dollars and 10,000 US dollars. But now it has dropped by 300,000 US dollars. This is incredible. Could it be said that the CDS market has completely collapsed? Amidst the exclamations around, Brooke also stood up. He looked at Ziming and said, "Sure enough, you know that once the contract is sold, it will give others greater hope, and they will selling at a low price." Ziming spread his hands and said, "There is no way. After all, if you let it go, then when those people react, even if they sell at a lower price, no one will buy it. Perhaps the price will stop. But if I buy it, I will give them a signal that someone will buy as long as they continue to reduce the price, so that they will continue to reduce the price, which is what I want." Brooke took a breath of air, and he looked at Ziming's. The expression in his eyes was like looking at a ghost. He couldn't imagine how someone could calculate other people's ideas so accurately. He also understood why he lost to Ziming's hands. At the same time, he regretted it. How stupid I was in the first place. I chose such a person as my opponent. Ziming continued to look at the LED display on the bar. As time passed, the numbers on it continued to decline. Finally, when the price stopped at 2.9 million US dollars, Ziming waved to the waiter again. "I want to place a purchase contract. The purchase price is 2.8 million US dollars. Ziming said. The waiter nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. So this time I still only place 50 million orders, right?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming shook his head and replied, "No matter how much it is, as long as the price reaches 2.8 million US dollars. I will accept it no matter who sold it." There. Waiter was stunned on the spot. "No matter how much it is, I will accept it all." "I can understand your ambitions, sir, but so much is really too big, right?" Nothing wrong, no skipping. How could Ziming not understand the waiter's thoughts? So Ziming took out a check and handed it to the waiter and said, "There are 50 million deposits on this, and you can pick it up at any time." "Is this deposit enough?" Nothing wrong. Shozy facing Ziming's words, the waiter's expression looked a little awkward. He nodded hurriedly and said that of course it was okay, and left while talking. Watching the waiter leave, Ziming smiled and said to Brooke, 2,800,000. I think when the CDS contract was the most popular, the initial contract, I'm afraid it is the price, right? There are no mistakes. This is called a real bargaining. It's not said that you didn't have the courage to wait until now, Congressman Brooke. Brooke nodded and said, it's true, but now you have bought a CDS contract at a very low price, even more than one. I'm very curious, what are you going to do? If I remember correctly, you caused the subprime mortgage crisis, and you predicted that these CDS contracts are worthless. But why do you buy so much now? You know if your plan is unsuccessful, then you will have all the money for nothing. Ziming shrugged at this. Isn't it all right to let this plan succeed? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. This sentence made Brooke stunned on the spot. Although it was exactly what Ziming said, as long as the plan is successful, everything is easy to say, but the question is whether the plan can be successful.